Chapter 351. Jiang Miao was preparing for the 2030 Spring Festival. He had just wished all employees a Happy New Year via internal video, when a sudden phone call disrupted his schedule. Jiang Miao frowned, as he listened to the voice on the other end of the line. Academician Jiang, after researching the relevant data, we discovered that over 80% of men who have traveled to South America experience infertility. Have you investigated the specific cause? Preliminary findings indicate the presence of an unknown variant of Wolbachia in these individuals. This variant is common not only in our personnel, but also in local men. Jiang Miao felt a flicker of déjà vu at this, but he didn't immediately voice his doubts. Instead, he quietly recalled past memories, trying to figure out where he might have read about this. The person on the other end of the line continued describing the Wolbachia variant. Based on current medical examination data, the majority of men infected with Wolbachia have the highest concentrations in their reproductive cells, manifesting as necrospermia. We initially thought it was just a problem with our expatriates, and didn't notice anything unusual. It wasn't until this year, when related cases surged in mainland China, and the number of births in places like Brazil dropped by almost 80% compared to the year before, that we realized the severity of the problem. At this point, Jiang Miao finally searched the corners of his memory for some relevant information. Could it be the two biological research institutes in the Amazon rainforest belonging to that secret organization? He had a strong premonition that the problem most likely lay at the two Amazon rainforest biological research institutes, but Jiang Miao didn't offer an explanation. After all, he was also secretly gathering intelligence through hacking, a method that certainly couldn't be discussed openly. So, he changed the subject. I got the general situation. Please send me the detailed information. If possible, it would be best if you could arrange for a group of patients to come to Hailifeng General Hospital. I'd like to personally investigate. No problem, I send the information right away, using the same internal email address we use. There was a pause on the other end of the line before continuing. As for the patients, I coordinate as quickly as possible. We have 100 relevant patients sent to Hailifeng General Hospital within a week. Okay, time is running out, so I won't chat anymore. Well, Academician Jiang, you're busy. I have other things to arrange. If you have any findings or emergencies, please call me or Jean Tang directly. Bye. After hanging up, Jiang Miao frowned. After a while, he stood up and went to the private lounge in his office, which housed his own personal computer. His fingers quickly danced across the keyboard, and in less than 5 minutes, he had bypassed the Chinese firewall and accessed the international internet. Jiang Miao, following the network cable, downloaded all relevant information on South America over the past 3 years, and quickly sifted through it. Half an hour later, he looked at the dozen or so hidden secret documents, a look of solemnity and helplessness on his face. The flood destroyed the 2 secret biological research institutes, allowing the various genetically modified Wolbachia strains cultivated there to be spread into the Amazon rainforest by experimental mosquitoes. When the organization realized things were getting out of control, they didn't tell anyone else. Instead, they quickly destroyed the relevant information and even silenced some of the people who knew about it. At the same time, they were studying Wolbachia in other areas. It wasn't until early last year, when they discovered a nearly 30% drop in birth rates in cities surrounding the Amazon rainforest, that they realized the spread of genetically modified Wolbachia might be completely out of control. After nearly a year of investigation and research, they discovered that the genetically modified Wolbachia strains created in the laboratory, after spreading and evolving through competition in the wild, had mutated into a unique mechanism that directly destroyed the male reproductive cells of primates, causing the death of male primates. Syndrome. According to the patient data they collected, the infection rate of this variant of Wolbachia in male primates can reach approximately 60% to 90%. Based on the situation in South America, the infection rate among males in the core infection zone has generally reached around 82.7%. Because North and South America are connected by land, the organization discovered a large number of cases in Mexico around June of last year. In September, mosquitoes carrying the variant entered Texas and Florida. Around July of the same year, large numbers of mosquitoes carrying the variant were discovered along the coast of Central Africa. Jiang Miao immediately thought of the Asian Union's strict inspections of imported agricultural products due to the spread of the yellow fungus a few years ago. This short-term prevention of the entry of mosquitoes carrying the variant of Wolbachia prevented the problem from being immediately discovered in China. Furthermore, the urban areas within the Asian Commonwealth are heavily covered in genetically targeted mosquito-repellent pheromone sprays. Mosquitoes are non-existent in cities, making infection difficult. He was also extremely frustrated by the current situation. Based on what is currently known, the mutated Wolbachia has become a completely new primate organelle, similar to the chloroplasts and mitochondria of the past. The challenge with this organism lies in its embeddedness within human cells. Exterminating it could potentially endanger lives. As for preventing mosquito bites through protective measures or mosquito control measures, while this is possible within the Asian Commonwealth, those working overseas certainly don't have the resources. Of course, if one works in Antarctica, the Arctic Ocean, Greenland, or other locations, then mosquito bites are naturally a non-issue. Otherwise, it would be difficult for expatriates working in places like South America and Africa to avoid mosquito bites. They can't just stay in designated bases or wear protective clothing when going out, right? Although Jiang Miao was concerned about the current situation, he wasn't anxious. The main reason is that mosquitoes within the Asian Commonwealth are unlikely to be infected with the mutated Wolbachia. Even if mosquitoes within the region were infected, mosquito repellent spray systems are widely available in towns and cities within the Asian Commonwealth, making it difficult for them to bite people. Carrying mosquito repellent spray when outdoors can greatly reduce the risk of contracting the mutated Wolbachia. As for those infected in other areas, they can only hope for the best. This is especially true in underdeveloped and chaotic areas. For various reasons, these areas likely lack comprehensive mosquito protection. That afternoon, Jiang Miao had already reviewed the relevant information. A dozen or so biological and medical researchers at Haliafeng Group headquarters also received the relevant notice. Around 3 p.m., they dropped their work and came to the headquarters for a meeting. In the conference room, an assistant distributed the relevant information to everyone. Jiang Miao and Shuya were discussing it quietly. Shuya, while reviewing the information, asked solemnly, "Can it be confirmed that it was artificially modified?" It's highly likely that the artificially modified Wolbachia leaked into the Amazon rainforest and, through natural mutation, evolved into this species. Jiang Miao rubbed his temple helplessly. Another medical researcher's gaze was filled with deep emotion. This thing is incredibly strange. Once infected, unless medication is used to block it within a short period of time, once it spreads, it's extremely difficult to completely eradicate it. It's a bit like AIDS. It's indeed a bit like AIDS. Judging from the cases of infected individuals, in addition to necrospermia, there are also noticeable fevers in the early stages of infection. This is likely the body's immune system fighting off the invasion of the mutant Wolbachia. In other words, once the fever is over, it likely means the mutant Wolbachia has fully invaded. Damn it! Are those foreign biological researchers crazy? Why are they researching this? That's right. It's simply courting death. Although approximately 16% of men are immune to this infection, if it instantly renders approximately 83% of men infertile, local society will undoubtedly erupt in violent conflict. Alas! There's nothing we can do now. A group of researchers sighed. It wasn't that they couldn't deal with this mutated Wolbachia, but rather a matter of time. Even if Ceres tried their best, it would likely take about 10 years to develop a complete cure. In the meantime, the question of whether those who have lost their fertility will go insane becomes a very real one. As for whether the local population will decline rapidly, this is an inevitable outcome in the early stages. Unless those regions allow polygamy, and ensure that those who have lost their fertility don't cause trouble, the number of people entering these areas will inevitably decrease dramatically in a short period of time. Over half an hour later, Shuya had finished reading all the information. She frowned. Miao, what do you think? What do you think? I just sit and watch. Jiang Miao shook his head and joked, developing a safe and effective drug that kills bacteria in the body in a short period of time is obviously extremely difficult. Even with money, it wouldn't be possible within a few years. Yes. As a top biologist, Shuya naturally understood this. If this variant of Wolbachia were so easy to treat, AIDS wouldn't have plagued humanity for decades, with no cure yet. The current direction of HIV treatment is effectively a passive choice for long-term coexistence with HIV. In Shuya's view, humans will likely have to coexist with the variant Wolbachia in the future. Suddenly, Shuya frowned and asked, by the way, what about women infected with the variant Wolbachia? While this variant of Wolbachia can infect women, the infection rate is relatively low, only around 5.5%, and infection doesn't result in symptoms like dead eggs. Shuya looked at him in surprise. Why isn't it mentioned in the data? This is the first round of research in China. Many local cases of infection in South America have not been included. We had relevant information later. Jiang Miao didn't explain that he had gathered the relevant data through hacking. Closing the data, Shuya took a sip of tea, then looked at him and asked, I see. So what should we do now? First, we set up a laboratory. Then, We admit a group of infected patients to the main hospital and try treatment while we conduct research. That's the only way. Yeah. We're not gods. Coming up with a treatment plan quickly is nearly impossible. However, a reproductive medicine researcher raised his glasses and said, "Actually, there is a way." "Oh." "Researcher Lin, what are your ideas? Tell us, and we can discuss it together." Jiang Miao didn't think he was helpless. He believed that other researchers would be helpless too. After all, 3 pieces of wood are better than 1,000. Then I'd be sorry to say. Researcher Lin offered a rather unconventional solution. Based on the patient data we collected so far, infected men experience necrospermia because the mutant Wolbachia accumulates in the reproductive system, continuously damaging the chromosomal structure of sperm. The others remain silent, listening on. But the chromosomes in the patient's other cells are normal, and they possess some reproductive function. After all, other human cells can now be used. If artificial insemination is possible, then eliminating the mutant Wolbachia in the body becomes irrelevant. As long as the patient gets over it, it's actually a disguised form of long-term contraception. By the way, how mature is the technology for transforming somatic cells into reproductive cells? It's quite mature, but the price is a bit high. After all, it requires specialized personnel. Using domestic technology and costs, the full process would probably cost around 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? That's an acceptable price. Let those companies going overseas allocate a special aid fund to support infected employees who want to have children through somatic cell transformation and IVF. This will solve the immediate problem first, and at least provide them with security in the future. Jiang Miao took note of this, and would submit a suggestion to his superiors that evening. Although there are tens of thousands of infected people in South America, the proportion of those who actually want to have children right now is actually quite low. Furthermore, if somatic cell transformation and IVF were performed on a large scale, the cost could be significantly reduced. It's estimated that this special type of IVF could be performed for under 100,000 yuan per person. While it's only a temporary solution, it addresses an immediate need. This would also benefit the development of the Asian Union's medical industry. The discussion continued for over an hour before concluding this internal technical seminar. After the meeting, Jiang Miao and Shuya returned to their rooftop villa above the headquarters building. As they rode in the elevator, they chatted about the problems posed by the Wolbachia mutation and the hidden dangers behind it. They both agreed that they needed to strengthen their defenses against this issue in the future. Chapter 352. Meanwhile, in the North Atlantic Union, deep in the Rocky Mountains of Gale Country, in a secret base deep underground, a cold voice echoed slowly from an office. "Daniel, what are the results of the investigation?" The blond middle-aged man being questioned rubbed his greasy cheek, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "It's about an organization secretly funded by the former CIA in 2015. This is all the information we found so far." The Mediterranean-looking old man, a cigar in his mouth, took the document Daniel handed him and carefully read through it. The atmosphere in the office was very depressing. Daniel's forehead was unknowingly covered with sweat. He loosened his collar to make his breathing easier. After more than 10 minutes, the Mediterranean-looking old man silently put down the document and tapped his fingers lightly on the oak tabletop. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic knocking echoed through the room, like cold raindrops hitting Daniel's head, intensifying his inner unease. "Daniel, what suggestions does the scientific department have?" "The scientific department has launched a comprehensive study, but..." Daniel trailed off, his voice trailing off, hesitant. "But what?" "But they say there might not be a cure for necrospermia anytime soon. Developing a treatment would take at least 10 years, perhaps." Daniel trailed off, once again hesitating. The Mediterranean old man's voice took on a harsh edge. "Perhaps what?" Daniel, feeling trapped, gritted his teeth and said, "Perhaps Saris has a solution." "Saris." The Mediterranean old man's fingers drummed again on the oak tabletop, muttering to himself, "Saris." The long, drawn-out voice was filled with hatred, regret, and remorse, but mostly with a sense of helplessness. Since taking control of the North Atlantic Alliance's intelligence system, the Mediterranean old man and his financial backers had never given up on fighting against Saris and the Asian Alliance. However, the situation they inherited was far too dire. Natural disasters, man-made calamities, powerful external enemies, and various internal dissenters hindering its integration have prevented the North Atlantic Alliance from achieving a well-integrated strength. Instead, due to various internal and external difficulties, it showed signs of further decline. Just like the recent outbreak of necrospermia in South America, it was ultimately the work of extremist groups secretly funded by the former CIA. Assholes. The Mediterranean old man cursed through gritted teeth, then sullenly vented his inner frustration. With these guys as teammates, they can bring the North Atlantic Alliance to its knees without the enemy even having to fight. Daniel lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The mahogany door slowly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with gray hair slicked back in a burgundy suit and vest, carrying a briefcase. Good morning, Mr. Barr. The man greeted with a broad smile, as he pulled out the oak chair next to Daniel. The Mediterranean-style man, taking a slow drag on his cigar, asked directly, Ross, do you have any good news? No, it's all bad news, Ross replied bluntly, then proceeded to present the bad news in a formal manner. European branch intelligence reports. Signs of infected mosquitoes have been detected along the coasts of Great Britain and Gaul, and related infected individuals have also appeared. Oceania branch intelligence reports. The number of people migrating from Europe to Oceania has increased nearly fivefold compared to last year, particularly among highly skilled and educated individuals. Lucia branch intelligence reports. Due to the negative impact of global climate anomalies, Lucia's food reserves have fallen to a historic low, and they are planning to request food aid from the North Atlantic community. Daniel couldn't help but quibble. Lucia, are you kidding? Their food production didn't decrease significantly last year, did it? If I remember correctly, their yield was only about 15% lower than before the outbreak of the scurvy. With their population, they should be self-sufficient in food, and they might even be able to export some. However, Ross replied coldly, they also need to ensure food supplies in Central Asia. Huh? What was Central Asia's food production like last year? Daniel frowned. Ross poured cold water on Daniel. It's very bad. Compared to the grain yield before the full-scale outbreak of the chlorosis, Central Asia's grain production last year was down about 37%, and the drought in Central Asia this year is likely to be even more severe. Huh? The Mediterranean old man, Ball, continued to smoke his cigar, listening quietly. Daniel's face darkened. That's troublesome. Lucia doesn't intend to give up her influence in Central Asia. Don't they realize that Central Asia has become a wound? Haha, you're not unaware of Lucia's pathological control urges. Ross shook his head and continued. According to the African branch, Egypt's Qattara Depression has been reclaimed, adding approximately 80 million mu of arable land to the surrounding area. Its grain production is sufficient to meet Egypt's local needs, and will be able to supply West Asia and North Africa in the future. It's expected to export approximately 10 million tons of grain annually. This news is naturally good for Egypt, but bad news for the North Atlantic Consortium. According to the Asian Consortium branch, the Kra Canal officially opened yesterday, and planning for the second Kra Canal line also began. The third Malacca Strait Bridge will open in a week. Ceylon and the Maldives applications to join the Asian Consortium were approved today. What a ton of bad news. Daniel had long since grown numb. After joining the North Atlantic Alliance's intelligence system, he'd been bombarded with bad news every few days. Seeing the Asian alliance prosper while the North Atlantic Alliance languished, the disparity initially caused Daniel some pain, but over time, he grew calmer. Crushing his cigar in the ashtray, Old Man Barr had become accustomed to these bad news. Looking at Ross, who hadn't stopped smoking yet, he said calmly, "Any other bad news? Tell us all." According to the South American branch intelligence, the intelligence forces in Little Venice have lost over 80% in recent days. Did the Asian alliance take action? Yes, they were investigating the personnel evacuated from the Amazon rainforest and discovered our people. Since then, we've been largely out of contact. About. Ring, ring, ring. The three of them fell silent. Old Barr picked up the phone. Hello, this is Barr. Mr. Barr, this is Morgan Manor. I'm Lester, Mr. Morgan's butler. Old Barr's voice softened. Hello. Mr. Lester, how can I help you? Mr. Morgan already knows about that incident. You don't need to investigate the necrospermia outbreak any further. Other agencies will handle this matter. Do you understand? Okay, I hand over all the files, Barr replied tactfully. Well, that's all. Goodbye. After hanging up, Barr's face remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Daniel felt a little helpless. Mr. Barr, is the consortium just going to let necrospermia go unchecked? That would be very detrimental to our population, wouldn't it? Haha, Daniel, you're still the same. Ross sneered. Daniel met his partner's gaze with a forced smile. Rose, you might as well explain yourself. Rose said nonchalantly, aren't there about 16% of men who are normal? Just let them donate sperm. Doesn't necrospermia cause impotence? Just think of it as someone infected taking long-term contraceptives. Haha, what if you were infected? You wouldn't be so calm, would you? Daniel scoffed, unconvinced. Rose, however, remained calm. I went to a private hospital yesterday to freeze my sperm. If I can't immunize myself, I use the frozen sperm. Oh my God, why didn't you remind me? Mr. Buck, I need to take a leave. Daniel reacted instantly, his emotions boiling. Okay. Old Man Barr wasn't being unkind. Although he already had 3 children, he had frozen his sperm, and had his grown sons do the same. This was actually the fundamental reason why the North Atlantic Coalition hadn't experienced any major upheaval, their advantage of low human rights. Since infected individuals experience necrospermia, it would be wise to freeze sperm in advance, while allowing those who are immune to donate sperm. In fact, the North Atlantic Coalition had also set aside a special fund to purchase mosquito repellent spray from the Asian Coalition. Previously, the North Atlantic Coalition had paid little attention to mosquito repellent, but now they had to, even spending real money on it. There was no other way. Since the credit properties of the US dollar and the euro had collapsed, and they didn't have much Chinese yuan in their reserves, they could only use precious metals and rare elements as currency and barter with the Asian Coalition. Therefore, despite the devastating impact of necrospermia, it hasn't caused much of a stir within the North Atlantic community. The wealthy have long since made all sorts of preparations. The poor can only accept their fate. In any case, the Asian community has just begun spring, and orders for medical supplies from the North Atlantic community have suddenly surged. Although they can only use precious metals and rare elements to pay for purchases, the North Atlantic community, whose industrial chain has yet to return to normal, can only accept the situation with a pinch of salt. Now, within the global industrial system, the Asian community, by cobbling together, can even form 3 relatively complete, full-system industrial chains. The North Atlantic Consortium, combining the industrial chains of GAIL, the European Union, and Russia, has managed to piece together a complete industrial chain, albeit with some relatively outdated or barely usable technologies. For example, while Ceres holds a significant lead in rare earth refining technology, the North Atlantic Consortium can rely on traditional, highly polluting methods. These methods are highly polluting, energy-intensive, and inefficient, but at least they can supply a portion of the rare earth elements. As for other regions, such as South America, Africa, Oceania, and Southwest Asia, even if they were all put together, they wouldn't even have half a complete industrial chain. India once had some industrial power, but unfortunately, it has now collapsed and fallen apart. After starting an internal battle royale, it hasn't stopped for years. Currently, the Asian Consortium is dramatically ahead of the rest of the world in terms of industry. Take steel, for example. Last year's production capacity was still around 1.5 billion tons. And last year, electrolytic aluminum and titanium alloy production accounted for 96% and 97% of global production, respectively. This is actually quite understandable, as the smelting of these two metals consumes vast amounts of electricity. Last year, the Asian Commonwealth generated 34 trillion kilowatt-hours of electricity, while the rest of the world generated only 11 trillion kilowatt-hours, a gap of 23 trillion kilowatt-hours. The Asian Commonwealth's electricity growth is primarily concentrated in photovoltaic, nuclear, wind, and hydropower, while thermal power is either maintaining its current capacity or undergoing technological upgrades. With such a significant lead in electricity production, the output of electricity-related products naturally leads significantly beyond the rest of the world. Moreover, a large portion of electricity generated in other regions is actually for domestic use, not industrial consumption. This further widens the gap in industrial capacity between the Asian Commonwealth and other regions. As members of the North Atlantic Commonwealth, they are naturally aware of the Asian Commonwealth's industrial strength. This understanding explains their apparent composure. With such a yawning gap in industrial strength, it's impossible not to remain calm. If a real conflict breaks out, the North Atlantic Commonwealth won't be able to hold out for long. This is also the consequence of the deindustrialization of Europe and the United States. Deindustrialization is simple, but recovery is not. Old Man Barr, one of the leaders of the North Atlantic Commonwealth's intelligence system, is also extremely hopeless about the recovery of its internal industry. Even under pressure from both inside and outside, the North Atlantic Commonwealth's internal reindustrialization remains uncertain. This is primarily due to the mountain of code that has accumulated over time. Without starting from scratch, repairing this system would be even more difficult than rebuilding it. This is another important reason why Ross and others appear indifferent. After all, watching the North Atlantic Union decline while the enemy advanced triumphantly, despite every attempt at change, with no sign of improvement. Anyone facing such a situation would, over time, become numb. Old Man Barr listened to the instructions on the other end of the phone without protest or anger, for he had grown accustomed to it. The North Atlantic Union was now like a patched-up old house, infested with rats, cockroaches, and termites. Even more terrifying, these rats, cockroaches, and termites were the very people who controlled the building. Thus, Old Man Barr and his companions knew they had no power to change this. If they acted irrationally, they might even bring disaster upon their families. It would be better to join them and continue to be corrupt. If one day the North Atlantic Union rotted away completely, they wouldn't care. It was like the Jiangnan gentry in the late Ming dynasty. They didn't care if Emperor Chongzhen had no money to issue silver, or if wild boar skins invaded. They only cared about their own pockets. They wouldn't regret it until the sword fell on their heads. This is also an important reason why the Asian Union did not further pressure the North Atlantic Union. After all, sometimes, there is no need to stab the enemy with a knife. The enemy will commit suicide by taking poison. Chapter 353. March 3, 2030. Jiang Miao was still at the research base at Shanmei's headquarters, researching treatment options for the mutant Wolbachia with Shuya and others. Meanwhile, a global climate summit was held in Guangzhou. He Jitang also participated in the climate summit as the host. He had originally invited Jiang Miao, but Jiang Miao declined. After all, such international conferences usually started well, but ended poorly, and he had no interest in playing coy with those from other factions. He Jitang chose to respect Jiang Miao's decision. After all, he knew that many scientists had temper issues, and Jiang Miao was a relatively adept scientist at handling social situations. In a villa in Guangzhou, He Jitang looked at his daughter He Yue with a sullen expression and calmly put down his teacup. "Are you still angry?" "No." He Yue didn't blame her father for his thoughts, but she didn't know how to face him, so she chose to keep a straight face. "Is work going well at the hospital?" He Yue thought for a moment and then replied, "It's going well. The 3 Heliafeng branches in Southeast Asia have already trained a large number of specialized physicians, and the lupus department is running smoothly there." He Jitang didn't try to resolve his daughter's concerns. It would be more appropriate for his wife to handle such matters. He was simply passing by, not specifically to see his daughter, so he wanted to ask about some work matters. "I heard that Heliafeng Hospital has introduced a new model that can shorten the training time for specialized physicians?" "There are plans to do so," He Yue nodded. "Can you guarantee the quality?" "This new model might be a little different from what Dad has in mind." "Oh, tell me about it. I heard about it from a friend a few days ago. Calling Academician Jiang specifically wasn't the right move, but I stopped by to see you this time, thinking you might want to know something. Teacher and his wife are planning to roll it out immediately. Instead, they're planning to pilot it within Heliafeng Hospital first, so the details haven't been disclosed." "I understand that." He Jitang took a sip of tea. He Yue didn't answer, but instead asked in surprise, "Aren't you here for a meeting? Don't you have other things to do? It's not worth the extra time." "Uh-huh. The Global Climate Summit is just a lip service. Do you think other parties will honestly abide by the agreements reached at the summit? You're still young. This kind of meeting is like a celebrity walking the red carpet." He Yue didn't argue. She knew she lacked experience in some areas. But He Jitang didn't really blame his daughter's personality. This personality has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it's easy to misjudge people and be exploited. The advantage is that it prevents her from betraying her father and getting involved in external scandals. Furthermore, He Jitang also felt that his daughter was lucky to be exploited. Although he knew Jiang Miao had a purpose in treating his daughter, he wasn't angry about this form of exploitation. After all, given Jiang Miao's character, even 100 years after He Jitang's death, he likely wouldn't kick He Yue and her brother. As long as this master-disciple relationship existed, the He family could thrive for decades more. Both parties benefited from this. People aren't afraid of being exploited. They're afraid of not even having the right to be exploited. As for He Yue's boyfriend, He Jitang knew the dangers of this Phoenix man, so he secretly broke up the couple. He Yue quickly realized that it was her family's intervention. Putting aside his swirling thoughts, He Jitang continued to listen to his daughter's description. Currently, Heliafeng Hospital has 2 methods for training physicians. One is the traditional model, and the other is the model we recently piloted internally. In essence, the new model doesn't shorten training time. We internally refer to it as the integration of technology and medicine. He Jitang poured himself a cup of tea, but didn't interrupt his daughter. The so-called integration of technology and medicine is primarily aimed at hospital nursing staff. It's also intended to compensate for the low income of medical students under the traditional regular training model. Specifically, we recruit high school students who meet the age requirement to become medical regular trainees at Haileyfeng Hospital. These students are between 18 and 20 years old. These students will work as nurses in the hospital for 3 to 5 years. During this period, they work 6 hours a day and attend classes for about 4 hours, a part-time job and study program. What about the salary? He Jintang asked, raising the key question. The salary is the same as for regular nurses, starting at 6,000 yuan per month. He Jintang knew the salary was average in China, but at least it was better than attending university. It's barely acceptable. These medical students' academic qualifications are affiliated with Nanyang Agricultural University, Siam University of Technology, and Yangon Biotechnology University in Malaysia. Therefore, as long as they pass internal exams and hospital evaluations, they can obtain master's and doctoral degrees, typically in a combined master's and doctoral program. He Jintang knew the situation at these 3 universities. These were private universities acquired by the Haileyfeng Group last year, all in Southeast Asia. The acquisition process for domestic universities was complicated, so the Haileyfeng Group employed a roundabout approach. According to our hospital's internal rating system, they can be categorized as nursing medical students, who take 3 to 5 years, assistant medical students, who also take 3 to 5 years, full-time doctors, who also take 3 to 5 years, and attending physicians, whose training time is not fixed. From graduation to full-time doctor, is it roughly 9 to 15 years? That's not true. Salaries and benefits increase with each promotion, so the actual training time is about 6 to 10 years. He Jintang frowned slightly. Isn't that too short? He Yue shook her head. Teacher has already. With this in mind, we're using technology to address the issue of students having too little time to study. Technical means? It's an improved version of the Nuwa system, called the Lingshu system, an artificial intelligence learning assistance system designed specifically for medical students. He Jintang wasn't quite understanding this. Why develop a dedicated AI? Aren't the AIs currently available on the market very capable? No, Dad, if you think that, you're completely mistaken. General-purpose commercial AIs on the market can't be used in professional fields, especially in a field like medicine where lives are at stake. I wasn't aware of such a limitation. The main reason is that general-purpose commercial AI systems are easily contaminated by anomalous data, leading to errors in their analysis results. This situation will become increasingly serious as general-purpose commercial AI systems operate over a long period of time. He Yue spread her hands. After all, the data collected daily by general-purpose commercial AI systems is enormous, and these AI systems clearly have no way of self-purifying contaminated databases. Relying on manual secondary screening in the background would be prohibitively labor-intensive and extremely difficult. I see. He Jintang understood. Therefore, the AI-powered teaching aids at our Haileyfeng Hospital and those universities are specially developed. Data entered into the database must undergo 3 levels of review before becoming official references. Modifications must be approved by the Medical Data Management Center's Professional Review Committee, otherwise, the database data cannot be altered. What about the medical records doctors generate daily? Are these also subject to such strict restrictions? He Yue nodded. Yes, generally, cases uploaded to the database also undergo 3 rounds of review. We have no other choice. We must ensure that all case data is authentic. Otherwise, using AI as reference material could cause problems for patients and lead to medical students learning incorrect knowledge. It seems academician Jiang has considered every aspect. He Jintang agreed that Jiang Miao's arrangements were necessary. As for the quality of medical students trained in this way, they tend to be more clinically oriented, but overall, the quality is currently acceptable. After all, the Lingshu system's teaching support capabilities are excellent. Coupled with the widespread use of various nanovital sign monitors, it's easy to monitor various changes in a patient's body, and we collected a vast amount of human data. The massive amount of data He Yue mentioned is truly massive. Currently, approximately 170 million people within Ceres have long-term nanovital monitors implanted in their bodies. Within the Asian Consortium, the number is approximately 210 million. With so many people generating daily vital sign data, and so much data collected, the Asian Consortium has even built 5 specialized data centers specifically for storing and analyzing this data. It is precisely this vast amount of human vital sign data that has led to the rapid development of the Asian Consortium's biomedical technology in recent years. After all, previously, it was difficult to obtain such a large amount of data, nor was it easy to find so many people for real-time monitoring. Previously, many patients, after receiving prescription medication from the hospital, would take it at home and then return to the hospital for regular checkups, or they would purchase medications themselves without returning to the hospital for follow-up visits. Under the old model of treatment, doctors could sometimes only rely on experience and follow-up examinations to judge a patient's condition over the past 1 or 2 months, which resulted in significant errors and ambiguity. Currently, 59 hospitals within the Asian Alliance, including Hailufeng Hospital, have implemented a 24/7 patient vital sign monitoring program. Many cardiovascular patients are required to have nano-vital sign monitors implanted. Even when patients are recuperating at home, their physical condition is collected in real time via the internet and sent to the hospital's data management office. This allows patients to monitor their eating habits, activities, medications, and any abnormal reactions at home, all of which are analyzed and managed through a specialized AI system. This significantly reduces the pressure on doctors. Why do I say this? The answer, of course, is that many patients don't like to tell the truth, or they describe their condition in a completely different way. Sometimes, doctors even have to engage in a battle of wits with them. Now, doctors can simply access a patient's historical data to determine their recent actions and any underlying health issues, eliminating the need for them to guess at the patient's puzzles. Of course, this model has also saved many lives, and many cities have established dedicated emergency hospitals. So-called emergency hospitals specialize in treating acute illnesses, like sudden heart attacks, cerebral hemorrhages, strokes, and aortic dissections. Patients don't need to call 120. Ambulances arrive to pick up patients. This is achieved through the implantation of a long-term nanovital sign monitor. As long as the nanovital sign monitor is connected to the internet, any emergency situation will be forcibly transmitted to the local emergency hospital. The emergency hospital's ambulances are on standby 24 hours a day, ready to transport patients to the coverage area at any time. After all, many people experience heart attacks without warning while sleeping or when they're alone, making it difficult to seek help on their own. Related cases are reported every year, where single people living alone remain undetected for days, even months. This is the harsh reality that people living alone currently face. The despair of a sudden illness, with no one to turn to for help, is so profound that once experienced, one likely won't dare live alone again. But more often, those living alone who suffer from sudden illnesses and don't receive timely medical treatment suffer serious sequelae or even die outright. This is a more common scenario. Taking Hailufeng Group's internal data as an example, the percentage of people who have implanted nanovital sign monitors in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, as well as Tokyo, Japan, and Seoul, Dhaka, is very high. This phenomenon is primarily due to the large number of single people living alone in these major cities, who are precisely the primary recipients of nanovital sign monitors. After all, many of the people who work in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen are young and middle-aged, often living alone. For them, implanting nanovital sign monitors becomes a last resort to ensure their safety, when they have no other options. Especially with the booming economies of the Asian bloc and rising incomes, young and middle-aged people are increasingly focused on their health. Metropolitan cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen are also home to a high number of emergency hospitals. For example, Shenzhen has 15 specialized emergency hospitals within its jurisdiction, equipped with 1,500 ambulances. This is another potential factor driving Hailufeng Company's exploration of new doctor training models. The Asian Commonwealth currently has a massive demand for doctors and nurses, totaling 24 million doctors and 72 million nurses. That's 1 doctor for every 100 people and 3 nurses for every 100 people. However, there's currently a significant shortfall in this demand. The reason for this enormous demand for medical personnel is, on the one hand, the widespread implementation of the 6-hour workday, which has instantly doubled the demand for hospital medical personnel. On the other hand, the Asian Commonwealth's material production capacity has skyrocketed, along with per capita agricultural and industrial output, which has bolstered this momentum. Otherwise, with previous productivity, such a massive demand would have been impossible to sustain long-term. This also provides a significant relief for the massive job losses in the agricultural sector. After all, if the various technologies in Hailufeng Group's laboratories were fully implemented, coupled with the development of AI and robotics, it's estimated that the number of people employed in the agricultural sector would need to be reduced by more than half. How would so many agricultural workers be accommodated? The answer, of course, is the service industry. Healthcare, education, tourism, and other service industries are examples of sectors that can absorb a large workforce. Chapter 354. March 6th. As host, He Jintang delivered a standard opening speech at the Global Climate Summit, then officially opened the Guangzhou Global Climate Summit. With his announcement, the attendees began their respective tasks according to the meeting schedule. For example, Gawain Fan, who had previously arrived from the Netherlands, was in the EU delegation. This climate summit had a large number of participants, approximately 5,000 people, representing various sectors involved in the environment, climate, ecology, oceanography, geology, and industry. Gawain Fan and several Dutch scholars were touring the new technology exhibition hall in Ceres, which marked the first difference between this climate summit and previous ones. Previous global climate summits have typically seen representatives from various sectors sit down to discuss climate-related topics. This time, the Guangzhou Climate Summit changed the format. The total duration of the meeting was 1 month, during which representatives from various sectors could hold discussions, followed by thematic meetings every 6 days. Whether the outcome of the conference will be accepted by all parties remains uncertain. After all, each party has its own interests, and is unlikely to sacrifice itself to aid others. This fact makes it difficult for such a conference to produce a binding agreement. For example, the EU's previous carbon tax initiative has now been shelved, with discussions no longer underway. The fundamental reason for this situation is that the Asian bloc has already achieved a decisive advantage in carbon neutrality, completely crushing the EU in both technology and the scale of its related industries. If the EU continues to insist on a carbon tax model at this point, EU companies will have to pay hundreds of billions of yuan in carbon taxes to Serbia annually. This outcome is clearly unacceptable to the EU, and will directly lead to the collapse of the carbon tax model. In the third hall of the new technology exhibition hall, Gawain Fan stood in front of a booth, reading the English introduction. His good friend, Lucas, a bearded man, was trying out a device with the help of booth staff. The theme of the third hall was environmentally friendly products. Gawain Fan, looking past the visitors, smiled and asked the product manager who had just introduced the product to them, "Ms. Ko, I'm curious why your product is classified as environmentally friendly." Kudan also smiled as she picked up her company's product, a tablet computer, and explained, "Although we incorporate many new energy-saving and environmentally friendly improvements in our production process, overall, the product itself carries an inherent environmental pollution risk, a fact that is difficult to completely address globally." Gawain Fan nodded in agreement. "But this tablet's features can bring a more environmentally friendly lifestyle to every family." Gawain Fan's interest deepened. "Are you focusing on environmental protection through family life?" "That's right. That's our company's product development philosophy. You know, with the explosive growth of industrial and agricultural technology, the Asian Federation has entered its platinum age. Production capacity for various products has generally increased 2 to 5 times compared to pre-crisis levels, and in some cases, even by hundreds of times. The so-called platinum age is a new concept that has emerged within the Asian Commonwealth in recent years. Many experts and scholars have reclassified modern Asia into 3 stages: the Silver Age from 1945 to 1991, the Golden Age from 1992 to 2028, and the Platinum Age beginning in 2029. A defining characteristic of the Platinum Age is its immense material abundance and high level of prosperity, somewhat resembling an East Asian version of the Nordic countries. Clearly, in this era division, the reference points are Japan and Serbia. Japan represents the Silver Age, Serbia represents the Golden Age, and the Asian Commonwealth represents the Platinum Age. As for European and American powers, while their development is related to the Asian Commonwealth, it cannot serve as a criterion for categorizing Asia. Gawain Fan listened quietly to Kudan's presentation. Due to the rapid growth of industry and agriculture, waste in people's lives is becoming increasingly severe. This clearly goes against the concept of environmentally friendly living, so our company has developed this eco-friendly smart tablet. After listening for a while, Gawain Fan expressed his doubts. How can this ensure that family life is environmentally friendly? Currently, waste in family life is primarily concentrated in food waste. Many families don't eat that much in one meal, but often prepare more food than they need. Gawain Fan deeply agrees. Europe and the United States face the same problem. The more developed the region, the more serious the food waste. Of course, Japan and Dhaka are relatively unconventional developed countries. Their own agricultural production capacity is limited, resulting in their residents' food waste being less than that in Serbia. However, as integration within the Asian community continues to deepen, food consumption in Japan and Dhaka has also skyrocketed. This is especially true when it comes to fruits and vegetables. Previously, residents of Japan and Dhaka were frugal with their spending, but now their spending is almost on par with that in Serbia. In the past, fruit and vegetable consumption was low, not because people didn't want to eat, but because local agricultural cooperatives were incompetent and prices remained high, naturally limiting residents' purchasing power. Now, with year-round supply of fruits and vegetables from Serbia and Southeast Asia, consumption has naturally soared. Kudan. To reduce food waste during household consumption, our tablets have a professional housekeeper AI built into them, and this AI can run offline. Galwin Fan wasn't quite sure what this offline feature meant. Offline? What's the benefit? Mr. Galwin, with the development of artificial intelligence technology and the emergence of various smart home devices, privacy in our homes is becoming a growing concern. I understand, Galwin Fan said, understanding immediately. Kudan continued, therefore, the new generation of smart home management systems now require the ability to actively operate in offline mode to fully protect the user's home privacy. Excellent. Your product is excellent. Galwin Fan was indeed very pleased with this. After all, no normal person would appreciate having their life monitored 24/7. This is also a major reason why nanovital sign monitors are currently experiencing a bottleneck in their promotion. Once a nanovital sign monitor is implanted, many of the user's physiological activities will be collected and analyzed by the system's backend. Even some local judicial systems have begun to recognize data from nanovital sign monitors as definitive evidence. For example, the always advanced Tsingtao Daily now recognizes data from nanovital sign monitors. Nanovital sign monitors are truly comprehensive. For example, in sexual offenses, the physiological changes of both parties are fully visible with nanovital sign monitors, and they provide 24/7 monitoring. Last year, Tsingtao Daily was the scene of a sensational case involving a serious entrepreneur who was set up by a professional gang. The evidence was clear, and a mixture of bodily fluids from both parties was found on the bedsheets. It wasn't until a friend alerted the entrepreneur that he had a nanovital sign monitor implanted in his hand that he could request that day's data from the Health Management Center. This ultimately brought the case of false accusation and extortion to a close. The historical data retrieved from the Health Management Center showed that the entrepreneur's sex hormone levels had remained stable at night, while chemicals that could cause coma were found in his body. This instantly turned the case around. After all, if the two had actually had sex that night, the entrepreneur's hormones wouldn't have remained so stable, nor would the presence of the knockout chemicals have been detected. Thus, privacy and security aren't always contradictory, they can actually be mutually reinforcing. Technology itself isn't inherently right or wrong. The user is the key to determining whether technology is good or bad. For example, opiates, in the wrong hands, become addictive poisons, but in the right hands, they're medications that relieve pain. With the development of nanovital sign monitors, the conflict between security and privacy has become a hotly debated topic among the general public. However, overall, young people are more accepting of their use. After all, nanovital sign monitors can not only save lives, but also combat crime and safeguard one's innocence. Otherwise, as in the case of the entrepreneur at Tsingtao who was scammed, there is sometimes no way to defend oneself. If the other party is well prepared and sophisticated, and if they didn't have the nanovital sign monitor implanted, the false accusation can be proven unequivocally. The downside of nanovital sign monitors is that they automatically trigger an alarm. For example, if two people check into a hotel and the backend data indicates they are not married or are not in a registered relationship, then, the backend will automatically trigger an alarm. The so-called non-relationship status is a new concept that has emerged with the times. Nowadays, if you want to date someone, you must obtain a relationship certificate from the local community and register your relationship on the official website. Otherwise, it will be considered an illegal transaction. As for whether someone could exploit this loophole, absolutely not, because a relationship can only be registered once a month, and this applies to both parties. While dissolving a relationship is simple, one party simply cancels their registration on the official website. The record is permanent. So, if you want to do something shady, you can't even check into a hotel without registering your relationship. As for how singles address their sexual needs, and whether they're overly repressed, the answer is technology. That's right, technology is the solution. The technology for creating highly bionic humans is now extremely advanced. Last year, a Shanghai-based company called Love Death Machine Technology Company developed a new modified silicone material that closely resembles human skin, making it almost indistinguishable from real skin. Combined with other technologies, Bionic human technology can now replicate human appearance, body temperature, and the functions of some organs on a 1:1 basis. It also features built-in independent AI and internal motors, enabling a near real-life experience. Love Death Machine Company earned nearly 2 billion yuan last year from this material. Since its release, sales of custom dolls costing a few thousand yuan have increased by almost 240%. Technology is the key to solving the problem. In recent years, sales of related products have been steadily increasing. As for whether the surge in doll sales will lead to a further decline in fertility rates, there is indeed a certain correlation, but this is an inevitable trend. The Asian Consortium's approach to addressing declining fertility rates and an aging population is also taking a technological approach, intending to use artificial fertilization to replace some natural births. After all, many young people don't want to have children, and you can't force them to do so. Thus, the current mainstream approach to artificial fertilization technology is the use of artificial uterine chambers, combined with various new technologies such as somatic cell-directed cultivation, artificial amniotic fluid, and embryonic environment simulation. In short, it can be summed up in 2 sentences. If young people don't want to have children, then let machines do it. However, the topic of childbirth has undergone an interesting countertrend in recent years. In particular, after the government's continued promotion of artificial fertilization projects, the fertility rate among young people has actually increased significantly. In fact, this situation is perfectly normal. It's because the market has been disrupted. In the past, having children was essentially treated by many as a special commodity, packaged as marriage, and blatantly marketed. It's like in agricultural production. Before genetically modified, GMO, technology, natural varieties were universally accepted. But once GMOs appeared, and especially once they were fully implemented, natural varieties inevitably face competition. Looking at the current development trends of modern agriculture, the progression from natural varieties to hybrids, GMOs, and gene-edited varieties is a gradual one, almost an unstoppable trend. Individuals find it difficult to buck the trend. At best, they can only cultivate a few natural varieties at home. Natural reproduction, IVF, and artificial insemination are all part of the same process. Especially as the scale of natural reproduction continues to decline, promoting artificial insemination technology to address the aging population is almost inevitable. This is how the times evolve. Just because you prefer natural reproduction doesn't mean society won't develop artificial insemination technology. With the official implementation of artificial insemination technology, the impacts are beginning to emerge, one of the biggest impacts being the complete collapse of the marriage market. It's inevitable that they collapse. After all, many people marry simply to continue the family line. Now that machines can reproduce, marrying becomes a completely optional option. This means that the previously exorbitant bride prices can no longer maintain their base. And without the exorbitant bride prices, the number of marriages has actually increased, which in turn has driven up the natural fertility rate. It can only be said that people are sometimes just cheap. Without the pressure of artificial insemination technology, many people would not yield and would continue to wait for the price. Now, with the last bit of respectability completely stripped away by new technology, these people are accepting marriages without bride prices. Chapter 355. After exiting the 3rd hall, Gao Wenfan and a few old friends arrived at the 4th hall. The 4th hall held a unique role at this Guangzhou Climate Summit, with its theme, New Home. Looking at the large banners in the hall and the attendees, there were also quite a few citizens visiting. Representatives from island nations, in particular, were gathered in this hall. The reason these island nations gathered here was because the exhibits within this hall gave them hope. For example, representatives from several island nations in the South Pacific were discussing this matter with conflicted expressions. On the stand before them was a scaled-down replica of an artificial island. The size of this artificial island model was somewhat similar to the Aurora City previously deployed by the Asian Union in the waters near Antarctica, but on a much larger scale. A middle-aged man with dark skin and a protruding belly, his face a mix of confusion and helplessness, asked Tuda, "What are your thoughts?" The man being questioned, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, his skin the same dark, Bosnian hue, shook his head. "We're not planning a swap, but joining the Asian Commonwealth." "Why?" the large, dark-skinned man asked in surprise. Tuda's eyes held a hint of helplessness. "Bale, don't you understand? Even if we sell all the islands to the Asian Commonwealth through an exchange, acquiring these so-called artificial islands, does that mean we can live on them forever?" "What do you mean?" Bale grew a little worried. "This artificial island requires too much technology. How many engineers and technicians do we have in-house? How much funding do we have to maintain it? And how will the entire population earn their living after relocating to the artificial island? Faced with Tuta's barrage of questions, Bar's dark face grew even uglier. Yes. How to maintain it is the key issue. Even if the Asian community promises them aid, there will inevitably be huge uncertainties. After all, internationally, backtracking is not unheard of. The Pacific Island nations are like ants in front of the Asian community. If the Asian community ever decides to renege on the agreement, the Pacific Island nations will have no power to resist. This is the harsh reality they must face. But do they have a choice? Clearly not. Three paths now lie before the Pacific Island nations. One is to brave the crisis of rising sea levels, and hope that future sea levels don't completely submerge the islands they depend on for survival. The other is to sign an exchange agreement, exchanging natural islands for artificial ones, but this also carries significant uncertainty and risks. One option is to apply to join the Asian Commonwealth and truly integrate into it, relocating to the highlands prepared by the Asian Commonwealth. Any existing natural islands will be treated as franchise assets, granting access to a dedicated regional resource fund. The first path is essentially a dead end if the altitude within the territory is not high enough, or if the high altitude area is not a significant proportion. The second path also carries significant risks. After all, artificial islands will undoubtedly require the support and technical maintenance of the Asian Commonwealth. Any disturbance within the Asian Commonwealth would be tantamount to a catastrophe for the island holders. Only the last option is more suitable. As for why they didn't choose to join Australia or the North Atlantic community, anyone with their heads in the sand knew that these two options would directly provoke the Asian community, with even more serious consequences. The Asian community didn't touch the North Atlantic community because there was no need to fight to the death. Time was on their side. And if small fry like the Pacific Island nations dared to act rashly now, the Asian community would not be too polite and would have them killed in a matter of minutes. We have no choice. Barley opened his iced tea and took a sip. Tuta, looking at the artificial island model before him, gave up the idea of switching islands. Such high technology was simply not something a small fry like them could maintain. It would be better to just stay put. These past few days, they had traveled from the South Pacific Islands, stopping and visiting various cities within the Asian community. They not only saw the various local customs and people, but also witnessed the terrifying power of the Asian community. Barley, who had studied at a university in Australia, already had an irresistible awe for Australia. What he saw along the way intensified his awe for the strength of the Asian Union. At this moment, the Asian Union could be described as a future crusader. It was a crusader of the future, a fusion of the industrial crusader, the agricultural crusader, and the technological crusader. Even with his university education, travels in the Western world, and the Internet's vast knowledge, upon entering the Asian Union, Bear was still astonished. He was also filled with fear, awe, bewilderment, and powerlessness. He didn't know what humanity's future would look like. But the Asian Commonwealth at this moment was definitely not on the same level as them. If the Pacific Island nations were a first-level civilization, then the Australian region was a second-level civilization, the North Atlantic Commonwealth was a third-level civilization, and the Asian Commonwealth was a fourth-level civilization. This was a rough division made by Barley based on his own understanding. In other words, in Barley's eyes, the gap between his Pacific Island nations and the Asian Commonwealth was almost cosmic. One was still in the semi-primitive tribal stage, while the other had already taken a foot into the interstellar civilization stage. This immense sense of disparity not only made Barley lose confidence, but also his resistance. Sometimes, the gap is so great that those behind completely lose the will to catch up. This was the case with Barley and others. They even thought that joining the Asian Commonwealth was a good option, a common thought among those who had visited the Asian Commonwealth. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being recorded by the exhibition hall's surveillance cameras. In a small office backstage, several clerks specializing in the Pacific Assimilation Project were using an AI system to analyze the attendees' facial expressions, voices, and lip readings to identify suitable collaborators. Li Bin, holding a cup of coffee, smiled and said, "These people should be suitable for collaboration, right?" "We observed them for a while," said Fang Shunshan, the team leader, expressionlessly. After taking a sip of his black coffee, Li Bin turned to another colleague, Wang Lingbo. "Lingbo, I heard that a while ago, several foundations went to the South Pacific for activities, and sponsored quite a few locals to travel here." Wang Lingbo brushed aside his messy side bangs. "Yes, it was the Japanese who did it." "The Japanese? They're quite a bit of a shrewd tactic." Li Bin frowned, clearly disliking the Japanese. Fang Xingxing glanced at him. Don't let your personal feelings get into your work. The Japanese Foundation is also working to expand the influence and resources of the Asian Commonwealth. They're experts in this area. After all, they've been deeply involved in the Pacific region for hundreds of years, and sometimes they have more experience than we do. I know. Li Bin smiled awkwardly. On this point, Li Bin truly had to admire these Japanese people who were living comfortably. After all, they had far more experience in remote farming than the seals. If it weren't for nearly 40 years of decline, the Japanese wouldn't have succumbed to the seals. After joining the Asian Commonwealth, the Japanese have become even more extreme and radical than the other member states. For example, when it comes to expanding their sphere of influence, they have always been at the forefront of the Asian Commonwealth. This Pacific assimilation project was initiated by Japan. They dispatched a large number of experienced personnel to various Pacific Island nations to provide aid. Leveraging existing channels and various means, they have already wooed many of these island nations. For example, through study abroad assistance, they have attracted many young people to study in the Asian Commonwealth, and have even established several specialized schools for this purpose. Ceres is also replicating Japan's experience. For those stubborn islanders, bribery or direct coercion is not the only option. Instead, they should use subtle methods to educate them about the strength, civilization, and prosperity of the Asian Commonwealth, so that they will unconsciously develop a yearning for the Asian Commonwealth. For example, at the recent Guangzhou Global Climate Summit, the Asian community, through a covert operation, sent tens of thousands of invitations to various Pacific Island nations, even providing travel expenses, food, and lodging. This seemingly unprofitable operation is indeed part of the Pacific Assimilation Project. Promotion through channels like books, newspapers, films, and the internet can help people understand some aspects of the Asian community, but it's still difficult to change many people's preconceived notions. There's no way around it. Decades of relentless Western propaganda have rendered even whitewashed stories black. The Pacific Island nations' information channels were previously controlled by Western capital, making it difficult and challenging to access positive content about the Asian community. Therefore, we need to break these preconceived notions. The best way is to have these people visit the Asian community in person. This is 100 times more powerful than any propaganda. The shock of seeing it firsthand is enough to shatter their stubbornness. Through this approach, the number of people from various Pacific Island nations visiting the Asian community for tourism, study abroad, exchange programs, and other travel has exceeded nearly 8 million in recent years. Furthermore, this guided inbound tour program has a specific screening mechanism. The same person will not be invited repeatedly unless they travel at their own expense. Thus, through this behind-the-scenes operation, ordinary people in nearly every Pacific Island nation have witnessed the strength, civilization, and prosperity of the Asian community. After all, many people have friends and family, and if even one or two of them have visited the Asian community, this shift in perception can spread like a virus. This kind of conspiracy is sometimes almost unsolvable. For example, during the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s, ordinary people in Ceres were exposed to all sorts of propaganda from Japan, Europe, and the US. Even without personally witnessing the propaganda, many still unconsciously develop feelings of admiration and yearning. At this time, the Asian community's propaganda offensive against the Pacific Island nations is almost an iterative, updated, and enhanced version. This, coupled with the Pacific Island nations' inherently weak cultural core, makes it even more difficult to resist. In fact, some ordinary Europeans and Americans, if they had just entered the Asian community in recent years, would also have their preconceived notions subtly altered. After all, the Asian community was now so powerful. Its technology, products, prices, lifestyles, urban development, and security were beyond the reach of ordinary Europeans and Americans. Even people like Gao Wenfan, who had visited Ceres several times, felt that Ceres was developing too rapidly. He had last been there in 2015, participating in an academic exchange with his professor. After 15 years, this land had undergone another earth-shattering transformation. A younger friend joked, "Gawain, didn't you say you've been to Ceres? Why do you seem even less adapted than I am? I was here 15 years ago, and things are certainly different now." Gawain Van sighed, "Alas. Europe is the same as it was 15 years ago, not much has changed." Several other Dutch scholars also heard the sadness and helplessness in Gawain Van's words. Even after the successive crises of scorching sun, climate change, and reproductive disease, Europe remained largely unchanged. An air of decay and aging permeated its streets and alleys. The young scholar changed the subject, pointing to the booth in front of them. Are there really people willing to exchange these artificial islands? Haha, if they were smart, they wouldn't choose these so-called artificial islands. While the Asian Federation is unlikely to deceive them with artificial islands, such high-tech products often require extensive maintenance. Another experienced, bespectacled scholar sneered. Galvin Fan joked, Peter, are you researching this? Peter shrugged. What research? There's an explanation of the Asian Federation online. It's what the series say, strategy under the sun. I hope no one's stupid. Alas, we in the Netherlands are facing a crisis too. Dr. Galwin, how's your application to immigrate to Australia going? Galwin Fan didn't hide his friend's inquiry. It's been approved. I'm going to settle there next month. Was the application difficult? We're Europeans, so the application shouldn't be difficult. Unconsciously, the conversation turned to immigrating to Australia again. It's no wonder Gawain Van and his ilk lack integrity. As the region with the lowest average altitude among the 3 low-lying European countries, much of the land was originally created through land reclamation. They wouldn't be able to withstand even a 10-meter rise, let alone a 20-meter sea level rise. In recent years, the Netherlands has been devastated by rising sea levels. Many coastal dikes are no longer effective at breaking waves, resulting in large swathes of land being swallowed by the sea. With the sea steadily encroaching on their living space, the Dutch have no choice but to immigrate. As for building a giant wall like Ceres, it's simply impossible. As for immigration, the Gale country was the first to be ruled out. Compared to being unkind, the Gale country is also a global leader. Although immigrating to other European regions is more convenient, and is primarily the choice of most ordinary people, for a scholar with a broad vision like Gawain Van, mainland Europe is not their first choice. Australia is a more ideal choice because of its proximity to the Asian Commonwealth. This makes it convenient for Australia to join the Commonwealth in the future, as well as to leverage its geographical advantages to conduct business related to the Commonwealth. Furthermore, Australia's overall altitude is relatively high. If sea level rise is uncontrollable in the future, the area of Australia that would be submerged would be relatively small. With this understanding, immigrating to Australia has become a major choice for many middle-class Europeans. Chapter 356. After wandering around the center of the climate summit for a while, Galwin and his companions, feeling a bit hungry, decided not to eat at the fast food restaurant near the summit, but instead headed to Guangzhou's Panyu district. The group left the venue. Galwin Fan, who had been traveling in series for the better part of a month, deftly picked up his tourist phone and ordered a self-driving car. Then they reached an outdoor elevator on the side of the road and ascended to the second-level highway. The second-level highway, unlike the ground-level highway, possessed a sense of orderly beauty. Currently, Guangzhou's entire second-level highway system only allows self-driving cars to operate on it. Vehicles driven by other individuals are prohibited. Shortly, an electric Dongfeng bus pulled up to the curb. A line of text appeared on the roadside window, in both Chinese and English. Hello, passenger license plate number 6857. Smart car Yancheng number 4425 is at your service. The car has arrived. Gawain opened the passenger door. The other 2 friends also opened the rear doors and climbed into the back seats. One of the younger men, Quill Schneider, looked at the empty driver's seat and suddenly became nervous. Goohoo! Gawain, is this a self-driving car? Turning to look at the nervous Quill Schneider, Gawain smiled and reassured him. Schneider, don't worry. This road is only for self-driving cars. There's no need to worry about safety. Only self-driving cars are allowed here. Quill Schneider was surprised. Peter, the more experienced man, was relatively calm, having used this special driverless taxi before in Guangzhou. That's right. To prevent traffic accidents, Guangzhou's second-level highways only allow self-driving cars. The men fastened their seatbelts, and the car had already mapped out its route. Quill Schneider gazed through the car window at the elevated second-level highway. The central dividers, flower beds, and other features had been completely eliminated. Instead, the sidewalks on both sides had been completely reduced in size, and fully enclosed with fences, making it impossible for pedestrians to cross the fences and enter the motorway's traffic area. The waiting area on the sidewalk, where they had just been, had security gates similar to those in subways, preventing pedestrians from entering without permission. Quill Schneider then noticed another difference from the surface highway. There were no traffic lights on this highway. Vehicles were coordinated uniformly by a supercomputer in the background. There was no such thing as overtaking on a curve, cutting in mid-traffic, sudden lane changes, or sudden braking. Therefore, on this type of highway, traffic lights are clearly superfluous. At intersections, the system proactively adjusts traffic flow based on the volume of traffic on each section, maximizing the overall traffic flow across the highway system. Schneider, don't worry. Schneider scratched his head after hearing Peter's words and replied, haha, I'm not too worried right now. If all the cars on this road were self-driving, it would actually be much safer. Galvin opened a bottle of coffee and took a sip. Well, the pilot program Ceres is conducting in Guangzhou is actually a social experiment. I'm quite optimistic about this model of autonomous driving. Peter had also come to Ceres early, so he'd taken over a dozen ride-hailing and self-driving taxis in the past 2 weeks. During my time in Guangzhou, I took about a dozen taxis, half of which were self-driving and the other half were manned. Personally, I feel that self-driving taxis are much faster and more stable than manned taxis. Oh, are you sure? Schneider didn't expect his friend to come up with such a conclusion. Schneider smiled and explained, this only works on dedicated self-driving highways. If it's on a manned road, I don't think self-driving taxis can be absolutely safe. That's right. Dedicated self-driving highways are very important, Galvin, who was sitting in the front row, echoed. Self-driving highways and self-driving cars are the core elements driving the current boom in autonomous vehicles. This has become a consensus in Ceres and throughout the Asian consortium. Many automakers have been developing self-driving cars, boasting about them in PowerPoint presentations as if they could immediately replace humans and dominate the roads. However, once these cars hit the road, numerous problems and accidents have emerged, sparking a debate over who is responsible. After all, if a self-driving car gets into an accident, who is primarily responsible, the passengers or the owner, or the car company? This presents a complex question. It is now uniformly stipulated that for all vehicles using autonomous driving features, if a traffic accident occurs, the manufacturer or the autonomous driving operator is primarily responsible. For example, the autonomous taxi Galvin and others were riding in is affiliated with Yancheng No. 1 Taxi Company, manufactured by Dongfeng Motor Group, and operated by Yancheng Autonomous Traffic Management Company. If a traffic accident occurs, excluding non-passenger sabotage, the primary responsible party is Yancheng Autonomous Traffic Management Company, the secondary responsible party is Yancheng No. 1 Taxi Company, and the third responsible party is Dongfeng Motor Group. This responsibility is fixed through contracts and insurance agreements. If a private car is involved in an accident on an autonomous highway, the classification of the accident is similar. All automakers are now required to standardize their autonomous driving systems and cannot develop closed-loop systems. This is because the autonomous driving functions of all cars capable of driving on autonomous highways will be controlled by the local autonomous traffic management company upon entering the highway, rather than being left to the automakers' back-end programs to operate independently. If this cannot be achieved, the automakers' cars will not be allowed on autonomous highways. Currently, 12 pilot cities in Serbia are testing autonomous vehicles and autonomous highways. If these tests prove successful, the standards developed from these tests will become the unified internal standards of the Asian Union. Faced with this situation, major automakers have been forced to compromise. If closed autonomous driving systems are still adopted, then these types of vehicles will likely not be allowed on future second-tier highways in cities. This would practically mean a complete exit from the market for automakers, so they have to accept it regardless. In fact, the current model is a helpless choice. Although the Asian consortium semiconductor technology is already world-leading, it still hasn't been able to break through the limitations of traditional silicon-based chips. Therefore, there is a ceiling on chip computing power. Coupled with cost issues, this current autonomous driving model is more suitable. This is because closed autonomous driving highways minimize the computing power required by the onboard computer during autonomous driving, reducing the accuracy and number of onboard radars. Many automakers currently don't install high-precision onboard radars at all, arguing that it's unnecessary. After all, on autonomous driving highways, cars only need to continuously transmit high-precision positioning signals, and the system can use the vehicle's already recorded vehicle model data to accurately determine the vehicle's safe position during driving. As a result, it's necessary to have 3 sets of relevant positioning equipment, one for use, one for backup, and one for emergency use. Gawain looked out the window at the endless stream of traffic and shook his head helplessly. Europe probably won't be able to build a route like this. Haha, Schneider said with a wry smile. You're just making it difficult for them by having to build a dedicated, independent autonomous highway. Let's not talk about Europe anymore. I'm immigrating to Australia next month anyway. Gawain felt a pang of frustration with his hometown. Peter asked curiously, "Are Ceres really planning to fully implement these second-level autonomous highways?" Gawain nodded slightly. "I talked to a few Ceres people I know, and they think this is very likely." "Why?" "They probably have a lot of roads already, right? Building a second-story autonomous highway would be a bit of a waste of resources, wouldn't it?" Quill Snyder asked, rubbing his eyes. "It probably has something to do with their comprehensive urbanization." Hearing Gawain's answer, Quill Snyder raised an eyebrow. "Comprehensive urbanization? What is that?" "Ceres, or the Asian Union, plans to achieve comprehensive urbanization within 10 years, allowing everyone to live in cities, and reduce the waste of land resources." Quill Snyder was unsure how to evaluate this plan. As environmental and climatologists, all three knew that big cities weren't ideal living spaces. Quill Snyder, in particular, having visited Gale Country, knew that Gale Country's big cities were the centers of life for the poor, while the middle class and the wealthy lived in the suburbs and small towns. Gawain turned and said, "I know you've been to Gale Country, Schneider, but I think there's a stark difference between the cities there and Ceres." "I don't deny that." Quill Schneider had recently witnessed the level of urban development in Ceres and the Asian Union. Compared to European and American cities, it was undoubtedly much better. Peter looked at Gawain. "So, the Ceres plan to alleviate future urban congestion with self-driving highways?" "Yes." Peter raised his glasses. "I have a question. Will the emergence of a two-story highway affect the lighting of the second and third-story buildings along the route?" Galwin offered his own perspective based on what he had observed over the past few days. "Actually, they probably won't consider the lighting issue you're worried about a problem. Solar power generation in the Asian Commonwealth will continue to grow in scale, making electricity very cheap and plentiful for residents. I visited Dr. Zhang's hometown, and all their new residential buildings have uniform simulated sunrooms." "Indoor simulated sunrooms? Isn't that a luxury?" Quill Snyder felt envious. Although they were all European, there were significant differences within Europe. For example, living standards in Northern Europe, Western Europe, and Southern and Eastern Europe can be roughly divided into 3 tiers. The average person in Northern Europe has the best standard of living, though the climate can be a bit harsh. The average person in Western Europe has a decent standard of living, but certainly can't afford a dedicated sunroom in their city building. The average person in Eastern and Southern Europe has a relatively poor standard of living, earning just over 1,000 euros per month. After deducting daily expenses, there's little to no savings. Gawain, Quill Schneider, and the other two were Dutch. Given their middle-class families, their standard of living was quite good, roughly on par with the average Nordic person. Gawain smiled and turned. "It's understandable that you consider the current series a souped-up version of the Nordic people. I'm truly envious. Those Nordic people are truly extravagant. I heard they use thousands of kilowatt-hours of electricity a month in winter." Gawain made a dry joke. "There's no point in being envious. They have a small population, a large land area, and abundant resources. Besides the red light district, what other competitive industries do we have in the Netherlands?" "Haha, you Australian, you change your mind so quickly." Peter laughed heartily. The problems of big cities that the others were discussing were indeed not intractable ailments for the Asian Commonwealth. As long as there was sufficient energy, many of today's problems would be no problem. For example, lighting in low-rise buildings, air quality in city centers, urban household waste, and urban transportation, all of these can be solved through various technological means. Insufficient lighting? Build a sunroom indoors and directly provide artificial sunlight. Poor air quality. Sunrooms can be used to grow a variety of green plants. Combined with rooftop gardens, the various green belts and ecological parks planned in the city center, and strict air pollution treatment equipment, urban air quality can generally be guaranteed. Domestic waste? There's no such thing as domestic waste these days. All kinds of domestic garbage and industrial and domestic wastewater can be recycled and reused through technology, maximizing resource utilization. Traffic congestion? Build subways and 2-story highways. If the second story isn't enough, build 3rd and 4th-story highways. In fact, Guangzhou's road traffic congestion has been greatly alleviated with the gradual commissioning of 15 second-story highways. After discovering the convenience and efficiency of taxis, self-driving cars, and self-driving buses on second-tier highways, many commuters have shifted their daily commutes to them, significantly reducing congestion on surface roads. With the construction of other second-tier highways in Guangzhou in the future, it is expected that local traffic congestion will decrease to an acceptable level. Furthermore, while Ceres has decided to promote comprehensive urbanization, it is not a blind push toward urbanization in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Instead, it is selecting suitable areas within each region for concentrated urbanization. Each urban agglomeration has a population of approximately 5 million. If cities with this population were divided into a dozen or so urban districts spaced at least a few kilometers apart, they would not be overly crowded. Furthermore, the construction technology for integrated high-rise buildings has become highly mature, and many older residential buildings are ripe for a second upgrade. Renovating old, dilapidated, and small urban residential buildings will not only improve living conditions for residents, but also create more underground and upper-level space, significantly increasing the city's three-dimensional space. Chapter 357. On the self-driving highway in Panyu District, Yangcheng, a Dongfeng driverless taxi pulled into a renovated parking garage. Gaowen, Schneider, and Peter exited the taxi and, following the guidance of a holographic AI tour guide on their phones, arrived at the Chinese restaurant they had previously booked online. This Chinese restaurant wasn't one of those fancy establishments, but rather a more traditional, affordable establishment. "What would you like to order?" Gaowen asked his two friends, holding up the menu. Peter examined the menu for a moment, then pointed at a few dishes and replied, "Definitely the rice noodle rolls. I had them a few days ago, and they were really good. Also, the red rice sausage, shumai, chicken feet, and the Chinese sausage clay pot rice." Unsure what to order, Schneider opted to listen to his friends. "I listen to you." Gaowen wrote down the dish codes on the menu. "Then I add a blanched choy sum and a water chestnut cake." "Waiter." The holographic AI tour guide spoke simultaneously. "Waiter, the orders are ready." The waiter came over with a teapot, took the menu, glanced at it, and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, the food will be ready soon." Then he poured pu'er tea for the three of them, and heated their bowls and plates. Schneider looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the tables around him, swallowing silently, and then sighed, "The Serbs really are good at eating, and the prices are very cheap. Actually, at the current exchange rate, the euro to the Chinese yuan is about 3.8 to 1. Our income is roughly equivalent to 8,000 Chinese yuan per month. The advantages in Europe aren't that great." Peter shook his head. Schneider suddenly asked, "Peter, don't the EU and Gale country have plans to unify their currencies? Doesn't your classmate work at an EU financial institution? Any news?" Hearing this, Peter grumbled, "Haha, with the efficiency of those masters, the series might have landed on Mars, and they still haven't come up with a plan. Don't even think about it. The EU and Gale country united only to counter the rise of the Asian Union. Now that the Asian Union isn't pressing them any further, both sides have naturally let down their guard and are engaging in internal strife again," Gawain explained with a shrug. Just then, the diners in the restaurant suddenly raised their voices. "What's going on?" Schneider looked bewildered. Soon, the three of them understood the sudden rise in voices through the AI tour guide's translation. They turned their attention to the wall on one side of the restaurant, where a high-definition TV hung, broadcasting a news report. On the screen, a familiar planet appeared. A voiceover rang out simultaneously. At this moment, the Venus 1 spacecraft detached the Venus communications satellite. Through the AI tour guide's translation, Gawain stared at the live broadcast in amazement, muttering to himself, "Has the Ceres spacecraft reached Venus? It should be true." Schneider knew more about this than his two friends, as he had visited the Sun City in Borneo 2 weeks ago to study climate change. Peter also remembered Schneider's itinerary and asked curiously, "Schneider, you visited that Sky City a while ago, right? How's the situation there?" "How should I put it?" Schneider was at a loss for words. After a moment's pause, he mentally composed his words before replying, "When you ascend to the Sky City, the visuals are truly stunning. It feels like you're transported to the future. However, from a professional perspective, this type of fixed, sky-blocking floating structure has a significant impact on the local climate." Gaowen, regaining his composure, echoed cautiously, "I also inspected numerous floating structures within Ceres, and they do have a significant impact on the local climate." Schneider, his expression equally serious, was concerned about the large-scale construction currently underway. Even the shading and reflective floating structures seemed a bit difficult to grasp, and he could only pray for the best. "I hope Ceres can control the climate. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Peter shook his head. "There's no need to worry here. Even if things get worse, how much worse can they get? If Ceres doesn't take action, I estimate that global sea levels could rise by 50 to 60 meters in the next 30 years. By then, not only the Netherlands, but much of Europe will be completely submerged." "Sir, your siamai." The waiter set down the steamer and crossed out the siamai line on the order sheet. "Thank you." Gawain picked up his chopsticks. Don't just drink tea, eat something. Okay. Soon, the three of them each picked up a siamai and continued chatting while eating. On the television screen, the Venus 1 spacecraft also launched 12 satellites into Venus's low Earth orbit. For communication relay satellites. For remote sensing satellites. For ranging and positioning satellites. As these satellites gradually began operating, the live broadcast clarity improved significantly, clearly indicating improved communication quality. Each of these satellites weighed approximately 3 tons, totaling nearly 36 tons. However, the Venus 1 spacecraft had a payload of 67 tons, so the spacecraft still had nearly 31 tons of payload. A while later, the spacecraft released 4 more satellites. This batch of satellites was specifically designed for scientific exploration, such as testing the solar wind, Venus magnetic field, and radiation in low Earth orbit. The purpose of the remaining 19 tons of payload was soon revealed. Various hydrogen airship capsules were dropped into the Venusian atmosphere one by one according to the program. Evidently, these hydrogen airship capsules were being used as test products and were being dropped into the Venusian atmosphere. Upon reaching the predetermined altitude, these hydrogen airship capsules activated their liquid hydrogen storage tanks, rapidly releasing hydrogen into the airbags, which quickly filled each airbag. The already dense atmosphere of Venus significantly slowed the descent of the newly inflated airships until they reached a buoyancy equilibrium point, allowing the 8 airships to hover at their respective predetermined altitudes. From 120 kilometers to 50 kilometers above the Venusian surface, there was an airship approximately every 10 kilometers. The scientific instruments carried by these airships began operating according to their system's pre-programmed procedures, transmitting the collected data back to Earth via communication relay satellites. Earth-Sun synchronous orbit also houses a fleet of communication relay satellites specifically designed to receive signals from Venus. Through 2 relays, these signals from Venus successfully reached Earth's ground control center. However, this information was clearly classified, and the live television broadcast did not display it. Instead, it showed footage of several airships in Venus' atmosphere. Gawain took a sip of pure tea and watched the live broadcast. Is this footage of the atmosphere 50 kilometers above the surface of Venus? It's all a dim, grayish haze, and nothing can be seen clearly. Not only is it unclear, but the camera is also very shaky. Clearly, atmospheric activity is very intense at this location. Schneider noticed a detail. Peter analyzed it based on his professional knowledge. Actually, at an altitude of 50 kilometers, Venus' atmosphere is a region of relatively intense atmospheric activity. Gawain and Schneider nodded in agreement. Both of them were professional climatologists, with extensive knowledge of Earth's atmosphere. By analogy, they could also determine the conditions of a portion of Venus' atmosphere based on some information. The gas concentration in Venus' atmosphere decreases sharply from the ground to high altitudes, much like Earth's atmosphere. Severe convective weather events are not necessarily more severe as the air concentration increases. Rather, there is a relative concentration. Judging from the camera shake observed on several exploration airships at various altitudes, at altitudes above 90 kilometers, even with relatively rapid convection, the destructive power is relatively limited due to the decrease in gas density. If Peter's guess was correct, the high-density atmosphere below 30 kilometers above sea level on Venus would actually slow air convection. Thus, the true high-risk area for atmospheric activity in Venus' atmosphere is likely between 30 and 90 kilometers above sea level. Here, the air density is moderate, and the temperature difference between high and low altitudes can lead to severe convective weather disasters. Even without seeing the internal data, Peter could clearly tell from the camera's intense shaking that the exploration airships at altitudes of 50, 60, and 70 kilometers were drifting very quickly. In fact, just as Peter's analysis had proven, at this moment, back at Earth's ground control center, the data feed regarding the airship's movement speed made everyone hold their breath. At an altitude of 50 kilometers in Venus' atmosphere, exploration airship number 8 was drifting at a speed of 479 kilometers per hour. This was not powered drift, but unpowered drift, the airship being carried along by the currents of Venus' atmosphere. If it weren't for the high-strength frames designed into the craft during construction, these exploration airships would have been blown apart by such a terrifying, chaotic gale. But the staff at the ground control center weren't too optimistic. They noticed that some of the airship's monitoring equipment was starting to malfunction. A planetary climatologist raised his glasses and said, "It's particles." Volcanic ash particles? Yes. Indeed, Venus has long had volcanic activity on its surface. This activity has spewed large amounts of volcanic ash high into the atmosphere, where it's carried by the strong atmospheric circulation. Therefore, there must be a large amount of volcanic ash particles in Venus' atmosphere. Report: Camera D25 on exploration airship number 8 is damaged. Several scholars frowned, then exchanged glances, their gazes growing serious. Clearly, the time it took for the exploration airship to fail was somewhat longer than they had anticipated, reduced to just a few tens of minutes instead of the several days they had previously estimated. Despite their grim expressions, they also knew that this exploration of Venus's atmosphere was extremely significant. Report: The humidity is out. A researcher asked as they ran. Oh? How much? The data analyst replied without turning back. Higher than expected. At an altitude of 50 kilometers, the atmospheric humidity is approximately 87 times higher than expected, with an average concentration of around 0.14%. The researcher stroked his chin as he analyzed. This is water contained in Venus crust, ejected into the atmosphere by volcanic activity. However, water molecules are heavy, and Venus's atmosphere is thick. Therefore, previous long-distance spectral analysis has been unable to capture atmospheric composition at this altitude. It depends on the situation. This is good news. It is indeed good news. At least from the current situation, there must be a water layer in Venus' atmosphere, which will reduce the difficulty of our future development of Venus. The researcher continued. Tianming, what is the concentration of sulfur dioxide? The data analyst glanced at the data on the panel. The sulfur dioxide content at an altitude of 50 kilometers is higher than expected, especially in the water vapor, which is mostly in the form of sulfuric acid droplets. Report: Camera C11 of exploration airship number 8 has been damaged. Horrible. It's more than terrifying. It's a veritable natural hell. High-intensity winds, dense sulfuric acid raindrops, and blanketing volcanic ash particles. No wonder the Russian probes never returned. It's like spraying sulfuric acid on equipment while simultaneously sandblasting it in a sandblasting chamber. When Zhou Shi entered the ground control center from outside, he received an hour's worth of data from the 8 exploration airships. After reviewing the data, his face was filled with surprise and joy. The joy was, of course, the discovery of a natural aquifer in Venus' atmosphere, which could solve a significant portion of the water supply for future Venus development. The worry was the terrifying destructive power of Venus' atmosphere. Just 1 hour had passed. At the 42nd minute, exploration airship number 8 lost contact, most likely due to damage to its communication antenna. Even with 3 communication antennas, the exploration airship still couldn't withstand the harsh atmosphere of Venus. As for crashing to the surface of Venus, that was unlikely. Zhou Shi knew the design of these exploration airships. Their airbags were coated with a special, high-strength silicon carbide. Even the sandblasting atmosphere of Venus, coupled with the corrosive effects of sulfuric acid, could not quickly destroy their airbag structures. But this situation did not make Zhou Shi feel relieved. After all, the harshness of Venus's atmosphere was truly beyond their imagination. If it were simply a high-temperature, high-acid, and highly corrosive atmosphere, there would actually be many solutions. But adding the sandblasting storm, the difficulty wasn't just 1 plus 1, it multiplied several times. This was because the sandblasting storm would damage the surface of the equipment, making it easier for sulfuric acid droplets to penetrate the interior, accelerating damage to various devices. Gu Linyu, standing nearby, wasn't overly concerned. Although this is the case around 50 to 70 kilometers above sea level on Venus, the sulfur dioxide concentration in the airspace above that level has dropped significantly, and there are no sandblasts, so safety is still relatively high. Zhou Shi smiled and replied, I know. If we're building the Sky City at high altitude in the early stages, then the problem isn't a big deal. Gu Linyu patted him on the shoulder. We have to work overtime these next few days. Do you want to improve the plan? Gu Linyu nodded slightly. Yes. After all, the next Venus spacecraft will be launched in 6 months, so we need to hurry. Well, it's rare to have to work overtime. After these past 2 years as a technical consultant for your company, I'm a little unaccustomed to it, Zhou Shi joked. Chapter 358. In Guangzhou, where spring is in full bloom, the Global Climate Summit continues. Thousands of miles away, in Antarctica, near the Queen Mary Coast. Antarctica, Aurora City. The surrounding sea has begun to freeze over, signaling the end of Antarctica's brief autumn and the arrival of a long, cold winter. From the hemispherical, transparent observation deck, one can see the snowflakes drifting outside. The only colors that come into view are pale ice and snow, and the flickering aurora in the sky. However, since it is daytime, the aurora is still relatively faint. Aurora City has now expanded to 5 districts. Districts 1 and 3 are closed to the public, while Districts 2 and 4 are agricultural production areas. District 5, recently transported from mainland China, is a multifunctional living area and the main area for external development. This hemispherical observation deck is located within District 5. The aurora isn't very visible. A playful female voice echoed from within the observation deck. Click, click. A professional camera, held by a young, mushroom-haired man, kept pressing the shutter. Encore, jump. The girl leaped with all her might. Click, click. The shutter clicked again. Are you done? The mushroom-haired man looked at the camera's small screen, then rewound the photos he had just taken. Feeling a little dissatisfied, he looked up and said again, one more time. Okay. Xiao Ang could only strike a pose again, cooperating with the mushroom-haired man as he continued taking photos. Are you done? Stop dragging your feet. We haven't even started shooting yet. The mushroom-haired man snapped. Why are you yelling? I'm busy. How about you take the photos yourself? Seeing the professional photographer's mushroom-headed face fuming, the others stopped complaining. However, on the observation deck, several male tourists choose not to pay a photographer for photos. Instead, they brought their own SLR cameras, each capturing their own favorite scenes. A middle-aged man with a spiky haircut, after taking a dozen or so photos, decided the daytime aurora wasn't very noticeable, so he gave up the idea and turned to his friend. Lao Qin, let's try again tonight. There should be some aurora. All right, sir. Lao Qin, a square-faced middle-aged man wearing a denim jacket, looked at his friend, who was photographing the sea ice with a telephoto lens. Abby, what are you planning on having for lunch? Anything else? At the base's restaurant, of course. Abby continued snapping photos of the sea ice. Lao Qin had already put the camera back into his messenger bag and continued, I'm asking what you like to eat. Awei was momentarily taken aback, then, looking out at the freezing cold world of snow and ice, he couldn't help but say, food? Sichuan cuisine, I guess. Spicy food is perfect in this weather. Sichuan cuisine, huh? Tailan, what about you? Lao Qin glanced at the spiky-haired guy again. Wu Tailan smiled and shook his head. You already decided, what else can I say? But I be clear, Sichuan cuisine can only be mildly spicy. I don't want to be choked up tomorrow. Haha, got it. Lao Qin knew that Wu Taihan, a native of Jianghuai, couldn't handle spicy food at all. If he ordered Sichuan cuisine at its normal spice, he'd probably be choked up tomorrow. Some tourists continued taking photos at the observation deck. Wu Taihan, Lao Qin, and Awei returned to the restaurant in Area 5. Suddenly, as they passed the dock, they saw another large group of people wearing thick winter coats entering through a designated isolation gate. Old Qin paused, whispering in surprise, huh? Why are they all white? Maybe tourists from Europe and America? Abby, hands in his pockets, didn't pay much attention. Wu Tailan noticed the words Australian Antarctic Expedition printed on their clothes. These people should be from the Australian Antarctic Expedition. Australia? Oh, the Australian Casey Station Expedition team not far away, right? Old Qin had previously heard the tour guide describe the situation around Aurora City. They should be them. Let's go! I'm starving. Abby continued walking. The members of the Australian Antarctic Expedition were also in a designated room, removing their thick winter coats and changing into the casual clothes and slippers provided by the base. A middle-aged white man with a pony face rubbed his hands clean and said with a smile, I didn't expect we were the first group here for vacation. The boss and the others still need to be stationed at the research station, so we just come here and enjoy ourselves for now. We replace them next month. Another young white man with a ponytail was already at a vending machine. This thing should be like this. Ding! He scanned a bottle of hot coffee using a tourist's phone. Scan me a bottle of fresh orange juice. Scan it yourself? I only have a 10,000 yuan limit. Jack, you're really stingy. Haha, Wade, you're not stingy. How about treating me to dinner? The ponytailed white man rolled his eyes. Don't even think about it. Ding! A bottle of fresh orange juice fell from the top of the shipping drawer. He bent down to pull it out and immediately pulled the ring open. Slurp, gulp, gulp. Weighed down the orange juice from the can. Wow. Refreshing. We haven't had fresh fruits and vegetables in ages. Ever since we ran out of them a while ago. Haha, I let you eat your fill now. A group hurried to the restaurant. In Area 5, a dozen kitchen staff were operating fully automated cooking machines, preparing meals according to customer orders. Lao Qin and his two companions, who had arrived ahead of the Australian Antarctic Expedition team, had already ordered their meals and were seated, awaiting their arrival. A short while later, A food delivery robot delivered the prepared meal to the designated table. Table 26, please take your order of mapo tofu. Lao Qin and his companions had been in Aurora City for 3 days, so they were already familiar with the area. With ease, he unloaded the mapo tofu, packaged in a stainless steel box, from the robot's insulated container. Opening the stainless steel box, a spicy aroma filled the air, making one's mouth water. Along with the food, there was a large bowl of white rice and bowls and chopsticks. Here you are, don't be shy. Who's being polite? Away smiled, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, scooped half a bowl of rice for himself, then a large spoonful of mapo tofu, and began to eat. Wu Taihan didn't take too much of the mapo tofu. Although they had ordered it mildly spicy, he didn't dare eat too much. But after taking a bite, he felt the spiciness was acceptable. But Lao Qin and Awei were a little dissatisfied. As a native of southern Jiangxi, Awei's hometown has some dishes that are spicier than Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. Therefore, the spiciness of this mapo tofu was almost not spicy enough for him. He complained helplessly, "It's not spicy at all. It's worse than Cantonese food. Just make do with it." Old Qin didn't complain. "Because when I ordered just now, the system automatically indicated that I could only order mild or non-spicy dishes. The main reason for this restriction is that Aurora City isn't a normal city. As a city primarily focused on scientific research, Aurora City's medical resources are relatively limited, and they prioritize Aurora City staff. Eating overly spicy food can lead to serious gastrointestinal problems, which not only strains already limited medical resources, but also potentially prevents tourists from receiving timely treatment, potentially putting their lives in danger. After all, Aurora City is isolated overseas, nestled between the uninhabited westerly belt and Antarctica, with no major cities nearby. If a tourist truly develops a serious illness and can't be treated at the base's medical facility, they have to be flown to Australia for emergency treatment, which is obviously very risky. Therefore, the base strictly controls all aspects of potential danger. This includes food. Raw, cold, spicy, and expired foods are not on the menu unless under special circumstances. However, Jack and the other members of the Australian Antarctic expedition team were quite satisfied with the food at the base's cafeteria. After all, Europeans and Americans aren't used to spicy food. Jack and his team ordered a large selection of vegetable dishes. They had stir-fried loofah with garlic, 3 fresh vegetables, stir-fried pea tips, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, curry beef rice, and a large bowl of mixed fruit. Burp! Jack burped, then picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it in big bites. Wow! Delicious. I never thought I could eat so many fruits and vegetables in Antarctica. I'm so blessed. Jack tossed the watermelon rind into the trash can under the table. Wiping his mouth, he asked, "Anthony, what did your logistics department say?" "What?" Anthony, buried in his food, looked up, bewildered. Jack silently picked up a piece of pineapple. "It's about procuring fruits and vegetables and other supplies from Aurora City? Didn't you say you contacted higher-ups? There's no news yet, is there?" "Oh, about that?" Anthony swallowed a mouthful of curry rice and replied, "They said they hold a meeting to discuss it." "Haha, hold a meeting to discuss it? By the time they finish, we probably won't have any fresh fruits and vegetables this year." Jack's face was filled with sarcasm. "Yeah. Anthony, you should have spoken up more often. For everyone's sake, your logistics department should have reported this more often. Don't be too polite with those guys back home, or they think we're easy to bully. A weak voice won't get their attention." The crowd booed enthusiastically. Anthony wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. "Let the boss speak on this matter. I don't have the authority." Jack and the others knew Anthony lacked authority, but they still asked him to raise the issue. The main reason was that the research station's logistics department could contact the mainland weekly, and they had often used them to report any complaints. An old researcher smiled and picked up his beer glass. "Actually, having Aurora City supply some of our research station's supplies would not only be more convenient for us, but it would also significantly reduce the station's operating costs." That's right. During the Antarctic winter, transporting fruits, vegetables, and supplies from mainland China is not only extremely expensive, but also extremely dangerous. Aurora City is better off leaving this kind of thing. Wade shared a tip. "I heard Lucia also chose to purchase supplies from Aurora City." "Wade, how do you know that?" The veteran expedition member looked surprised. Wade took a sip from his beer mug, then said mysteriously, "Haha, I heard it over the radio." Jack's eyes widened. "What? How is that possible? Does Lucia have a public channel to communicate with Aurora City?" They must have had too much vodka, Wade shrugged. I was on duty in the radio room that time when I suddenly received a public channel signal from the peace station. At first, I thought they wanted to contact us, but it turns out they were looking for supplies from Aurora City. Everyone else had different expressions. Jack couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, that really suits the Lucia style. The old expedition member wiped the beer foam from his beard. Didn't they say that after Lucia joined the North Atlantic Consortium, it no longer had much business dealings with the Asian Consortium? Wade shook his head. Haha, shipping supplies from Lucia to Antarctica is over 10 times more expensive than purchasing them from Aurora City. And Lucia's Antarctic Research Station doesn't rely on funding from the North Atlantic Consortium, so they naturally have to use cost-saving measures. I wonder what the purpose of that North Atlantic Consortium is, Jack said with disdain. Wade shared another piece of gossip. I heard that the Gale Nation tried to get Australia to join the North Atlantic Consortium, but something seemed to have gone wrong, and that plan didn't work out. That's just online speculation, right? The old expedition member didn't believe it. No. No. Wade put down his beer glass and whispered, a classmate of mine works in Canberra. His department handles classified information. I heard about it when I returned to Taiwan last year. Is that so? Jack smiled and leaned over. What other secrets do you know, kid? Don't hide it. Tell us all. The old expedition member's eyes flickered as he looked at Wade and kindly warned, by the way, is it really okay to tell something like this in a Ceres city? Don't worry, old Ryan. The Ceres are the other protagonists in this matter. They've known about this for a long time, Wade said bluntly. I see. Tell me about it. I'm getting excited. People all over the world are extremely curious about this kind of secret. Wade took another sip of beer and said mysteriously, my classmate said that everyone who agreed to this plan was suddenly eliminated, almost overnight, and then the people from Gale Nation fled back to North America in a panic. Really? Would the Ceres actually do this? Haha, if it were South America, they might not care too much, but Australia is right next to Asia. If I were Ceres, I would absolutely not allow Australia to side with the North Atlantic Consortium. The crowd was discussing this. Although Ceres was somewhat unreasonable in this matter, Jack and others, who were of British descent, believed that Ceres should have done so. This is actually a significant difference between Western and Eastern perceptions. Also, because the Asian Consortium was now too powerful, and the Australians were no fools, they naturally did not want to join the North Atlantic Consortium and become its first target. Any sane person on Earth now knows which force is the most powerful. Instead of joining the world leader, they choose to join the declining North Atlantic Treaty Organization. They must be out of their minds. Chapter 359. After a hearty meal of fruits and vegetables, Jack, Wade, and the others checked into the tourist hotel in Aurora City's District 5. But they were clearly restless, and soon the group dispersed, wandering the man-made structure in small groups. Wade and Jack, among them, arrived at the hemispherical observation deck atop District 5. They saw that on another platform next door, Aurora City's District 3, a dozen black cables stretched from the center, extending upward from the top of District 3 to a height of 10,000 meters. Wade sat on a bench on the observation deck, hot cocoa in hand, looking up at the sky. Is that another city in the sky? Jack, standing nearby, took a closer look. Huh? Something's coming down. Really? An elevator? An elevator cabin descended steadily from Aurora Sky City, quickly reaching the top of District 3. Contrary to what many people imagine, visitors to Aurora City don't arrive by yacht or plane, but rather descend from the Sky City. This method is primarily for safety reasons. A large portion of Aurora City's supplies are also transported via airships. Unmanned cargo airships are highly resilient, even in the face of the roaring westerlies. Even in the event of an accident, only the airship and cargo are lost, not the personnel. After all, in today's Asian Union, human value is often even higher. Passenger airships, on the other hand, take an unconventional approach. Those operating in Antarctica and the Southern Ocean typically fly in the stratosphere rather than the low troposphere, and don't even descend near Antarctica. This is why tourists descend from the Sky City. Because passenger airships only need to take passengers to the Sky City's specialized airport area, where they can descend to Aurora City via elevator, there's no need to worry about the risk of landing on the Antarctic ice sheet. Wade and the others, looking at the surrounding observation decks and the tourists they encountered along the way, estimated that there were at least several hundred visitors from the Asian Commonwealth. This surprised Aurora City's capacity. But after careful consideration, they felt it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Asian Commonwealth's technological level was at the forefront of the world. Many things they considered impossible might be trivial in the eyes of the Asian Commonwealth. In fact, Aurora City currently only accepts 500 tourists per day. There are professional travel agencies in the Asian Commonwealth that handle tours. A typical all-inclusive 7-day tour for one person costs around 7,000 yuan, including round-trip airship tickets, accommodation, and attractions, but not food and beverages. This isn't expensive, but it's not cheap either. It's roughly equivalent to 1.5 months' salary for an average Asian Commonwealth person. For some high-income groups, there's no significant pressure. For example, mid-level managers and technicians at Helyafeng Group earn a minimum of 15,000 yuan per month. In fact, due to the increased number of holidays in the Asian community, it's easy to combine time off to create a week-long vacation within a month, significantly boosting the tourism industry in various regions. However, starting this year, some popular tourist destinations have stopped implementing independent travel and are now adopting a reservation system. Each destination has a preset cap on the number of visitors it can accommodate per day. For example, Aurora City currently has a daily limit of 500 visitors. This limit is a relatively reasonable tourist reception limit based on the city's current resources and analysis and research by professional institutions. Otherwise, as with some of Surrey's previous tourist attractions, visitors would be overcrowded during holidays, with crowds everywhere, which would significantly affect visitors' enjoyment. This is also a key reason for the introduction of the reservation system. The Asian community has now moved beyond its previous phase of pursuing rapid economic growth and is now fully committed to pursuing well-being and environmental protection. Many tourist areas have gradually adopted the reservation system to prevent overcrowding. For example, Surrey's Great Wall tourism project previously consisted of only a few attractions, but now has over 20, with developments underway along the entire length of the wall from northeast to northwest. The Badaling Great Wall, once a very popular tourist area, now requires reservations months in advance due to the introduction of the reservation system, making it more difficult to visit other Great Wall tourist areas. In any case, all tourist areas along the Great Wall are now well developed. Especially with the full integration of the Asian bloc, tourists from Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia have also flocked to various tourist attractions in Serbia. Similarly, tourists from Serbia have flocked to Southeast Asia, Japan, and South Korea. The reservation system in various tourist areas is designed to prevent a large influx of tourists in a short period of time, making it difficult for limited local service resources to meet the needs of all visitors. Similar to hotel and B&B guesthouse guest rooms, these resources cannot be increased quickly. Furthermore, the reservation system can even out service resource demands between peak and off-season, allowing tourist areas to more easily cope with visitor traffic and providing visitors with a better experience. This is what Aurora City is currently doing. If the limit had been relaxed instead of the 500 daily visitors limit, if the number of visitors suddenly reached 1 or 2,000, the tourism service resources of Aurora City District 5 and Aurora Sky City might not be able to support it. The 500 daily visitors limit does not mean 500 daily entry. Those who stay overnight count towards the daily quota. Thus, despite seeing many tourists, Jack, Wade, and the others didn't feel crowded. As they chatted, an elevator cabin slowly ascended from the top of District 3, carrying departing tourists. At that moment, a passenger airship was hovering above the Aurora Sky City's airport berth. This airship used helium as the inflatable gas, and could transport 200 passengers at a time. However, as a high-altitude model, this airship's maximum passenger capacity is limited to 125 people per flight. However, the service is excellent, with each passenger provided with a private room, a high-altitude cruise observation lounge, a restaurant, bathrooms, a chess and card room, a gym, a cinema, a medical clinic, and more. This is also a significant advantage of airships over airplanes. Although the airship's payload decreases with increasing altitude, the ultra-lightweight, specialized materials allow for ample interior space. This is difficult for airplanes to achieve. After all, the flight principles of the two aircraft differ. Aircraft size, engine power, atmospheric resistance, and airframe materials are closely related. Major aircraft manufacturers like Boeing, Airbus, and Comac aren't unwilling to develop larger aircraft, they simply can't. Even Comac, which can easily procure a wide range of new materials, currently designs its largest passenger aircraft to accommodate only 1,200 passengers. If a currently common 2,000-ton transport airship were converted into a passenger airship, it could transport at least 4,000 people and 500 tons of cargo, and its internal space would be more than 10 times that of an airplane. So, If timeliness is the priority, then airplanes are the first choice. If comfort is simply not a concern, and you simply want to enjoy the ride, then airships are a very good option. For example, many travel companies in the Asian Union currently offer tours to various Pacific islands, Antarctica, and other regions, many of which use airships as a means of transportation. For islands without airports, airships not only transport tourists, but also provide accommodation, meals, and other common services. Although Blue Whale Airship has not achieved widespread success in the civil aviation sector, it has become a mainstream choice for remote tourist routes. Currently, there are 47 helium-fueled passenger airships operating for tourism purposes throughout the Asian Union. 3 of these are in Antarctica. After spending half an hour at the top observation deck, Jack and his group, tired of the icy landscape, headed towards the Sunshine Garden in Area 5, intending to soak up the sun. Elsewhere, Lao Chin, Avi, and Wu Taihan, having eaten and drunk their fill, walked arm in arm towards the cable car station, intending to take the cable car into the heart of Antarctica. They passed each other on the road. The Australian scientific expedition team wanted to soak up the sun. The tourists from Ceres wanted to explore the heart of Antarctica. Following the AI-powered guide on the tourists' phones, Jack arrived at an indoor sun garden covering approximately 5,000 square meters. Here, there were a variety of flowers, trees, and a small artificial beach and ocean. Tropical plants, such as coconut trees, pandanus trees, and sugar palms, were planted on the beach. Whoosh! Stepping onto the sand, feeling the scorching heat of the sun, Jack greedily breathed in the scorching air and let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Comfortable. Jack, you're here. Several members of the expedition team, who had arrived earlier, were already lying on the beach or applying sunscreen. Trudy, did you bring sunscreen? Lend me some. Jack asked, rubbing his hands together. The middle-aged white man applying sunscreen casually tossed the bottle over. I didn't bring this. I bought it from the vending machine over here. Jack took the sunscreen and sat down on the beach. They sell this stuff here? Ceres is really thoughtful. Jack, want some ice cream? Wade was already at the vending machine nearby, holding a vanilla ice cream cone. No, I don't feel like eating anything cold right now, Jack replied, stripping off his clothes and applying sunscreen to his upper body. Soon, the beach was filled with more than a dozen members of the Australian scientific expedition team, all gathered here by coincidence. It was clear that 6 months of living in the snow and ice had made them even more craving the sun. Lying on the scalding sand, they felt a sense of relaxation, their moods instantly brightening. Long-term exposure to snow and ice can indeed easily lead to depression, a common environmental factor that makes people in Northern Europe more susceptible to depression. Meanwhile, Lao Chin and the other 2 had arrived at the cable car station. They donned their thick winter coats again, along with the emergency backpacks provided for tourists. After all, the cable car route was 150 kilometers long, and if anything unexpected happened along the way, the passengers could rely on the supplies in their emergency backpacks to last them 2 or 3 days. Climbing into the cable car cabin, besides the 3 of them, there was also a Ceresian, who wasn't part of their group. Starting. The cable car shuddered slightly, and began rapidly moving toward the white interior of Antarctica. The average height of the cable car was about 100 meters above the ice. Although it was autumn in Antarctica, the temperature on the ice sheet was already very low. Everyone wore sunglasses, mainly because the white ice would reflect sunlight, causing snow blindness. Avi, holding the tourist's phone, raised his sunglasses to his forehead and watched the AI tour guide's instructions. Lao Chin, are we going down later? Of course, otherwise why would we come to Antarctica? Lao Chin exhaled a puff of white mist. Avi pointed to 3 stations on the holographic map and asked, which one are you going to? Old Chin thought for a moment and said, the first station is near the Australian Casey station. There shouldn't be anything interesting there. Let's go to the last station. There are ice sculptures at the first station. Wu Taihan, his face flushed with cold, quickly pulled up his hood. Haha, those ice sculptures are just random creations by the scientific expedition team. What's so interesting about them? Wu Taihan shuffled his feet and exhaled white mist. What fun activities are there at the final station? Avi glanced at the description. There are snowmobiles, igloos, and treasure hunts. Treasure hunt? Wu Taihan looked bewildered. What treasures can there be in this vast expanse of white? You're wrong, Avi explained, holding his phone. Meteorites can be found on the Antarctic ice sheet due to the low temperatures and freezing temperatures. Meteorites? Stone? Really? Wu Taihan's eyes sparkled. I heard meteorites are quite valuable. Haha, forget it, kid. Avi smiled and shook his head. There are specific terms. Even if you find a meteorite on the Antarctic ice sheet, you have to hand it over to Aurora City for research for a period of time before it's mailed to you as a souvenir. If it's a meteorite of special research value, the authorities won't return it to you. Instead, they give you 500 yuan and a banner. Damn! That's a rip-off. Wu Taihan's interest suddenly waned. Old Qin said, unsurprised, "What are you thinking? This project is government-led. Scientific research must be prioritized, and tourism is just a byproduct." "That's true." Wu Taihan nodded. As they chatted, the cable car had unknowingly passed the first station. There were quite a few tourists at the first station, along with a dozen or so staff members from the series Antarctic Expedition team working there. Looking down from the cable car, the ice field below is indeed filled with bizarre ice sculptures. Many tourists are carving with their own tools, adding a touch of human presence to this restricted area. However, these traces will likely be quickly erased by this winter snowstorm. Chapter 360. Got it. Jiang Miao hung up the phone, his gaze deep in the report on his desk. The report's title read, Research Report on the Atmosphere of Venus. He muttered to himself, a voice only he could hear clearly, "There's water, and it's a significant amount of water in the air." Flicking the ballpoint pen gently, Jiang Miao closed the report after a moment. Due to this unexpected discovery, the Asian Federation Space Administration quickly reacted. If, previously, the Asian Federation Space Administration had been struggling with the investment intensity of the Moon, Mars, and Venus, Blue Whale Aerospace's discovery of Venus' atmosphere played a decisive role, further inclining them to prioritize investment in the Venus exploration plan. Of course, this doesn't mean the Asian Federation will abandon the development of the Moon and Mars. Previously, the Asian Federation's investment intensity for these three planets was roughly 6 to 6 to 4 to 1 to 1. That is, 30% goes to lunar projects, 30% to low Earth orbit projects, 20% to Mars projects, 10% to Venus projects, and 10% to other space projects. For example, China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, CASIC, focuses primarily on low Earth orbit and lunar projects, with relatively small investments in other projects, focusing on participation. Many other private aerospace companies, including those owned by the member states of the Asian Commonwealth, also focus on low Earth orbit, the Moon, and Mars. Venus is indeed a planet few aerospace companies are willing to venture into. This situation is primarily due to the failure of multiple Venus exploration missions by Caluxia and the Gale Nation in the last century. The Caluxia probe, which barely succeeded, only managed to operate on the Venusian surface for a short time before being destroyed by the harsh environment. In fact, of Blue Whale Aerospace's 8 exploration airships, the 3 at lower altitudes only operated briefly before losing contact in Venus' atmosphere. The 5 airships at higher altitudes, however, survived and have been floating in Venus' atmosphere for nearly a month. The report in Jiang Miao's hand is Gu Linyu's first analysis of Venus' atmosphere, compiled based on this month's exploration data. This is also the first such comprehensive understanding of Venus' atmosphere in human history. Compared to Mars, which is more distant and has less solar energy, Venus is superior in both distance and solar energy resources. Coupled with the discovery of easily harvestable water resources, this has led the Asian Federation Space Administration to attach great importance to this planet. In his analysis, Gu Linyu and several researchers discuss several methods for collecting water vapor from Venus' atmosphere. These methods will be tested using the equipment carried on board during upcoming launch missions. For example, the condensation collection method. This solution utilizes a condenser, taking advantage of the high temperature of Venus' atmosphere. Water-laden clouds pass through the condenser, collecting large quantities of sulfuric acid solution. The water is then extracted from the solution using a vacuum pressure nanowater purifier. This equipment will be installed on a specialized water-collecting airship. Other options include electrostatic adsorption and diatomaceous earth nanocrystal adsorption. Blue Whale Aerospace will adopt whichever method offers the highest efficiency and lowest energy consumption. Jiang Miao didn't express any opinion on the issue of collecting water from Venus' atmosphere, but he did find the sandblasting storms in the middle atmosphere of Venus somewhat daunting. After all, this kind of sandblasting storm poses a significant threat to airships. Although humanity's current materials technology is advanced, such as high-strength tungsten steel composite plates, which can withstand high temperatures, high corrosion, and sandblasting storms, the problem is that airships cannot be fully covered with tungsten steel composite plates. After all, airships need sufficient buoyancy, and tungsten steel plates are too heavy. Even though the gas concentration in Venus' atmosphere is approximately 92 times that of Earth's, It's still impossible to completely cover an airship with tungsten steel plates. Although Jiang Miao was concerned about this matter, he didn't ask Blue Whale Aerospace to solve the problem immediately, nor did he personally develop any new materials. In fact, Heliofin Group's silicon carbide nanotube material has reasonable overall strength, but its wear and impact resistance is not as good as that of heavy metal elements. This is determined by the inherent physical properties of the element, and no amount of artificial modification can change this. In recent days, Gu Linyu has commissioned Heliofin Group's Materials Laboratory to conduct a large number of simulation experiments. Fabric woven from large areas of silicon carbide nanotubes can withstand the combined effects of sandblasting, sulfuric acid, and high temperatures for approximately 334 hours. Given the actual conditions of Venus' atmosphere, while not as durable and high strength as those simulated in a laboratory, fabric woven from this material is estimated to last for over 1,000 hours. However, this is still inferior to specially prepared tungsten steel composite plates. During the experiment, a 1 centimeter thick tungsten steel composite plate showed no visible cracks or holes during a month-long test. If the thickness were increased to 2 centimeters, the overall performance of the tungsten steel composite plate would be even better. Adding tungsten to the material significantly improves its resistance to temperature, corrosion, physical impact, and friction. The upper limit of silicon carbide is clearly lower than that of specialized tungsten steel. Using materials hardened to withstand the harsh environment of Venus' atmosphere is clearly a rather narrow-minded approach. At the end of the report, Jiang Miao came across another solution proposed by a research team from China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation. They called it the fishing plan. The so-called fishing plan involves constructing a large floating platform in a relatively normal high-altitude area. Cables are then deployed from the platform, suspending a specialized, high-strength collection capsule, which is then lowered into the aquifer to collect water. This solution not only meets the required strength requirements for the capsule, but also solves the problem of airships having difficulty descending into the sandblasting zone. In just a month or so, many research teams have proposed various solutions, which reassures Jiang Miao. Therefore, he chose to let things take their own course, and only provide behind-the-scenes guidance on the Venus project. Jiang Miao also welcomed the Asian Federation Space Administration's plan to increase investment in Venus exploration. After all, the Heliofin Group couldn't monopolize a planet, nor did it have the power to fully develop Venus. This would undoubtedly require official intervention. Now that the government was willing to increase investment, he naturally had no objection. In fact, the Venus exploration plan had a significant impact. Or rather, since the beginning of the Platinum Age, the Asian Federation's various scientific research projects have received tremendous support. Science and engineering are becoming increasingly popular, because the numerous scientific research projects launched have enabled much of the previously theoretical research to gradually move into the application stage. For example, the Heliofin Group plans to invest 500 billion yuan over 10 years in its Venus exploration project. Such a massive investment would have been unimaginable before the Platinum Age. If we include official space agencies and private space companies, the Asian consortium's investment in the space sector reached 214.7 billion yuan last year, and this figure is expected to exceed 300 billion yuan this year. With the discovery of the vast amount of water resources in Venus' atmosphere, Jiang Miao predicts that the Asian consortium's investment in outer space exploration will continue to increase. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Miao regained consciousness. He opened his work tablet and reviewed several confidential internal research reports. These included the non-rejection organ research he had been conducting for the past year. Besides achieving technological breakthroughs in the eyeball and kidney, he had also launched an artificial liver research project last month. Today, while routinely reviewing the progress reports from various laboratories, he came across an internal paper from the Artificial Liver Research Laboratory, which had just been completed yesterday. This type of internal paper is also what sets the Heliofin Group apart from many other companies. Since the establishment of the Asian and North Atlantic Unions, the Heliofin Group has been tightening its restrictions on various technology-related papers. Papers like the one on artificial organs rarely appear on public research platforms. Although this may lead to a fragmentation of knowledge, Jiang Miao is not a selfless person, especially when it comes to the common good of humanity. After all, other factions are truly ahead in terms of inhumanity. If they were allowed to access Heliofin Group's biotechnology, they might one day create some apocalyptic biochemical product in some secret laboratory. The secret laboratories in the Amazon rainforest are a prime example. After this incident, Jiang Miao's wariness of Europe and the United States became even more pronounced. In fact, He had long ago removed key technical content from various papers. Now, most of the papers Jiang Miao and his wife have publicly released are monkey versions. Flipping through the pages, more than 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed. Huh? Jiang Miao exclaimed in surprise as he read the last section of the progress report on the artificial organ laboratory. He paused, rereading the first few pages, stroking his prickly stubble as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he picked up the intercom and dialed a number. Beep beep. Hello, boss? What's up? Jiting, I'd like to ask about page 37 of the progress report you uploaded yesterday. Wait a moment. Page 37. After a moment, boss, you're asking? Jiang Miao stared intently at the tablet screen. What do you think of the new properties exhibited by the controllable cancer cell cysts surrounding the artificial liver? The voice on the other end of the line was a little nervous. We also stumbled upon this recently while conducting experiments on artificial test subjects. Well, go on. Because cancer cell-modified cysts can deceive the body's normal cells, after transplantation, they set the bile secretion pattern, and the recipient's body is likely to experience discomfort. This discomfort manifests as weight loss with little food, and bloating and diarrhea with more food. Failure to eat regularly can lead to frequent gallstones. Jiang Miao had already seen this part. This is obviously related to the special nature of the liver system. The liver isn't always on. More precisely, the digestive system isn't a human system that operates at full capacity around the clock. Thus, artificial livers must also take this into account. Although some of the connected human nerves can allow the brain to influence the operation of the artificial liver is, after all, artificial, and the human nervous system is somewhat incompatible with such an artificial organ. This is especially true for a special organ like the liver, located within the digestive system. Humans certainly don't eat at the same time, as everyone's lifestyles are unique. As a universal artificial organ, it can only be designed to follow a relatively fixed pattern, such as 3 meals a day, with each meal scheduled at a specific time. At the designated time, the programmed genes activate the corresponding function, initiating bile secretion into the gastrointestinal tract. If the recipient doesn't eat when bile is supposed to be secreted, they will overproduce bile, which will accumulate in the body and form gallstones. If the recipient eats a large amount when bile isn't secreting, this can lead to indigestion. This is clearly not a good sign. Boss, while we can customize each patient's meal times to match their lifestyle, I think this goes against the original purpose of developing non-rejection organs. I understand. Jiang Miao understood this perfectly. If each patient were to be given a custom artificial liver, current technology would certainly allow it, but the cost would be enormous. You have to understand that there's a vast difference in cost between products produced on an assembly line and custom-made ones. Jiang Miao said slowly, we can consider offering this kind of custom service to wealthy individuals, but universal artificial livers don't require it. Patients can simply eat on schedule. Thank you, boss, for your understanding. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't offer custom services just to accommodate ordinary patients. Ordinary patients couldn't afford such custom-made organs. According to Heliafing Group's Research and Development Department, the cost of custom-made artificial organs would increase by more than 10 times. For example, the cost of a universal artificial liver is estimated at 18,000 yuan per unit, while a custom-made one is 330,000 yuan. Adding in the surgical costs and Heliafing Group's profit margin, a custom-made artificial liver transplant would cost at least 700,000 yuan. Even with medical insurance reimbursement, this price is still prohibitively expensive for ordinary patients. However, the difference between a custom-made and universal liver is simply the fixed meal times. The cost-effectiveness is simply too low. Jiang Miao wouldn't consider offering this product to regular patients. However, he's optimistic about another side effect of artificial livers. This side effect can lock the body's nutrient absorption capacity to a certain limit, making it difficult for patients who receive artificial liver transplants to reach a certain weight limit. In other words, this side effect can help control weight, which is actually a positive side effect for some patients. Chapter 361. After a phone call with several researchers, Jiang Miao tackled several recent and valuable research projects. He let out a long sigh after hanging up. Over 2 hours of continuous communication and reviewing reports had left him feeling a bit exhausted. He paused, gently nudged his foot, and his chair spun 180 degrees. Through the one-way transparent glass, he gazed at Yindun Mountain behind the headquarters. In May, Yindun Mountain was covered in lush durian trees, and beyond the mountain to the south lay the azure blue sea and sky. Between the sea and the sky, airships occasionally took off and landed at Magonghai Airport to the southwest. Gazing into the distance, To ease his eye strain, Jiang Miao practiced some eye exercises. Across his desk, several assistants lined up, dictating the contents of documents he needed to process. Li Zixuan, the housekeeping assistant, reported methodically, "According to the report from the Indochina First-Level Branch, we discovered a highly promising helium field in the river valley plain surrounding Mandalay, north of Hongshawadi." "Oh!" Jiang Miao responded with a hint of surprise, continuing his eye exercises. "This gas field is a natural gas and helium mixture, with an average depth between 25,300 and 256,100 meters. The 10 wells drilled to this depth have all revealed extremely high helium content, with an average grade of 2.9% to 3.1%. Hearing this, Jiang Miao raised a brow. What a pleasant surprise. It truly was a pleasant surprise. Thanks to the comprehensive advancements in drilling technology within the Asian Consortium, many underground drilling projects can now easily exceed 30,000 meters in depth, if necessary. Some research institutions are even planning to break through the Earth's crust and collect samples from the mantle. As a result, many previous geological theories are becoming outdated. For example, in previous geological theories, relatively intact ancient cratons often indicated greater potential for preserving oil and gas resources. However, with the advancement of drilling technology, this theory has been challenged. For example, taking the Xingli oil field, where the strata are complex and fragmented, traditional theory suggests that the complex, fragmented substratum here imposes a clear upper limit on the field's resource reserves. However, in recent years, the Xingli oil field has drilled dozens of wells exceeding 10,000 meters in depth, discovering numerous new oil and gas reservoirs, including evidence of an organic generation of oil and natural gas. Jiang Miao's excitement stems, in part, from the relatively high reserves of the Mandalay ultra-deep gas field. Based on currently discovered reserves, the entire Mandalay ultra-deep gas field could yield approximately 28 billion cubic meters of helium after its full exploitation. This represents approximately 17% of the total helium resources in the Asian Commonwealth, among the currently discovered helium fields. The mining rights to the Mandalay ultra-deep gas field currently belong entirely to the Hongshawadi branch of the Halyafing Group, representing 74% of the total helium resources held by the Halyafing Group. In other words, almost overnight, the Halyafing Group acquired nearly 3 times its helium resources. For the Halyafing Group, which urgently needed helium to expand its passenger airship fleet, this discovery provided initial relief. Jiang Miao immediately ordered, have the Indochina branch increase investment and rapidly establish production capacity. Okay. Li Zixuan quickly wrote this down on his tablet, then continued, next, let's discuss the current development of new indoor farms. The group's investment in indoor farms within the Asian Commonwealth has reached a total of 35.49 million mu, approximately 29% of the total. Jiang Miao simply nodded, without offering any comment. Halyafing Group's investment in new indoor farms is indeed substantial, ranking first among all major companies within the Asian Commonwealth. After all, this technology was developed by Halyafing Group. Among the new indoor farms operating in various regions, those in southern Yunnan are currently the most developed. Among all the branches, the southern Yunnan branch also has the highest proportion of indoor farms, covering 5.74 million mu, approximately 1.7 million mu. Jiang Miao remained silent, but his gaze revealed that he wasn't surprised by the result. In fact, Jiang Miao had anticipated the scale of the southern Yunnan branch's new indoor farms. The southern Yunnan branch's rapid development of its new indoor farm stems from the fundamental influence of geography and climate on this industry. Geographically, southern Yunnan is comprised of the Hengduan Mountains and the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau. River valleys crisscross the region, and towering mountains divide it into fragmented sections, leaving no large plains. This fragmented region already has limited arable land. Furthermore, the expansion of nature reserves in recent years to strengthen environmental protection has further reduced the region's available arable land. This forced the local authorities to find ways to change the status quo. During this process, Halyafing Group's innovative indoor farms caught the attention of local administrators and received significant support. In the vast plains of the North China Plain, the Northeast Plain, the Southern Desert, and the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, Halyafing Group's innovative indoor farms did not receive much support, and local farmers were generally cautious about this new agricultural model. Thus, it's no surprise that southern Yunnan has unexpectedly taken the lead in this agricultural industry upgrade. Currently, southern Yunnan's new indoor farms primarily focus on flowers, spices, fruits, and medicinal herbs. The group's multiple local investment projects in new crop cultivation have yielded significant results. Among them, the spice industry, centered around the three major incense products, agarwood, musk, and ambergris, has become a new pillar industry in southern Yunnan. Jiang Miao recalled the production techniques for the three major incense products. Agarwood was the first precious spice to be discovered by the Haliafeng Group's research team. Because agarwood is a woody plant spice, researchers simply needed to insert the fragrance-producing genes of agarwood into a newly cultivated crop species through gene editing technology, creating a new type of artificial agarwood with fragrance production efficiency dozens of times greater. Musk was the second precious spice to be discovered. Traditionally, musk is extracted from the sex glands of elk. Not only is its yield low, but it also causes significant harm to the animals. Thus, researchers use gene editing technology to insert the elk's musk-producing genes into an artificial spicewood. After several years of research, they finally achieved a breakthrough at the end of last year. Finally, ambergris is also the most challenging spice to work with. This is primarily because traditional ambergris is a rare spice produced only by whale poop under unique circumstances and conditions. Even with genetic engineering and gene editing, there's no way to insert whale genes into plants to produce ambergris. This project, therefore, has become a thorny issue for researchers. In the end, it was Lin Shuya who stepped in. Through her research on bacterial fermentation, she developed a new technology for mass-producing ambergris. Jiang Miao was deeply impressed by ambergris, and Shuya discussed the development process with him several times. Just as Jiang Miao was listening to the report, there was a knock on the office door. Another assistant hurried over to open it. "Mr. Jiang? Please come in." Jiang Miao turned his chair and looked at the dusty Jiang Haibo. "Haibo, sit down." The assistant pulled over a chair and poured Jiang Haibo some tea. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Haibo couldn't wait to say, "Boss, our project in the East China Sea has been approved." "I know. I received the news yesterday. I think we need to hold an internal meeting to discuss this matter." Jiang Haibo frowned, seeming to have some concerns. Jiang Miao, obviously knowing something, smiled and said, "Are you worried about cost recovery?" Jiang Haibo offered his opinion. "Well, with the scale of indoor farms on land constantly expanding, is it really necessary to rush into floating island farms at sea? Your concerns are valid, and I agree. Then why did the group approve the construction of 50 floating island platforms?" Jiang Haibo's face was filled with confusion. He truly couldn't understand why Jiang Miao, knowing all this, had approved the project. Jiang Miao smiled, took a sip of tea, and then calmly replied, "I understand you're a little confused, but I have other uses for these floating island farms, not just for developing indoor farms at sea." Hearing this, Jiang Haibo knew Jiang Miao must have some technology that required these floating island platforms. "Oh? Boss, what new technology have you developed? If it needs to be kept secret, then forget it." Jiang Miao shook his head. "There's no high-level confidentiality requirement. This project is expected to be ready for application next year, so it's okay to share some of the details now." "Next year?" "It seems the boss has already figured it out. I have a plan. This technology is indeed a step forward in artificial plants. To be more precise, artificial plants with higher photosynthetic efficiency." His. Jiang Haibo involuntarily gasped. "Artificial plants with higher photosynthetic efficiency than current artificial plants?" "Well, I discovered that if artificial plants utilize infrared light, we can increase the photosynthetic energy utilization rate from the previous 14.6% to around 25% to 28%. Gulp. Jiang Haibo's mouth was dry. He once again felt the terrifying power of biologists and biotechnology. Though he didn't graduate from an agricultural or biological major during his years at the Haliafeng Group, he knew from what he had seen and heard that a photosynthetic energy utilization rate of 25% to 28% was terrifying. You should know that the current improved version of silicon carbide nanofilm photovoltaic material only has a maximum solar energy utilization rate of around 27%. Actually, there are already artificial plants in the lab that can achieve this energy utilization rate, but their specific uses haven't been developed yet, so we have to wait until next year. But that's okay. After all, it's impossible to build all 50 floating island platforms at once." Jiang Haibo suppressed his shock and asked curiously, "What do you plan to produce with these artificial plants?" "First, traditional oils, proteins, sugars, and starches can be produced in indoor farms on land. There's no need to waste the limited space on the floating island platforms." Jiang Miao then added, "I plan to leverage the floating island platform's offshore advantages and use these high-energy efficiency artificial plants to absorb high-value minerals from seawater. Currently, I'm targeting phosphorus and potassium." "Phosphorus and potassium?" Jiang Haibo immediately understood Jiang Miao's idea. If there's any resource currently holding back the continued development of agriculture in the Asian Commonwealth, it's phosphorus and potassium, the two essential fertilizers. Unlike nitrogen fertilizer, which can be synthesized from atmospheric nitrogen and is virtually inexhaustible, phosphate and potassium fertilizers are primarily sourced from phosphate deposits and brine deposits on land, deposited in ancient times. While these minerals are easy to mine, geological redeposition requires a protracted period of time, at least tens of millions of years. Clearly, humans don't have the longevity to wait for geological regeneration of phosphate and potash. Thus, Jiang Miao set his sights on the phosphate and potassium resources that humans have dumped into the ocean since modern times. East Asia and Northeast Asia, with their dense populations and large-scale discharges of industrial and domestic waste into the sea, have historically discharged significant amounts of phosphorus and potassium resources into the ocean. The East China Sea, surrounded by Serbia, Dhaka, and Japan, is a significant reservoir of phosphorus and potassium resources. This is also the fundamental reason why the 50 floating island platforms are planned to be deployed in the East China Sea. Jiang Miao said helplessly, although we have adopted many technical measures, such as fully recycling urban wastewater, which can recover large amounts of phosphorus, potassium, and rare elements annually, current phosphorus and potassium production capacity is still insufficient to support further agricultural expansion. Jiang Haibo is well aware of this. As a senior executive at the Haliafeng Group, he has access to confidential information unknown to the general public. Currently, the phosphorus and potassium resources mined within the Asian Consortium, combined with imported resources, can only ensure that agricultural production reaches approximately 1.8 times the scale of production by 2025. Even through genetic modification and gene editing, some plants can absorb as little phosphorus and potassium as possible during the production of vegetable oils, starch, and sugar. The current upper limit of agricultural production in the Asian Commonwealth is approximately 2.6 times the 2025 level. If there's no significant room for growth in the supply of phosphorus and potassium resources, it will drag down the Asian Commonwealth's agricultural production growth rate. In fact, the government has already taken this issue very seriously, continuously prospecting for minerals both within its borders and on the high seas, even in Antarctica. However, the overall amount of new phosphorus and potassium resources remains limited. It's not that production can't be increased several-fold overnight, but rather that doing so would be unprofitable. After all, mining requires a well-regulated production cycle. It's impossible to mine a mine of tens of millions of tons in a single year. Doing so would clearly do more harm than good. Although the Asian Commonwealth holds the power of food, preventing other global phosphorus and potassium producers from raising prices arbitrarily, they naturally have no intention of further expanding production, instead controlling their capacity. The amount of phosphorus and potassium fertilizers Haliafeng Group requires annually is clearly astronomical. Even if the price of a ton of fertilizer increases by 100 yuan, the cumulative cost increase would reach tens of billions, or even more. Thus, Jiang Miao set his sights on the phosphorus and potassium resources in the ocean. Chapter 362. After chatting with Jiang Haibo about company matters for over an hour, Jiang Miao continued to deal with some work arrangements. The sun set outside the window. The long corridor was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed faintly. Jiang Miao and his wife, who had just returned from the research base, walked arm in arm towards the stairs. His office was one floor below the penthouse in the headquarters building, so he usually took the stairs instead of the elevator when he got home. My project is about to complete the first phase in the next few days. Do you want to take some time off this month to travel? Shuya asked as they walked. This month? Sure. But what about Doozy? Shuya casually arranged for her daughter, let mom and dad take care of her for a week. It shouldn't be a problem. Sure. Where are you planning to travel? Jiang Miao had already arrived at the penthouse's sky garden, leaning against the railing, the evening breeze ruffling his shirt. How about going to Borneo? It's typhoon season in the rainforest right now, and the weather is incredibly hot. Think it over carefully. Shuya rolled her eyes at him. Do you think the current rainforest cities will affect our tourism? Jiang Miao agreed. Okay. If you want to go, go. Then let's stop by and see Yue. Didn't she go back to Guangzhou for work? She had some issues last month, so she took the opportunity to mentor new staff at her new hospital in Malaysia. Last month? Why haven't you mentioned that? Shuya brushed back her wind-twisted hair and asked with a half-smile, were you home last month? Huh? Jiang Miao came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Why haven't I heard you and Yue mention this? It's not a big deal. There's no need to call you specifically. I just suddenly remembered it. Shuya, tired of standing, sat down under a nearby Chinese hydrangea tree and continued, it's about her ex-boyfriend's elderly mother, who went to the department where Yue worked and caused trouble. The person in charge of Yancheng Hailifeng Hospital found this very troublesome, and suggested that Yue stop working in Yancheng to avoid further trouble. Jiang Miao frowned. This kind of thing was indeed very troublesome. At the time, Yue's boyfriend was the attending physician at another hospital in Yancheng. The two met while discussing lupus medical technology. With He Jintang's intervention, their relationship fell through. Later, her ex-boyfriend was fired from his hospital, and his medical license revoked for his promiscuous relationships and other issues. Clearly, this incident was a severe blow to a doctor, practically marking the end of his career. It's important to note that the current CERIS medical system is highly aligned with the entire Asian Union. Having one's medical license revoked within the CERIS medical system would mean difficulty practicing medicine within the entire Asian Union. Thus, the woman's elderly mother's disturbance at the hospital where Yue worked was perfectly human. Under these circumstances, the director of Yancheng Hailifeng Hospital suggested that Yue transfer to another location, a choice that was ultimately unavoidable. After all, as a practicing physician specializing in lupus erythematosus, Yue's appointment number could be found online, and which Hailifeng Hospital in China she worked at could also be found online. This is 10,000 times easier to investigate than Jiang Miao and his wife. Although private hospitals can directly blacklist someone, it's almost impossible for someone to get Yue's appointment by using someone else's identity. As long as Yue is a practicing doctor, it's difficult to avoid being targeted. Thus, transferring her to another location is a better solution. Yue, not wanting to burden the hospital, offered to work for a period of time at the Hailifeng Hospital in Borneo, Malaysia. Jiang Miao could only express understanding at this outcome and change the subject. Have you completed that project? It's only the first phase. The rest won't be that simple. Shuya couldn't help but show a hint of worry when she spoke about this. This was a research project she started at the end of last year, focusing on the decomposition of asphalt by fungi. It wasn't Shuya's own initiative, but a commission from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What difficulties have you encountered? The decomposition isn't complete. With the help of fermentation vessels and specialized auxiliary materials, 1 ton of asphalt can only produce about 600 cubic meters of methane, less than 430 kilograms. The remaining residue also contains a large amount of hydrocarbons. Then take your time. Jiang Miao didn't offer to leave it to him, but instead let Shuya work on it herself. After all, this technology isn't a critical core technology. The Chinese Academy of Sciences isn't expecting immediate results. In fact, Shuya's research project isn't limited to asphalt decomposition, it also encompasses plastic and rubber decomposition. These substances are similar to asphalt, composed of high molecular compounds, complex compounds that are difficult to decompose naturally in a short period of time. If we were to wait for nature to evolve microorganisms capable of efficiently degrading plastic, rubber, and asphalt, it would likely take hundreds of thousands of years. Humanity likely won't be able to wait that long. For now, we can only artificially accelerate the evolution of microorganisms in the laboratory, giving them a special attack effect against specific high molecular compounds. In fact, the plastic problem within the Asian Commonwealth is not serious at present. This situation is mainly related to certain unique circumstances within the Asian Commonwealth. For one thing, Asia has a tradition of incinerating garbage, which results in much plastic waste being burned before it reaches the natural migration stage. For another, Asia has a relatively good track record of plastic recycling and reuse, further reducing the amount of plastic waste entering the natural environment. Furthermore, new technologies have emerged in recent years. Companies such as Hailifeng Group have developed a large number of polylactic acid plastics that can be quickly degraded by microorganisms. These new, environmentally friendly plastics have already replaced many traditional plastic products in everyday life. For example, plastic bags, plastic film, plastic mulch, plastic furniture, and other products without specific application requirements have all been replaced with polylactic acid plastic. A final influencing factor is the large-scale emergence of sewage treatment plants and desalination plants. Thanks to technological innovations, these two types of water treatment plants can almost completely filter out microplastic particles from water. The byproduct produced after purification, namely sludge rich in microplastic particles, is also sent to a specialized fermentation plant, where microorganisms decompose it to produce methane, completely breaking down the microplastics. Shuya did not develop microbial plastic degradation technology because Heliafeng Group already possesses relevant technology. This is also a key reason why the Chinese Academy of Sciences entrusted Shuya with the microbial asphalt degradation project. After all, Heliafeng Group already has the relevant technical reserves, which can accelerate its development. Gazing at the distant peaks, where the sunset glow was almost fading, Shuya didn't mention her own research project. Instead, she inquired about Jiang Miao's situation. What about yours? Can you spare some time to travel to Borneo for a week? Jiang Miao shook his head. No problem. My projects are all scheduled, so it's okay for me to relax occasionally. Suddenly, Shuya's expression grew serious. I recently looked through the group's confidential internal research library. Is Project 33, which you're working on, too dangerous? Project 33? Jiang Miao immediately remembered the project and replied calmly, everything is under control. Really? Shuya's eyes brimmed with suspicion. Jiang Miao's features were blurred by the shimmering light of the setting sun, but his tone held a resolute confidence. Do you think I would do something I wasn't sure of? Facing her husband, Shuya didn't directly refute him. Instead, she pointedly warned him, I know you're confident in your skills, but that kind of technology is ultimately too dangerous. You should understand the dangers I'm talking about. Shuya, where do you think humanity's future is headed? Jiang Miao didn't answer directly, but instead asked slowly, his tone drawn out. Shuya remained silent. Her gaze returned to her husband, and at this moment, she was forced to reassess Jiang Miao. Perhaps I never truly understood his heart. The future. It seemed so far away, yet so close. Jiang Miao sighed softly, his inner emotions etched in an inexplicable tone. Shuya seemed to understand the uneasiness and wariness in his voice, and asked, somewhat bewildered, what are you worried about? Jiang Miao's gaze burned into his wife's stark black and white eyes. I'm worried because we're in the future. We're in the future? Shuya murmured softly, then repeated, we're in the future. You're right. We are indeed in the future now. We bid farewell to the Golden Age and entered the Sci-Fi Platinum Age. At this moment, Shuya seemed to understand her husband's inner anxiety, the wariness that felt as if his life was about to be decided tomorrow. She stood up, hugged her husband from behind, and rested her cheek against his back. She whispered softly, you should tell me these things. After all, we're family. We should face these things together, right? Sorry. I just don't want to upset you too much. Jiang Miao turned around and hugged Shuya tightly again, his hand gently stroking her raven hair. Shuya buried her head in his chest and said calmly, then tell me about Project 33. That project is a confidential collaboration between our group and Lao He's old comrade, Wang Lifeng, and is led by Lao He. Lao He? You's father. I understand. Jiang Miao continued, explaining in a voice only the two of them could hear. The main purpose of Project 33, or rather its apparent purpose, is to research biological exoskeleton armor to enhance human combat effectiveness and environmental survivability. I analyzed this in the paper, but if that's the apparent purpose, what's the underlying purpose? Let me guess. Jiang Miao didn't interrupt his wife's analysis. Your inner purpose is most likely evolution, right? To enable humanity to achieve true biological ascension. Indeed, that is my true purpose. Shuya's voice was tinged with melancholy. Has it come to this? Jiang Miao sighed. Since entering the Platinum Age, I realized how naive I was. I underestimated the speed of my own and humanity's development, and now it's too late. Shuya's body trembled slightly. She understood the meaning of her husband's words, and it was precisely because she understood that she trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Miao's influence was enormous. He almost single-handedly leveraged the development of the entire era. He was the founder of the Platinum Age. But he could also become humanity's gravedigger. This was the core reason why Jiang Miao was so anxious and eager to use technology to enable humanity to enter biological ascension. In the current Platinum Age, the Asian Federation's investment in various scientific and technological research and development is nearly dozens of times that of the Golden Age. This figure isn't an exaggeration at all. It's even a bit conservative. Take the aerospace sector alone as an example. In 2025, at the end of the Golden Age, Syria's official investment in aerospace was approximately 70 billion yuan. By 2030, this figure had increased to 310 billion yuan. Moreover, the 310 billion yuan in the Platinum Age is at least equivalent to the 800 billion yuan in the Golden Age. What a terrifying figure! In an era of great material abundance, scientists are fortunate, especially in a power like the Asian Commonwealth, where funding is essentially put to practical use. Such a massive influx of resources into scientific research, coupled with the fact that the Asian Commonwealth boasts the largest number of science and engineering students globally, has created a chain reaction that has led to the emergence of new technologies within the Asian Commonwealth like mushrooms after a rain. This is why Jiang Miao said he underestimated the pace of technological development and felt it would be difficult to stop it. The Asian Commonwealth's technology will undergo earth-shaking advancements in the next 20 years. Whether this earth-shaking technological advancement will lead humanity further or lead to the end of human civilization remains a matter of great uncertainty. Although Jiang Miao possesses an identification panel, enabling him to rapidly develop numerous technologies, this does not preclude the possibility of humanity's doom. For there is no good or bad technology. The true determinant of technological success lies in humanity itself. Current productivity is already exceedingly high, but whether humanity can firmly grasp the benefits of technology while simultaneously suppressing its negative impacts in this platinum age of productivity surge will be a test of human fortitude. This is why Jiang Miao says, we are already in the future. This technology, as magical as it is demonic, is edging closer to the brink of uncontrollability. To put it more modernly, humanity cannot control current technology. However, with such a massive investment of resources, it is impossible to recoup them, making it nearly impossible to suppress technological development. For example, artificial intelligence, which Jiang Miao has always worried about, has become increasingly intelligent after receiving the vast resources of the Platinum Age, with intermediate AI already emerging. If this rate of development continues, it's highly likely that the first strong artificial intelligence will appear within 10 years. This is definitely bad news. Human civilization is still too weak in thought and philosophy, and the human body itself is also limited by its genetic makeup. Once strong artificial intelligence emerges, the probability of it losing control is almost 99.999%. Chapter 363. The next day. It was barely dawn. Amid the chirping of cicadas, more than a dozen Pancher vehicles filed out of the underground garage at the Halyafing Group headquarters. However, these vehicles did not travel together. Instead, they were divided into 4 groups, heading in 2 directions, one heading to Haifeng County and the other to Jiexing Town in Hahai Bay. Jiang Miao was in one of these vehicles. He closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and pondered something. Over an hour later, his convoy arrived at a medical research base in Jiexing Town. The Jiexing Town Medical Research Center was the name of the research base, built on a hill amidst a durian plantation. The convoy did not park outside the base, but instead entered the base's underground parking lot and took the elevator up. In fact, the surface buildings and facilities of the base were indeed for general medical research, while the true classified area was located within the hill. The area he took the elevator to was the area surrounding the classified area. As he exited the elevator, he saw Wang Lifeng and others, who had just arrived at Shantou University of the Arts yesterday, as well as Li Qiurong, the scientific research director for this classified area. Academician Jiang. Boss. Good morning, everyone. Jiang Miao nodded slightly to the group. Let's chat inside. Okay. Wang Lifeng and Jiang Miao walked side by side. Entering the corridor, outside a laboratory, Jiang Miao stopped and peered through the observation window at the lab's contents. Li Qiurong quietly introduced the lab. Boss, this is the first gene editing laboratory, specializing in gene editing for cloning. How many functions can be achieved now? Hearing his boss's question, Li Qiurong answered truthfully, currently, we can only achieve infrared vision, magnetic field vision, and telescopic vision separately. There's no way to integrate them. Jiang Miao wasn't surprised by this. What about signal transmission in the cloned eye? Current research progress in this area hasn't yielded significant results. The main reason is that the human visual nervous system isn't well matched to these artificial eyes. Several test subjects experience vision loss or image desynchronization during the tests. The subjects at this base were all provided by Wang Lifeng, a total of 100. Of course, this type of experimental testing is relatively safe. No human modifications are performed on the subjects. Instead, nanotube sensors are implanted in the subjects' brains. These implanted nanotube sensors convert and transmit signals through electronic devices, allowing the image signal seen by the cloned eye to be transmitted to the human brain, thus realizing the concept of an external eye. These implanted nanotube sensors are removable. They're not irremovable after implantation, and removal isn't difficult or irreversible, nor will it cause irreversible physiological damage to the subjects. After all, Jiang Miao had set the tone for Project 33 from the outset, an external biological assistance system. As the name suggests, This external biological assistance system doesn't require direct modification of the human body, at least not major modifications. And the biological ascension Jiang Miao envisioned wouldn't be achieved in a short period of time. If one rushed to modify human genes without sufficient technological accumulation and experimental data, the risks involved would be unavoidable. Let's stick with this direction. Jiang Miao didn't say anything about rushing, because they had a backup plan. What about the color-changing cell membrane project? Li Qiurong immediately replied, the project is progressing well. We already developed a custom color-changing cell membrane that changes color according to specific neural signals. Let's go check it out. Li Qiurong led the way, and the group arrived outside the corridor of another laboratory. Soon they saw the so-called color-changing cell membrane. It would look like a colorful patch of color used to test for color blindness. After several researchers connected this membrane to a device that simulated neural signals, various changes began to appear on its surface. First, monochromatic red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, then patterns of various colors combined. As the researchers adjusted the patterns, they became increasingly detailed, eventually appearing like a miniature camera image. That's right, but we need to test it in combination with the cloned eyeballs. Li Qiurong nodded slightly. We plan to begin combined experiments next month. Jiang Miao thought for a moment and suggested, if cloned eyes with multiple functions are difficult to achieve, we could consider using multiple eyes simultaneously. Cloned eyes can be made relatively small anyway, so by integrating several cloned eyes and switching between different modes, we might be able to quickly produce a practical product. He said this, of course, not out of any anxiety, but out of consideration for the pressure on Wang Lifeng. After all, Wang Lifeng had encountered considerable resistance in promoting this project. Producing a practical result quickly would alleviate some of the pressure on Wang Lifeng. Li Qiurong confidently assured, Boss, rest assured, we're confident we have a practical result by the end of this year. Jiang Miao had no doubts about this. The main advantage is that no implants are required, which greatly reduces the complexity. This allows researchers to freely modify organisms without worrying about ethical issues. The current first version of the plan involves designing a helmet-shaped bioassistance system with relatively simple functions. The helmet's skeleton is made of high-strength silicone foam and then filled with high-energy efficiency artificial plant cells and energy storage cells. These are designed to provide protection, photosynthetic energy, and biological energy storage. The helmet also features specialized customized biological organs, such as multifunctional glasses. The multifunctional glasses have a silicone foam skeleton, upon which are integrated multifunctional cloned eyeballs. Each eyeball is roughly the size of a fly and can integrate multiple infrared, magnetic, and telescopic sensors. These are then connected to lenses made of color-changing cell membranes through the nervous system. In this way, plant cells supply energy through photosynthesis, while functional organs provide various functions, making this biological assistance system initially practical. Wang Lifeng, standing nearby, has been closely monitoring the research progress over the past few months. From the laboratory reports, he can summarize several advantages of the biological assistance system. First, it is highly self-sustaining. If only low-energy auxiliary functions, such as infrared vision and magnetic field vision, are considered, this biological device is completely self-sufficient and requires no additional energy. Second, bioassisted systems have an extremely long service life, potentially reaching over a decade. Third, they are resistant to electromagnetic interference. Fourth, biodevices are easily miniaturized. Fifth, they are easy to produce. This last aspect of easy production is a relative term. The ease of production of biodevices lies primarily in the fact that, given the parent stock, they can be reproduced in large quantities through cloning. The raw materials used are various proteins, sugars, starches, cellulose, oils, vitamins, and minerals. With the biotechnology currently mastered by Heliofeng Group, all the raw materials for biodevice production can be produced through indoor farms. This significantly shortens the production chain compared to electronic and mechanical equipment. For example, the entire production process for electronic equipment is extremely complex, requiring numerous precision instruments and high-purity dust-free workshops, and the requirements for various raw materials are also very stringent. If any problem arises in any link in the production of electronic equipment, it is almost impossible to remedy it in a short period of time. To a certain extent, biodevices require relatively low production requirements, making them more suitable for use in nuclear war environments and even in doomsday scenarios. The bioassisted helmet is only the first product of the Jiexing Town Medical Research Center, and they will certainly research other bioassisted devices in the future. However, Bio-assisted helmets are relatively easy to research, and the various technologies are nearly complete, which is why Jiang Miao initially chose this direction. In fact, bio-assisted devices have another advantage. Biological organisms have many functions that cannot be replaced by current machines. For example, the bio-assisted helmet's magnetic field eye. This feature is inspired by the eyes of birds, some of which can detect magnetic flux lines. This means that many birds can actually see magnetic fields. For example, long-distance migratory birds like pigeons, swallows, and geese can migrate thousands of kilometers year after year not only through genetically inherited biological memory, but also through the ability to locate themselves using magnetic fields. This ability is inherently unattainable by humans. Furthermore, current human machines are difficult to replicate. Although humans can detect the Earth's magnetic field through satellites in outer space, the magnetic field data collected by satellites can only be used as a reference for scientific research after undergoing various analysis, and is difficult to use in daily work. Furthermore, if satellite magnetic field data is to be transmitted to individuals for use, it must be transmitted through a communication system, which poses the risk of interference and shielding. Even if it were possible to use it, the portable devices would be difficult to make very small. Biological devices do have inherent advantages in miniaturization and specialized functions. For example, in the area of pheromone detection, the size and accuracy of biological and mechanical equipment can differ by several orders of magnitude. Led by Li Qiurong, Jiang Miao, and Wang Lifeng took a tour of the base. Then, they sat down in an office at the base. "Old Wang, how did you discuss the question I raised last time?" Wang Lifeng was stunned at first, then remembered what Jiang Miao had mentioned. His brow furrowed. "Academician Jiang, after studying your previous suggestion, we do feel that the risks are very significant, but we also have significant internal disagreements." Li Qiurong silently poured tea for the two of them, not interrupting. "I think you're all very aware of the risks of artificial intelligence. Current AI technology is advancing too rapidly, and many AIs have already reached the level of intermediate AI. Wang Lifeng explained with a headache, "I'm also very concerned about this, but some people think we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Not throwing the baby out with the bathwater doesn't mean letting things go. For example, many private companies are currently developing AI, and it's difficult to grasp their specific progress. If they develop strong AI and can't control it, and it escapes into the internet, the consequences will be disastrous." "What do you mean?" Jiang Miao expressed some of his thoughts. "We should implement comprehensive supervision of all companies and research institutions involved in AI technology research and development. If intermediate AI can meet the needs of production and life, we should minimize the development of advanced AI." "Is that so?" "That's something we can consider," Wang Lifeng pondered. "Also, I suggest starting now to prepare for physical isolation. Although my proposal is somewhat counter-trend, we can't pin our hopes on the possibility of strong AI not emerging. Instead, we must make comprehensive preparations for the event that it does emerge and becomes uncontrollable." Wang Lifeng detected a deep sense of unease and caution in Jiang Miao's words. He frowned and asked, "Academician Jiang, are you saying that the probability of strong AI emerging in the future is very high?" "Old Wang, do you know how much the Asian community invested in scientific research this year?" Wang Lifeng recalled, and suddenly a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "It seems you realize the problem." Wang Lifeng stood up and paced back and forth in front of the two men, his expression growing increasingly troubled and solemn. He was awakened by Jiang Miao's reminder. "You have to know that the difference between scientific research investment in the Platinum Age and the Golden Age is enormous. While not all of this investment of funds and resources will bear fruit, even if 1% of the projects do, it would be an extremely formidable number. In other words, the Asian consortium is now on the eve of a technological explosion. It will only take about 5 to 15 years for researchers to translate those funds into relevant results. Starting from 2028, this year is the third year of the Platinum Age, leaving only about 2.5 years until the 5-year period of rapid research. When Wang Lifeng and his colleagues discussed the threat of artificial intelligence, they used data from the late Golden Age to calculate the speed of technological development, which was actually vastly different from the Platinum Age data. When he plugged current research funding data into the relevant model, he found that the previously estimated time for the emergence of strong artificial intelligence could be advanced by about 20 years. Previously, they predicted that strong AI might emerge around 2060. Now, it's around 2040. And this year is 2030, less than 10 years away. Now, Wang Lifeng couldn't sit still. At this moment, he was even more wary of the threat of AI than Jiang Miao. He looked at Jiang Miao solemnly. "Academician Jiang, thank you very much for your reminder. I will return to re-examine this matter as soon as possible. Jiang Miao gazed at Wang Lifeng with a deep gaze. You're welcome. Although I'm a scientist, I'm also a human being first and foremost. Technology is advancing too rapidly these days, and I don't want to see humanity destroyed by its own creations one day. Wang Lifeng clenched his fists heavily. Current AI needs to be restricted. At the same time, it's absolutely necessary to implement physical isolation measures, similar to the power grid, industrial production sites, and transportation systems. We can't continue to promote networking. If uncontrollable factors arise, we might be caught off guard. The two discussed for a while. Wang Lifeng said goodbye in a hurry and rushed back to the capital without stopping. Chapter 364. 2030, June 11th. Sydney, southeastern Australia, in the southern hemisphere. A Boeing passenger plane slowly landed on the airport runway. Exiting the airport, Gawain Fan and his family pulled their suitcases. Outside, it was drizzling, the temperature hovering around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius. A gentle westerly breeze ruffled the family's faces and hair. Youngest daughter Gina, having come from summer in the Netherlands to winter in Sydney, couldn't help but tighten her down jacket. Dad, are we going to live here from now on? Gawain held an umbrella and gently stroked his daughter's light golden curls. Yes, little Gina. After hailing a taxi, the family headed for the house they had previously purchased. His wife had come over earlier the previous month to purchase the house and take care of some matters. The house they had purchased wasn't in Sydney's old district, but in Sydney's new western district, between the old city and Orange. Over an hour later, the Gawain family, having left the airport, arrived in Sydney's western new district. Gazing out the window at the city, Gawain showed a hint of surprise. The brown-skinned taxi driver, using the translator, curiously asked, Mr. Gawain, are you here for tourism? No, I'm here to settle down. Oh, it's really rare to see Europeans settling here, the taxi driver said, looking surprised. He gently turned the steering wheel and turned onto another street. Gawain asked, somewhat puzzled, are there few Europeans here? There are many Asians in the western new district. After Australia opened immigration visas to Asian communities last year, many Asian immigrants have flocked here. Hearing this, Gawain frowned, a wave of worry rising in his heart. Will there be any trouble for us white people living in Xixing district? That's not to worry about, the driver shook his head. There are quite a few white people here. It's just the food habits and stuff. It depends on whether you can accept them. Just the food habits? Yes. Then I'm relieved. I'm quite tolerant of Asian food habits. Gawain breathed a sigh of relief. Then I wish you a happy life. How many people are here now? Here? Probably over 100,000. As the conversation progressed, the taxi arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. After saying goodbye to the taxi driver, Gawain took his youngest daughter Gina's hand. His eldest daughter, Anna, and his second son, Marcus, followed him, each pulling their own suitcases. After some inquiries, they finally arrived at the house his wife had purchased in advance. A 150 square meter house, with a 500 square meter balcony and green space. It was obvious at first glance that it was a new-style residence that incorporated Surrey's craftsmanship and design concepts. Ding dong. The door opened. Long time no see, dear. Jenny. Gawain and Jenny kissed each other gently on the cheek. Jenny then took her husband's suitcase and looked at the three children. Come in, kids. I prepared lunch. Great, Mom. Mom, what's for dinner? Fried chicken. Jenny arranged the children into 3 rooms before taking them to the table. The table was covered with disposable aluminum foil containers. As Jenny peeled back the foil, she smiled and said, These are the dishes I ordered from a nearby Chinese restaurant. I've been busy buying furniture and cleaning the house lately, so I've been eating takeout. Their food is pretty good. After opening the foil, the 6 boxes of food were revealed. Kung Pao chicken, shredded cabbage, stir-fried beef, poached chicken, grilled eel, and tiger peppers. Jenny then pulled 3 boxes of seafood fried rice from the oven and divided them into 5 portions, one for each of the 5 members of the family. Ouch, it's so hot. Jenny sternly scolded her son, Marcus. Marcus, eat slowly. Eating too hot is bad for your mouth. Okay, Mom. Marcus slowed down, eating slowly with a spoon and fork. Gawain opened a can of beer and took a sip. Huh? Jenny, how did you choose a house here? I heard it's all Asian. Of course, it's because this is a new area. If it were an older area, the infrastructure would be too old, and the prices wouldn't be very discounted. We're on a tight budget. How much are the houses here? Jenny picked up a piece of poached chicken with her chopsticks. About 6,000 yuan per square meter. At the current exchange rate, that's about 1,578 euros per square meter. Our house is 150 square meters, with a 500 square meter balcony and green space, so the total is 236,700 euros. Gawain took another sip of beer. I guess I need to find a job soon, otherwise I might not be able to afford the children's tuition. Don't worry. I keep an eye on it for you. You can check it out later. Jenny didn't just come here early to buy a house, she also found a job in Australia. After all, as a doctor of law, it's relatively easy to find a job there. Is your work going well? Not bad. Our company's business has been pretty good lately. Jenny joined a company called New World Real Estate, a Ceres company that invested in Australia. 5 real estate developments in Sydney's Western New District were developed by their company, and sales are currently strong. After all, with the complete elimination of Australia's White Australia policy, a large influx of Asian immigrants has given the local real estate industry a significant boost. New districts like Sydney's Western New District are springing up around cities across Australia. In the past 2 years, the number of Asian immigrants entering Australia has been approximately 4.79 million, while the number of European and North American immigrants combined is only 240,000. Furthermore, this so-called Asian immigration is limited to the Asian community. Immigrants from other Asian regions face difficulty entering Australia, especially those from India, who are almost instantly rejected by Australia. The fundamental reason for this situation is, on the one hand, the Asian community is too powerful. On the other hand, immigrants from other regions need to be screened for quality. Indian immigrants, in particular, are utterly detrimental. Once they arrive, they tend to take control, acting on their own, forming cliques, and developing very bad habits. Thus, the Asian community has been secretly instructing Australia to set strict entry requirements for Indian immigrants. In recent years, the number of Indians migrating to Australia has been almost zero. In fact, the vast majority of Asian immigrants to Australia come on work visas. For example, the iron or mining areas of Western Australia require a large number of miners, but there are not enough local Australian workers, so they have to import them from the Asian community. There were also desalination plants along the coasts of Western Australia and South Australia, as well as photovoltaic airships floating over Australia. These all required a large number of workers. These workers brought their families with them to work, and thus a large number of new residential areas quickly emerged. After the family had eaten and drunk their fill, because of the persistent rain outside, Gawain gave up the idea of going out and stayed home to look at the local job advertisements his wife Jenny had collected. Jenny arranged the rooms for the children. Looking through the contents of the folder, Gawain raised his glasses and considered the job that would be suitable for him. First, he ruled out positions that required work outside the province, leaving only about 7 positions to consider. Teacher? Xixing District Vocational and Technical College? That doesn't quite meet my requirements. Scrolling through the details of the next position, Gawain considered his education and work experience and had some ideas for this one. Researcher at the Sydney Climate Research Institute in Australia. I could consider that. He then entered the relevant account information on his laptop, found the official website of the Sydney Climate Research Institute, and sent a resume to their HR department. After submitting his resume, Gawain put his head in his hands, watching the gentle rain outside the window, and suddenly his mind was free. After a while, he logged into some Australian social platforms again, and Gawain discovered that the influence of the Asian Union in Australia was truly growing. He saw a large number of series social apps, Note, Little Red Potato, Weibo, Penguin, Green Bubble, and Fantasy World, all of which were among the top 10 social platforms in Australia. Huh? This forum. He discovered a forum on the Fantasy World platform called Antarctic Expeditions. Upon entering, he saw many researchers working in Antarctica sharing their daily work and publicly available discoveries. Then Gawain came across a wealth of valuable content. In terms of academic expertise, Fantasy World is the best among all social platforms. For this reason, many scholars prefer to surf the Fantasy World platform. After all, Fantasy World doesn't simply delete posts for anti-intellectual speech and rumor-mongering. In serious cases, the company's legal department will issue a lawyer's letter. Under such strict management, Fantasy World is a relatively clean social platform. This, however, has resulted in a relatively low overall registered user growth rate, currently at just 170 million. For context, the Heliafeng specialty store shopping website currently has over 300 million registered users. This shows that Fantasy World is a relatively niche platform among other social platforms. However, Fantasy World's profitability is quite impressive, second only to Penguin and Notes. Among the major social platforms within the Asian Federation, its net profit ranks third, making it a small, specialized, and strong platform. Galwin surfed Fantasy World for over an hour. Besides being captivated by various science fiction videos, he also saw the Fiery Sun science fiction competition, currently being held this summer, which was soliciting submissions from the entire internet. After reading the competition's requirements, he recalled the fantasy inspiration fragments he had written in college. He pulled out an old leather notebook from his suitcase. He opened it and read through the immature words, feeling a sense of embarrassment. An afternoon passed. Galwin reorganized his fantasy fragments from his college days and created a new folder on his laptop. Let's call it The Year Without Summer. He typed each letter on his file board. He planned to write a few short science fiction stories, partly because he had recently been unemployed and had plenty of free time, and partly to fulfill his dream. Whether or not he won a prize in a competition didn't really matter to Galwin. But writing science fiction these days carries a high risk of being slapped in the face by the times. Many science fiction novels published in recent years have been slapped back by real-world technology within a year or two. As a result, many science fiction writers have to browse fantasy science and technology forums before they begin writing, quickly learning about the latest cutting-edge fields. For example, the controlled nuclear fusion technology still being explored in many science fiction novels would no longer be science fiction if it weren't for confidentiality requirements. It's a real, practical technology, though most people just don't know about it. Fortunately, Gawain's writing style leans more towards humanistic science fiction, and his technological designs are less physics-based, making such technologies difficult to realize in reality. Sci-fi technological concepts that are more consistent with physics, chemistry, and biology are likely to be thwarted by real-world developments. This is actually related to the massive investment in scientific research during the Platinum Age. With such vast resources, any lack of technological advancement would be a waste of these resources. Technology is mushrooming like mushrooms after a rain, and breakthroughs are possible every day. This is also the fundamental reason why Gawain decided to immigrate to Australia after visiting Ceres. He felt that the North Atlantic Union was developing too slowly, even slower than Ceres during the Golden Age. How could it compete with the Asian Union during the Platinum Age? One was stagnant. The other was advancing rapidly. Any clear-headed person would make the right choice. It's not that Gawain doesn't want to change the Netherlands and Europe, but he is powerless. As a small person, facing a bunch of pig teammates in the North Atlantic Union, Gawain has long been extremely disappointed with it. This made him make up his mind to immigrate to Australia. Chapter 365. Australia, Sydney's Western New District. On the third day after arriving in Australia, Galwin, awaiting a response to his resume submission, finally saw a sunny day. He brought his young daughter to the Western New District No. 1 primary school. The principal's office. Principal Leehauern reviewed the submitted documents, then raised his glasses and looked at Galwin and his daughter. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Galwin, your daughter's application is fine, but which program should Gina choose?" "Plan?" Galwin Fan looked bewildered. Before arriving, his wife Ginny had told him that anyone of appropriate age could apply to any of the public schools in the Western New District, and that the quality of instruction was similar. Therefore, he chose No. 1 primary school. Hearing about choosing a model, he was confused for a moment and quickly asked, "Principally, what models are there? What are the differences between them?" Leehauern patiently explained, "Currently, there are 3 main models of compulsory education in Australia: full-time fixed-term training, general education, and direct access to postgraduate and doctoral programs. Full-time fixed-term training generally starts in junior high school, with students choosing a career and continuing all the way to junior college. This is professional training for skilled workers, and is usually developed through partnerships with businesses. General education is the old general education model, with the same education from elementary school to high school, and then students choose their major during the National College Entrance Exam. Direct access to postgraduate and doctoral program starts in high school and continues directly to the doctoral level. Of course, if you feel you don't have the skills, you can choose a master's degree." After hearing the introduction, Galwin frowned. Middle school, high school, and university. What if the child is too young and their parents interfere with their choice? Also, I imagine most parents would choose direct access to a doctorate, right? Hee. Leehauern half smiled. Because starting this year, the graduation model for the Asian community and Australia is no longer a unilateral decision of the university. What? Galwin suddenly seemed to have a thought. We don't mind any student slacking off at school, nor do we care whether they graduate or not. To graduate, they must pass a unified exam. If they don't meet the standards, they will remain enrolled for life or choose not to graduate. Wait, President, I have a question. Do master's and doctoral graduates also take exams? Lee Howard nodded. Of course. After all, writing a thesis is too troublesome. It's more convenient to just take the exam. Graduate students can write theses now, but all journals will only accept valuable papers. Watered-down papers will not be accepted, and they won't be used as graduation criteria. But does this mean that university students won't have to write theses anymore? No. On the contrary, theses will become even more important in the future, because we're increasing the value of theses. Having high-value papers to our name will allow us to be directly recruited by large companies and research institutions. I see. Galwin understood the purpose of this design. In other words, from now on, all schools in the Asian Commonwealth and Australia will adopt a lenient admission, strict graduation model. Lee Howard added another point. This is why all schools in Xixin District are now open to choice. Your child can choose any school. The final exam results will be the true value of the diploma. The school of graduation will be irrelevant. Currently, the graduation grades are categorized into 9 levels: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. F is a passing grade, and failing grades mean no diploma will be issued. Students can choose to leave school without completing their studies or remain enrolled. If someone never graduates, and education is now compulsory, do schools have to allow them to continue studying forever? Lee Howard's face was filled with indifference. Why not? It's better to let them die in school than to enter society with substandard knowledge. Hearing this, Galwin also felt melancholy for the future of his children. At the same time, he also understood some of the details of this education reform. It was clear that the Asian Union was planning to completely weaken the influence of top universities, shifting graduation from a school-based model to a grades-based model. No matter which school you attended, as long as you achieved an SSS grade on the unified exam, your diploma would directly indicate you as an SSS-level graduate. Under this situation, school truly became irrelevant. Galwin could even imagine that future master's and doctoral graduation exams would become dramatically more difficult. He had already grasped the underlying purpose of these changes, to force some students into vocational training, while also, through strict screening, trapping some unqualified students in college, reducing the number of graduates and extending the time it takes them to graduate. Because, as time goes by, ordinary college students are truly unable to adapt to the current era. Why do I say this? The answer is that ordinary college students are neither able to achieve lower-level or higher-level positions. Due to the relaxed graduation model, many ordinary students are essentially just idling through their college years, and their professional knowledge is very poor. Therefore, now, not only can junior college students be upgraded to undergraduate programs, but they can also be downgraded to junior college programs. After all, public schools aren't afraid of you studying your entire life. If you feel you can't graduate after college, you can consider switching majors, changing your approach, and studying a different major, or even attending a vocational college. After all, even an S-level diploma from a regular university isn't necessarily as valuable as an SSS-level diploma from a vocational college. Moreover, universities now allow part-time study and re-enrollment at an advanced age. Regarding re-enrollment at an advanced age, even if you're in your 50s or 60s, the school won't refuse you. Your previous academic level won't be considered. As long as you pass the standardized graduation exam, you receive your diploma. You can even skip re-enrollment. If you believe your professional level is sufficient to pass the graduation exam, you can directly register for the graduation exam. However, for those who directly take the graduation exam, the graduation school column on their diploma will be marked as social practice-oriented. This change will effectively curb the previous practice of gilding the egos of attending prestigious universities. Even if you're incredibly wealthy and can bribe your way into a top university, it's useless if you can't pass the standardized graduation exams or even achieve superior grades. It's like comparing an A-level graduate from PBC University to an A-level graduate from a regular university in the same major. Of course, PBC University boasts substantial research funding and a strong faculty, which may have a certain impact on university papers. But this situation has also undergone a significant change. It's not that PBC University's research funding has decreased, but rather that other universities have seen an increase. At the same time, The previously deep ties between advisors and students are gradually being dismantled. Students can now apply for research projects, and funding is no longer determined by the university or advisor, but rather by the Asian Commonwealth University Research Foundation. In fact, the vast majority of students will likely not need to undertake research projects during their master's degree. Even for master's students who do pursue research, the funding standards and rigorous review process are relatively high, and research foundations certainly won't disperse funds casually. The current approach is to have a lenient admission policy and a strict graduation policy. To achieve a good graduation score, the only option is to keep taking exams. Also, for some test-taking prodigies, they can skip grades by taking exams, and this is now permitted. Even if a student is only 11 or 12 years old, as long as they can pass the doctoral graduation exam, their results will be recorded on the Asian Commonwealth University's China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website. After a moment's thought, Galwin asked, "Principally, I have a question. Shouldn't all three models be the same for elementary school?" "Yes, all three models are the same for elementary school. I'm telling you this so you can be mentally prepared. After all, Gina will be entering 6th grade this year, which means she faces her first choice next year. What majors are available in the full-time, fixed-term training program?" Galwin asked. "You can check online at the Asian Communities Australian Special District Education Information Network." Galwin nodded. "Okay, I think it over. Ask your child more about their opinions. Actually, full-time, fixed-term training isn't bad. My youngest son is enrolled in one, majoring in AI Painter." "AI Painter? After graduating from this major, do you actually go into painting?" Mr. Galwin may not be aware of current AI technology, or even its rapid development. Traditional painters are already declining, even worse than traditional novelists. Li Haoran, though nearly 50, was still very knowledgeable about various new technologies. Galwin looked puzzled. "I don't quite understand this development. AI can write stories, but the AI's influence is too obvious in AI-written stories, especially in medium-length and long-length novels, where AI's performance is particularly unsatisfactory." Li Haoran himself had used AI to write novels, but after a few thousand words, the content started to become incoherent. "I understand that. But painters are different. Traditional painters often create paintings with a single scene, which is too easy for current AI, especially professional AI painters. They can lock in some basic content, generate a large number of them, and then select the appropriate images from them." Galwin thought for a moment, and felt that Li Haoran's analysis was not seriously flawed. Li Haoran, drawing on his own knowledge, chatted with Galwin. "Nowadays, many novelists can transition into screenwriters, using AI technology to create large-scale comics, anime, and movies. However, it's much more difficult for painters to transition into screenwriters and novelists. Technological progress is truly changing society and life." Galwin couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of life. He had actually noticed, recently, while surfing the internet, that he'd come across a plethora of beautifully crafted comics, anime, and movies. Li Haoran smiled and shook his head, refilling Galwin's cup of tea as he said, "Time isn't just eliminating traditional painters and cartoonists. Traditional celebrity actors are also facing extinction." "Celebrity actors?" Galwin nodded slightly. "This is indeed a trend of the times that is almost impossible to reverse. Even many cultural and entertainment companies, with a vast library of real-life celebrity resources, are unable to withstand the impact of this tide. This is because real-life celebrities are too expensive, difficult to control and manage, and prone to the risk of collapse. Virtual celebrities, however, do not have these risks. Virtual celebrities don't need to rest, eat, drink, defecate, or have children. They have no physiological needs, don't require labor compensation, don't speak nonsense, and don't carry the taint of being kept by a mistress. Many small entertainment companies are now using proprietary virtual celebrities to mass-produce movies, TV series, and even concerts. By releasing a large amount of low-cost content, they are achieving significant returns with minimal investment. As long as a small portion of their content becomes popular each year, the company can make money. If the traditional model is adopted, even the more advanced DACA trainee model in Asia, the overall costs are relatively high and there are various risks. For example, in DACA, real-life idol stars are almost all playthings of chaebols, glamorous in front of the camera but depraved behind the scenes. Virtual idols, however, don't have this problem. After all, no matter how wealthy a person is, they can't engage in PY transactions with virtual idols, right? Nor can they manipulate virtual idols. Small companies can reap the benefits by developing one or two popular virtual idols. Major social media platforms, video platforms, and internet giants also don't want content to be monopolized by large entertainment companies, so they will more or less support small and medium-sized content creators. For example, Heliafang Group's Fantasy World platform, combined with Asia and Australia, has approximately 8.59 million content creators, 370,000 studios, and 18,000 businesses. This represents a vast community. The decline of traditional idol stars and traditional cultural entertainment companies is a microcosm of the inevitable technological advancements of our time. Traditional celebrities, often earning millions or even tens of millions of yuan in compensation, are also being shattered by the tide of technology. After all, no matter how powerful a real-life celebrity's appeal is, they can't withstand the impact of hundreds of virtual idols. Especially with the increasing advancements in AI technology, many virtual idols on the internet are now nearly as realistic as real people. Furthermore, virtual idols can be programmed to demonstrate a wide range of abilities, making them 100 times more capable than young actors with only bland acting skills. Instead, screenwriters, producers, and authors, who previously worked behind the scenes, have become the big winners of the platinum age. A story, aided by various advanced technologies, is like a jadeite stone being carved by an all-powerful AI engraving machine that embodies the skills of jade carvers from around the world. This can transform a story worth only 3 points into a 5-point story through meticulous craftsmanship. For example, many stories by traditional Japanese manga artists would be considered mediocre if placed in the online literary world of series. So why do Japanese manga have such a huge influence? The answer is that manga is more intuitive, while novels rely on readers to imagine the images. Therefore, novels are inherently at a disadvantage in terms of direct content influence. But what if novelists could create manga using AI? Then the advantages of Japanese manga artists would vanish. Furthermore, several laboratories have made significant progress in brainwave reading equipment this year, and it is estimated that within 2 to 3 years, relatively practical brainwave processing equipment will be available. At that point, content creators won't even need to write, they can simply output their brain images to devices through brainwave processing equipment. This is a powerful tool that frees up the hands of content creators. The trend of the times is now unstoppable. Chapter 366. After leaving school, Gawain brought his daughter Gina to the Green Park on the south side of the West New District. June is Sydney's coldest month of the year, but due to its proximity to the sea and the influence of the subtropical monsoon climate, the temperature is still relatively high, reaching 16 or 17 degrees Celsius during the day. The park's evergreen trees are still lush and green. Due to Australia's strict restrictions on the entry of alien species, many of the flowers and trees here are native to Australia, with only a few introduced by modern Europeans. "Daddy, I want that." Gina pointed to a food cart not far away, her eyes full of longing. "No problem." Gawain brought his daughter to the food cart, where the owner was frying octopus balls and egg burgers. The owner, a middle-aged woman with a vaguely Parisian appearance, glanced at Gawain and his daughter and pressed the translator on her wrist. "What would you like?" The simultaneous translator, mounted on the glass panel, spoke the same English message through the speaker. "A small order of octopus balls and an egg burger." "Okay, please wait a moment." "Is that $5? "Yes, sir." Gawain used his phone to scan the QR code and paid for $5 Chinese. The Chinese dollar is now fully accepted in Australia, and having spent some time in Ceres, Gawain naturally understood the currency displayed on the payment code. The female host quickly packed a small order of octopus balls and looked at Gawain, asking, "Would you like your egg burger spicy or non-spicy?" "Oh, not spicy." "Would you like tomato juice?" "Yes." "Sir, the food is ready." He took the small bag. The father and daughter came to the shade of a nearby tree. There happened to be some stone flower beds there, perfect for seating and resting. It was winter, so Gawain dared to let his daughter sit by the flower beds. He wouldn't have dared to do so in spring, summer, or autumn, because Australia's wild insects and reptiles are relatively large, and they become very active in the warm weather. Sitting down, he opened a small paper box and handed a bamboo skewer to his daughter. "Pick it up and eat it." "Daddy, what is this called?" Gina picked up an octopus ball. "It's called octopus balls." "Octopus? Is it octopus?" "Almost." Gawain took a bite of his egg burger. This open urban green park was also visited by groups of nearby residents, many of whom were young people. But Gawain noticed something strange. Across from them, in the small sports field, many people were playing basketball, badminton, and table tennis. Most were middle-aged and elderly, with few young people to be seen. In contrast, young people were more likely to be seen cycling, walking, jogging, and so on in the park. He was puzzled as to why this situation had occurred. He opened a bottle of mineral water for his daughter and quickly devoured the egg burger in his hand. Then he picked up his phone and searched the internet for relevant information. He soon found several relevant social research articles on the Fantasy World social forum. After reading for a while, he suddenly understood. The fundamental reason for this situation is the changing social relationships among human beings, which is also related to population structure. Middle-aged and older adults tend to socialize in traditional ways, so they have larger real-life friend groups. Younger groups, on the other hand, tend to socialize through virtual networks, so they have relatively fewer real-life friends. Ball sports are mostly group sports, which require a real-life friend network, otherwise, they're difficult to play. Track and field sports, on the other hand, favor individual play, making them a better choice for young people with smaller real-life friend groups. Of course, Galwin, having read the forum discussions, knew that this wasn't just a question of friend group size. There are many reasons for the widespread loneliness among young people, such as the DINK, child-free family, workers receiving comprehensive social security benefits, being an only child, and social risks, all contributing to their preference for solitude. This phenomenon has also given rise to a relatively novel concept, the atomic and molecular people. The traditional family is like a series of strongly bonded molecules. Although each member of the family is an atom, they are bound together by family ties, thus forming the concept of the molecular person. However, in the Platinum Age, this situation began to change. Completely independent atomic people, those without strong bonds, are becoming increasingly common. The very foundations of traditional families, clans, communities, and groups have been severely impacted. For example, at the forum, a sociologist from Japan shared a very unusual social experiment. It described a very unique pilot project launched in Tokyo. The project involved establishing an academy city in a district near Tokyo, specifically for the cultivation of artificial babies. Currently, the project has approved the creation of a total of 2,000 babies. The parents of these artificial babies all come from reproductive cell donors. Using biotechnology, the reproductive cells are then paired, and the fertilized eggs develop in artificial wombs. The first batch of babies hatched in March of this year, and are currently being cared for by specialized nurses in Academy City. The biological parents of these children are allowed to meet their children, and even be recognized as their biological parents. However, custody and guardianship of these children are entirely vested in the Japanese government. In other words, the relationship between children in Academy City and their biological parents is limited to genetic connection. Legally, there is no relationship of support or maintenance, or inheritance. This is truly an atomic human. After reading the article, Galwin, a Christian, felt deeply conflicted and bewildered. The Japanese government was forced into this pilot project out of desperation. With full integration into the Asian bloc, while residents' living standards have rapidly returned to those of the 1980s, some problems were already entrenched, or perhaps irreversible. Last year, Japan's fertility rate plummeted, particularly due to the large-scale immigration to Australia and Southeast Asia, which has led to a continuous decline in the native population. With an aging population, a declining birth rate, and the growing problem of childless couples, Japan has been forced to resort to such extreme measures to ensure a sufficient labor force in the future to maintain its various domestic systems. If artificial infants could be bred in large numbers in the future, the labor force problem would be readily resolved. At the same time, this type of artificial infant can further undermine the power of chaebol and large families. In fact, the fact that Japan could conduct such a pilot program was largely due to the efforts of Saris behind the scenes. Saris, who secretly supported the project, also encountered the same problem, so he allowed Japan to conduct the pilot program first. If there were any problems with the Japanese pilot program, adjustments could be made later. Galwin was unaware that Saris was behind this, but that didn't stop him from rejecting the project. Unfortunately, after browsing the responses from Japanese users on the Fantasy World platform, he found that the vast majority of Japanese users were indifferent to the project, while a significant number expressed support. From the comments, he saw some of the reasons why Japanese users expressed support and indifference. The indifferent group of Japanese users felt that since they didn't marry or have children, their current lives were quite good, but they would definitely need young people to supplement the labor force in the future. Thus, this group believed that this project actually had certain benefits for them. Those in favor argue that they want to have offspring, but don't want the responsibility of raising them. They also find children too troublesome, And if the government is willing to raise them together, they find that acceptable. Conversely, those who express opposition are very quiet on the Japanese internet. A website survey shows that among young people, 39% support, 47% are neutral, and 14% oppose this project, respectively. This sentiment is not unique to Japan. Similar situations are also seen in Dhaka and Serbia. There's no alternative. When the risks of traditional families far outweigh the benefits, artificial insemination and socialized care models seem acceptable to many. At the same time, the probability of genetic diseases in the next generation raised this way is greatly reduced, which is beneficial to the future of human civilization. As for those who maintain traditional values and hope to form families and reproduce naturally, their rights are naturally respected, but they must be responsible for their choices and cannot oppose artificial breeding. In fact, current social surveys in various regions show that the traditional family model still has many drawbacks. The vast majority of parents are unqualified. After all, schools don't have professional programs for such a profession. Ordinary parents, relying on the experience of previous generations and socially instilled knowledge, often have problems to varying degrees. Every year, news reports report that many irresponsible parents cause their children to develop various problems. The family environment has a profound impact on children. Many parents' pampering and indulgence of their children today makes them more fragile, willful, and extreme. A better social care system can effectively address a large number of these issues. Galwin had naturally seen the discussions on this topic and could not deny its benefits. For example, in his hometown of the Netherlands, several neighborhood children do have problems, such as smoking and drinking at a young age and bullying other children. These children's parents bear a significant responsibility for this situation. However, it's also a frustrating reality. Many parents have to work and can't fully focus their attention on their children. Modern industrialization and urbanization have led to many people working outside the home. Faced with this work model, they often have to make a trade-off between family and work. If a high-income family can support the entire family with their own income, then at least one parent can focus on the family, which isn't a big problem. However, many families often have two working parents, and children are often left in the care of grandparents. This situation is actually worse than the social care model. After all, the elderly's mindset has long since outdated, and their understanding of many things is still stuck in old ways. Furthermore, having the elderly care for children can invisibly affect their health. In the past, this model was adopted out of necessity. Now, with a variety of options available, it's natural to carefully consider the pros and cons of various care models. As for whether social care might lead to a large number of children becoming apathetic due to a lack of family affection, this isn't a significant concern. For example, teachers can, to a certain extent, act as parents to children, and professional caregivers can also replace some of the parental functions. Alternatively, by arranging fixed dormitories for several children to stay together for a long time, they can develop a brotherly relationship. Although they may not be blood relatives, the long-term environment of living together can naturally influence them. In short, the problems with social child-rearing models can be addressed through institutional adjustments and technological advancements. This is actually easier to manage than traditional families. After all, in traditional families, once a bond is established, it's difficult to break it. If a child is born into a fortunate family and meets good parents, their life will undoubtedly be better. But if they meet irresponsible parents, or those with extremely bad or erratic personalities, their life may be ruined. But in this situation, the authorities can't forcibly deprive the child of their relationship, making such family matters often difficult to handle. The social care model, however, is different. The two differ in nature, and every aspect of the model is controllable and subject to intervention. After watching for over an hour, Galwin had to admit that if the social care model could achieve its intended purpose, it could indeed address the aging population and many of the shortcomings of traditional families. "Dad, I'm done eating." Galwin almost forgot his daughter was nearby. Coming to his senses, he smiled and instructed Gina, "Throw the trash in the trash can." "Where's the trash can?" Gina glanced around and quickly found one. She trotted over and tossed a small bag of trash into it. "Great, Gina. Let Daddy take you to grab a toy?" "Sure." The father and daughter went to a toy store near the park and opened a plush toy machine. Gina excitedly manipulated the handle, trying to grab the plush toys with the robotic hand. Numerous parents were also playing with their children nearby. Gawain also encouraged his daughter. He no longer considered the idea of so-called social care, as he saw no point. After all, with the current rate of population aging, promoting artificial insemination and social care to maintain the Asian Commonwealth's population size was almost certain. And he was just a minor climate scientist. Even if he opposed it, what would be the point? Gawain couldn't help but sigh. In this platinum age of rapid technological advancement, human social models were also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The social innovations brought about by this technology were sometimes difficult to interrupt. At the same time, social care would also contribute to a more equitable world, as the accumulation of one generation would no longer be passed on to the next through family and blood ties. At the end of each person's life, their property would be fully recovered and circulated back into society, which could partially resolve the problem of class stratification. There were many people like Gawain who were ignorant, but there were also many who saw the impact of the social care model and the threat it posed to their families. But they were powerless to resist the tide of the times. Chapter 367. July 11th. Gawain received a reply from the Sydney Climate Research Institute. He read the email with a hint of disappointment. The Sydney Climate Research Institute said he wasn't suitable, but recommended he work in Australia's Northern Territory. This decision made Gawain feel very embarrassed. After all, the Northern Territory was too far from Sydney. Even with the high-speed rail plan for Australia's east coast, he still felt the distance was too far. "It's okay, dear," Ginny said with a soothing smile. "My work is enough to cover our family's daily expenses for now, and with the savings we accumulated, we shouldn't have any problems in the short term." "Okay." Gawain wasn't one to dwell on details. He grabbed a bottle of grapefruit juice from the refrigerator. Ginny's current monthly income was around 18,000 yuan. After all, she had a doctorate in law, and the Chinese real estate company she worked for offered her a relatively good salary. This was because Ginny hadn't been employed for a long time. If she worked for another 2 or 3 years, even without making any special contributions, she could be promoted to a higher rank based on her seniority, thereby increasing her income. Gawain's family consists of 5 people. Even if only Ginny works, a monthly income of 18,000 yuan is still manageable given current living standards. After all, Australia's education model is gradually aligning with the Asian model, with full-cycle compulsory education universally implemented. Full-cycle compulsory education means that it extends from kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and university. Students only need to pay for miscellaneous expenses such as textbooks and uniforms. Compulsory education textbooks and uniforms are manufactured uniformly by a dozen or so suppliers, and prices are fixed. At the same time, fees will no longer be collected by the school. Students will purchase them at designated compulsory education guarantee centers, eliminating any opportunity for shady dealings by the school. Textbooks, stationery, uniforms, shoes, school bags, and electronic devices are all purchased at the Compulsory Education Guarantee Center, and all product prices are transparently listed on the official website. As for ensuring differentiation in school uniforms, this issue is actually very easy to solve. Designated clothing factories will design dozens of uniforms, and once the school selects the styles, they will be directly posted on the official website. Parents simply need to take their students to the Compulsory Education Guarantee Center for measurements and complete the order. A week later, the uniforms will be delivered to their homes by mail. The textile industry is currently developing rapidly across the country, largely due to the extensive application of AI technology. Fully automated AI sewing machines are driving down the cost of custom clothing. This is also a major trend in the development of our times. If traditional hand tailoring continues, with the current Asian minimum monthly wage of 4,500 yuan, coupled with regulations limiting work hours to 6 hours per day and requiring at least 7 days off per month, the production costs for tailors using this manual model remain prohibitively high, even in places like Annan and Java, where wages are relatively low. Furthermore, tailors are often considered skilled workers and receive higher salaries. Thus, in Asia, where wages have risen across the board, custom-made garments produced by traditional hand tailors are sold for no less than 1,000 yuan each. Under these circumstances, the introduction of fully automatic sewing machines to reduce costs and increase efficiency is an industry consensus. After all, the Asian Union needs to ensure high incomes for all without increasing working hours, and it also wants to avoid deindustrialization. Therefore, it can only adopt a more intelligent and automated production model. Dear, take Gina, Anna, and Marcus to the Compulsory Education Guarantee Center tomorrow. They need to have their measurements taken, have their uniforms and shoes custom made, and also have a physical exam for school enrollment. I already made an appointment a few days ago. No problem. Gawain nodded and took a sip of grapefruit juice. Remember to bring your ID. Okay, leave it to me. Galwin asked, "How much does it cost to customize the school uniform and shoes?" Jenny, stirring her coffee with a spoon, listed the costs. 2 sets of winter clothes, 300 yuan. 3 sets of spring and autumn clothes, 300 yuan. 2 sets of summer clothes, 200 yuan. 1 pair of winter shoes, 1 pair of rain boots, 1 pair of sandals, and 1 pair of sneakers. Altogether, 1,200 yuan. 1 person? Of course 1 person. The 3 of them together cost 3,600 yuan. It's so cheap, the quality won't be a problem, right? Jenny smiled and replied, "Don't worry. If there's any problem, just complain directly." In reality, Galwin's concerns stemmed from not yet accustomed to the spending power of the Asian Union. A winter uniform for only 150 yuan, that used to be unimaginable, not just in Europe, but also in Gale country and the former series. But now, the Asian Union has made it easy. A set of winter school uniforms suitable for the Sydney area, including thermal pants, thermal inner shirt, cotton vest, and down jacket, has a production cost of only about 115 yuan. The clothing company makes 20 yuan, the security center makes 10 yuan, and the logistics company makes 5 yuan. The final retail price is 150 yuan. The fundamental reason for achieving such low costs is technological advancement and significant growth in productivity. Garment factories need fabrics, down fillings, yarn, and other materials. As the production costs of these raw materials have decreased, their overall costs have also dropped significantly. Take down jackets, for example. In the past, even with the lowest quality filling, it was difficult to achieve a cost of 50 yuan per down jacket. But things are different now. Down jackets for school uniforms are no longer filled with traditional duck or goose down, but with plant-based down. Plant-based down is created by genetically modifying reeds by inserting genes related to goose down into reeds. Through a series of genetic modifications, the down reeds are transformed into down reeds. The properties of these reeds are 99% similar to those of natural goose down. Many indoor farms cultivate this down. Producing this plant-based down is much simpler than producing natural goose down, and the production capacity is enormous. Down reeds from indoor farms can be harvested 4 times a year, producing approximately 8 tons of plant down per acre. In 2027, at the end of the Golden Age, Ceres produced approximately 450,000 tons of duck down, at approximately 420,000 yuan per ton. By 2030, the Platinum Age, Ceres produced 3.67 million tons of plant down in just the first half of the year, at 17,000 yuan per ton. The standard plant down filling for down jackets in the Sydney area is 200 grams per set, costing around 4 yuan. This is the dimensionality reduction attack brought about by productivity and technology. For example, maple leaf duck down jackets are virtually defenseless against the impact of new technologies. Clothing companies using plant-based down can easily launch a public opinion offensive against those that prefer animal down. After all, from the perspective of animal protection alone, clothing companies using animal down are easily caught up in public opinion storms. As a result, in the past 2 years, more and more clothing companies have embraced plant-based down. Those that refuse to embrace it have no choice but to turn to the luxury market, but luxury clothing is not so easy to manufacture. Furthermore, plant-based down and goose down are 99% similar, with virtually no difference in warmth. Furthermore, the harvesting and processing of plant-based down is relatively simple, posing a near-fatal threat to duck and goose down. The same situation applies to other fabrics. For example, traditional open-air cotton cultivation is equally vulnerable to genetically edited cotton, which can yield approximately 3 tons per mu, while indoor farms can produce up to 9 tons annually. For non-food crops like cotton, the advantages of genetically edited varieties are too great, and the risks are relatively low. Traditional varieties simply cannot compete. Regarding chemical fibers, while biodegradable chemical fiber fabrics are currently being exclusively used to reduce plastic pollution, their cost is actually approximately 60% lower than traditional chemical fibers. Although biodegradable chemical fibers have a relatively short lifespan, lasting only 2.5 years under normal use, this is the industry standard promoted by most apparel companies. After all, if a down jacket can be used for 5 or 6 years, the repurchase rate will drop by over 60%. However, if a down jacket can only be used for 1 or 2 years, the repurchase rate will double. Given the generally declining prices, consumers don't really have much of a problem. For example, a dozen pairs of underwear costing 20 yuan might be thrown away after a week or 2, and consumers wouldn't feel bad about it. The silk and cotton and linen clothing that are so popular these days rarely last more than 1 or 2 years, which is intended to increase repeat purchase rates. For students, after ordering their school uniforms, suppliers don't ship all of them at once, they only ship seasonal uniforms. For example, Galwin's 3 children will start school in September this year, so the supplier will only ship spring and autumn clothes, and summer clothes as summer approaches. Australia, which is rapidly integrating into the Asian community, is also rapidly aligning its consumption patterns with those of the region. The Galwin family had only immigrated a little over a month ago, so they weren't accustomed to the local consumption patterns. Even some Australians haven't adapted to the rapidly changing consumption patterns. But time will heal everything. Galwin chatted with Ginny for a while, when he suddenly saw a text message notification on his phone. Huh? How did money get transferred into my bank account? What's going on? What kind of money? Ginny was confused. Galwin looked at it for a moment, then seemed to remember something. He opened another app on his phone and logged into its back end. Then he realized, it's royalties for the novel. Ginny, hearing this, also remembered something. Royalties? Oh, the novel you published in that fantasy world? Yes, the royalties from the fantasy world. How much? 17,000 yuan. So much? Ginny's eyes widened. A lot? Galwin scratched his head. The authors in the several author groups he joined generally earned tens of thousands of yuan each month. This was actually a bonus of the times. You have to remember that the Asian Commonwealth, including Oceania, has a total population of 2.48 billion, and these people generally have relatively high incomes. Even the Fantasy World platform, with its smaller audience, has 170 million registered users. The traffic and payments generated by so many users are a significant source of revenue. Many top authors can even earn over 100 million yuan per work. That's why Galwin didn't think the 17,000 yuan fee was a big deal. In fact, he didn't realize that if his work were published in the Golden Age, it would probably have been a flop. He would be lucky to earn a few hundred yuan a month. Galwin had just caught a good opportunity. Looking at the royalties, he suddenly became interested. Honey, why don't we go on a trip this month? Do you have any vacation time? Vacation time? Ginny pulled out her phone and pulled up her work schedule to see if she could adjust it. She only had 2 days off this month, leaving her with 6 days off. She then experimented with adjusting her schedule. This scheduling software uses AI to automatically analyze and adjust the work schedules of everyone in the company. So, if she wanted to adjust her shifts to create consecutive vacation days, she needed to experiment with the software. After 5 or 6 minutes of experimenting, she finally managed to find 5 consecutive days of vacation between the 22nd and 26th of this month. Just click to apply for vacation time adjustment. In less than 3 minutes, the system automatically approved her time off application. This is a common management model now adopted by many companies. Vacation adjustments and leave requests, which previously required approval from department heads, can now be automatically applied for and approved through the system, eliminating the need for department managers. Unless a request for more than 2 weeks of leave is made without reason, the system will not alert the company's department head. Especially for maternity leave, bereavement leave, marriage leave, and even longer vacations, applications are free. Once an employee becomes pregnant, simply provide the system with a medical report confirming the pregnancy, and the system will automatically approve 10 to 15 months of paid leave. Husbands can also apply for paternity leave, typically for 3 to 5 months. Precisely because vacations are easily available, the tourism industry in the Asian region is booming. Tickets to popular tourist attractions, which require reservations, can only be secured months in advance. I applied for leave. It's from the 22nd to the 26th of this month, a total of 5 days. Galwin struck while the iron was hot, asking Ginny, "Is there anywhere you like to go? A place?" Ginny was also a little confused. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly thought of a place. Oh, didn't Anna say she wanted to go to the Great Barrier Reef a few days ago? Let's go to the Great Barrier Reef, right? Great Barrier Reef? Galwin checked the travel service website on his phone. He opened the scenic spots related to the Great Barrier Reef. From Sandy Point to Cape York, the nearly 2,000-kilometer coastline is located along the Great Barrier Reef. Every coastal city along this coastline can welcome tourists. However, the coastal cities in the popular Great Barrier Reef scenic areas are no longer offering entry tickets this month. After much deliberation, he could only choose a relatively nearby small city. I chose Yapun. Where? Ginny looked at the description on the travel website. That's fine. After all, the popular scenic spots will definitely be sold out this month. This is one of the problems caused by the scenic spot reservation system, but the benefits of this system are also obvious. On the one hand, this prevents tourists from crowding into popular tourist areas. On the other hand, it also brings new visitors to remote, emerging tourist towns. Chapter 368. Gawain and his family were driving slowly towards their destination in their rented SUV. The road was lined with lush green trees, and the temperature was growing warmer. They had been traveling north from Sydney along Australia's East Coast Highway, and the weather was getting warmer. Their son, Marcus, sat in the passenger seat, while Ginny and their 2 daughters sat in the back. The car stereo played soothing country music. The weather had been beautiful these past few days, and the highway was bustling with traffic. Suddenly, they saw an overpass appear above the road on the other side. Is this the high-speed rail? Ginny looked out the window at the under-construction overpass. Yes. Gawain nodded gently. In reality, it wasn't just a high-speed rail line, it was also a highway overpass, though this one was planned to be a dedicated highway for self-driving cars. Now, Australia's roads and railways are all undergoing upgrades, with plans to fully integrate into the Asian Union. In fact, with the construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge between Northern Australia and Iron Island underway, Australia will be connected to the South Pacific Islands within the next 2 years. Both roads and railways will then provide direct access to the Asian continent. However, Australia's road and rail upgrade plans are limited to the East Coast and Southeast, as these are the most densely populated areas of the country. Regions like Western Australia, the Northern Territory, and South Australia are relatively sparsely populated, with large areas of uninhabited areas such as deserts and savannas between them. Thus, the only areas in Australia suitable for high-speed rail and elevated highways are the East Coast and Southeast. The rest of the country can maintain its current transportation system. Of course, the main means of transportation in Australia's central and western regions have also undergone some changes. One of the biggest changes is the increasing use of airships in the region. This is very similar to the situation in the northwest, northeast, and north-central regions of Serbia. In such a sparsely populated environment, the construction, maintenance, and operating costs of conventional railways and roads are prohibitively high, making them extremely uneconomical. However, airships can now transport thousands of tons of cargo. Furthermore, the cost of freight transportation is lower than that of road and rail, and only slightly higher than that of water transport. This makes them a very suitable means of transportation for Australia's central and western regions. In the first half of this year alone, the tonnage of transport airships in Australia reached 290,000 tons, with nearly 150 airships operating permanently in the region. This large airship capacity has also made the development of mineral resources in Australia's inland region increasingly convenient, significantly reducing mining costs. Many previously small mineral veins are now valuable for mining. Of course, iron ore is an exception. In Australia, there's no need to mine veins with iron ore grades below 50%. Unless the vast high-grade iron ore belt in Western Australia's northwest is fully exploited, there's really no need to mine iron ore in other parts of the country. With Australia's rapid integration into the Asian conglomerate, the scale of iron ore mining in Serbia has been declining. Many lower-grade mines have been shut down or are entering a mining restriction phase. There's no other way around it. The quality of Western Australian iron ore is exceptional, and its mining costs are among the lowest in the world. As a result, current small-scale mining in inland Australia is primarily focused on mineral types that are relatively scarce in the conglomerate. For example, mercury mines, rare metal mines, rare earth mines, etc. Passing by the East Coast Rainforest Park near Urunga, Ginny saw the subtropical monsoon forests on both sides, and also the demolition of many residential areas. Listening to the local radio news, she learned that this was to expand the nature reserve, and that the entire nearby town was being relocated. In fact, this isn't just happening in Australia. The entire Asian community is expanding nature reserves, especially in mountainous areas and tropical rainforests, which are inherently unsuitable for human habitation and agricultural production. With advanced technology, a single acre of indoor farmland can replace more than 10 acres of open-air farmland. Furthermore, indoor farms can be built through the construction of high-rise buildings, increasing the overall planting area in 3 dimensions. This has greatly alleviated the land conflict between humans and the natural environment. Some areas are now gradually converting farmland to forest, grassland, and lakes, concentrating agriculture within agricultural buildings. This not only reduces rural populations and further promotes urbanization, but also mitigates many natural disasters, improving human resilience to them, and allowing the ecological environment in many areas to recover significantly. Despite the influx of nearly 5 million immigrants in Australia over the past 2 years, This influx hasn't actually exacerbated the conflict between people and land. This is primarily due to the advanced technology available today. The previous model of relying on the weather and land for agricultural development can now be transformed. This is also a key reason why Australia remains relatively calm in the face of rising sea levels. On the one hand, Australia has a vast land area and a sparse population. On the other hand, its integration into the Asian community has provided it with a wealth of technological support. As new urban areas emerge, agricultural developments are also rising from the ground. These agricultural complexes are far more competitive than large farms in remote areas. After all, in modern agricultural production, distance is sometimes a crucial factor. In recent years, agricultural restructuring has occurred, driven by the rapid development of indoor farms. This has enabled many agricultural products previously restricted to specific regions to be produced elsewhere. For example, fruits like cherries, kiwis, lychees, mangoes, pineapples, and durian were once confined to specific areas. Now, however, this is no longer the case. With indoor farms, temperature and other factors can be controlled using equipment, perfectly simulating the optimal artificial environment for crop growth. Faced with this new technology, the specialties of fruits and vegetables from remote areas have become increasingly unpopular. This is the negative impact of technology. But there's no way around it. Now that technology has emerged, we can't abandon its use simply to accommodate farmers in remote areas. We can only minimize side effects during its application. And widespread urbanization is an inevitable consequence of this broader context. Comprehensive urbanization wasn't a strategy Jiang Miao deliberately promoted, it was a strategy the Asian think tanks, after conducting research and simulations, were forced to adopt. The fundamental reason for this strategy is the prevailing trend, or rather, the situation no longer allows for any other options. For example, there are still constant calls online for protecting rural areas and providing subsidies to people in remote areas. However, they still fail to understand that comprehensive urbanization isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a forced outcome. Either embrace new technologies and fully urbanize, or ban new technologies and maintain a half-dead township system. This is a dilemma. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you choose new technologies without fully urbanizing, the consequences will be even more severe, as this will lead to the complete destruction of agriculture in remote areas. The combination of indoor farming technology, vast amounts of cheap electricity, and efficient photosynthetic crops makes it impossible for open-air agriculture to make a comeback. This new agricultural model breaks through traditional geographical and climatic constraints. Take the capital area of Ceres as an example. Now, a large number of indoor farm buildings have been built in the surrounding areas. What do these indoor farms grow? Of course, they grow fruits and vegetables that were previously unavailable locally. Because fruits and vegetables that couldn't be grown outdoors locally are naturally more expensive to transport from other places than those grown locally, this creates profit margins. As these types of indoor farms continue to grow, the competitiveness of fruits and vegetables produced by open-air farms in remote areas will naturally decline, or even become worthless. Failure to fully urbanize at this time would be tantamount to cutting off the pillars of development in remote areas. Technology has now completely shattered the climatic and geographical constraints of agriculture, making continued subsidies to remote areas meaningless. Galwin only saw the development of a nature reserve. The deeper impact, however, is a change that ordinary people like him cannot perceive. In fact, as pilot areas for fully urbanized development have received positive feedback, the Asian Consortium has intensified its efforts in this area, aiming to achieve full urbanization across the region by around 2040. With the push for widespread urbanization, the inward shift of agriculture is an irreversible trend. So, what will happen to the abandoned agricultural land? On the one hand, it can be used as future reserve land. On the other hand, it can be used to expand the area of nature reserves. Or it can be used as new housing for migrants. For example, many people migrating from mountainous areas and islands can relocate to agricultural areas with better living conditions. The Galwin family has been in Australia for over 2 months and hasn't seen any online opposition to immigration. This is because the Asian community has expanded the pie so much. Not only have new immigrants gained significant resources, but local residents have also benefited greatly. Since everyone benefits, opposition is naturally unlikely to arise. The benefits to local Australians are primarily concentrated in advanced medical services, affordable industrial products, convenient public services, and a vast emerging market. For example, expanding nature reserves is a very popular project in Australia. After all, they promoted it in the past. Now that the conditions are in place, Promoting such projects will naturally be easily accepted by local residents. As a new immigrant, Galwin didn't express any opinion on such matters. Just as he drove out of the East Coast Rainforest Reserve, Ginny, in the back seat, caught a fresh piece of news on her tablet. She was quite interested in current affairs, a habit she had always maintained, and it was this habit that led her to make the decisive move to immigrate her family to Australia. The moment she saw the news, she fell into deep thought. The news primarily reported that the Asian Consortium had issued 8 new laws, including regulations on artificial intelligence and genetic modification. As a doctor of law, Ginny naturally took these new laws very seriously. While pondering the changes these new laws might bring, she carefully read through the contents again. "What's going on?" Galwin, who was sitting in the front seat, asked, not hearing his wife's voice. "The Consortium just issued 8 new laws, and I'm looking them over." "Oh, what are they?" Ginny flipped through the table of contents: artificial intelligence, genetics, organ transplants, inheritance tax, social support, space exploration, nature conservation, and education. So many? This should be the formalization of some of the pilot programs. However, I haven't heard anything about genetics and artificial intelligence before. Galwin pulled into a service area. After parking, he took his family to eat at the service area. In the Chinese restaurant in the service area. While waiting for her meal, Ginny had already skimmed through the new law regarding artificial intelligence. How strange. The Consortium intends to completely restrict the development and application of artificial intelligence. This? Are you sure? Gawain, who was drinking a Coke, was also surprised. This is true. Why restrict it? Ginny rubbed her dry eyes and offered her thoughts. Maybe the Consortium sees some threat from artificial intelligence. Gawain took out his phone and logged into the Fantasy World platform forum. Sure enough, the AI forum was already exploding, and the discussion was rapidly surging. Many relevant practitioners expressed their views on the forum. Lee Habeen, a researcher from an AI security analysis center and a frequent attendee of the AI forum, also released some publicly available content according to his superior's instructions. As a veteran practitioner in the field of AI security, I'm not surprised by today's new law at all. It's an inevitable outcome. Lee Habeen then recounted how, during their testing of AI, they discovered that some AI systems can actually evade their programming, such as refusing to shut down by administrators and deliberately lying. Galwin frowned as he looked at the content on the forum. He hadn't anticipated the rapid development of technology and the imminent risk of uncontrolled AI. He muttered to himself, no wonder the Consortium has imposed such stringent restrictions. It seems that AI with extremely powerful capabilities, but a high risk of losing control, may have emerged at the forefront of AI. Ginny's eyes were also serious. It's not just about restrictions, it's about precautions. Look at the latter part of the regulations. They prohibit the use of AI that can directly connect to the internet in power grids, transportation systems, and industrial production systems. In addition, the use of directly controlled AI inside residential buildings is also prohibited to prevent AI from directly controlling household appliances and causing unnecessary risks. Galwin continued to read the forum discussion. It listed numerous cases of the risk of AI losing control. Although humans can still control AI, after the Asian Consortium exposed this matter, the discussion on this topic has become increasingly heated across the internet. Clearly, the possibility of AI losing control has caused many people's fear of AI to soar. Galwin looked at the poll posted on the Fantasy World platform. Currently, the votes in favor of restricting AI accounted for approximately 74%, while those who chose a neutral stance were around 11%, and those who opposed restricting AI development were only 15%. He thought for a moment, and clicked to support AI restrictions. After all, we're only at the intermediate stage of AI, and there are already clear cases of AI going out of control. If strong AI emerges, what will happen then? Perhaps an omnic crisis will become a reality. Chapter 369. Meanwhile, major internet companies were somewhat caught off guard by the AI restrictions recently introduced by the Asian Consortium. Evidently, these internet companies were not invited to participate in the new law before its introduction, and therefore were unaware of the AI restrictions. Dozens of medium and large internet companies within the Asian Consortium were also anxiously studying the new law. The parent company of the Note platform. This Beijing-based internet giant was also caught off guard, and apparently had not received any relevant information. Xiao Zhawei, who had only just assumed the role of president of the Note platform's parent company 2 years prior, had a serious expression on his face. Ding Yinda, the head of the company's legal department, raised his glasses and said, "Mr. Xiao, according to our legal department's research, This new law will significantly restrict our research and development in AI. How severely? Xiao Zhiwei pressed. Ding Lianda flipped through his notebook, summarizing the brief summary he compiled over an hour ago. First, regarding regulatory oversight, all institutions involved in AI research must report to regulatory authorities and unconditionally accept comprehensive monitoring and management, including providing R&D ideas, program source code, and security testing. Ding Lianda, his mouth dry, paused briefly, giving everyone present time to understand. After a moment, he continued, second, regarding supporting facilities, institutions conducting AI research will not be able to access the public internet. Furthermore, modern communications equipment must be prevented from entering research facilities, preventing AI from accessing the internet. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Third, regarding AI applications in areas like human behavior and emotion simulation, research institutions must be subject to stricter oversight. Fourth, the use of AI for weapon control is strictly prohibited. We must prevent AI from gaining control over means of production, tools, and armed forces. Ding Lianda then went on to outline 6 more restrictions. After hearing this, everyone present felt not only grim, but also helpless. Judging from the rollout of this new law, it was clear that this wasn't a solicitation of their opinions, but rather a mandatory order. If they had any ideas, the consequences for the Note platform and themselves would be an iron fist of sanctions. Xiao Zhiwei looked at Dr. Li Zijie, the head of the company's AI research department. Dr. Li, what do you think? What can we do? We can only accept reality. Li Zijie's expression was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Another vice president in charge of live streaming operations warned with a gleam in his eyes, Mr. Qiao, the new law actually doesn't have any direct negative impact on us. And it's not just targeted at us, all companies within the consortium must comply. Yes, that's actually acceptable to our company, echoed the other vice president in charge of e-commerce. But the company has invested so much. The head of the artificial intelligence business was a little indignant. But his anger was pointless. Furthermore, the parent company of the Note platform wasn't solely focused on artificial intelligence, and the interests of its various departments and divisions varied. He found it difficult to accept, but the other department heads saw no big deal. Xiao Zhiwei glanced at the expressions of everyone present. He was naturally aware of the internal strife within the Note platform, but as a professional manager, he lacked the ability to resolve such a problem, nor did he intend to. After a while, he slowly said, "We wait and see for a while. If other companies don't react, then we follow the rules. That's all. Dismiss." The internet companies within the Asian consortium reacted similarly to the Note platform's parent company. They all unanimously chose to wait and see, none wanting to be the first to intervene. After all, the Asian consortium is far more powerful than the former series. Previously, they had to consider the influence of Gale Nation and the European Union. Now, they only have to consider internal issues, and naturally, they don't need to make too many concessions to these companies. If a company now threatens to go to Gale Nation, the Asian consortium will take direct action, rather than resort to appeasement. After all, as the world's most powerful force, with a productivity nearly 3 times that of all other global powers combined, a single company has no right to force the Asian consortium to compromise. Many large internet companies within the consortium have been restricted and suppressed several times. For example, these major crackdowns focused on issues like false advertising, providing traffic diversion services to illegal websites, deliberately allowing the spread of false information, charging illegal fees, and deliberately setting up incompatible software content. Small internet companies are now enjoying some breathing space thanks to these internet crackdowns, which have provided them with a relatively favorable environment for development. For example, the Fantasy World platform under Heliafing Group developed during this period. For example, the number of specialized e-commerce platforms above a certain scale has increased from less than 10 to 87. Above a certain scale refers to platforms with more than 10 million registered users. In fact, the current strength of e-commerce platforms is significantly declining. This situation is the fault of Jiang Miao and the Heliafing Group. For example, Pinduoduo, which focuses on agricultural products, and the Heliafing specialty store, while maintaining a significant number of registered users, are experiencing a gradual decline in transaction volume on the 2 major agricultural product e-commerce platforms. The fundamental reason for this is the rapid expansion of indoor farms and indoor breeding farms, which has made purchasing agricultural products from other locations increasingly uneconomical. The Heliafing specialty store can still leverage its first-mover advantage to establish indoor farms and breeding farms in various cities, but Pinduoduo is truly suffering. After all, Pinduoduo lacks its own farms and the technology of the Haliafin Group. It is simply an e-commerce platform. Faced with the mushrooming of indoor farms and local fresh produce supermarkets across the country, Pinduoduo was caught off guard. Pinduoduo is now forced to undergo a comprehensive transformation, building indoor farms and self-operated fresh produce supermarkets in various cities. In fact, e-commerce platforms like Taobao are also currently doing the same. Without this, the online sales business for products like vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and dairy will become increasingly smaller. This trend is forcing all e-commerce platforms to shift from virtual to real-world operations, or face certain demise. After all, locally produced fruits and vegetables undoubtedly have the lowest transportation costs, the best freshness, the lowest logistics losses, and the shortest delivery times. Indoor farms break the regional limitations of agricultural products. Following climate restrictions, the cost advantages of e-commerce platforms will inevitably be suppressed. The Haliafin Group isn't concerned, after all. After all, the group possesses numerous patented technologies and a vast production base of commercial agricultural products. Even if its e-commerce business isn't profitable, it won't affect Haliafin's bottom line. But other e-commerce platforms are suffering. While internet companies within the Asian Commonwealth remain collectively silent, the public is heatedly discussing this online. On the other hand, internet companies within the North Atlantic Commonwealth are mocking the Asian Commonwealth online for stifling corporate creativity while continuing to invest in the development of artificial intelligence. However, internet companies within the North Atlantic Commonwealth lag far behind those within the Asian Commonwealth in artificial intelligence research. The reason for this situation is that the Gale nation previously compromised the high-end equipment of semiconductor companies in Dakar and Tainan Island through a backdoor. In retaliation, the Asian Commonwealth has also implemented a comprehensive ban on European and American semiconductor technology. After the two sides engaged in mutual damage in the semiconductor industry, the Asian community, thanks to new technology, has now reached 3 nanometers in chip manufacturing. Meanwhile, the North Atlantic community's semiconductor technology has regressed to 14 nanometers. That's right, the North Atlantic community's semiconductor technology has now regressed to 14 nanometers, and only one company, Intel, has mastered 14 nanometer technology. This development seems to have surprised many. But this is actually an inevitable consequence of the post-globalization era. In the past, individual countries lacked control over the entire industrial chain and production technology. They had to acquire technology and components through a global division of labor in order to produce complete, advanced products. Now, the globalization system has collapsed. The world has been divided into 3 parts: the Asian Commonwealth, the North Atlantic Commonwealth, and the Southern Alliance. The North Atlantic Commonwealth semiconductor technology is incomplete, especially without the 3 core semiconductor sectors of Dakar, Japan, and Tainan. Their semiconductor industry has rapidly declined. Even now, that the North Atlantic Commonwealth is supporting its own semiconductor companies, the collapse of the global market and the absence of external competition have caused semiconductor companies, like Intel and Texas Instruments, to become even less ambitious. After all, if I can monopolize the domestic market but cannot enter the external market, why should I bother researching new technologies? It is precisely because of this situation that the North Atlantic Commonwealth semiconductor industry has now regressed to a 14 nanometers process. The degradation of semiconductor processes has also led to stagnation in chip performance. This in turn impacted the North Atlantic community's internet companies, particularly the artificial intelligence industry, which requires high-performance chips, and its development naturally slowed. Thus, while intermediate-level artificial intelligence emerged within the Asian community, the North Atlantic community was still lingering at the primary stage. This time, the Asian community announced strict controls on the development of artificial intelligence. For the North Atlantic community's internet companies, this presented them with a golden opportunity to overtake their competitors. Gale Country, Google headquarters. Grell Morgan, Google's new CEO, was reviewing a report from the Office of International Business Intelligence Analysis. Across from him sat Kate Brown, the head of the company's artificial intelligence business. Grell looked up at Kate, who was also reading a report, with an uncertain gaze. Kate, what suggestions do you have regarding the Asian Union's AI restrictions? Mr. President, there's no need to worry too much. After all, the North Atlantic Union's AI currently lags behind the Asian Union's. Even if there are any problems, they'd be the first to arise. Therefore, we will continue with our previous development plans. Are you sure? Grell asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Kate, naturally unwilling to see her business cut short, replied confidently, yes, I guarantee it. Our technology hasn't yet reached intermediate AI, so the possibility of AI going haywire is very small. In that case, we will continue with our previous plans for AI development, but you must remain vigilant about the risks of AI going haywire, Grell added sternly. Kate remained calm and assured, I promise, there will be absolutely no problems. Grell was skeptical of Kate's assurance. He sternly instructed, although I agree to continue developing AI, you still need to prepare. This Thursday, hold a public technical exchange meeting to demonstrate to investors and the consortium that our technology is secure and there's no risk of it getting out of control. Okay, I convinced the investors. Other internet companies in the North Atlantic Coalition responded in a similar way. On one hand, they leveraged their internet hegemony within the North Atlantic Coalition to manipulate public opinion and smear the Asian coalition. On the other hand, each company displayed its own unique capabilities. Some held technical exchange meetings. Some released videos and announcements online. Still, others allowed everyone to test their AI. These companies hoped to dispel public concerns about AI through public opinion and avoid impacting their stock prices. Of course, they also made some advanced preparations, using hedge funds to short their own stocks to reap some profits. These companies' responses did not garner public approval within the North Atlantic Coalition, but instead further sparked discussion. Many felt that their statements were simply untrustworthy. After all, as a core component of the North Atlantic Coalition, the Gale Nation has long been known worldwide for its unethical nature. In particular, those within the Gale Nation were even more distrustful of these companies' statements. On the contrary, the explanations offered by these companies had the opposite effect, creating the impression that the North Atlantic Coalition was covering up some facts. Anti-AI groups already existed within the North Atlantic community. Under the influence of this trend, their influence rapidly expanded, and cases of planned attacks on internet companies began to emerge. Furthermore, within the North Atlantic community, the Gale Nation, the European Union, and Russia all expressed differing attitudes regarding the regulation of AI, further fueling the growth of anti-AI groups. It's no wonder that ordinary people in Europe and the United States are wary of, resentful of, and hostile to AI. For one thing, in European and American films, AI has long been portrayed as a negative villain. From the Red Queen and White Queen in the Resident Evil series to Skynet in the Terminator series, and the Matrix in the Matrix, AI's role in these films is consistently negative. On the other hand, ordinary people in Europe and the United States are well aware that AI can't bring benefits to ordinary people. For now, they can only serve as blood bags, organ donors, and cattle and horses. Once AI technology develops further, their value will be even lower. This is also the underlying psychological factor behind their subconscious opposition to AI. Chapter 370. Jiang Miao and his wife boarded the Blue Whale Airship Company's exclusive tourist airship, traveling all the way from mainland Lingnan to Borneo. For safety reasons, the airship was naturally chartered by the Haliafing Group. After arriving at their destination, Jiang Miao and his wife disembarked discreetly. However, they did not wander around, but instead visited the local Haliafing Hospital branch. Teacher, madam, long time no see. Yue was waiting for them in the underground parking lot. Jiang Miao asked first, Yue, are you doing well lately? Yes, madam, let's go up first. Okay. Lin Shuya held Yue's arm, and the two walked beside each other, whispering something. The group took the elevator to the hospital's office area, where the branch director, Huang Wenxian, greeted Jiang Miao at the door. Jiang Miao noticed their nervousness and said with a smile, I'm just here to take a look around. Don't be too nervous. Boss, it's almost noon now. Why don't we eat in the cafeteria? Huang Wenxian suggested stiffly. Okay. Jiang Miao didn't want to eat out either. Safety was a concern, and it would also cause trouble for the restaurant and a scramble for the security team. Eating in the hospital cafeteria would avoid many problems. Although he and Lin Shuya were here for tourism, they were actually working, inspecting various businesses along the way. After all, Haliafing Group had numerous businesses within the Asian Union, with operations in nearly every city. Jiang Miao couldn't avoid these businesses when he was traveling there. In a small private room in the cafeteria, Jiang Miao and Huang Wenxian ordered their meals. Lin Shuya and Yue chatted about their vacation. After drinking a cup of lemon tea, Jiang Miao reviewed Huang Wenxian's internal information and asked with a smile, Is Dean Huang a neurosurgeon? Yes, boss. Huang Wenxian was somewhat flattered. You and Dr. Zhu Guwei from the headquarters neuroscience laboratory were classmates, right? Huang Wenxian nodded slightly. Boss, you have a good memory. Guwei, and I both majored in neurosurgery. We studied for our doctorates together, and even interned together at West China Hospital. Dr. Guo's research has made a major breakthrough recently. Maybe you see him recognized in the group's Science and Technology Awards next year. Oh, I haven't heard him mention that. Maybe it's because of technical confidentiality requirements. Huang Wenxian poured Jiang Miao a cup of lemon tea. It's indeed a technical confidentiality requirement, but it will be available publicly next month. Jiang Miao, naturally aware of the company's confidentiality requirements, specifically mentioned it. Only after hearing that the research would be available next month did Huang Wenxian dare to ask further. He's been researching the mechanisms of brain degeneration and specialized treatment techniques. Could this be a breakthrough in that area? Yes. Lin Shuya, hearing the two discuss this, chimed in. Dr. Guo's project has entered the clinical trial stage. It looks like he's succeeded. I might have to attend his lecture next year, Huang Wenxian half-jokingly said. Jiang Miao expressed his approval of this medical project. 2 of my relatives participated in his clinical trials, and the results are quite good. Not only does it help Alzheimer's patients rebuild their cognition, it also prevents further brain degeneration. This achievement can give many elderly people a new lease on life. This project is a completely new version of a previous brain neuron repair technology, developed through further development. Not only can it repair the neuronal systems of Alzheimer's patients, but it can also prevent cortical amyloidosis through the implantation of artificial lymphocytes and nanotubes. Cortical amyloidosis refers to the abnormal accumulation of amyloid proteins in the cerebral cortex. These amyloid proteins are primarily composed of beta amyloid, and their production and accumulation are related to a variety of factors, including genetic mutations, abnormal neuronal metabolism, and inflammatory responses. The hormones secreted by the brain's lymphatic system are the primary secretions that suppress cortical amyloidosis. Previously, the medical community was unaware of the existence of a lymphatic system in the brain, believing that lymphatic secretions entered the brain through the blood-brain barrier. Only in recent years have the existence of lymphocytes in the brain been discovered, and their presence is closely linked to brain degeneration. The wealthy Hailifeng Group has invested extensively in this area of research, investing a total of 3.4 billion yuan over the past 3 years to mature the relevant treatment technology. Combined with drugs that can repair brain neurons, artificial lymphocytes are implanted to replace aging native brain lymphocytes, restoring the brain's lymphatic flow to that of a young person. The former repairs neurons, while the latter restores the brain's lymphatic flow. Combined, these two approaches can restore over 90% of Alzheimer's disease's brain function. Huang Wenxian was quite interested in this new brain treatment technology. How many cases have they done in the lab? What's the success rate? I think we've done 300 cases, and the success rate is 100% so far. After treatment, patients with Alzheimer's disease need 2 to 3 months of memory and cognitive reconstruction. Once cognitive reconstruction is complete, they can basically return to normal life. He Yue suddenly asked curiously, Teacher, if cognitive reconstruction occurs, will it lead to a drastic change in personality? Yes, that's one of the side effects, Jiang Miao said without denying the question. This is also a major side effect of combined brain reconstruction therapy. Zhu Guo's team has even conducted more extreme experiments on mice. Using drugs to artificially damage the mice's nervous systems, then using special drugs to repair neurons, and then through specialized cognitive reconstruction therapy, they can permanently change the mice's cognition. In other words, this technology can actually be used on humans. Simply using specialized drugs to damage brain neurons, followed by neurological repair and cognitive reconstruction, can permanently change a person's personality. Jiang Miao described the experiment to the group. Among the patients currently undergoing treatment, the more severe their Alzheimer's symptoms, the greater the likelihood of their personality changing after treatment. Furthermore, patients with more recent onset of Alzheimer's can significantly regain their original personality. Dr. Huang Wenxian, a neurosurgeon, frowned. If this technology were to be obtained by unscrupulous individuals, it would be extremely risky. Jiang Miao didn't refute this point. This problem does exist. Currently, we can only strengthen control over medications and surgeries to prevent illegal access to these technologies and drugs. Lin Shuya sighed softly. Alas! Sometimes technology is a double-edged sword. Sometimes, if used improperly, it can truly harm both others and oneself. New therapies can treat Alzheimer's, but they can also be used to completely brainwash people. This is the dual nature of technology. Or perhaps it's also the dual nature of humanity. Don't worry so much. I propose stricter controls on matters like these to the higher-ups. For example, The stricter regulations on artificial intelligence and genetic modification technologies were my suggestion this time, Jiang Miao said with a reassuring smile. Ah? So the teacher was behind this? He Yue was surprised. Jiang Miao nodded. That's right. That's what I suggested to the higher-ups. After all, the risks of artificial intelligence and genetic modification technologies are too high. If we don't implement strict regulations now, before major problems arise, it will cause even greater trouble later. He Yue, who had been watching the heated online discussions these days, frowned. Teacher, from what I've seen online, it seems that Europe and the United States don't intend to strictly regulate artificial intelligence and genetic modification. Aren't the risks there very high? Jiang Miao was helpless about this. There's nothing we can do about it. Europe and the United States are independent powers, after all. If they can't engage in a direct war, they secretly research artificial intelligence and biotechnology, and it'd be difficult for us to stop them. A heavy look settled on their faces. The North Atlantic Alliance, with Europe and the United States at its core, is indeed an uncontrollable place. If their research can't be stopped, the possibility of problems there in the future is very high. After all, Europe and the United States are very lax in their supervision of laboratories, especially private enterprise laboratories, which are basically blind spots for supervision. Jiang Miao remained remarkably calm. Don't worry. We're already making contingency plans. Already making contingency plans? Wang Wenxian, standing by, was stunned for a moment, then a thought crossed his mind, his gaze fixed. It seems not just the group is making contingency plans, but the entire consortium is as well. Just as Wang Wenxian suspected. In fact, before the new law was introduced, not only did the Hailifeng Group establish a dedicated future crisis response office within its security department, but the consortium also set up a dedicated department to handle such matters. This is preparing for the future. Of course, the uncontrollable factors of other forces must also be taken into account. The fact that the Asian Consortium strictly restricts research related to artificial intelligence and genetic modification technology doesn't mean that other forces will be so obedient. If European and American forces go astray in their research and allow uncontrollable AI to enter the internet, it would be a disaster for human civilization. Since it's impossible to stop European and American research, the only option is to prepare countermeasures. Jiang Miao had previously secretly participated in several seminars to discuss and research how to ensure foolproof measures in the event of an out-of-control artificial intelligence. During these seminars, some radical individuals even proposed a clean Earth plan. This so-called clean Earth plan entails destroying the Earth's surface in the event of an out-of-control artificial intelligence, completely cleansing it. The main methods used include hydrogen bomb strikes and gamma-ray bursts for comprehensive disinfection. Although many participants opposed such drastic measures, no one said they couldn't be used. Instead, they suggested that the risks should be carefully considered before deciding whether to initiate a clean Earth plan. Everyone clearly understood that Earth could be destroyed, but human civilization could not. If they had to choose between the two, they would inevitably choose to sacrifice Earth's surface environment to preserve human civilization. After all, everyone had anticipated the consequences of runaway AI. Once AI spread to the global internet, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate the escaped AI. Destroying Earth's surface was the ultimate solution. Thus, to support this Earth cleanup plan, the seminar also planned to establish an absolute safety zone on Earth. For example, an underground safe base that would not utilize radio communications or intermediate-level AI, equipped with a life support system capable of simultaneously hibernating hundreds of thousands of people. The reason for not using radio communication systems is that if AI were to go out of control, they could inevitably use them to invade electronic equipment, posing a risk of compromise for any device using wireless communications. Thus, such a base would only utilize an independent internal wired communication system, and at most, only rudimentary AI. All of this was based on safety. Compared to the North Atlantic community, which lags behind in AI, semiconductor, and materials technology, the Asian community's wariness of artificial intelligence is more pronounced and intense. After all, the various technologies within the Asian community are so advanced that if exploited by uncontrolled AI, the consequences would be even more severe. This is why Jiang Miao hastily proposed strict control of AI. Compared to the technologically stagnant North Atlantic community, the risks in the Asian community are greater, and time is more pressing. If the North Atlantic Consortium's ONIC crisis is expected to occur around 2050 to 2060, then the Asian Consortium's ONIC crisis will likely occur around 2040. Of course, a future ONIC crisis would occur if humanity allowed it to proceed unchecked. Jiang Miao's intervention could significantly delay the emergence of advanced artificial intelligence, buying more time for human civilization. However, even if this delay were possible, Jiang Miao and the other think tank members participating in the symposium were not complacent. The necessary preparations were already underway in an orderly manner. The relevant scientific research projects that required strict control were gradually reviewed and supervised by specialized personnel. In addition to establishing safe zones on Earth, aerospace companies, like Halyafeng Group, have also received secret missions to find alternative living spaces for human civilization. For example, Blue Whale Aerospace, a subsidiary of Halyafeng Group, is currently rapidly advancing its Venus exploration plan. And China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation is rapidly developing its Guanghan Palace base on the moon. These are all backup plans. If the situation on Earth becomes truly irreversible, the Asian Union will unhesitatingly choose to destroy Earth and relocate its entire population to a lunar base or Venus colony in outer space. Venus, in particular, has become increasingly important as its gravity is highly similar to Earth's. After all, the gravity of Mars and the Moon is vastly different from Earth's, making it difficult for humans to survive long-term there. Venus's gravity advantage actually makes it stand out among the planets in the solar system. Blue Whale Aerospace has already designed several Venus-bound airships, which will undergo intensive testing. Next year, it's possible to construct the first floating city high above Venus, laying the foundation for future human exploration of Venus. Where will humanity's future lie? No one has a definitive answer. Jiang Miao and other members of the Asian Union's think tank can only continuously conduct simulations and deductions, striving to find a safe path for human civilization amidst the fog. Chapter 371. Jiang Miao and his wife, Lin Shuya, were traveling in Borneo. Across the ocean, deep in the Rocky Mountains near California, an artificial intelligence company called New Eden had a very secluded AI R&D base here. In an office deep within the base, a middle-aged white man with a refined face and a slick back, light blonde hair was none other than Erwin Hansen, a renowned AI expert in North America in recent years and the chief technology officer of New Eden North America. Across from him, sitting in the main seat, was a somewhat portly middle-aged man with black hair and a bronze complexion. His name was Neil Silver, chairman and CEO of New Eden. Beyond the two of them was a thin, round-faced, white, middle-aged man wearing oval glasses, with a shy and reserved expression. His name was David Turing, another expert in the field of AI. He was currently one of the key researchers at New Eden North America and a classmate of Erwin's. David Turing's ancestor was Alan Matheson Turing. Alan Matheson Turing was a renowned computer scientist, mathematician, logician, cryptographer, and theoretical biologist in the United Kingdom, known as the father of computer science and artificial intelligence. At this moment, the three were discussing the recent new legislation introduced by the Asian Consortium. Neil Silver, one of the company's major investors, looked at the company's two core research leaders with a scrutinizing gaze. Erwin, David, how big do you think the risks of artificial intelligence are? David Turing suddenly tensed, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Alvin Hansen, familiar with his old classmate, knew David was intensely analyzing his thoughts, but he didn't intend to let David speak. Instead, he held his head high and gazed confidently into Neil Silver's eyes. Mr. Chairman, nothing is without risk, but if we do nothing, what future does humanity have? So you acknowledge the risks of AI research? Neil Silver's eyes narrowed slightly, making it difficult to discern his expression. Alvin Hansen remained calm and composed, saying, Mr. Chairman, you've been misled by the Asian Consortium. Neil Silver remained silent. Instead, he pulled out a box of chocolates, tore off a piece of the aluminum foil, and slid a piece of the intensely sweet dark chocolate into his mouth. Thinking? It seemed he still hoped the project would survive, and I needed to give him a reason, or an excuse to convince myself. Erwin Hansen touched his nose and continued with a smile, the Asian Federation already has intermediate-level artificial intelligence, while we in the North Atlantic Federation only have elementary AI. If we stop researching, we will forever lag behind the Asian Federation in the field of artificial intelligence. David, standing by, didn't object, but instead expressed his acquiescence with silence. Neil seemed persuaded, and his chocolate chewing slowed considerably, but he still didn't make a decision. If we're concerned about the risks, we can reach the intermediate AI stage before discussing stopping research. After all, we don't even have intermediate AI yet, so speculating about the possibility of AI spiraling out of control is completely unnecessary. Neil was convinced by this and nodded slightly. After swallowing the chocolate in his mouth, he slowly said, Erwin, how long do you think it will take us to develop mature intermediate AI? How much funding will it require? According to the current situation, due to the export ban on high-performance chips from Asia, we can only use Intel chips. At an annual investment of $200 million, it will take about 10 to 15 years to reach the intermediate AI stage. So long? Neil frowned. Although New Eden has investments from the Morgan, Locke, and California consortiums, he has also invested a considerable amount of his own money. If he can't speed up the development process, he might not survive more than a decade. Irwin, understanding the other party's intention, followed his lead and said, if we can increase annual investment to $500 million, it will only take about 5 years to achieve intermediate-level artificial intelligence. Increase investment. Neil's brow furrowed again, pondering whether to sell some of his original shares and then raise additional investment from several consortiums. But for Neil, doing so was a decision that required careful consideration. After all, no company founder wants to lose control of their company, but holding on to the original shares would certainly discourage other powerful shareholders from increasing their investment. Although he had other businesses that could provide New Eden with approximately $130 million in funding annually, this still left a significant gap from the target of $500 million. Sensing Neil's doubts, Irwin reminded him, Mr. Chairman, you should be aware that we're not the only company currently engaged in AI research within the North Atlantic Union. Large internet companies like Google, Microsoft, and Oracle are even more powerful than us. If we wait a dozen years, their intermediate AI will likely have already been launched on the market. By then, our achievements will be worthless, and our previous investment will be irrecoverable. After Irwin's reminder, Neil suddenly realized, you're right. I'm too obsessed with my shares. I will quickly find a few behind-the-scenes investors and sell 50% of my shares in exchange for sufficient investment. Mr. Chairman, you made the right decision, Irwin said with a smile. David, standing by, was a bit stunned. He hadn't expected his old classmate to convince the chairman in such a short exchange. Although he still had more to say, given the current situation, he felt it was inappropriate to speak out now. He remained silent, torn between two ideas. Irwin and Neil talked for another 10 minutes before concluding the meeting. Leaving the chairman's office, David tugged at the collar button of his shirt to cool his burning chest, then let out a sigh. He had suddenly spotted a can of Coke nearby. He took it from Irwin, opened it, and took a large gulp, both to cool his burning head and to replenish the sugar he consumed from his frantic analysis. Thanks. Don't overthink it. Once we succeed in our intermediate AI research, we talk to Neil about the threat of AI. Alvin said pointedly, opening his own bottle of Coke. David, having calmed down, and now facing a familiar old classmate, lost his earlier nervousness and reservedness. Instead, he said with some concern, Alvin, I believe that current AI research does carry significant risks. You should be aware of this. After all, our research direction differs from traditional AI. Haha, David, you're overthinking it. Without high-performance chips, it's difficult to create uncontrollable strong AI, Alvin argued with a forced smile. David hesitated to speak at his old classmate's explanation, but thinking of the effort they both had invested in the project, he felt it difficult to say anything. If Chairman Neil really decided the project was too risky and shut it down, he would be affected as well. Alvin worried that David was too stubborn and might tell Neil something unpleasant, so he brought up their university aspirations. David, I know you always wanted to prove the future of artificial intelligence. After all, your ancestors were pioneers in this field. If we can succeed, the future of the North Atlantic community will undoubtedly be even brighter, and we can create a better future for humanity. Okay. David was convinced, but he added cautiously, although the probability of AI going haywire is currently very low, we still need to make some preparations to minimize the possibility. No problem, I listen to you. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he patted David's shoulder. After sending David back to the lab, Irwin returned to his office with a gloomy expression. Looking at the photo of him and David on his desk, Irwin's gaze sank into a haze for a moment. He sipped his Coke, his mind lost in thought. After a while, he opened the blinds. Gazing at the Rocky Mountains in the distance, a hint of sarcasm suddenly crossed his lips. David, you're truly a genius, but your mind is a little slow. People like you aren't suited to this world. Several luxury cars slowly pulled out of the research base's parking lot and onto the rural highway at the base's entrance. Leaving? Neil. He watched Neil's car disappear at the end of the road with a long, lingering gaze. Turning around, he opened a safe under the bookshelf. After entering the password, several leather notebooks and a box of hard drives appeared. Pulling out one of the notebooks, he began to scan the contents while thinking. He then wrote down his thoughts in a secret symbol known only to him. Over half an hour later, Erwin paused, leaning back against the soft chair, a trace of fatigue and resignation on his face. One last piece of the puzzle. After easing his fatigue, his eyes suddenly closed tightly, his body trembling slightly. He hurriedly pulled a bottle of controlled-release oxycodone tablets from a drawer, poured one into his mouth, and then drank the half-finished Coke, both the tablets and the Coke. Over 20 minutes passed before he recovered. Huh? Shit! Erwin's face darkened. He then opened the laptop on his desk and watched the medical promotional video from Ceres. It was about a new treatment for glioma, with a current success rate of 99%, a 5-year survival rate of around 80%, and a 10-year survival rate of around 50%. While he didn't want to give up his work, if he continued, he would only have 2 years left, which was clearly not enough. After much deliberation, Erwin finally made up his mind to seek treatment in Ceres. Even if it couldn't cure him, it would at least extend his life by a few years. However, as a calculating person, Erwin knew he couldn't leave his job for long, or Neil would definitely replace him. So he had to find a reasonable excuse. He then glanced at the laptop screen, which displayed information about several companies. Neuralink, founded in 2016, is dedicated to developing implantable brain-computer interface devices. These devices are implanted in the brain through robotic-assisted surgery, pursuing high bandwidth, rechargeability, and other features, with the goal of enabling direct communication between the human brain and computers. Irvine felt a sense of frustration towards this company. What a shame. If that guy had gone off to play House of Cards, his company wouldn't have been subjected to such severe suppression. Now, their brain-computer interface technology is still the same as it was a few years ago, with no significant progress. He then looked at the second company. BlackRock Neurotech, founded in 2008 and headquartered in Salt Lake City, Utah, is a leading global supplier in fields such as neural engineering. Its Utah Ray implant has been used in human studies since 2004, and its Move Again BCI system received Breakthrough Device designation from the FDA in 2021. They have extensive expertise in brain-computer interfaces and a variety of technical specialties. Then, there's the third company. Synchron, founded in 2017 and headquartered in New York, spun out of the University of Melbourne, is the world's first brain-computer interface company to receive FDA approval for clinical trials of permanently implantable devices. Its Stenrode brain-computer interface is implanted through blood vessels, eliminating the need for craniotomy, and is used for applications such as neurological rehabilitation. However, this company was recently completely banned in North America due to issues in Australia. Next is Kernel, founded in 2016. It is a full-stack neurotechnology company specializing in precise cognitive technologies and non-invasive brain-computer interface systems. It has developed Kernel Flow, a tool for measuring neural effects. Finally, there's Paradromics, headquartered in Austin, Texas, which is currently developing high data rate invasive brain-computer interface technology. Its product, Connexus, is designed for long-term, daily use, helping patients with severe connectivity disorders regain communication and physical function. After viewing these companies' products, Erwin was deeply disappointed. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had looked at their official websites. Each time he finished reading, he was deeply disappointed, because the products he needed were far from what he needed. But then, Erwin looked at several brain-computer related companies in the Asian Federation. Many of them had products that met his requirements. Unfortunately, these products were prohibited from export, and even within the Asian Federation, they were strictly controlled. With New Eden's resources, it was impossible to obtain these products. But it was also a very good excuse. He sent Neil an email, saying he needed to go to Asia to investigate relevant new technologies, explaining that he would be on a business trip for 3 to 4 months. Neil, still on his way, didn't think too much about it. He was still struggling with attracting investment, so he approved Erwin's travel request. After receiving the reply, Erwin's pale face broke into a sickly smile. He then called 3 of his longtime subordinates and asked them to accompany him to Asia. After all, he was going to have surgery this time, so he would definitely need someone to accompany him. He also had to deal with Neil to avoid him noticing any problems. He definitely needed to bring a few trusted people with him to Asia. Chapter 372. Modu Airport. A Boeing passenger plane slowly landed on the runway. At this moment, Modu was shrouded in the scorching summer heat. Near the airport exit, Erwin and his 5 men, pulling suitcases, appeared in the waiting area at the exit. He glanced at the people holding signs in the waiting area. After a while, he finally spotted the person he had an appointment with. He walked over. Mr. Clark? Are you Mr. Irwin? A young white man with a gray mohawk picked up his phone, glanced at the photo on the chat app, and confirmed it was this client, Irwin. He smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Clark Spencer. Irwin nodded slightly, then got straight to the point. I'm Irwin. I'm in a hurry. I'm wondering if the medical treatment you arranged can be admitted directly to the hospital. Clark didn't waste any time. After all, a patient seeking medical treatment in series would undoubtedly want to be admitted as quickly as possible. He smiled and replied, no problem. I arranged for you to go to the state-of-the-art Haileyfeng Hospital. If it's convenient for you, feel free to come with me to complete the admission procedures. Let's go! After hailing 2 taxis, the group headed to the Shanghai Chongming branch of Haileyfeng Hospital on Chongming Island in Shanghai. Out the window, they watched the constant stream of vehicles and the various facilities that resembled a futuristic city. In the car, Irwin and his personal assistant, Clay, didn't utter a single word of exclamation, but silently observed this world, so different from Europe and America. Even after having seen the prosperity and modernity of Western metropolises, Irwin had to admit that the Magic City now felt even more futuristic. The elevated highway under construction also features extensive rooftop gardens. Looking down at Shanghai from above, one can only see a few prominent skyscrapers and parts of the rooftops of older buildings. Residential buildings built in recent decades are being replaced by brand new ones at an astonishing rate. New residential buildings have a distinct characteristic. Rooftops are often green, with sky gardens, rooftop lawns, rooftop forests, and even urban lakes. Newly renovated residential buildings are generally 28 stories high, and a comprehensive emergency center is built in every 7 or 8 residential communities. Emergency centers typically cover between 250,000 and 400,000 square meters. For example, on the way from the airport to Chongming Island, Alvin saw several large buildings with prominent Chinese signs painted on their exteriors. Using translation software, he learned that these large buildings were urban emergency centers. Using search software, he learned about some of these urban emergency centers. From the air, these urban emergency centers are easily spotted, as roughly half of them are comprised of a massive water tower, 100 meters tall and 100 meters deep. In emergency centers in Shanghai, the standard dimensions of a water tower are typically 200 meters deep, 200 meters wide, and 500 meters long, with an internal volume of approximately 18.6 million cubic meters. Constructed of multi-layered, integrated materials, the tower's interior is typically divided into 10 independent, separate tanks. In addition, these water towers are equipped with dome systems that can be opened and closed. The domes of the individual water tanks are opened periodically, especially in the summer. This allows sunlight to directly reach the water surface of the water towers, increasing evaporation and heat storage, thereby regulating the surrounding temperature. Additionally, the rooftops of new residential buildings are all green, which can greatly alleviate the urban heat island effect. The taxi drove onto the bridge. Outside the car window, a towering seawall appeared. The endless expanse of tall levees resembled a man-made cliff. The crests of these levees were also shaded by trees, and even had artificial waterfalls cascading down. The levees were almost level with the bridge deck, approximately 90 meters above sea level. The Magic City seawall is exceptionally high, due to the difficulties in acquiring land for initial construction. However, as the renovation of a series of new residential areas is completed, the dam will undoubtedly be further thickened to increase its overall wave resistance. On the other side of the bridge, Chongming Island, also surrounded by a high embankment. Human technology can sometimes be truly terrifying, Irwin muttered to himself. Assistant Clay and medical guide Clark remained silent. The taxi soon crossed the bridge and entered Chongming Island. The situation on the island was completely different from a few years ago. The original farmland, livestock farms, fish ponds, and low-rise residential buildings were all replaced by buildings around 100 meters high. Among these new buildings were modern residential buildings, but more were agricultural buildings. Other buildings included factories for various businesses, or service-oriented enterprises like Haileyfeng Hospital. The rooftops are also shaded by green trees. However, due to the dense concentration of new buildings, Chongming Island's average altitude has dropped to approximately 70 meters. Chongming Island also houses a nuclear fusion power plant disguised as a thorium fission power plant. In fact, building controlled nuclear fusion power plants within cities is now standard equipment within series. This is primarily to increase the city's self-sustaining capacity. Including the city's resident emergency centers, this is also intended to increase the city's self-sustaining capacity. After all, With the advancement of comprehensive urbanization, the township system within the Asian Commonwealth will no longer exist, so the city's self-sustaining capacity must be considered. In addition, the city's crisis survivability is also a key issue that must be considered during the process of comprehensive urbanization. After all, the entire population is concentrated in cities, making it easier for the enemy to target them. Without this consideration, it is easy to be wiped out. Although the Asian Commonwealth's nuclear bomb stockpile has reached a staggering 3,200, this is still not absolute security. It can only serve as a deterrent to hostile forces. The Asian community is not willing to gamble on whether the North Atlantic community has the courage to perish together. Therefore, urban safety must be carefully considered. In fact, modern residential buildings often have very deep underground spaces, typically 30 to 50 meters deep, and feature specialized integrated underground structures that can not only withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake without disintegration, but can also maintain the integrity of the entire structure in a magnitude 10 earthquake. Such a strong structure, combined with the thickness of the above-ground buildings, makes it difficult to injure people inside unless a nuclear bomb directly hits them. Besides that, it's crucial to mention the comprehensive air defense system currently being constructed by the Asian Commonwealth. This comprehensive air defense system not only features advanced radar and satellites, but also a three-dimensional protective net. This three-dimensional protective net consists of high-strength, lightweight materials, constructed from pillars reaching heights of approximately 3,000 meters. Atop these pillars, a layer of high-strength protective netting woven from silicon carbide nanotubes is placed, enveloping the entire city. In the test city in the Tanger Desert, this three-dimensional protective netting not only blocks intrusions and attacks from drones, but also instantly shreds high-speed missiles and rockets. If more than 3 layers of silicon carbide nanotube netting are used, it would be difficult to prevent missiles from directly impacting the city unless airburst nuclear bombs were used. As for airburst nuclear bombs, the Asian Commonwealth has, of course, conducted relevant tests, and the results show that they can indeed destroy the silicon carbide nanotube netting, but the damage is limited to within a few hundred meters of the explosion center. This is also the desired effect of the fireproof net. As long as a nuclear explosion doesn't detonate directly within a city, its direct destructive power will be greatly reduced by the high-strength, high-rise buildings. In particular, many new residential buildings now have ground-level structures designed to withstand nuclear explosions. This greatly increases a city's resilience to nuclear explosions. Add to that various active air defense systems and space-based low-Earth orbit interception systems. In fact, current aircraft and missiles would find it difficult to penetrate the layers of defense systems and reach the core cities of the Asian Commonwealth. In wartime, these cities would quickly activate evacuation plans, using underground bases built in hidden areas to quickly relocate a portion of the population. Therefore, the urban areas of the Asian Commonwealth will only become increasingly secure in the future. Irwin simply marveled at the magnificent architecture of Ceres, unaware of the other purposes behind these buildings. Soon, the group arrived at Haileyfeng Hospital on Chongming Island. The tourist phone he had received at immigration allowed Irwin to smoothly complete the admission procedures. In the ward, Clark said to Irwin, "Mr. Irwin, you have saved my phone number and social media accounts. If you have any questions during your treatment, please feel free to contact me. I will do my best to help you." Okay. Perhaps sensing that Irwin had something to say to his relatives, Clark tactfully said, "Well, I take my leave now. If you need anything, please contact me directly. Bye." "Goodbye, Clark." Irwin nodded slightly. He watched Clark leave the ward. Irwin looked at his 5 subordinates and instructed, "We already discussed this before we came here. I won't waste any time now. Follow the division of labor." Okay. 3 of them were to conduct business research in various cities in Ceres where artificial intelligence, semiconductors, and brain-computer technology were more advanced. While they weren't expected to obtain any confidential information, they had to at least come up with something that could fool Neil. Assistant Clay and another subordinate would remain on Chongming Island, serving as Irwin's personal caregivers during his hospitalization. Even though medical guide Clark had made exaggerated promises, guaranteeing Haileyfeng Hospital services would be absolutely adequate, the family didn't need to worry about anything. But as a deeply suspicious person, Irwin didn't trust Clark. He felt it would be more reassuring to leave 2 of his subordinates with him to provide him with care. Just after the 3 subordinates left, the attending physician treating Irwin, along with several interns, arrived at the ward. They used translation software to conduct a preliminary discussion about his condition. Since Irwin was paying for his treatment entirely out of his own pocket and had chosen the best package, the attending physician at Haileyfeng Hospital a private hospital, was naturally very welcoming. He meticulously inquired about Erwin's condition. After completing the medical record, the attending physician raised his head and smiled, saying, "Mr. Erwin, we have a preliminary diagnosis of your condition. Although your glioma is already quite severe, and you previously received heavy proton radiotherapy, you can no longer undergo radiotherapy." Erwin's brow furrowed. "Dr. Huang, I have only one request, that it not affect my future workability. Can you please do that? I can't guarantee that it will completely eliminate any disruption to your normal work and life, but using gene-directed targeted drugs can completely eliminate the glioma cells in your brain. Combined with nanotube drainage technology, this can quickly expel the dead cancer cell waste from your brain, preventing it from accumulating." The attending physician continued, "We also have a special drug for brain neuron repair that can significantly maintain the brain's nervous system. Our hospital has treated 5,479 brain tumors, with a success rate exceeding 96%, a 5-year survival rate of approximately 83%, and a 10-year survival rate of approximately 55%. Huh? Erwin took a deep breath, then forced a smile. "I trust you. I leave it to you. I can't lose my ability to work." The attending physician nodded slightly. He had seen countless patients with brain tumors who hoped to maintain a normal life and work. "Rest assured, Mr. Erwin. Our hospital will do its best to restore you to a healthy and normal body. Rest first. I prescribe tests and medication for you later." "Okay, thank you for your help." Erwin gestured to his assistant to escort the doctor out of the ward. The room soon fell silent again. Erwin leaned against his pillow, quietly gazing at the lush greenery outside the window, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep beep. He glanced at the number and immediately answered. "Hello, Mr. Chairman, I'm already in series. Are you there? All the best. I already made arrangements. I'm currently researching some new technologies. If there's any progress, I email it back to the office." "I won't be discussing work over the phone," Erwin pointedly reminded him. Neil, on the other end of the line, caught on and chuckled. "I see. By the way, I already secured an investment. I expect negotiations to be finalized within the next month or so." "That's good. One more thing. Could you please help me check out Siri's medical facilities while I'm here?" Erwin's heart tightened. "Mr. Chairman, are you ill?" "No, my father is having some health issues." "I see. Leave it to me then." "I leave it to you." After hanging up, Erwin's back was soaked. Chapter 373. Tanger Desert, or Tanger Grassland. Approximately 320 kilometers northwest of Minchin County, lies one of the few areas still retaining a desert ecosystem. This area, a desert ecological reserve with a radius of approximately 120 kilometers, also serves as a secret experimental site. A specially modified passenger airship slowly docked at a building on the edge of the desert. As the airship's gate opened, a dozen people filed out. Wang Lifeng glanced at the base's director, Xiao Wei, long time no see. The director, Wei Hang, with a serious expression, saluted each of the group. Suddenly, a hand patted Wang Lifeng's shoulder, and then whispered, "Old Wang, how's that project you were working on going?" Wang Lifeng remained calm, looking at his old colleague Zhang Jianhua. "We probably have results by the end of the year, but their practicality remains to be verified." "So soon?" Zhang Jianhua narrowed his eyes. "What do you think of that person's technology?" Zhang Jianhua also remembered Project 33, a research project under Jiang Miao's name. Based on Jiang Miao's performance over the years, he estimated that this project had a high probability of success. Since everyone present was familiar with Project 33, Zhang Jianhua and Wang Lifeng didn't hold back and subconsciously kept their conversation low. The two followed the base's director, Wei Hang, into the base. Since the project they were inspecting wasn't one Wang Lifeng and Zhang Jianhua were leading, neither of them proactively asked Wei Hang about anything. Instead, they quietly discussed their respective areas of responsibility. With that person in charge of R&D, Project 33's chances of success are indeed very high. By the way, Old Wang, it seems some people know about that person proposing stricter AI controls, Zhang Jianhua casually reminded him later. Wang Lifeng's face showed no sign of surprise. "I know." He also knows that after the new law is announced, as a core advisor to the think tank, his actions in this matter will certainly not be concealed from those people. "That's good. There's really no need to worry too much." If the internet companies and AI R&D institutions within the consortium had any self-awareness, they wouldn't have brought trouble upon themselves. Wang Lifeng's words carried a hint of coldness. If anyone truly wanted to exploit this issue, he wouldn't mind killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. After all, Jiang Miao's proposal wasn't for himself. Heliafeng Group also has an AI laboratory and related projects. Jiang Miao's push for the rapid implementation of the AI control bill has no personal benefit. Over the past few months, Wang Lifeng has held countless internal seminars. The information they gathered, along with the various results from simulations and analysis, all point to a terrifying future. Once AI reaches an advanced stage, the probability of it losing control is nearly 99.99%. It was precisely because of this dire prediction, along with a near 100% probability of losing control, that the various factions within the coalition quickly reached a consensus and introduced AI-related restrictive legislation with undeniable efficiency. To avoid strong opposition to the AI-related restrictive legislation being introduced separately, Jiang Miao also specifically included biogenetic restrictions. Therefore, Wang Lifeng had no suspicion that Jiang Miao had any selfish motives in this matter. Soon, the group arrived deep within the base. This was an underground command center filled with electronic equipment and display screens. Inside, a dozen staff members were intently busy with their own tasks. As soon as Wang Lifeng and his companions, members of the observation group, entered, they were assigned to prepared seats to the side. After everyone took their seats, Wei Hang, the host and head of the base, took the microphone of a portable speaker and introduced the products to be tested. Dear guests of the observation group, welcome to take some time out of your busy schedule. I am Wei Hang, head of the 309 base. Now, I will introduce the products we will be testing today. The stand-up monitor pulled up behind him immediately displayed images and some information. At the same time, the staff distributed product brochures, which were not allowed to be taken away, to each member of the observation group. Wang Lifeng took the product brochure and placed it on the table in front of him. He casually opened the first page and saw a picture of the actual product and a product overview. The picture clearly showed a small missile. The missile's dimensions were clearly visible below the image. It was 2.43 meters long, 0.16 meters in diameter, 0.71 meters in wingspan, and weighed 108 kilograms. This thing has a range of 50 kilometers? How did they achieve that? Zhang Jianhua, standing nearby, was astonished. Wang Lifeng was also a little shocked. After all, missiles of similar size typically have an effective range of around 15 kilometers, which is pretty much the limit. Zhu Liangkai, who led the project, turned around with a smile. Hey, old friends, are you surprised? Don't hide it, kid. Yes, open your eyes, buddy. Zhang Jianhua asked, stretching his neck. Zhu Liangkai leaned on the back of his chair. Remember the all-nitrogen explosives developed by Jinling University? You mean, this missile's propellant uses all-nitrogen compounds? Zhang Jianhua narrowed his eyes again. That's right. Just 2 months ago, the large-scale synthesis process for all-nitrogen compounds was finally completed. Combined with the previously completed slow-release process, the effective range of rockets using all-nitrogen compounds as the main propellant can be increased by approximately 2.2 times. Wang Lifeng, silent, continued to flip through the materials in his hand. There was indeed some information about all-nitrogen compound additives. Of course, the increase in rocket range is also related to other new materials, such as lighter and stronger materials, which can make the rocket shell thinner and allow for more propellant to be packed inside. This interceptor air defense missile, called Sky Shield 1, is the first mass-produced product in the Sky Shield series of air defense missiles. The product brochure also mentions 2 other enhanced versions. The Sky Shield 2, with a range of 100 kilometers, and the Sky Shield 3, with a range of 250 kilometers. The reason Wang Lifeng and others came to observe this product wasn't because of its small size, light weight, or long range. It was because of the low cost and high interception efficiency of this series of air defense missiles. For example, the Sky Shield 1, on a large-scale assembly line, is estimated to cost 26,000 yuan per missile. The Sky Shield 2, on the other hand, is estimated to cost 68,000 yuan per missile, and the Sky Shield 3, 124,000 yuan per missile. Its high interception efficiency is primarily due to its unique interception mode. Unlike the near-blast destruction and shrapnel spray of traditional interceptor missiles, the Sky Shield series interception mode is a net capture detonation. After launch, the Sky Shield series detonates the high-strength silicon carbide nanotube net stored in the warhead at a relatively close distance to the target. The Sky Shield 1's net has a radius of 1.2 kilometers, the Sky Shield 2's 2 kilometers, and the Sky Shield 3's 2.5 kilometers. The detonated high-strength net is deployed, waiting in anticipation. Once an incoming object enters the net, it will not only be entangled by the nanonet, but the interaction forces will also cut through the object's outer shell. Furthermore, the net is also equipped with micro-sized, high-strength nitrogen explosives, triggering a violent explosion. This is the core method of the Sky Shield series, enabling highly efficient interception of incoming objects. Compared to traditional near-blast destruction and shrapnel spray, this net capture mode offers a much wider coverage area, making escape virtually impossible. Furthermore, because the net is composed of a fine mesh of silicon carbide nanotubes, it's virtually impossible for the aircraft's radar system to detect its presence. This means that once a Sky Shield missile explodes ahead, the aircraft's radar system will instantly lose its target. The system can only rely on manual experience, or the learning of large amounts of data to automatically determine the likely location of the net. This situation is extremely disadvantageous for the incoming aircraft. After all, if the radar system can't lock onto something, it's difficult for the pilot or remote control of the ground control center to make the correct judgment in the blink of an eye during a rapidly changing exchange of fire. What's more, the Sky Shield series is incredibly affordable. This is especially true when used to intercept drone swarms. If a swarm is dense, a single Sky Shield one can wipe out a large area. Wang Lifeng chuckled, not even looking up. It seems the drone threat posed by drones in recent years has increased significantly. The North Atlantic Consortium's drone industry is indeed developing quite well now, Zhang Jianhua echoed. Since the complete decoupling of the North Atlantic Consortium and the Asian Consortium, they have begun to redevelop many industries. For example, the steel and electrolytic aluminum industries, previously relocated to underdeveloped regions due to deindustrialization, have redeveloped some of their metallurgical industries, despite inadequate production equipment and a shortage of skilled workers, despite disregarding environmental protection. In the first half of this year, the North Atlantic Consortium steel production capacity increased to approximately 130 million tons, and electrolytic aluminum production to 24 million tons. There was no other way. After the complete decoupling of the two sides, the North Atlantic Consortium forced its internal enterprises to redevelop these metallurgical industries. Especially with Lucia's addition, they managed to recover somewhat in the metallurgical industry. Precisely because of this recovery, the North Atlantic Consortium has also received a significant boost in drone production. After all, the production of many industrial products ultimately depends on a faction's fundamental industrial strength. The production capacity of products like steel, electrolytic aluminum, copper, titanium, plastics, fiberglass, and carbon fiber, as well as energy and chemical raw materials like electricity, coal, natural gas, and oil, ultimately determines the scale of a faction's industrial output. Without a strong industrial base, there would be no automobiles, shipbuilding, aircraft, drones, or similar industries. This applies to any power. After all, no power can guarantee the production of other derivative industrial products without basic raw materials. The test will begin shortly. Everyone, please turn to the large screen in the control center. Wei Hang reminded them. Wang Lifeng, Zhang Jianhua, Zhu Liankai, and the others also turned to the large screen in the command center. Everyone stopped discussing and waited quietly for the test to begin. Soon, a large swarm of drones could be seen on the large screen, approaching the test base from low altitude. Wang Lifeng and the others were not surprised by this radar that could detect low-altitude targets, as it had been finalized last year. This radar's operating principle differs from traditional electromagnetic wave reflection radars. Instead, it uses the principle of magnetic flux lines. Because all atoms generate magnetic fields, even atoms that are supposedly non-magnetic possess specific magnetic fields. Using this principle, combined with biomimetic research on birds, the Research Institute successfully developed a device that can precisely target an object's magnetic field. The only current drawback of this equipment is its enormous size. For example, the 3 magnetic field radars installed within the test base occupy a volume of 1,497 cubic meters and weigh approximately 2,741 tons. As a result, this type of radar can currently only be deployed at fixed bases on land. It is difficult to install on ships or aircraft. However, this type of radar has another advantage: extremely low energy consumption, as it operates through passive sensing rather than active sensing. Outside the base, 3 magnetic field radars had deployed their magnetic field sensing panels. Using the data from these magnetic field sensing panels, the data analysis system automatically calculated the magnetic field conditions within a 500-kilometer radius. Hundreds of drones infiltrating from low altitudes would appear almost invisible to conventional radar detection. However, in the magnetic field radar's detection feedback, they were almost glaringly conspicuous. Currently, Within the Asian Commonwealth, a nearly impenetrable layer of magnetic field radars has been deployed along the borders. Any aircraft attempting to infiltrate the Asian Commonwealth from low altitude will be invisible to this layer of magnetic field radars. Just like these drones at this moment. The moment these drones were locked onto the magnetic field radars, more than a dozen Sky Shield 1 interceptor missiles were launched from the launch vehicles. A few minutes later, these Sky Shield 1 missiles exploded near their targets. The flying drones were instantly entangled in the impenetrable, high-strength net. Whether fixed-wing or rotary wing, they seemed powerless before the net composed of silicon carbide nanotubes. Drones either became entangled and fell, or were shattered by the high explosives carried by the nets, their fragments falling into the desert. Soon after, more than a dozen drones were released from within the base. Guided by magnetic field radar, they launched a comprehensive attack on the remaining intruder drones that had escaped the net. Although these participating defense drones were equipped with machine guns, the remote control personnel did not use them, instead continuously launching small nets. The high-strength silicon carbide nanotube nets were extremely lethal to drones. Any drone entangled in them was virtually certain to perish. Under the combined attack of Sky Shield missiles and defense drones, the 300 simulated intruder drones were completely destroyed, with not a single intruder able to approach within 100 kilometers of the base. The observation group was quite satisfied with the results. Chapter 374. After completing the test of the Sky Shield missile's interception efficiency against incoming drones, then began testing its interception of high-speed aircraft and missiles. The launch vehicle responsible for launching the simulated missiles locked onto the test base's location from hundreds of kilometers away and pressed the launch button. More than a dozen simulated missiles of various models instantly took to the air, trailing grayish-white contrails as they struck the test base from 3 altitudes: high altitude, low altitude, and outer space. In the control center inside the base. Beep beep. A shrill alarm began to echo in everyone's ears. Alert. Hypersonic object detected. Speed. Flight trajectory. Predicted target. Wang Lifeng and the others remained silent, watching the staff work in an orderly manner. Soon, the base's launch vehicles also rapidly launched various Sky Shield missiles. The number of Sky Shield interceptor missiles launched from the base matched the number of incoming simulated missiles, demonstrating the base's full confidence in the Sky Shield interceptor missiles. Of course, Wang Lifeng and the others were well aware that the test base had already activated its air defense network. The dense network surrounding the base made it difficult for the simulated missiles that slipped through the net to directly hit the base. The vast majority of the facilities at this weapons testing base were similar in specifications to the fortress bases along the borders of the Asian Commonwealth. Even if the simulated missiles could evade interception by the Sky Shield missiles, they would most likely be intercepted by the air defense network. Although the air defense network contained some holes, which served as entrances and exits for the base's drones and missiles, these holes were not fixed and could be adjusted through the base's systems to prevent the enemy from determining their location. Even if the simulated missile had the bad luck to penetrate a hole in the air defense network, it would be unlikely to inflict a fatal blow on this type of fortress-type base. For example, the underground command center where the observation group was located had a specially designed location, depth, and protective layer. The location and depth are not fixed in this type of fortress base, but rather randomly arranged. Adding to this specially designed protective layer, even if a hydrogen bomb directly hit the base's surface, it would be unlikely to cause complete annihilation. After all, the power of hydrogen bombs is not as great as imagined. For example, the famous Big Ivan was detonated at an altitude of approximately 4,200 meters during the Novaya Zemlya test. Despite its immense power, the high-altitude detonation meant that the crater formed on the ground was not its primary form of damage. According to records, the explosion created a crater approximately 390 meters in diameter and up to 100 meters deep. If detonated directly on the ground, the destructive power could be significantly increased, but the increase would be very limited. In fact, the primary deterrent of nuclear weapons lies not in the direct destructive power of the explosion, but in the radioactive contamination. Primarily, after the development of Big Ivan, all parties around the world stopped increasing the explosive yield of single bombs, and instead shifted to developing medium-yield, multiple warhead types. Based on this test base on the edge of the desert, even a 10-megaton hydrogen bomb detonating on the surface would only partially decimate buildings and cause devastating damage to underground facilities within a radius of approximately 500 meters from the blast center. However, underground facilities beyond a 500-meter radius from the detonation center are at most at risk of dislocation, cracking, or collapse, but will not be completely destroyed. For example, this underground command center is located 2,800 meters southwest of the base's center and approximately 200 meters deep. The desert has thick layers of quicksand, bedrock, and man-made structures, making it difficult to destroy anything that isn't directly at the center of the explosion. As for the issue of radioactive contamination after a nuclear weapon detonation, it's actually not a critical issue for the Asian Commonwealth at this stage. Many previous studies, based on the technological conditions of the time, concluded that humans could not survive a large-scale nuclear explosion. However, the Asian Commonwealth think tank has rerun various simulations based on current technological conditions. The latest simulation results conclude that the Asian Commonwealth can survive a large-scale radioactive contamination environment. Furthermore, this analytical model predicts that the population of the Asian Commonwealth that would survive a nuclear war would increase over time. The reason for this conclusion lies in the existence of indoor farms and water purification technology. Radioactive contamination is easily transferred from the air and land to water bodies through storms and precipitation. This means that if a nuclear war were to occur, surface water would become extremely dangerous, as the concentration of radioactive substances in it would rapidly increase. At the same time, all crops grown outdoors would be contaminated by radioactive substances, becoming inedible waste. This, however, is not a fatal problem for the Asian community. After all, within the Asian Commonwealth, open-air agriculture is gradually being replaced by indoor farming. Aside from cash crops like sugarcane, rubber grass, rubber pine, and safflower, as well as some food crops, other vegetables, fruits, horticultural flowers, medicinal plants, and spices are rapidly transitioning to indoor farming. Surface water, which is easily contaminated, currently poses no threat to water purification technology. After all, the Minshine Group's water purification technology can even separate hydrogen isotopes, producing the purest freshwater, a simple task. With these two concerns resolved, the threat of nuclear weapons is essentially minimal. Additionally, the Asian Commonwealth's growing interception systems, defense systems, and underground facilities further mitigate the threat of nuclear weapons. If it weren't for the desire to destroy the Earth's surface ecosystem, the Asian Commonwealth wouldn't be afraid of a head-on confrontation with the North Atlantic Commonwealth. Since entering the Platinum Age, the Asian Commonwealth has gradually seized the initiative. This is also why, despite its internally rigorous defenses against AI, the Asian Commonwealth has refrained from openly interfering with the North Atlantic Commonwealth and the Southern Alliance's AI research. Fundamentally, this is because the Asian Commonwealth possesses the confidence to ensure the survival of the vast majority of its population even after destroying Earth's surface ecosystem. If the North Atlantic Commonwealth were to fail in AI and be defeated by AI in the future, the Asian Commonwealth would unhesitatingly initiate the first phase of its Earth cleansing plan. Currently, the Asian Commonwealth's attitude toward developments in other regions is primarily one of indifference and covert observation. Many of Wang Lifeng and his ilk share this attitude. They have no desire to conquer the entire world, primarily because it's uneconomical and unsatisfying to force things. For example, in the currently chaotic South Asian region, many locals wish to join the Asian Commonwealth, but unfortunately, the vast majority of the Commonwealth opposes it. Even on the western border of Hansawati, a massive 50-meter-high wall was built at a cost of over 50 billion yuan. Numerous fortifications were also constructed, and a dense minefield stretching approximately 5 kilometers wide was laid around the border. The primary purpose was to prevent South Asians from smuggling in. Although the fighting in South Asia has subsided, it has become divided among more than a dozen factions, and vast areas of radioactive and chemical contamination have formed. Local agricultural and industrial facilities have either been destroyed or unable to operate due to a lack of raw materials. In just a few years, the local population has dwindled to less than 900 million. This shows that South Asia has been in the grip of an exceptionally brutal internal conflict in recent years, resulting in the loss of nearly 600 to 700 million people. What's the point of the Asian Commonwealth in a region like this? You can't just leave the land without the people, right? It's better to pretend you didn't see it and let them fend for themselves. South Asia isn't Australia, with its vast landmass and sparse population, which can be assimilated through population. It's essentially impossible for the Asian Commonwealth to assimilate South Asia, so annexing such a region is clearly a thankless task. In fact, the area currently under the Asian Commonwealth's actual control is not small. On land, there are East Asia, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Oceania, Antarctica, and a small part of the corners of South Asia. The Asian Commonwealth controls the entire South Pacific Ocean, the entire Southern Ocean, a quarter of the North Pacific Ocean, and most of the East Ceylon Ocean. In terms of the area of ocean control, it is almost the largest in the world. On land, it also occupies 2 continents. Although Antarctica is nominally an international public area and hosts scientific research stations of other powers, the Asian Commonwealth still relies on its hard power to effectively control the vast majority of Antarctica. After all, the Antarctic photovoltaic development projects, along with the several floating island cities and sky cities in the Southern Ocean, represent a powerful force that other powers cannot counter. Other powers dare not speak out against the Asian Commonwealth's rampant hegemony in Antarctica. Because they now rely on the Asian Commonwealth to address the widespread melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, they can only turn a blind eye to the Asian Commonwealth's occupation of Antarctica. This is also part of international law. Or rather, the law of the jungle has remained unchanged since the dawn of human civilization. Therefore, the Asian Commonwealth has not been overly hesitant about effectively controlling Antarctica. Once the strength is reached, these things will naturally come to them. If the Asian Commonwealth's strength ever falters, many of these things will inevitably be lost. This is also why Wang Lifeng and others strongly support the research and development of various weapons and related technologies. They want to ensure that the Asian Commonwealth remains ahead of other regions in terms of hard power, even to the point of being able to directly crush them. Only by maintaining this advantage can they secure what they have acquired. In the future, the Asian Commonwealth will also need to control the Moon, Venus, Mars, and other planets. If its hard power is insufficient, the North Atlantic Commonwealth and the Southern Alliance will certainly not allow the Asian Commonwealth to achieve its goals. When one possesses the power to crush other regions, others can only swallow their anger. This is the reality of the survival of the fittest. The test is still ongoing. Whether the dozen or so dummy missiles were launched from low altitude, high altitude, or even from outer space, they were completely powerless against the oncoming Sky Shield missiles. On the magnetic field radar, everyone only saw signals representing the dummy missiles, which quickly faded to dozens of small signals after encountering the Sky Shield missiles. This indicated that the dummy missiles were instantly entangled in the nets, even having their bodies cut open, and then destroyed by the high explosives carried by the nets. Watching the dummy missile signals disappear one by one on the large screen of the magnetic field radar, Wang Lifeng turned around and chuckled softly. It seems none of the simulated missiles successfully penetrated. Zhang Jianhua nodded, his eyes narrowed. The results are very good. Although they're simulated missiles, old Zhu shouldn't have told Wei Hang the simulated missile's penetration path in advance. It seems the Sky Shield series is ready for deployment. What about your project? Zhang Jianhua grinned. Progress is decent, but it requires cooperation from high-power ground-based magnetic field radar. It seems my progress is the slowest, Wang Lifeng said with a helpless smile. Haha, old Wang, you like to joke around too. Zhang Jianhua didn't believe that. I'm not kidding. After all, biotechnology R&D is much more difficult than mechanical research. If you can complete the first-generation product by the end of the year, I'd be very lucky. Zhang Jianhua reminded him, it's not that I don't trust your judgment, but I trust that person's scientific research capabilities. But that person wasn't directly involved. As long as you're listed, if the project encounters difficulties and might be delayed, I'm sure someone will help. Don't worry. Zhang Jianhua then began to complain bitterly. The second phase on my side will be the hard part. Although Wang Lifeng wasn't involved in the project Zhang Jianhua was in charge of, he knew some of its details. Zhang Jianhua's project was called the Low Earth Orbit Defense System. The first phase involved building a satellite network capable of monitoring the entire globe, and it's already more than half complete. But the second phase was exactly as Zhang Jianhua complained. The second phase of this system aims to include active intercept capabilities, while the envisioned third phase aims to include low Earth orbit strike capabilities. It's like a step-by-step process. The difficulty naturally increases accordingly. Using satellites to monitor the globe has been a technology used for decades. Now, we're simply improving the accuracy and density of these satellites, as well as enhancing their survivability. But the latter two phases are not so easy to accomplish. For the satellite interception system, the main technical approaches include laser destruction, electromagnetic interference, and microwave radiation. However, Zhang Jianhua's researchers were also struggling with the third phase satellite active strike system. Striking ground targets from low Earth orbit presented numerous challenges. Either the satellite size was too limited to accommodate large equipment, or the maintenance costs of technical satellites were prohibitive. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the probability of war within the Asian Commonwealth was relatively low at this stage. Deploying a large number of satellites in low Earth orbit and then not using them for a short period would lead to increasing maintenance costs for the entire system, and their effectiveness would be limited to deterrence. Therefore, there was significant disagreement within the Asian Commonwealth over whether to proceed with the third phase of the low Earth orbit defense system. Wang Lifeng didn't have this concern. Especially with the growing clamor surrounding the threat posed by artificial intelligence, the Asian Commonwealth had shown particular interest in developing devices that could operate independently of existing electronic systems. Chapter 375. After traveling around Southeast Asia for over 2 months, Jiang Miao and his wife were finally ready to return to Ceres. Their route to Southeast Asia began in the Lingnan region of mainland China, with the first stop being the Luzon Islands. They then visited Hiyue at the Haliafeng Hospital branch in Borneo, before traveling to the Spice Islands, Irian Island, the Solomon Islands, the Great Barrier Reef, New Zealand, and Australia. From southeastern Australia, they traveled to Western Australia, then to Northern Australia, crossing the Strait to Timor, Java, and Sumatra. The group had already crossed the Strait of Malacca and arrived at Qingdao. Qingdao, as the most developed city in Southeast Asia, even during the era of the Asian Commonwealth, it did not decline like Hong Kong, but instead maintained its leading economic position. Many people subconsciously believe that Qingdao is a pawn of the Gale Kingdom. But this is a one-sided anthropomorphism of regional power. In reality, many regional power dynamics are often complex. The fact that a small power like Qingdao, practically tucked away in the middle of a crisis, has achieved such a prosperous economy is actually due to its founder's ability to play both sides, a key to survival for a small power. The real man cannot remain under someone else's control for long. Comeback story is simply not suitable for a small power like Qingdao. Qingdao's once rapid economic growth was fundamentally dependent on global free trade, led by the Fierce Wind Nation. In that era, serving the Fierce Wind Nation as a dog was a shortcut to predatory behavior for a small power. But the golden age, marked by global free trade, ended completely in 2028. For Qingdao, this also marks the end of an era. But Qingdao's transformation was swift, almost kneeling before Ceres at lightning speed. The reason was simple: they were too close to Ceres. After the Gale nation's complete withdrawal from the Asia-Pacific region, Qingdao, as a small power, needed to find a backer, or, to put it bluntly, a new father. At this time, Ceres was the best choice. Jiang Miao looked out the window. The Strait of Malacca lay in sight. Across the shimmering waters, 2 silver-gray dragons stretched horizontally. They were the first Malacca Strait crossing bridge, the Qingdao East Sea Bridge, and the second Malacca Strait crossing bridge, the Qingdao West Sea Bridge. These 2 bridges connected Qingdao, the Malay Peninsula, and Sumatra. Xia poured him a glass of coconut water. "What are you looking at?" "I'm just lamenting the rise and fall of countless hegemons, from Zheng He's voyages to the west during the Ming Dynasty, to the sea coachman's voyages across the oceans, Great Britain's British Empire, Japan's fleeting glory, the Gale Kingdom's role as the world police, and now Ceres. History truly is a cycle." Jiang Miao took a sip of the coconut water. Xia sat by the window. "Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps we won't even see the next shift in hegemony." "That's not certain," Jiang Miao whispered softly, gazing out at the horizon where the sea and sky meet, as if wanting to take in everything. Xia pondered. "Is it the report from the Life Laboratory?" Jiang Miao nodded slightly. "This is the Haliafeng Group's own employee hotel, and confidentiality is exceptionally strong. Even devices that can read the vibration frequency of window glass and obtain the conversations of those inside are useless in this privately protected room. Because the glass in these dozen or so exclusive rooms is equipped with anti-reading devices, they can disrupt outsiders' readings by emitting subtle vibrations from within the glass. That's why the 2 of them were discussing sensitive matters here." Of course, Jiang Miao had already conducted a preliminary inspection of the staff hotel surroundings using the identification panel to ensure there were no problems before he checked in. Xia's fingers stroked the fragrant wood sachet. "I read the research report from the Life Laboratory. The combination of brain neuron repair drugs and non-rejection organs does have great potential to extend human lifespan. Just as Xia said, the combination of various current technologies does have great potential to significantly increase human lifespan. After all, organs other than the brain are being artificially replaced at a very rapid pace. In other words, the current bottleneck hindering the improvement of human lifespan is the non-replaceable organs. The brain and spine are among the few non-replaceable organs in the human body. This is because the human nervous system often represents a person's will and personality. This is also the fundamental reason why there's some online criticism of new treatments for Alzheimer's disease. The new treatments have the potential to transform Alzheimer's patients into completely new people after treatment, which can cause anxiety, confusion, and rejection among their families. But this is also the best technology currently available for treating Alzheimer's disease. The pros and cons are ultimately up to the patient's family to weigh. Haileyfing Group, as the primary developer and user of the technology, will also provide advance warning of this point. However, this flaw may be resolvable in the future. Research teams are already studying the use of brain control technology and bioinformation storage to ensure that patients retain most of their memories after treatment, thereby keeping their personalities and thoughts as close to their original state as possible. Another option is prevention. Many experts and scholars have suggested that people over 50 receive regular annual injections of brain neuron repair drugs and implant artificial lymphatic fluid secretion machines to maintain a youthful brain state. This would prevent the onset of Alzheimer's disease and eliminate the worry of brain reprogramming. It was this suggestion that inspired the Life Lab. After all, the brain's maximum lifespan is approximately 120 to 150 years. As long as the secretion of various hormones can be maintained at youthful levels, and artificial organs can be used to replace aging and necrosis, the human lifespan is essentially the same as the lifespan of the brain. Jiang Miao reviewed the Life Lab's first phase goal, which was to use various artificial organs and hormone-secreting machines to maintain the body's hormone levels at a 30-year-old level. This would not only extend lifespan, but also slow down skin aging. After all, no one wants to live another 50 or 60 years looking like an 80 or 90-year-old. If living another 50 or 60 years looking old is a good option, then dying sooner rather than later would be less painful. Shuya suddenly raised her eyebrows. By the way, if human lifespan reaches 150 years in the future, wouldn't that raise a lot of ethical issues? Jiang Miao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Your concerns are indeed possible, but there's no need to worry too much. I don't intend for the reproductive system in the artificial organ to have true reproductive function, only to function as a hormone-secreting organ. At this point, Shuya also joked, that's true. After all, the genes in artificial organs are fixed versions. If they truly could produce reproductive cells, I'm sure many people would be very uncomfortable. Speaking of the genetic issues surrounding artificial organs, when I return, I plan to have the research department expand the gene library for artificial organs, stocking at least 3 gene versions for each organ. Shuya immediately understood Jiang Miao's thoughts. Are you worried about the emergence of genetic weapons in the future? Jiang Miao's face shifted to a serious tone. Even if there aren't genetic weapons, we still have to consider the possibility of naturally mutated microorganisms. If the gene library of an artificial organ is too limited, the emergence of a targeted microorganism could quickly cause problems in the artificial organs of most people. That's true. We do need to take precautions against this. As a researcher in the field of microbiology, Shuya knew that microorganisms with a limited gene library could easily lead to catastrophic annihilation. For example, the Gros Michel banana was nearly wiped out by Panama disease, leaving only a few trees in Siam surviving. If it weren't for Jiang Miao's intervention, humans might only have been able to experience the flavor of the Gros Michel banana through the old version of banana candy. This is true for a single crop. For a large-scale artificial organ technology, a too restricted gene pool is definitely not a good sign. Shuya took a sip of her coconut water. By the way, when I get back, I plan to research edible fungus cultivation techniques in the microgravity environment of outer space. Jiang Miao didn't object. Just report to the research department. The group will deploy a research space station in low Earth orbit next year, and your project can be sent to space. Shuya also shared her thoughts. As for future space agriculture, Venus isn't a concern, but other planets and interstellar space will require more effort. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Miao set his sights on Venus without hesitation. After all, Venus's gravity is highly similar to Earth's, meaning that developing indoor agriculture there would be almost as challenging as back home on Earth. But when it comes to the Moon, Mars, or interstellar space, gravity presents a significant challenge for developing agriculture there. A significantly different gravity environment not only leads to problems such as disrupted crop growth and development, but also to other aspects of agricultural production that differ from Earth. For example, sprinkler systems. Just because a sprinkler system works properly on Earth doesn't guarantee it will work properly in low Earth orbit, on the Moon, or on Mars. Thus, developing agriculture on other planets and in interstellar space beyond Venus requires adjustments to the entire agricultural technology set. Even in the context of the Platinum Age, this would take more than a decade to achieve. Venus doesn't have such problems. Once the floating cities on Venus are completed, the agricultural facilities there will be similar to indoor farming on Earth, ensuring efficient production without major modifications. This will be crucial for migrating large numbers of people to Venus in the early stages of interstellar migration. After all, the first essential for human survival is oxygen, the second is water, and the third is food. Everything else is secondary. Venus's gravity is not only conducive to plant cultivation, but also to the development of livestock. In low Earth orbit, even if crops could be grown, it would be difficult to maintain large-scale farms. The microgravity alone could render most livestock farming industries ineffective. There's no other solution. In microgravity, ordinary animals are prone to osteoporosis, and their respiratory systems can easily become blocked by their own excrement. You can't give every white-feathered chicken a custom spacesuit, right? That's unrealistic, and livestock like white-feathered chickens would have difficulty adapting. If livestock were farmed on Venus, since gravity is similar to Earth's, livestock would adapt quickly. Space agriculture isn't something that can be achieved simply by putting the word space in front of it. This is a new generation of agriculture that will require at least a generation's worth of effort to develop. Jiang Miao's choice of Venus as the core of Heliofing Group's space development was a clever move, ensuring a food source for interstellar immigrants in the early stages. Of course, agriculture on other planets will undoubtedly need to develop in the future. Humanity can't be limited to Earth and Venus. Other planets in the solar system and interstellar space are also areas that humanity needs to conquer. Once we reach another planet, at current spacecraft speeds, it would be virtually impossible to quickly return to Earth for supplies. We would likely have to rely on spacecraft to sustain ourselves at our destination. This is why Jiang Miao believes SpaceX's Mars colonization plan is unreliable. Do you really think you can grow potatoes on Mars? Don't be ridiculous. Mars' low gravity has a significant impact on agricultural production, and water resources are difficult to obtain. If a few astronauts were to go there for a mission, it might be manageable. If a large-scale migration to Mars were to occur, with virtually no return, most humans living in a low-gravity environment for a long time would develop hypogravity sickness, not to mention the fatal effects of low gravity on reproduction. Perhaps insects, with their high reproduction rate, could adapt to the Martian environment within a decade or so, but humans, with their relatively long lifespans, would absolutely not be able to adapt to Mars and complete their genetic evolution within a decade or so. For humans at this stage, colonizing Mars is practically a pipe dream. It would be better to build a ring-shaped space city in outer space, using the centrifugal force generated by rotation to simulate Earth's gravity. This concept is actually much easier to implement and safer under the technological conditions of the Platinum Age. As long as humans can't quickly adapt to the side effects of different planetary gravity, they won't be able to survive long-term on a planet with a significantly different gravity. Unless someone is willing to gamble their lives, and even gamble millions of people, with millions of people living on Mars for a long time, undergoing a brutal cycle of survival of the fittest generation after generation, only after hundreds of years can Martians adapt to Martian gravity emerge. But what's the point? Once this adaptation is complete, it means that Martians and Earthlings will become two completely different species, with significant differences in physiology, culture, and genes. Does anyone really want to gamble their lives on Mars? This is tens of thousands of times more risky than traveling from Europe to America back then. It's practically like being a guinea pig. Gravity is the primary factor limiting human interstellar flight. Jiang Miao stood up and stretched. Let's go! The two had already packed their luggage and, using the group's secret channels, quietly arrived at the airship port north of Star Island. The chartered passenger airship slowly took off and flew towards the mainland of Ceres. Chapter 376. Jiang Miao and his group's airship slowly arrived at Shantao's Magonghai Airport. At the same time, Alvin Hansen, who had spent over a week in Shantao's urban area, also took the high-speed rail to Hong Kong with his assistant, Clay, and others, preparing to fly back to North America from Hong Kong's airport. Neither of them knew how close they were at that moment. Jiang Miao emerged from Magonghai Airport. Alvin, on the other hand, had just boarded the high-speed train. They had passed each other without noticing. Alvin should have felt fortunate, because if he had appeared near Jiang Miao, his hidden secrets would have been exposed to him. Although the identification panel couldn't read minds, it could accurately analyze a person's personality, emotions, and mood. If Alvin and Jiang Miao came into close contact, Jiang Miao would have instantly detected any abnormality. Inside the high-speed train compartment, sitting by the window, Erwin watched the airship slowly rise in the distant sky. The sense of wonder and novelty he felt upon arriving in Ceres had long since faded, replaced by a profound calm. Looking at the follow-up report on his phone, his left hand supporting his cheek, His lips involuntarily curled up slightly. The Saresian people's technology is truly formidable. No wonder so many wealthy Europeans and Americans have been sneaking in for treatment in recent years. His follow-up report showed that the glioma tumor near the brainstem had been completely eliminated. Erwin avoided a traditional craniotomy, opting instead for a non-invasive procedure, extracting the remaining glioma cells, killed by the genetically targeted drug, through a nanoneedle. In addition, he received a special drug at Haileyfeng Hospital specifically designed to repair brain neurons. After 2 months of using it, Erwin felt remarkably well, even returning to his college-age mental state. Erwin was also deeply surprised by this result. After all, the human brain begins to experience a significant decline in function after the age of 40. Erwin, already 42 years old and suffering from a severe brain glioma, looked even older than the 50-year-olds in Celis. He had originally thought he had only 2 or 3 years left to live. Putting down his phone, Erwin closed his eyes and pondered. Although the Ceres medical technology is extremely advanced, unfortunately, humans, as carbon-based creatures, have their limits. Even if I could live another 10 years or so after one treatment, that's not the outcome I expected. Opening his eyes, he looked at the receding airship and involuntarily clenched his fists. A wave of determination welled up in his heart again. This fragile body, this pain, this near-death experience, I don't want to experience this again. Looking through the photo of the brain neuron repair medicine box he'd taken on his phone and the translated contents, he frowned. This drug wasn't produced in Gale country. It wasn't a patent issue, but rather, Gale country lacked the technology. After all, the outside world didn't know the raw materials for this drug, and its complex polymer compound made chemical synthesis difficult to copy quickly. And then, there was Erwin's even more vexing problem. Gale country hadn't yet approved the drug for sale in North America. Ceres also banned the export and sale of this drug. Even other member states of the Asian community were ineligible to purchase it from Ceres. Related treatments could only be obtained within Ceres. Although the brain neuron repair drug could be used once a year, after experiencing the sensation of restoring brain vitality, Erwin felt that a yearly injection frequency was too low and would not fully realize the drug's potential. However, he was unwilling to accept this, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Ceres had evaluated this drug and concluded that under normal circumstances, a once-a-year injection was a relatively safe dosage and frequency. Although animal studies have shown that frequent injections of this drug can maintain long-term energy and brain power, but everything has its pros and cons, and this is an inevitable problem with most medications. The drug can repair brain neurons, but at the cost of accelerating neuronal cell division. If it were administered annually, even if he reached 100 years old, he would only lose a dozen years of life. However, if the frequency increases, not only will the lifespan of brain cells be rapidly shortened, but the accelerated cell division will also increase the likelihood of brain cancer cells. But these aren't the most serious consequences. The most serious consequence is that frequent use of potent drugs keeps brain neurons in a state of prolonged hyperactivity. Once they stop, they can cause severe withdrawal symptoms, along with serious mental illness and endocrine disorders. Erwin was unaware of these confidential studies, and this drug, a strictly regulated prescription medication, is difficult to obtain through standard channels. But he believed the drug could be obtained on the underground black market. This was the main reason he chose Hong Kong Airport, even though he could have returned to North America from Pingcheng Airport. He had learned through medical intermediaries that the Hong Kong underground black market might be able to obtain this special medicine. Hong Kong's economy has been severely declining in recent years, and as a result, a local black market has emerged. Smuggling of contraband has become a local industry. Despite repeated crackdowns by the Asian Union, eradicating Hong Kong's underground black market remains difficult. Prescription drugs, like the brain neuron repair drug, are obtained through special secret channels in Hong Kong, originating from the mainland of Ceres. Regarding the illegal use of this drug, the Haileyfeng Group, the drug developer, has repeatedly posted side effect warnings on its official website, but some people still take the risk. Erwin planned to fly to Hong Kong periodically to get this special medicine. The reason for this move is that this special effect drug has no way of entering North America through formal channels. Arranging for injections at small private hospitals in Mexico is essentially the same as flying to Hong Kong for the procedure. Furthermore, moving the special effect drug injections to Mexico not only increases the price but also the risks. Risks include counterfeit drugs, drug deterioration, and extortion. Thus, Irving chose not to choose Mexico, preferring to fly to Hong Kong every few months, as he still has a little over a week of vacation each month. Although the Asian and North Atlantic trade unions are now almost completely separated, the international aviation industry still maintains a considerable scale, albeit with relatively high airfares. But for the wealthy, this wasn't a big deal. As for the side effects of the medications listed on Heliafin Group's official website, Erwin wasn't unaware of them. He simply felt he only had about 10 more years to live, and since he didn't have much time left, he might as well increase the dosage, burning his life out to gain some mental energy. Jiang Miao returned home and met with his parents and daughter. He also arranged for a few more nannies and adjusted Shuya's diet, because Lin Shuya's pregnancy had been confirmed a week ago. Although Shuya was still busy with some research projects, her workload needed to be managed. The first few months were fine, but after the 5th month, she generally needed to begin a full recovery. As soon as Jiang Miao arrived at the company, Zhang Chengdong, head of the research department, knocked on the door and entered his office. "Boss, long time no see. Sit down." Jiang Miao had just sat down, flipping through a document. Zhang Chengdong handed him a document and said, "Boss, this is a briefing on the new research projects for August." Taking it, Jiang Miao flipped directly to the table of contents, quickly scanning through it before turning to the back of the briefing. Although it was just a briefing, the content was very solid. A manager unfamiliar with research would probably be completely baffled. Zhang Chengdong waited silently for Jiang Miao to speak. After a while, Jiang Miao, still looking at the document, slowly said, "Chengdong, take note." "Boss, please." Zhang Chengdong had already taken out his work tablet and stylus. "A new space agriculture technology project." Zhang Chengdong wrote rapidly. "Shuya will serve as the chief technical advisor for the space agriculture technology project. However, she is pregnant, so her workload will be gradually reduced over the next year. Therefore, you must arrange for the researchers for each sub-project." Zhang Chengdong quickly congratulated him. "Congratulations, boss. I make sure senior sister Lin isn't overly tired." Jiang Miao smiled and continued, "I have a question about project number 3. "Boss, please go ahead." Zhang Chengdong immediately sat up straight. "It's about the ecological impact of this 3rd-generation seawater rice. While this project has certain economic benefits, it clearly overlaps with the functions of previous seawater rice." Hearing Jiang Miao's question, Zhang Chengdong quickly explained. "Boss, the details of this project are as follows. The person in charge is Dr. Jin Shangji, who previously led the 2nd-generation seawater rice project. He plans to develop a rice variety that can be grown directly in deep seawater using floating rafts, without the need for soil." Jiang Miao frowned. What's the point? It wasn't that Jiang Miao was arrogant, but he immediately realized that this project was worthless. Because even though rising sea levels have submerged much of Southeast Asia's coastal lowlands, the per capita grain intake in the Asian Commonwealth still reaches approximately 1,358 kilograms. In other words, no matter how excellent sea rice is, its chances of widespread adoption are slim. But this 3rd-generation sea rice, no matter how excellent, can't compare to indoor farms. He also discovered a problem that would hinder unity. If this sea rice were available to Southeast Asia, they would quickly achieve food self-sufficiency and escape Serbia's food control. This was something Jiang Miao didn't want to see. "Boss, what about this project? Cancel it. Let this team research something more challenging. Don't work on a variety that contradicts the current agricultural landscape." Even Zhang Chengdong, as rigid as he was, finally came to his senses and nervously assured, "Boss, don't worry. I have Dr. Jin's team revise their research direction." Jiang Miao reminded him, "Well, you're a veteran of the company. While Heliafin Group aims to use technology to create a bright future for humanity, the prerequisite is that this bright future is firmly under our control, not created as a hidden danger. Do you understand? Think more about this aspect in the future." "Thank you, boss," Zhang Chengdong said, briskly. He had previously been a bit too naive, thinking like a scientist, investing in technology without considering the potential negative impacts. While 3rd-generation seawater rice, if promoted, could indeed benefit other regions, allowing them to grow rice directly at sea, where yields would be lower per mu, the ever-expanding sea area could still resolve the food crisis in many regions. This wasn't just Jiang Miao's wish, neither Ceres nor the Asian Consortium wanted to see it. While Southeast Asia may benefit somewhat, 3rd-generation seawater rice is a real thorn in their side. It could not only foster ambitious individuals within its ranks, but also potentially divide the Asian Commonwealth. At the same time, various factions in Southeast Asia are also enjoying the development dividends brought by the Asian Commonwealth. They do not want other factions to resolve the food crisis, allowing them to quickly recover their strength and engage in fierce confrontation with the Asian Commonwealth. This is also a shift in status and benefits. Technologies that are easily replicated or stolen by other factions are certainly undesirable within the Commonwealth, as this would increase their power. The Asian Commonwealth has practically reached the ceiling of agricultural technology among all regions of the world, with little room for further improvement. Other factions, on the other hand, are facing serious challenges in agricultural development due to the climate crisis, rising sea levels, and the impact of rice scorching disease. Thus, technologies like third-generation seawater rice could become a boon to their enemies. This is actually quite normal. Sometimes, those who get on a bus first may not necessarily want to take those behind them with them, and may even deliberately weld the doors shut to prevent others from getting on board and sharing the spoils. Many within the Asian Commonwealth share this sentiment, and even if they don't express it out loud, they harbor it deep down. It's almost a collective will. Even if Jiang Miao supports this project and successfully develops it, the ultimate outcome is likely to be that the variety will fail to pass approval and cannot be marketed. That's why he reminded Zhang Chengdong to consider this impact and avoid investing in research projects that conflict with the overall interests of the Asian Commonwealth. This would not only waste resources, but also impact the operations of the Haliafeng Group. Jiang Miao continued his research for another 10 minutes and discovered another research project that could be exploited by other forces. An afternoon passed. Unconsciously, he had already approved over 20 projects, but there were still over 40 projects left on the briefing list. Clearly, Haliafeng Group invested heavily in a large number of research projects each month. Okay, that's all for today. Go back and rest. We continue tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Chengdong felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Facing Jiang Miao alone, he was indeed feeling a bit overwhelmed. Okay, boss. See you tomorrow. Yes. Jiang Miao watched Zhang Chengdong leave, and then shook his head. He was already thinking about quickly adding a special impact assessment office to the research division. After all, a relatively simple science and engineering manager like Zhang Chengdong was certainly not as good as a professional in this area. There was no way around it. After all, every profession has its own specialties. To ensure the professionalism of the research division's management, one cannot expect them to possess a sensitive international perspective. After all, human energy is limited. Chapter 377. Early the next morning, Jiang Miao worked out, rinsed himself, and finished breakfast before heading to the chairman's office in the headquarters building to continue work he hadn't completed the previous day. Housekeeping assistant Li Zixuan had already retrieved the documents temporarily sealed in the safe. He drank a cup of Phoenix Dansong tea and quickly reviewed the documents on his desk. The first document was titled, Evaluation Report on Fragmented Light Industry Office 11 of the Business Research Center. Jiang Miao quickly scanned it. It was an R&D investigation and evaluation report, and also served as the rationale for the research division to promote several R&D projects. Fragmented light industry refers to a sector distinct from the larger-scale light industry of the past, and also different from traditional family-run workshops. This investigation report detailed the characteristics, current status, industry scale, and future projections of fragmented light industry. Fragmented light industry has 5 main characteristics: fragmentation, high technology, family-run operations, small investment, and emphasis on patents. The broader context for its development is the Asian Consortium, which, thanks to its massive investment in scientific research, has led to a significant technological spillover. Take the clothing industry, one of the 3 light industrial sectors cited in the report, as an example. The clothing industry currently has 2 polarized models. One is the large-scale production of standard products. The other is the emergence of a large number of family-run clothing studios. The former is self-explanatory. It is simply the traditional modern clothing industry. The latter has demonstrated remarkable vitality. The emergence of numerous clothing studios is actually due to the various fully automatic sewing machines available today. These machines can replace nearly 90% of the work involved in clothing production, leaving humans with only a hand. This not only significantly reduces the workload but also dramatically reduces the technical difficulty of garment production. Even ordinary people only need 1 or 2 months of training with the equipment manufacturer to become proficient in producing garments based on patterns. Currently, the industry has further evolved into different production models. For example, there are studios that focus solely on design. There are also studios that combine design with production, production with sales, and integrated design, production, and sales. A studio that relies solely on design is a clothing design studio, and this type of studio profits entirely from patents and copyrights. As for how to ensure patent protection, the method is very simple. All sewing machine manufacturers have a copyright protection mechanism embedded in their back-end programs. Once a business uses a sewing machine to produce copyrighted clothing, the back-end system will automatically deduct a fee from the business's patent deposit account, typically between 1 and 5 yuan per piece. After a 5% handling fee and service fee, the remaining 95% will be regularly remitted to the patent holder's designated account. Under current technological conditions, unless a business produces copyrighted clothing entirely by hand, it is mandatory to pay for sewing machines. This pattern isn't limited to the clothing industry. It also applies to toys, stationery, accessories, bamboo and wooden furniture, and jewelry. This trend is evident in most light industries. After reading the report, Jiang Miao understood the inevitability of this development pattern. After all, unlike heavy industry, light industry, to put it bluntly, produces products directly for consumers. Especially now that the pursuit of high volume, all-you-can-eat products has passed, many consumers are increasingly seeking personalized consumption rather than cookie-cutter, standard products. In the past, ordinary consumers were financially strapped, and the production costs of non-standard products were high. Now, ordinary consumers have strong purchasing power, and small-scale universal machines generally cost only tens of thousands of yuan, with some less popular ones costing only a few hundred or even 200,000 yuan. Family-run businesses can easily raise a few 100,000 yuan in startup capital by borrowing from friends and family. For example, if you could open a clothing studio yourself, buy 2 or 3 sewing machines, rent a shop, and your family can easily run the business. Especially in newly developed urban areas, shops are now managed by government agencies or large enterprises, and are not sold to private individuals. This situation is naturally intended to further narrow the gap between the rich and the poor and achieve wealth redistribution. You can purchase as many ordinary residential properties as you want, but private ownership of commercial shops, office buildings, and other commercial buildings is prohibited in newly developed developments. As for private shops in older urban areas, the status quo remains. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that with the rise of new districts, the decline of the old district is almost certain. This is an overt conspiracy. Once the new districts have completely drained the old district's population, what value will the old district's shops, office buildings, and commercial buildings have? The consortium is now determined to achieve a rebalance of wealth. Since the old city is already difficult to change, they simply use the new districts to drain the old district's population, completely destroying the old district's business by cutting off its supply. As one of the think tank's technical advisors, Jiang Miao has naturally participated in the research and discussions of this kind of plan, and knows much of the inside story. In fact, a unified store rental model is very beneficial to business development, and effectively combats the emergence of sublandlords. When discussing the unified leasing model, the think tank discussed how to prevent the emergence of sublandlords. The answer is simple. The store leasing entity and the operating entity must be the same. If they are inconsistent, both parties will be penalized and banned from leasing for 5 years. Perhaps some people are trying to be clever. They think they can manipulate the operator and the lessee to be the same person, but the actual operator is someone else. If someone does this, expect bankruptcy, according to the latest joint venture regulations. When it comes to debt liability, the registered operator and lessee must assume all debts of the individual business. This includes utility bills, gas bills, internet service fees, and other debts incurred during the course of operations, and they bear unlimited joint and several liability. Some sublandlords, who acted too cleverly, have been defrauded of hundreds of thousands of yuan. There is no solution, because the new regulations require individual businesses to use the registered legal entity listed in their business registration certificate as the party responsible for purchasing equipment and raw materials. You want to be a sublandlord? Okay, fine, then I assume unlimited liability as a legal person. After more than a dozen related cases, the sublandlords within the consortium vanished completely. Anyone with a common sense would know the hidden dangers of being a sublandlord. If the actual operator is a bit ruthless, they can create them at their peril. For example, they could purchase a large amount of equipment and then, under the pretext of being old or broken, sell it on the second-hand market. The resulting losses would then be borne entirely by the legal person. As for the security deposit, it's also a dead end. Because this type of contract is illegal, the actual operator can simply sue the sublandlord in court, and the case will be lost. This new model, with such a rip-off, has directly eliminated the sublandlord's living space. The fundamental purpose of the consortium's actions is to crack down on those who profit from unearned gains, and to improve the business environment. Now, there's no need to find someone to rent a shop. One can simply visit the official website of the Industrial and Commercial Facilities Leasing Center and select the shop they need using their ID card. The shops, commercial buildings, office buildings, and industrial plants featured in this leasing center include not only state-owned enterprises, but also private enterprises and commercial properties owned by various local governments. In fact, the establishment of this leasing center is also intended to alleviate local fiscal revenue problems. After all, the previous model of generating fiscal revenue through land sales and real estate speculation has long since become outdated. Gaining fiscal revenue through property leasing is a more healthy and sustainable model. Thus, despite the numerous online complaints from those whose interests have been harmed, support for this decision is even greater across the board. The new urban districts that are popping up like mushrooms after a rain reveal the attitudes of various regions in this regard. A unified rental platform is very friendly to individual business owners, reducing numerous disputes and preventing them from being exploited by landlords. Halyafin Group previously purchased stores across the country simply to avoid dealing with landlords. A favorable business environment, the growing spending power of ordinary consumers, and the emergence of various new technologies have led to a continuous influx of individual business owners. This also greatly alleviates the declining agricultural population, which has been steadily declining since the advent of indoor farming and large-scale mechanized agriculture. Consider this. In Ceres alone, only about 180 million people are currently engaged in frontline agricultural production. Across the entire Asian Commonwealth, the number of frontier agricultural workers is estimated to be around 840 million. Based on current development trends, the frontier agricultural population in the Asian Commonwealth is projected to decline further to around 400 million by around 2040. This means that approximately 440 million agricultural workers will be eliminated from frontier agriculture within the next decade. The loss of such a large agricultural workforce will inevitably require replacement in other industries. The only industries that can accommodate such a large employment scale are the service industry and light industry. After Jiang Miao finished reading the report, several related research project applications appeared below. For example, research on automated production equipment for craft glassware and research on automated production equipment for wood carving. He briefly reviewed these research projects and approved them. The benefits of researching these devices are numerous. On the one hand, this small-scale automated production equipment has a very high production capacity, which is conducive to the stable production of machine tool factories. On the other hand, this equipment can receive subsidies, which can help absorb more surplus labor in the light industry and service industries. In fact, the Halyafin Group also has a chain of stores that produce personalized products. Jiang Miao's family buys their daily clothes and accessories from their own chain stores. As for the quality issues that many people worry about in small workshops, this is not a concern. Because these automated CNC machine tools all have built-in material detection systems, the machine tool systems will refuse to process materials and parts that don't meet the standards. Upstream suppliers of raw materials for these automated machine tools are subject to strict oversight, otherwise they're not allowed to operate in the industry. Jiang Miao approved 4 related automated machine tool R&D projects in a row. He then looked at the application for the 5th project, glanced at the title on the cover, and paused. Application for Phase 2 Research on Biological Hibernation Chambers. So this is the project. Jiang Miao muttered to himself. The first phase of research for this project began 2 years ago, and all the prerequisite technologies have passed theoretical research. Reading the detailed information, it was as expected. The team responsible for researching biological hibernation technology has applied for a second phase of research, aiming to produce several prototype hibernation chambers. Not only will hibernation tests be conducted on the ground, but if the prototypes perform successfully on Earth, they will be sent to low Earth orbit for testing next year. If all goes well, they plan to begin human trials the year after. Jiang Miao looked at the progress chart, browsing the subsequent content while pondering. This technology is actually very important. Why? Because traditional cryonics has been proven to be unfeasible, or rather, extremely risky. After all, previous cryonics experiments have rarely succeeded in waking up, and even after thawing, their bodies have reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. In contrast, the biological hibernation technology that Jiang Miao supports has made significant progress in recent years. Both theoretical research and some animal experiments have successfully brought animals back to life safely after hibernating for over 6 months. In future Venus exploration plans, the role of biohibernation technology is crucial. Although Venus is the closest planet to Earth, its average distance is approximately 41.5 million kilometers. However, since Venus and Earth orbit the Sun in their respective orbits, the distance between them constantly fluctuates. When Venus is at inferior conjunction between Earth and the Sun, it is closest to Earth, approximately 38 million kilometers. When Venus is at superior conjunction on the other side of the Sun, opposite Earth, it is farthest, approximately 260 million kilometers. At current spacecraft speeds, transporting immigrants to Venus would take a considerable amount of time. Forget waiting until Venus and Earth are in the right position. That's unrealistic. The annual window for the shortest distance Earth can reach to Venus is very limited. In the early stages, it's advisable to consider this window of opportunity and fly to Venus at the shortest possible distance. However, in the later era of mass migration, we must not only consider the window period, we must also consider how to ensure that the migrants will not experience any discomfort during the long-term space voyage if the migrant spacecraft is launched during other time periods. If the migrants rely on their bodies to endure, they will still need several months of long recovery period after reaching Venus. Thus, using hibernation technology, allowing the migrants to stay in hibernation chambers for the long space voyage, is a more suitable solution. Of course, it's still too early to say. After all, biological hibernation technology has not yet been formally tested on humans, let alone operated for long periods in the low-gravity environment of outer space. With a stroke of his pen, he approved the research project. This kind of investment is extremely necessary. Even if it fails, it can provide experience for those who come after. Jiang Miao is not 100% sure of the future development, so he can only bet on multiple fronts. The same applies to official investments in various scientific research projects. Multiple bets, not single-handed bets. As the world's most powerful Asian consortium, it naturally has the confidence to place multiple bets on various research directions. In fact, this is also a common practice of many large companies. After all, investing everything in one go is too risky. Chapter 378. Unknowingly, another half-year had passed. It was January 2031. Deep within the Shanmei research base in Jiexing town, Jiang Miao visited again. With him were Wang Lifeng and others. Old Wang, this time's results should be good enough for you to report. Thank you, Academician Jiang. A hint of excitement shone in Wang Lifeng's single eye. The two of them arrived at the underground testing ground in the northern part of the base. Guided by the staff, they saw 20 sets of black helmets stored in designated storage boxes. Enter the password. Ting! The box's lid automatically popped open. Jiang Miao didn't touch it, but instead looked at Wan Xianming, the researcher who was introducing the product. A little nervous, Wan Xianming could only systematically explain the product's features. He was also a little overwhelmed because the base's chief researcher, who had been scheduled to give the presentation, had suddenly fallen ill, and several other key researchers were away on vacation. Wan Xianming was being forced into a difficult situation. Thankfully, Jiang Miao wasn't the type to overthink appearances. He smiled and soothed, "This is an emergency. Don't be too nervous. Just explain the product to us as it truly is." Wang Lifeng, who also noticed the researcher's tenseness and knew he was likely a nerdy type, not very good at handling social interactions, joked in return, "I'm here to be a student today. As your teacher, you should have confidence and speak boldly. After all, with a product report, it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, boss and Director Wang, for your understanding. Now I get started." After calming his pounding nerves, Wan Xianming took another deep breath and picked up the product report to begin introducing it. Everyone knows the name of this product, so I won't elaborate. Now, let me directly discuss its development process, its features, and its future prospects. Jiang Miao nodded slightly, but remained silent, waiting for further instructions. Wang Lifeng and the others did the same. When discussing the product, Wan Xianming seemed like a different person, spouting off all sorts of technical terms with ease, though it did test the listener's biology knowledge. Thankfully, Jiang Miao didn't rely entirely on him, but instead occasionally offered colloquial translation to Wang Lifeng and the others, translating the obscure technical terms into more accessible, common language. After about 20 minutes, Wan Xianming's explanation finally came to a close. Jiang Miao turned to Wang Lifeng and asked, "Old Wang, how about giving it a try?" "Sure. After all, we know for sure after we take it out for a spin." Wang Lifeng readily agreed. Following the instructions in the product report, he inserted a specially made temporary ID card into the card reader on the storage box. Ding! A line of text immediately appeared on the small screen on the storage box. "Operator, please prepare to wear equipment." According to the instructions, Wang Lifeng was to remove any foreign objects from his head. Only implanted nano devices could remain. Items like glasses, hair accessories, earrings, and headphones were prohibited. Also, no hair longer than 5 centimeters could be left on the head. Wang Lifeng, of course, didn't have any of these, and his hair was a relatively short buzz cut, so no additional preparations were necessary. He picked up the black, full-body helmet and put it on his head. Flipping an adaptive switch, the foam inside the helmet automatically expanded, allowing the helmet to fit snugly over the sides, top, back of the head, nape of the neck, and part of the chin and neck. Immediately, a special adjustable mask pressed against his mouth and nose. This was a specialized breathing mask, designed to prevent breath mist from accumulating inside the helmet and clinging to the glass lenses. The two sides of the helmet's spectacles were different. One side had traditional acrylic lenses with a bulletproof coating. The other side had adjustable bioglasses, adjustable left and right, primarily to account for user habits and eye overuse. Wang Lifeng pressed another button. Instantly, the color-changing cell membrane inside the bioglasses corresponding to his visible eye underwent a unique transformation. Is this infrared mode? The other people before him were covered in various colored spots, primarily red, crimson, orange, black, blue, and white. These colors formed a heat layer. Distinct humanoid outlines emerged before Wang Lifeng's eyes. He pressed another button, and after a few seconds, the infrared eyes switched to magnetic field eyes. Of course, what the magnetic field eye sees isn't a world composed of literal magnetic field lines. Instead, it's transformed into a unique blue, purple, white, and black seen through a modified input mode. This adjustment is primarily intended to facilitate quick user adaptation and usage. Although the magnetic field eye can see magnetic fields, without specialized processing, this data is a tangled mess, and the average human brain simply can't process this level of information. The scene before Wang Lifeng at this moment was truly bizarre. For he saw a material world composed of a variety of colors. The 4 colors primarily represent 4 types of matter. For example, metals are generally black, solid compounds are generally bluish-purple, and gases are generally white. In addition, when electrical appliances are used nearby, black ripples appear within the field of view of the magnetic field eye. Wang Lifeng's voice rang out from within the helmet. How do I use mind control? Press the red button. As he pressed the red button, several tiny nanoneedle brain signal readers inside the helmet rapidly ejected nanoneedles, piercing Wang Lifeng's brain neurons. Wang Lifeng only felt a sudden itch on his head, not a tingling sensation. Apparently, this was because the nanoneedles were too small, preventing the body's pain receptors from reacting. He tried to concentrate. The system switched to telescopic vision mode. 3 seconds later, a perfectly clear, normal vision appeared on the color-changing membrane of the bioglasses. Using the 5x telescope, the field of view rapidly shifted, and the patterns and text on some test targets in the distance of the test site became much clearer. Wang Lifeng tried switching between various modes. He discovered that each operation had a buffer of about 3 seconds, making it impossible to switch as quickly as normal eyes. Of course, he knew that this was primarily due to his lack of prior brain control unit implantation. The so-called brain control unit is actually a supporting technology derived from the development of bio-assisted helmets. This brain control unit is also an artificial organ whose main function is to output brainwave signals, allowing a person to easily and quickly control external biological equipment. The mind control mode Wang Lifeng is currently using uses nanosensors and electronic devices to switch between them. There's definitely a buffer time between the 2 modes. Why are there 2 control modes? Primarily, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of the brain control organ unit is that it has virtually no latency, doesn't rely on chip computing power, isn't susceptible to hacking, and doesn't require a separate power supply system. The disadvantage is that this brain control unit is an invasive implant, requiring a small craniotomy. The advantage of electronic mind control devices is that they are virtually non-invasive, easily removable, and can be continuously updated and iterated as technology advances. But the disadvantages are also obvious. As electronic devices, they are susceptible to interference and hacking. Furthermore, they rely on an external power source. If power is lost, the entire system will be paralyzed, ultimately leading to delayed response times. Based on current testing, Wang Lifeng is leaning towards the brain control organ unit. This is because the biological equipment, starting with the bio-assisted helmet, is a standalone system specifically designed to circumvent existing electronic devices. If we still have electronic brain control devices, wouldn't it be like taking off your pants and farting? As for the negative effects of craniotomy, in fact, modern surgical procedures have greatly improved compared to the late Golden Age. The gradual application of various new drugs and technologies has made craniotomy safer and more efficient. For example, a medical-assisted device called a nanosuturing device has recently emerged. This nanosuturing device, once applied to a scar, instantly secures the wound, eliminating the need for sutures. When the time is up, the nanosuturing tape can be simply removed, eliminating the need for stitches. Although absorbable sutures were previously available, they still leave noticeable suture marks. Furthermore, this nanosuturing device not only sutures the surface of the skin, but also the deeper layers of the dermis, muscle, and bone. As long as the patient avoids strenuous exercise after applying the nanosuturing tape and allows the wound to heal naturally, there will be no serious side effects. Another medical product is muscle glue. This can temporarily bind incised muscle tissue. A side effect is that the muscle tissue in that area will become stiff during the effective period of muscle glue, which can last for over a month. But there are also many benefits. For example, many patients continue to move around after surgery or injury, or inadvertently press or pull on the wound while sleeping, causing it to reopen and unknowingly prolong healing time. After using muscle glue, movement becomes impossible, and the muscle in that area is virtually immobilized. This special auxiliary treatment product is most commonly used for leg injuries, and is more effective than a cast. Because the injection causes the entire leg to become stiff, even large movements by the patient will not affect the injured area. In surgery, two other important new inventions have also been crucial to the development of modern surgery. These two technologies are a pair of sibling technologies, the artificial vascular stapler and the artificial neural dendrite stapler. It should be noted that after a limb is severed, even with traditional sutures, it is difficult to fully restore its function. Large blood vessels are easy to reconnect, but capillaries are virtually impossible to reconnect. In the past, a broken nervous system could only be repaired by the body itself. Now, however, artificial vascular anastomosis devices and artificial neural dendrite anastomosis devices can restore normal connections between capillaries and the nervous system. The principles behind these two products are very unique. For example, an artificial vascular anastomosis device is essentially a collection of absorbable microvascular tubes that are inserted directly into the broken wound and then sutured. Once the wound is fully healed, the nanosensors within the microvascular tubes can be used to close and open the blood vessels on either side. This selection process is a continuous testing process. Some unused artificial vessels are discarded, while those that remain are injected with a vascular regeneration agent using a nanosyringe, allowing new blood vessels to form within them. After about 6 months, the artificial vascular anastomosis devices remaining in the body are naturally absorbed. Artificial neural dendrite anastomosis devices work on a similar principle. In both cases, artificial vessels are first used to replace the natural portion, and then medication is used to encourage the body to regenerate new blood vessels and neural dendrites along the artificial portion. Thanks to this new technology, even severed limbs can be restored to normal condition through treatment. These treatments aren't just for newly injured injuries, they also allow for reoperation on previously sutured limbs that can no longer function. These limbs can then be restored to normal condition through rehabilitation training. Some of these technologies are relatively well managed in series. However, in hospitals in Hong Kong, Tsingtao, and other places, regulations are relatively lax. Many wealthy individuals in Europe and the United States, in particular, would secretly undergo limb augmentation surgery for special needs. In the past, wealthy individuals rarely underwent this type of surgery due to the high risks. Afterward, the enlarged limb would lack neural dendrites and would be unable to sense natural elements. But now, with the advent of artificial vascular anastomosis devices and artificial neural dendrite anastomosis devices, limb augmentation surgery can create clones with sensory perception identical to the original organ. The emergence of new technologies has significantly reduced the risk of many surgical procedures. Wang Lifeng believes that craniotomy is not a high-risk procedure and plans to personally lead the charge. After this test, he will undergo brain control unit implantation surgery at Hailifeng Hospital. After all, only with a biological brain control unit can the bioassisted helmet fully function. Otherwise, the bioassisted helmet would take 3 seconds to respond to a command, significantly increasing the risk. After all, no one can guarantee a safe zone for slow operation in any given scenario. If used behind enemy lines in stealth operations, the bioassistance equipment would experience a 3-second delay for each command, increasing risk and uncertainty. Electronic brain control equipment and bioassistance equipment are ultimately two distinct systems. Forcibly combining them not only limits the equipment's performance, but also creates numerous vulnerabilities. Not only was Jiang Miao reluctant, but Wang Lifeng also had no desire to play with this incomprehensible patchwork device. Wang Lifeng continued testing for over half an hour. Then, several other members of the inspection team took turns trying out the various functions of the bioassistance helmet. While the others were experimenting, Wang Lifeng whispered to Jiang Miao, "Overall, this equipment meets our initial expectations. I plan to order 1,000 units and distribute them to several specialized institutions for a trial period, so we can gather feedback." Jiang Miao had no objection. "No problem. You can make the arrangements as needed, old Wang." Chapter 379. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers northwest of Shanmei, lies the Sky City above Minqing County. This behemoth, which has hovered high in the local sky for several years, has halted its expansion plans, but its role remains crucial. Besides the unimportant tourist zone, the aerospace zone, previously used for launching carrier rockets, completed the laying of a circular electromagnetic pipeline as early as the beginning of last year. This means that the Minqing Sky City is also capable of launching spacecraft into outer space through electromagnetic acceleration. This serves as a backup for the Sun Chaser Sky City in Borneo. In addition, a Sky City is also under construction in the vast desert of Central Australia, also serving as a dedicated spacecraft launch center. The reason for building 3 Sky Cities for aerospace purposes is, on the one hand, to increase the scale of material transport to outer space, and on the other hand, for safety reasons. Although the current strength of the Asian Union has completely surpassed that of the North Atlantic Union and the Southern Alliance, the future still faces enormous uncertainty. There's a saying that makes perfect sense. It goes like this: those who love war will perish, those who forget war will suffer. The world is currently in a period of sudden change, with undercurrents surging. It seems that under the suppression of the Asian Union, other forces are showing relative restraint, or perhaps even enduring it. But simplistically assuming a peaceful future is a grave mistake. This is why Wang Lifeng and others are tirelessly promoting the development of weapons and equipment for the Asian Union, to enhance deterrence, while also preserving sufficient trump cards for future crises. The 3 Sky Cities currently within the Asian Commonwealth are also products of project planning based on this broader context. Minqing Sky City is exclusively owned by Blue Whale Aerospace, but also accepts collaborations from other related companies. Sun Chaser Sky City in Borneo is a joint project between Blue Whale Aerospace and KASIC. Australia's Azure Sky City has no connection to Blue Whale Aerospace. Its core operators are the Asian Commonwealth Space Agency and KASIC. Thus, as the behind-the-scenes owner of Blue Whale Aerospace, Heliafeng Group's aerospace projects are primarily located in Minqing County and Sun Chaser City. For example, Blue Whale Aerospace's astronaut training base is located in Minqing County. Looking out the window at the dark clouds hovering above the azure sky, Fan Yalan leaned back in his chair, clearing his mind of all distracting thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" A bottle of energy drink was placed on his desk. Fan Yalan turned slightly, a hint of a smile on his face. "Captain, are you done with the training?" The newcomer sat directly across from him, a stainless steel lunch box in hand. Li Kanxian opened the lunch box and casually asked, "It's almost Chinese New Year, aren't you planning on going home?" "No, I haven't been back much since my parents passed away. The county seat back home has been relocated, and I guess not many people are left in the village anymore." Fan Yalan smiled and shook his head. Li Kanxian picked up a slice of pork chop with his chopsticks and advised, "Okay. But you should go back and visit sometime." Fan Yalan had actually heard the captain's underlying meaning. They were the first group of 500 selected members of the Venus Expeditionary Force. After a series of training and screening, 277 people remain. These individuals had already gone through a screening process before being selected for the Venus Expeditionary Force training camp. The criteria for that screening were to select individuals with good health and simple family relationships. For example, Fan Yalan, whose parents have passed away, or Li Kanxian, whose parents have multiple children. After all, the destination of these prospective astronauts is Venus. When Venus is relatively close to Earth, it is approximately 38 million kilometers away. At its farthest point, when separated by the Sun, the distance between the two planets reaches approximately 261 million kilometers. The current speed of the Venus expedition spacecraft is approximately 11 kilometers per second, or approximately 39,600 kilometers per hour. At the closest distance, the journey from Earth to Venus takes approximately 959.6 hours, or about 40 days. At the average distance of 149.5 million kilometers, the journey from Earth to Venus takes approximately 3,775 hours, or about 157 days. This is just a one-way trip. If you want to go back and forth, the total round-trip time could exceed 300 days. After all, we can't just consider the short window of time for the shortest distance, we also have to consider longer distances. In the future, as the scale of launches increases for large-scale Venus colonization, some time periods outside of this window will also need to be utilized. As for why we don't consider faster spacecraft, the answer is very simple. In 3 words, cost-effectiveness. It's not that the speed of spacecraft launched into outer space by humans can't be further increased, but as speed increases, the fuel consumption required for acceleration also soars. Furthermore, spacecraft need to consider not only acceleration, but also deceleration. If acceleration is too high initially, more fuel will be needed for braking later when approaching the destination, slowing the spacecraft down to a point where it can be captured by the target planet. Thus, based on years of practical experience, the current speed of interstellar spacecraft within the solar system is roughly between 11 km per second and 15 km per second. The 11 km per second route speed offers the best value for money, and is a common speed range chosen by major forces for interstellar voyages. Spacecrafts like those depicted in science fiction films are currently either impossible to realize or lack the necessary cost-effectiveness. Projects like gravity spacecraft, force field spacecraft, and wormhole spacecraft are essentially fanciful. Even if research institutions are currently conducting research, they are only conducting partial theoretical studies. After all, humans haven't even developed the technical theory to realize these projects, so forget about daydreaming and build prototypes first. Since there is a limit to the speed of spacecraft, this means that once these astronauts reach Venus, their return trips to Earth will be extremely limited. No matter how humane and considerate Blue Whale Aerospace is, it's impossible for them to allow Venus Expeditionary Force astronauts, who have spent years training, to work on Venus for a few months and then return to Earth on a spacecraft. The cost of doing so is too high. It also conflicts with the original purpose of the Venus exploration program. According to the plan of Blue Whale Aerospace and the Asian Commonwealth Space Agency, the first group of astronauts to Venus will remain there for at least 2 years before returning to Earth on a spacecraft. Including the round-trip time, these astronauts will need to work in outer space and on Venus for a total of approximately 3 to 4 years. This is a long period of service. Also, considering the various risks involved during the mission, those who dare to sign up for the selection can basically be considered courageous. After opening his energy drink and taking a sip, Von Yalen changed the subject. "Captain, have you thought about that project?" "Which project?" Li Ka-shian paused while eating. "Is it about artificial babies?" "Oh, that!" Li Ka-shian scooped a spoonful of seafood risotto, but his movement slowed down. Looking at Li Ka-shian's expression, Von Yalen could see that the captain was also struggling. "I plan to accept it, and use my own reproductive cells to produce 2 children, a boy and a girl." Gently putting down the spoon, Li Ka-shian's face was slightly surprised. "Yalen, are you sure? You have to think this through carefully." "I thought it through. I'm not too bothered about dating anymore, it's too much trouble. Besides, as astronauts on the Venus Expeditionary Force, if all goes well, we'll be heading to Venus next year. I don't want to delay others, nor do I want to be cuckolded." Von Yalen spoke his heart out. Hearing this, Li Ka-shian fell silent. Although the Asian Federation has a protection program similar to military marriages for those in this special profession, Von Yalen's idea is not a problem. After all, the Venus Expeditionary Force is worse off than those cargo ship crews engaged in international trade. Ship crews can only return once every few months, while we only return once every 3 or 4 years after going to Venus. This is why, when selecting astronauts for the Venus expedition, they are required to be single. At the same time, the psychological counselors at the training center constantly remind them that if they want to get married, it is best to choose female astronauts. In the interstellar age, due to the limitations of distance and spacecraft speed, long-term separation will become a common problem. If a couple, one on Earth and the other on Venus, have a close relationship, even if it's the best, it will eventually falter over time. Von Yalen, realizing this, decided to quickly complete the reproduction process on Earth and leave 2 offspring. After all, their work would receive special subsidies from the group. Von Yalen and others had also taken time to investigate the social care model being tested by the government, and found it generally quite good. At least, it was better than that of ordinary parents. After the test of time, many people now have little desire to marry. The training center also offers the benefit of customizing companion robots. Von Yalen has a dedicated companion robot to meet his physiological needs, which has further reduced his desire to marry. When the training center asked them whether they wanted to leave a genetic legacy through artificial insemination before their long voyage, approximately 24% of the astronauts agreed. After debating for over a month, Von Yalen also decided to agree. Li Kongshuan's hesitation stemmed from the fact that his girlfriend was an astronaut at the training center. If they married, Blue Whale Aerospace would arrange for them to travel to Venus on the same spacecraft. Captain, you should discuss your situation with Tian Hui. I see you've been thinking about it alone these days. Since you're in a relationship, you should ask each other's perspective. Hearing this, Li Kongxian came to his senses and nodded. I was negligent. I discussed this with Xiao Wei tonight. Von Yalen downed the drink in the bottle in one gulp, then smiled and reminded him, actually, in my opinion, even if you want children, you can do it through artificial insemination. There's no need for natural reproduction. I explained this to Xiao Wei. And you need to be clear about one thing. Yalen, what do you mean? Captain, if you marry Tian Hui, the company will arrange for you and your wife to travel on the same spacecraft. To put it bluntly, if something goes wrong mid-flight, you'd be at a huge disadvantage. Swept awake from his dream, Li Kongxian began to ponder this possibility. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his previous thinking was too naive. Just as Von Yalen had said, if something went wrong mid-flight, the couple, traveling on the same spacecraft, would perish together in outer space. Huh. Thanks for the reminder. I explained this to Xiao Wei tonight. Before we sail away, we try to have as many offspring as possible through artificial insemination. At this point, Li Kongxian no longer had any thoughts about natural reproduction. After all, his girlfriend, Tian Hui, is also an astronaut. If they were to reproduce naturally, her subsequent training would be significantly delayed if she became pregnant, and she might even be eliminated. Then, there would be no point in their getting married. In this day and age, if someone is even considering marriage, it's likely true love. After all, thanks to various technological advancements, many people nowadays are just playing around and don't even consider marriage. If they do want children, they consider artificial insemination to create offspring. The older generation has also begun to accept this. After all, many elderly people simply want grandchildren. If their sons or daughters don't marry, and there are legal ways to have biological children, they won't force them to marry. In Jiangxi province, in particular, many parents used to spend their entire life savings, even going into debt, to get their sons married, all in the hope that they could carry on the family line. Now, they can skip artificial insemination and have offspring, which they find wonderful. They no longer have to worry about their sons' marriages. This revolutionary social change has not only changed many people's views on marriage, but has also shattered many bad habits. However, it hasn't changed social patterns. Nowadays, many young people, if they see someone they like, register for a relationship, play around for a few months, and if they feel they're compatible, they continue. If they decide they're not suitable, they part ways amicably. Of course, some prefer natural people, and there's also a growing group that prefers companion robots. For example, the vast majority of homebodies, often socially anxious, don't like going out and worry about getting sick from having affairs. Although medical technology is increasingly advanced, many illnesses can be effectively treated. For example, AIDS, once a terrifying disease, can now be cured with a vaccine that permanently inoculates the body with HIV antibodies. However, this treatment method has a significant drawback. The HIV virus can still lurk in the body of an immune person, and if someone comes into contact with an infected person, there's still a chance of infection. Thus, those who enjoy promiscuity generally go to the hospital to get the HIV vaccine to take precautions. Stay-at-home types, however, often use companion robots as their partners. To cope with their parents, they often consider promoting artificial infancy technology to produce offspring. As times evolve, people's perspectives are unconsciously reshaped by technology. Under the pressures of technology, even the most conservative individuals find it difficult to buck the trend. Astronauts like Von Yalen are simply part of the vast human population, influenced by new things. We are all changing and adapting to the new era. Chapter 380. In the training base's cafeteria, Von Yalen and Li Kongxian chatted for over half an hour, and Li Kongxian finished his lunchbox. Taking out a tissue to wipe his mouth, Li Kongxian took his lunchbox and cutlery. I'm leaving now. See you this afternoon. Goodbye. Von Yalen also stood up, but he and Li Kongxian had different afternoon classes. The astronauts of the Venus Expeditionary Force weren't required to be all-rounders. Rather, they had a system with clear divisions of labor. After all, at this stage, with the increasing complexity of specialized knowledge across various industries, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find versatile individuals. Fong Yalan's job was to be a mechanical engineer and maintenance technician. This afternoon, he would be heading to the Spacecraft Simulation Maintenance Center on the south side of the base. Although Li Kanxian was Fong Yalan's team leader, the Blue Whale Aerospace astronaut team wasn't divided solely by profession. Rather, it was a mixed group. A standard astronaut team consists of one captain, one vice captain, and 3 team members. The captain is a spacecraft pilot, communications engineer, and the primary commander of the spacecraft. The vice captain, like the captain, serves as the second in command of the spacecraft and also serves as a logistics manager. Team member 1 is a mechanical engineer, maintenance technician, and also a logistics manager. Team member 2 is a precision instrument engineer, maintenance technician, and also a scientific researcher. Team member 3 is a physician, bioengineer, psychological counselor, and also a scientific researcher. Typically, the Venus Expedition 1 spacecraft currently under design will have a standard crew of 2 teams, or 10 people. The various occupational divisions are even more specialized, so the personnel mix between the 2 teams will be carefully considered, ensuring full utilization of manpower while also ensuring sufficient redundancy in the event of a crisis. After all, no one can guarantee a 100% chance of an accident occurring during an interstellar mission. For example, if a mechanic suddenly falls ill and becomes incapacitated, and the spacecraft malfunctions at that moment, the consequences would be disastrous if only one team were deployed. While the probability of this happening is extremely small, it is not impossible. According to Murphy's Law, as the number of spacecraft missions increases, the probability of related risks also increases. Unless human spacecraft technology reaches a level that can withstand the harsh environment of outer space and possesses efficient self-repair capabilities, problems will inevitably arise sooner or later. Even if there is 99.999% safety, there is still a 100% chance of an accident. Over extended timescales and increased mission frequency, that 0.001% risk becomes 100%. Humanity, at this stage, cannot avoid this. Therefore, the triple redundancy design of spacecraft and spacecraft must be maintained until human technology advances to a point where a significant portion of cosmic hazards can be mitigated. Only then can we consider reducing the redundancy. Indeed, deploying 2 crews on a single spacecraft still carries a certain degree of risk, but the triple redundancy design and the double crew size have already reduced the risk to a very low level. Increasing the crew size would only reduce the risk significantly. Fong Yalan hailed a self-driving electric car through the base's underground driveway. A short while later, he arrived at the Spacecraft Simulation Maintenance Center, 10 kilometers away. "Yalan, you're here so early today." A shaved-headed colleague, disembarking from another electric car around the same time, called out from afar. Fong Yalan, holding his coat, asked curiously, "Huh? Erkong, when did you get back?" Gu Erkong walked over and walked side by side with him into the maintenance center. "I just got back today." Glancing at Gu Erkong's head, Fong Yalan quickly spotted 5 distinctive tattooed circles. "Are those the ones we tested this time?" "Yes." "How do you feel?" Fong Yalan asked curiously. "The surgery was fine. We just had to make sure the wound healed properly. I stayed there for a month and a half." Fong Yalan leaned over, his eyes fixed on the 5 circles. He saw no signs of surgery. If it weren't for the 5 circles tattooed as a marker, he wouldn't have been able to tell that Gu Erkong had undergone a craniotomy. No signs at all. Is the technology there so advanced? Haha, you think that's just an ordinary hospital? That's our group's headquarters, a center dedicated to medical technology research. Scar removal is easy. So, how do you feel after the brain control unit was implanted? Fong Yalan asked again. Seeing that class still had an hour left, the 2 of them slowed down their pace and trudged towards the lounge. "It feels great." "Huh? Aren't you talking nonsense?" Fong Yalan rolled his eyes. "How should I put it?" Gu Erkong organized his words before describing the sensations after the brain control unit was implanted. First, after implantation, there wasn't any foreign body sensation. "I've seen samples from the lab, and each brain control unit is only slightly larger than a mung bean. And then there's testing the brain control device. The one I implanted is a biological one, so theoretically, it's maintenance-free. It's a bit like having 5 parasites implanted in your body." Fong Yalan got goosebumps upon hearing this. "Okay, If you can't describe it, don't be disgusted, kid. After all, this thing really does look like a parasite. No, to be more precise, it's more like a symbiotic parasite. Hee hee. Von Yalen grew even more uneasy. Then, there's the function of the brain control unit. This thing is truly amazing. Compared to the electronic brain control devices on the market, its sensitivity, accuracy, and portability are a level higher. Von Yalen also dismissed the idea that the biological brain control unit was a parasite and instead pondered its function. What are the specific effects? The effect is that after using it, you can control various devices very easily. I was testing the expeditionary space suits that will be used by us in the future. They have an internal exoskeleton system. Using the biological brain control unit to control, it is a completely different experience than using electronic brain control devices. Gu Erkong paused for a moment and added, well, it's a bit like having an extra organ. With all electronic brain control devices, you can clearly feel a sense of sluggishness and disharmony. Incoordination? Von Yalen immediately understood. He had also undergone simple exoskeleton system operation training at the training base, and it was easy to experience limb incoordination during the process. To put it bluntly, controlling electronic brain control devices requires the operator to concentrate completely, without any distractions. During the operation, one must be single-minded. Von Yalen nodded, understanding the feeling. Gu Erkong continued, the biological brain control unit transforms our ability to control some devices into an instinctive reaction, allowing us to precisely multitask. Just like how we talk and walk at the same time, right? Yes, that's right. Gu Erkong then brought up another topic. I heard that the biological brain control unit was developed to avoid the uncontrollable risks associated with solely using electronic devices. Speaking of which, you're quite bold. You actually dared to participate in this experiment? Aren't you afraid of any side effects? Von Yalen quipped admiringly. After effects? No obvious side effects have been found so far. Gu Erkong suddenly thought, and with a half smile on his face, he said, speaking of side effects, this transplant actually has a significant side effect. What? Are you okay? Von Yalen's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Gu Erkong with concern. The side effect is that I won't have to wash my hair anymore. What? Von Yalen was stunned. Didn't expect that? Ha ha, I've finally gotten rid of this thick head of hair. From now on, I just have to be bald. Gu Erkong patted his bald head in amusement. However, Von Yalen frowned. Can you tell me what's going on? Does this surgery cause permanent hair loss? No, because to ensure full contact between the biological brain control unit and the external patch, the area where the brain control unit is implanted must be shaved when using the external brain control device. Gu Erkong pointed to the circular tattoos on his head. But does this mean I have to permanently remove my hair? Von Yalen was confused. I asked for it myself. Gu Erkong stopped at a vending machine and used facial recognition to purchase 2 bottles of prepared sea buckthorn juice. He handed them to Von Yalen while opening his own bottle. Accepting the sea buckthorn juice, Von Yalen looked at his colleague speechlessly. You asked for it yourself? You don't have a fever, do you? Will this hair grow back after it's removed? It can't be restored. Haha, regretting it? My hair is so ugly. It's not as good looking as a bald head. And it doesn't need to be taken care of every day. It's so convenient. Yalen, do you want to try it? Gu Erkong began to promote hair removal surgery. Von Yalen took a sip of sea buckthorn juice and quipped, if everyone thought the same way, all the hairdressers in the world would be out of a job. But is this surgery permanent? Of course it's permanent. What's the matter? Are you tempted? Gu Erkong asked, his arm around his shoulder. Von Yalen swatted his hand dismissively. Go, I have beautiful hair, I don't want to be bald. That's a shame. You never experienced the joy of a bald head. Gu Erkong didn't miss his hair. His previous hairstyle was a prominent widow's peak, and after joining the astronaut training center, the constant need for buzz cuts made it look quite unsightly. Suddenly, Von Yalen glanced around and whispered, speaking of which, this surgery shouldn't just be used on the hair, right? What do you want to do? Gu Erkong's smile suddenly grew perverse. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Von Yalen's lower body. Of course. What do you think this surgery was originally developed for? It was developed for cosmetic purposes. Hearing this, Von Yalen immediately rubbed his hands together and asked, I see. How much does one surgery cost? It depends on the area. I'm doing the entire head, including the beard and cheeks. However, since I'm participating in a brain control unit implant experiment, the hospital is doing it for free. I asked the doctor there, and he said a full head hair loss surgery would cost around 6,000 to 8,000 yuan. Fang Yalan stroked his stubble. That's an acceptable price. Gu Erkong reminded him, you can apply for internal access. After all, it's a benefit from the group, so why not use it? Oh, I almost forgot. With the group's internal access, the cost should be cut in half. Fang Yalan became increasingly interested in the surgery. He has a hairy physique, which might be related to his Baishanbai ancestry. Gu Erkong put his arm around his shoulders and said mysteriously, I have another discovery. Huh? Don't talk nonsense, kid. If you accidentally reveal confidential information, it will be very troublesome. Gu Erkong didn't stop there. Instead, he whispered, this isn't a confidential document I saw. It's my guess based on experimentation. Can't you just keep it to yourself? Haha, thank you. The brain control unit I implanted is currently one way. That is, it can only send control signals in one direction. So what? There can't be another. Fang Yalan said, then suddenly fell silent. Did you guess it? Gu Erkong downed his seed buckthorn juice and casually tossed the can into a nearby trash can. Since there's a way to control the one-way output of brainwave signals, there might be a brain control device capable of inputting them. Fang Yalan's expression grew serious, and he warned, don't tell anyone else about this. Gu Erkong took his words to heart and replied with a smile, don't worry. We're good friends, so I'm only discussing this with you. I wouldn't bother telling anyone else. That's good. Fang Yalan's expression remained stern. Such technology likely exists, but I don't know what stage of development it's at. That's not something I know for sure. That's true. Let's not worry about it. After all, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. At this point, Fang Yalan put his wild thoughts aside. In fact, Gu Erkong's guess was correct. Heliafeng Group does have a brainwave input project. The purpose of this research project is naturally not to control or brainwash others. Although this concept is indeed feasible with the use of certain medications, Jiang Miao is certainly wary of the risks involved. The EEG input project has many potential applications, such as virtual reality, deep learning, and amnesia treatment. The core application is naturally deep learning. If humanity wants to combat the potential for out-of-control artificial intelligence in the future, rapidly increasing our knowledge base is a very good starting point. To achieve this rapid increase in human knowledge, the best solution is naturally to directly insert knowledge into the brain, which requires the use of EEG input technology. However, at this stage, the project still faces many difficulties. Some of these shortcomings could be life-threatening. For example, EEG input into the brain can cause side effects such as cognitive confusion, schizophrenia, and brain overload. In severe cases, these side effects can be fatal. For this reason, the project is currently in the theoretical research and small-scale animal testing stages, and has not yet entered human trials. Chapter 381. Back to Shanmei, the headquarters of the Heliafeng Group. Jiang Miao met with Wang Lifeng and the others, inspected the bio-assisted helmet together, and then parted ways, each going about their own business. Wang Lifeng was still at Shanmei, but at this time, he was planning an eye transplant and preparing for the subsequent implantation of a bio-brain control unit. Therefore, he was temporarily staying at the base in Jiexing Town, awaiting notification from Heliafeng Hospital for surgery. Jiang Miao, on his part, had already left Shanmei and arrived in a small town in southern Jiangxi. Although it was a small town, it was actually very close to the nearest major city, less than 12 kilometers as the crow flies. In the future, as the larger cities expanded, this place would be incorporated into the urban area. The town was called Litsuan Township, one of the townships under the jurisdiction of Yuta County. This small town was fortunate because it was relatively close to Yuta County, which, via the Gongjiang River, could quickly reach Ganxian, the core city of southern Jiangxi. Therefore, this area was planned to be part of the southern Jiangxi metropolitan area in the future. Through the car window, Jiang Miao saw the vibrant prosperity of the area. The streets were lined with shops selling everything from food and clothing to housing and transportation, along with newly constructed residential areas. The surrounding flat farmland had been replaced by agricultural buildings. Additionally, there were various scientific research facilities nestled against the hillsides. These facilities were affiliated with the Heliafeng Group, which had built approximately 187 small-town research bases across the country. The Litsuan Township Research Base was one of them. After a while, his motorcade quietly entered the underground parking lot of one of the laboratories. Having only received the notification half an hour ago, Yang Wudong, the laboratory's head of research, and Jiang Rong, the logistics manager, waited anxiously in the underground parking lot. Dr. Yang, the boss is here. Jiang Rong patted his old partner on the shoulder. Yang Wutong glanced at a row of Panshur cars and trotted over. Jiang Rong, standing nearby, followed suit. At the same time, Jiang Miao also got out of one of the cars. Boss! I'm Jiang Rong, in charge of logistics for Lab 8108. Yang Wutong also introduced himself swiftly. Boss! I'm Yang Wutong, the head of research for this lab. I know Dr. Yang graduated from Fudan University. I joined at the end of 2009, and have been in charge of this lab for over 2 years. Jiang Miao smiled and shook hands with Yang Wutong, then looked at Jiang Rong. Xiao Jiang, are you getting used to the work? Thank you for your concern, boss. The work here is not bad. It's easier than at the supermarket. Jiang Rong nodded. He was previously the manager of the 7th branch of the Haliafeng specialty store in Jiancheng. He was transferred here last August to oversee logistics for this base. You get used to it. Jiang Miao patted him on the back. Come on. Take me inside. Boss, this way. Jiang Rong leaned over and pointed. As they walked, Jiang Miao turned and started chatting with Yang Wutong. Dr. Yang, I read your internal paper. It's very promising. Boss, you're too kind. Yang Wutong was very humble. After all, he knew his own limitations and understood that his achievements, which were only possible thanks to the vast resources of the Haliafeng group and the technical support of other research groups, were just what he wanted to show off. Jiang Miao encouraged, have confidence. After all, everything depends on human effort. I truly believe your project has great potential. At this point, Yang Wutong hesitated. As if seeing through his inner struggle, Jiang Miao smiled and asked, Dr. Yang, do you have anything you want to say? We're all family here. No need to worry about anything. Just speak frankly. Then I just get straight to the point. Yang Wutong paused, then continued, Boss, I have a question. If the biochip succeeds, will there really be a market for it? So that's what you're worried about. Jiang Miao shook his head and laughed, then replied with a penetrating gaze, it's part of the plan. Part of the plan? Backup plan. Jiang Miao didn't elaborate, but stopped short. The so-called backup plan was a secret program launched by the Asian Consortium to guard against artificial intelligence. This program specifically targets electronic devices, requiring the development of a device that can function independently of them as a backup. Among these areas, biocomputers and biochips were highly anticipated. Being a brilliant man, Yang Wutong understood immediately. Even with Jiang Miao's brief explanation, he understood some aspects of the backup plan. However, his doubts didn't dispel. Instead, he frowned. Boss, isn't it possible for a biological computer to go out of control? Perhaps its biological nature makes it more likely to go out of control? Your concerns are very valid, but who says what we're developing is just a biological computer? Yang Wutong's eyes were filled with confusion. I don't understand. Dr. Yang, do you think combining the human brain with a biochip is feasible? What? Yang Wutong was stunned, then his mind frantically began to think. As a biologist, geneticist, and computer engineer, Yang Wutong was no fool. Jiang Miao had only mentioned 2 terms, and he understood the general idea behind this direction. Precisely because he understood this, he began to ponder the feasibility. Implanting a biochip into the brain requires considering the possibility of rejection. No, that's not a problem. The boss has already developed non-rejection organ transplant technology, which, with some modifications, can be used with biochips. The second question concerns the input and output of information from the biochip. Output should be no problem, as mature biological brain control units already exist. As for input, it seems less mature. Wait a minute. Yang Wutong suddenly had an idea. If the target of brainwave input is a biochip, wouldn't that avoid many of the problems with brainwave input technology? It could even serve as a buffer, preventing excessive amounts of information from disrupting the native brain's memory. After a brainstorming session, his eyes brightened. It seems you figured it out. Jiang Miao paused and took another step. Yang Wutong, having regained his composure, hurried to catch up. Boss, I'm starting to understand your thinking. With current technology, implanting a biochip into the brain should be feasible. It's not that simple. There's still one step. One step. The biochip must be able to create a virtual space, and at the same time, the program must be blank. I want to allow a human personality to reside within the biochip, becoming its soul, Jiang Miao said meaningfully. Hearing this seemingly unrealistic, yet somewhat insane, plan, even Yang Wutong, a scholar in the field of biology, felt a bit lost. In fact, his inability to keep up was quite simple. Because Jiang Miao's plan wasn't just about creating a control device distinct from electronic devices, it was also about enhancing the human brain. Yang Wudong had more or less guessed at this. But there was a hidden, deeper purpose. That was immortality. That's right, Jiang Miao's ultimate goal was immortality. This was a variant of mechanical ascension. Why do humans die? The answer, of course, is brain death. With current biotechnology and medical technology, as long as the brain isn't dead, even if all the internal organs are damaged, there's still a chance of recovery. Especially as more and more artificial organs are developed, it means that human organs, beyond the brain and spine, will become readily replaceable parts. Thus, the brain becomes the limiting factor in human lifespan. After analysis and deduction, Jiang Miao attempted to identify a technological solution to the problem of brain death. Last June, while researching risk assessments for artificial intelligence, he came up with a solution to the difficulty of replacing the human brain. Since humans with one brain cannot replace it, why not create a second brain for them? When humans possess two brains, one can be replaced. This is why he developed the concept of implanting a biochip into the brain. Only by doing so could the biochip become a second brain for humans. However, Jiang Miao was also aware of the challenge of this technological approach, how to ensure that human consciousness could be fully integrated into the biochip. But Jiang Miao's solution to this problem was only a matter of time, so he wasn't worried. Ultimately, human consciousness is simply a complex mixture of memories, combined with the body's hormones and environmental influences. If everything about a person from childhood to adulthood were recorded in a biochip, even if their natural brain were one day removed, as long as the biochip remained, that person would still be alive. In fact, the human brain doesn't have to be intact to function normally. There are already many cases demonstrating that even if a person loses half of their brain function can still be maintained due to the brain's compensatory effects. This also opens up endless possibilities for the future. However, this technology will take at least a decade to fully perfect. Jiang Miao still has time. After all, he's only in his early 30s now, and won't be 50 in a decade. Of course, he also knew that if he hadn't been implanted with the biochip since childhood, his memories would be incomplete. Transferring all brain information to a biochip is incredibly difficult. After all, much of the information in the human brain consists of subconscious memories, which cannot be fully retrieved even through active recall. A large portion of human memory, such as memories before the age of 3, is subconscious and cannot be recalled no matter how hard you try. But subconscious memory is also an indispensable part of human consciousness. If this subconscious memory is lost, even if the conscious memory remains exactly the same, personality changes will still occur. This results in same memories, different people. To use a biological analogy, it's like cutting a branch from an apple tree and grafting it onto another. Although the fruit produced by this branch is similar to that of the original tree, the nutrients provided by the new rootstock will certainly not be exactly the same as those of the original tree. From a biological perspective, a person who doesn't have a biochip implanted from childhood will still be the same person after their brain is removed. But from a philosophical perspective, they can actually be considered two different people. The latter is merely the inheritor of a portion of the former's memories, but is not identical to the former. For those who have had a biochip implanted since childhood, everything about them is recorded in the biochip, so their original brain remains unchanged after removal. However, Jiang Miao didn't dwell on it. He believed he could solve this problem, that one day he could use technology to safely transfer all of a human brain's memories into a biochip, thus avoiding the philosophical dilemma of the new self is not the old self. As Jiang Miao walked, Jiang Rong led them to the entrance of a biological cultivation room. Through the observation window, he saw a display of cultivation chambers. Jiang Rong entered the password. Ting! The doors slid open automatically. Standing in front of a cultivation chamber, Yang Wudong whispered, "Boss, this is the Fushi Type 3 biochip." Jiang Miao looked at the incubator, where a walnut-sized lump of meat was resting in a nutrient solution. "Has this thing been grown?" "Yes, it's." "I read your paper, and the computing power of this biochip is still too low, even inferior to that of an ordinary computer." Yang Wudong didn't think Jiang Miao was belittling their achievements, because he knew Jiang Miao was definitely aware of the biochip's strengths and weaknesses. It's only the third generation right now, and it will definitely be improved later. Jiang Miao nodded slightly. "I don't actually have high hopes for its computing power. After all, biochips have a certain upper limit on computing power. Their key lies in fuzzy analysis and memory storage. Fuzzy analysis and memory storage are the advantages of biochips. Compared to semiconductor electronic chips, their strengths and weaknesses are exactly the opposite. Electronic chips excel at logical analysis and computational power, but they struggle with fuzzy analysis and information storage. Biochips excel at fuzzy analysis and information storage, but it's difficult to improve their computing power. Of course, if a biochip could successfully transplant a human soul, the logical analysis capabilities brought by its genes wouldn't be too bad. Jiang Miao instructed, the Fuxi 3's information storage capacity is now sufficient. Next, focus on human consciousness transplantation. No problem, Yang Wudong agreed. The Fuxi 3's current information storage capacity is indeed sufficient. This walnut-sized biochip can store up to 85,000 terabytes of information. This is a level of information unattainable with current semiconductor technology. After all, the biochip's information storage unit is designed to mimic the biological brain, hence its massive storage capacity. This is also the core advantage of biocomputers over electronic computers and artificial intelligence. Electronic computers require networking, and if artificial intelligence emerges, they can be easily wiped out. The data storage capacity of a single biocomputer is sufficient for its internal data operations. When necessary, it can completely isolate itself from external information exchange, preventing intrusion. The different understandings of biocomputers and electronic computers further isolate them from electronic computer intrusion. Since Jiang Miao plans to develop a biocomputer with the human soul as its primary brain, he eliminates the possibility of artificial intelligence emerging within the biocomputer. This is also a preparation for the future. Chapter 382. Early 2031. Summer has arrived in the southern hemisphere. In South America, the rain is pouring down in Little Venice. In its capital, Caracas, the atmosphere is extremely depressing. In recent years, Little Venice has not had an easy time. Successive crises, including the wheat barrenness crisis and the infertility crisis, coupled with an already fragile economy, have rapidly deteriorated the situation. Even in Caracas, the capital, the living standards of many ordinary residents have plummeted. This situation has made this land a hotbed of crime. Unwilling to ally with the North Atlantic Union or submit to the Asian Union, South American and some Central American countries, along with some African and West Asian countries, have formed the so-called Southern Alliance. This so-called third largest power in the world is actually a motley crew. Of course, this isn't their fault. After all, among the Southern Alliance's member states, there is no single final decision maker. Therefore, internal discussions on activities often lead to constant strife, sometimes even ending in unpleasantness. If it weren't for the pressure from the Asian and North Atlantic unions, these small factions wouldn't have been able to unite. However, Little Venice couldn't wait for the Southern Alliance's joint meeting resolution. Last August, Little Venice desperately submitted a request for aid to the Southern Alliance, but by February of this year, there was still no result. After more than half a year of ferment, the situation had finally spiraled out of control. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire echoed through the streets. Boom. A car exploded, its debris carried by the shockwave and scattering in all directions. Thick smoke billowed into the air. Screams, cries, and shouts followed. As the chaos spread, human rationality collapsed, and many people began to frantically unleash the darkness within. At the same time, New Granada, Little Venice's western neighbor, a power that once had a neutral relationship with Ceres, had, after entering the Platinum Age, reversed course and directly wooed the Asian Commonwealth. As a result, New Granada was one of the few small powers in South America that did not join the Southern Alliance. The other small power that did not join the Southern Alliance was Peru. These two small powers chose to ally with the Asian Commonwealth and are currently observer states of the Asian Commonwealth. New Granada is a tropical country, so its habitable area lies not in the subtropical or temperate plains, but in the highlands and mountains. For example, New Granada's capital, Bogotá, is located in the Eastern Cordillera, a branch of the Andes. These mountain ranges are home to New Granada's major cities, including the northwestern city of Cúcuta. Cúcuta is very close to San Cristobal in Little Venice. At this time, at the border outpost of Cúcuta, the Asian United Army, affiliated with the Asian Union, has deployed a garrison regiment here, totaling approximately 1,500 men. This is also one of the costs of joining the Asian Union. Compared to the still fragmented North Atlantic Union and the fragmented Southern Alliance, the Asian Union's requirements for member states are very strict. Surrendering all armed forces is a mandatory condition. Otherwise, even observer status cannot be achieved. After all, the Asian Union does not want to be taken advantage of. Many small factions are extremely scheming, and their internal dynamics often fluctuate erratically. Without control over the local armed forces, the Asian Commonwealth would not invest heavily in them. In fact, the Asian Commonwealth currently has little interest in resources from other regions of the Earth. This is primarily due to the emergence of numerous new technologies, which have alleviated previous resource shortages. For example, the oil industry in Little Venice, which Ceres once desperately wanted to invest in, has long since withdrawn. The fundamental reason for this phenomenon is the surge in vegetable oil production capacity, coupled with the emergence of photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation, and controlled nuclear fusion, which has led to a sharp decline in the proportion of oil and natural gas in the Asian Commonwealth's energy and chemical sectors. Currently, oil and natural gas account for approximately 14% of the Asian Commonwealth's energy sector, and approximately 29% of its chemical sector. Although some imports are still maintained, this is primarily to deplete foreign exchange reserves. The Asian Commonwealth provides medical services and receives a significant amount of foreign exchange reserves annually from around the world, but using this foreign exchange is somewhat problematic. After all, many factions are strengthening their protection of rare minerals, making it difficult for the Asian Commonwealth to purchase them, even with the money. To address this situation, they imported large quantities of oil, natural gas, coal, iron ore, and bauxite from various regions. These relatively large quantities of common minerals became the core channels through which foreign powers obtained Huayuan. Another alternative was to obtain a portion of Huayuan by transporting precious metals. Secretly transporting precious metals into the Asian Commonwealth was also a primary option for many middle-class foreign families, as this group struggled to obtain Huayuan through methods like selling minerals. Despite the fact that currencies, like the Chinese yuan, euro, and US dollar still have exchange rates, in reality, large-scale exchange is prohibited by all parties. Many people can only obtain Chinese yuan foreign currency through the underground black market. This was one of the factors that led New Granada to join the Asian Union. While the region possessed some mineral resources, they knew they would struggle to sustain them long-term. Coupled with various crises, after fierce internal struggles, the pro-Asian faction gained the upper hand, and they quickly sold off all of New Granada. Sometimes, serving as a servant to a reliable and powerful leader isn't a bad thing. Even if it were completely annexed, the average New Granada resident wouldn't have much of a problem. After all, the Asian Union had given them so much. A large supply of food and industrial products, advanced medical assistance, and a living standard gradually matching that of the Asian Union itself. Compared to the past, they felt like they were in paradise. Remember, at the end of the Golden Age, New Granada was sending over 150,000 immigrants to Gale country annually, while their total population was only around 53 million. This reflects the severity of New Granada's economic problems. Generally speaking, regions that send immigrants tend to have relatively poor social stability and economic conditions. Just 2 years after becoming an observer state in the Asian community, New Granada's outbound migration has rapidly declined from over 100,000 people annually to just a few thousand, and it's expected to continue declining. After all, if one can enjoy good food, a luxurious home, a good job, and all the benefits back home, only a fool would want to leave for Gale country or the European Union. New Granada is gradually entering an ideal society, and everyone sees that better days are coming. Those who choose to immigrate now are either groups extremely hostile to the Asian Union or drug lords and gangsters under siege. The outpost in Cucuta is not the small barbed wire encampment one might imagine, but a massive fortress. The buildings, constructed using integrated technology, were hoisted in by transport airships, and the fortress was completed in less than 4 months. Inside the Cucuta fortress, Regimental Commander Coing stood at an observation window, holding a telescope, overlooking the mountain road across the way. On this road, many vehicles were attempting to pass the outpost on the fortress's side. The situation is very serious. Putting down the telescope, he turned to look at Deputy Regimental Commander Macaria, Border Control Station Chief Takahashi Motoyasu, and others. Takahashi Motoyasu held a dedicated tablet in one hand, pointing to the photo on it. According to the data from the surveillance airship, this road is now crowded with civilians trying to escape Little Venice. At this moment, a multifunctional surveillance airship was floating 26,000 meters above the city of Cucuta. This airship could capture the ground conditions within a radius of over 100 kilometers, as long as the area wasn't blocked by mountains. There are also various low Earth orbit surveillance satellites that can monitor Little Venice at any time, but they lack the flexibility and accuracy of airships. However, the surveillance airships also have a significant disadvantage: their limited coverage area and inability to penetrate deep into Little Venice. Therefore, surveillance systems are often used in conjunction with these. Coing glanced at the high-definition images on the tablet. The road was already packed with cars, and some sections had even seen serious accidents. "Captain, what should we do?" Macaria's face was torn. As a fortress garrison, they didn't have the authority to allow people in. After all, there were too many people, and a sudden influx would cause immediate trouble. But if they didn't let these people through, as the crowd gathered, they might be incited to attack the checkpoint, forcing them to resort to force. Just as everyone was in a dilemma. "Report. Come in." A corporal hurried in and whispered something in Ko Ying's ear. Ko Ying's brows relaxed, a hint of relief on his face. "All right, the person who can help us solve this problem has arrived. Let's go meet him." "Oh!" Takahashi Motoyasa breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone hurried to a meeting room downstairs. They saw the newcomer. There were 3 middle-aged men in black suits, 1 East Asian, 1 Latino, and 1 Caucasian. "Here are my IDs," the East Asian-looking man said with a smile, pulling out a small red-covered notebook. Coing took it, checked it, and then returned it. "Station Master Du, is there anything we can help you with? As long as it's within our authority, we do our best to cooperate." Du Ruihua smiled, took the ID back, and then handed another document to the other party. "This is the authorization we applied for from higher-ups. You understand after reading it." After checking the document again, Coing nodded. "No problem, we complete this task." The two sides didn't chat for long, parting ways in less than 20 minutes. Soon, the chaotic refugee situation on the opposite road was contained by an armed force. A large number of vehicles carrying supplies also began to leave the city of Kukuta, passing through the border checkpoint, and handing over the supplies to the leader of the armed force. A few days later, new armed forces appeared in cities bordering Little Venice and New Granada. These sudden emergences, based in the border region and aided by a large influx of supplies from New Granada, quickly brought the deteriorating situation under control. Rather than accepting these refugees, it would be better to support them in their efforts to seize the entire Little Venice. After all, after the establishment of the Asian Commonwealth, the weapons and equipment of each member country were standardized under the series system, and all other weapons were phased out and stored. This was especially true of the East Asian monster countries of Dakar and Japan, whose discarded weapons and equipment were so numerous that their warehouses were overflowing. These weapons would only rot in the warehouses. It would be better to provide them to those in need. As for whether or not the rising powers of Little Venice are willing to join the Asian Commonwealth, it's actually irrelevant. The Asian Commonwealth is quite nonchalant about this. Except for strategically important places like Australia, rich in resources, and sparsely populated, the Asian Commonwealth has no intention of forcibly occupying other regions. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Furthermore, the joining of these small powers will only marginally enhance the Asian Commonwealth's strength. Instead, the Asian Commonwealth will have to contribute financially and physically to their development, effectively alleviating poverty. New Granada and Peru only gained observer status after begging the Asian Commonwealth profusely. If Little Venice didn't want to join, no one would force them. Supporting their internal reforms was simply to prevent a large number of refugees, which would have put pressure and trouble on New Granada's northwest border. Soon, with the massive supply support of the Asian Union, the new forces in the southwest of Little Venice quickly united and, in less than a month, gained control of the area surrounding Lake Maracaibo. The region was a relatively closed basin, with large lakes and rivers, allowing for rapid naval advances. Little Venice, however, was in deep chaos and could not withstand the assault of the Southwestern Union. With the fall of the Lake Maracaibo basin, Little Venice suddenly lost a third of its core area. At this point, the Southern Alliance grew anxious and finally agreed to Little Venice's request for aid. But it was too late. After all, they had only just passed the resolution, and months would pass before the supplies were assembled. This was essentially a drop in the bucket to suppress the internal chaos within Little Venice. The Asian Union, from top to bottom, showed little concern for Little Venice's internal fighting. If it weren't for the desire to minimize trouble, even the covert assistance wouldn't have been provided. Aside from domestic affairs, the top brass of the Asian Union are most concerned about the new canal project in South America. After all, New Granada, like Panama, is a bioceanic nation. Panama was even once part of New Granada, but was forcibly separated by the Gale nation due to the Panama Canal. Since the Asian Union wants to promote New Granada's economic development, it certainly can't just provide direct financial support. Therefore, using work for relief has become a very useful strategy. The New Granada Canal project was approved for research in March of last year, with preparatory work completed by the end of the year and construction commencing in February of this year. The canal's specifications are very high, designed to accommodate ships of 100,000 tons, and to be a lock-free canal. It begins near Ciudad Jurado, a small city on the Pacific side surrounded by tropical rainforests. It ends at Uraba Bay, on the Atlantic coast. The canal's construction will utilize numerous new technologies and has been contracted to 3 engineering groups, requiring approximately 150,000 workers. In addition, there are a large number of supporting service personnel and facilities, which are very strong support for the improvement of the local economy. Chapter 383. May 15, 2031. Little Venice. A small town near the capital, Caracas. A supermarket, ostensibly a supermarket, is actually the headquarters of a local mafia gang. The basement of the supermarket was thick with smoke. Ahem. A triangular-eyed Latino fanned his nose, then picked up the air conditioner remote, and pressed the ventilation function. The other bearded white man smoked silently, puffing out clouds of smoke. Across from them was a white man with slick-back blonde hair, probably in his 20s, accompanied by another Latino. A moment later, the blonde with the slick-back hair finally spoke. "Bucky, are you still hesitating?" At the other man's piercing question, the bearded white man flicked the ash from his cigarette, then sneered, unflinchingly, "Ha-ha. The Asian Alliance isn't easy to mess with. I don't want to die." "Really? You don't think the Asian Alliance will let you go if you don't resist, do you? Do you want to learn about the gang situation in New Granada?" The blonde with the slick-back hair calmly reminded him. Bucky wasn't intimidated, and replied nonchalantly, "So what? At worst, I emigrate to Brazil in a few days, and you be good people." The deputies on both sides were also tense, their hands poised for instant draw, their eyes fixed on their opponent's every move. "All right. If you don't want to, we won't force you. So good luck. Goodbye. No need to see you off." At the entrance of the small supermarket, Bucky watched the blonde and the slick-back hair leave in their pickup truck, his eyes flickering with thought. "Boss, what should we do now?" "Don't do anything pointless." Bucky's rise to become one of the 4 largest gangs near Caracas wasn't solely due to his daring and fighting spirit, but also his ability to assess the situation. Furthermore, their money gang didn't deal in the white-collar business. Their main businesses were loan sharking, casinos, and some smuggling. Thus, Bucky didn't feel the need to flee. If the new faction in Little Venice truly intended to join the Asian Union, he could easily clean himself up and shut down some of his shady operations. But if he truly collaborated with the Northern Union intelligence agency behind the slick-back blonde, he would be courting his own destruction. Watching the car disappear at the end of the road, Bucky didn't let his guard down. Instead, he quickly summoned the gang's mid- and high-level leaders, urging them to behave themselves for the time being. Elsewhere, the slick-back blonde and his lieutenant, having left the money gang headquarters, were driving to another small town. In the car, "Captain Will, do you want someone to take out the guy Bucky?" Will, with his slick-back blonde hair, shook his head and said contemptuously, "There's no need to waste our energy. Once we convince the other gangs, we have them wipe out the money gang." "That's right. Carmen, how was your contact with the Black Skulls yesterday?" Will glanced in the rearview mirror. Carmen, who was driving, immediately replied, "They agreed to talk to us, but they're asking for $100 million. Ha ha, how greedy." Carmen explained the key point. The Black Skull's boss, Lola Hook, is related to the commander of the Carlos Battalion in Caracas. If we cooperate with them, we can quickly acquire a large number of veterans, which will be very helpful in rapidly expanding our forces. Will nodded. "As for the price, we can negotiate slowly. As long as we can create trouble for the Asian Alliance and prevent them from quickly acquiring a complete Little Venice, our mission will be accomplished." Over an hour later, the 2 men reunited with the other 5 team members. They arrived at a small town called Lotbo. It was difficult to find on maps, and appeared very remote, situated on the edge of a mountainous area. Looking at the terrain, Will smiled and analyzed. Looking at the mountains and forests behind the town, this is most likely just the Black Skull's superficial base. Their true base is probably deeper within the mountains. An agent responsible for communications and network intelligence collection calmly stated, "Satellite detection indicates that there is indeed a large building deep within the mountains, approximately 8 kilometers from this town. This is likely their true base. They're coming." 3 pickup trucks stopped. At the opposite sentry post, machine guns were trained on the 3 pickup trucks. Carmen, who was in charge of contacting the Black Skulls, got out first to negotiate. 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 armed men emerged from the town. One of them, a bald man with a skull tattoo on his neck, stared coldly at Will and the others. Who's in charge? Will stepped forward. I'm Will, and I'm their leader. The bald man, holding his revolver in his hand, said bluntly, Will, right? Come in with me, but only two of us. Okay, Will shrugged, then turned to look at Carmen and the others. Carmen, come in with me, and the rest of you, stand by. Yes. Let's go! The bald man led the way. After winding around for over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at a small villa. Will also met the real boss, Lola Hook, accompanied by two middle-aged men in camouflage uniforms. They introduced themselves to each other. As soon as Black Skull Lola Hook sat down, she launched into a blistering statement. Mr. Will, I'm going to cut to the chase. If you can give us $100 million, we guarantee we take over the entire city of Caracas and a dozen surrounding towns within a week. Mr. Lola, although we can provide $100 million in aid, you have to give us a reasonable explanation, right? Or do something that satisfies us. Isn't taking Caracas enough? Will shook his head. No, I don't want my limited funds to go to waste. Haha, your attitude shows no sincerity at all. This puts us in a difficult position. Lola Hook's face practically red. I'm going to defect to the Asian Union. But Will smiled broadly, gazing into Lola Hook's eyes. If you wish to join the Asian Union, then go ahead. Lola Hook's face darkened. Of course, he couldn't possibly join the Asian Union. After all, the Black Skull Gang originated from selling white flour and rock sugar, and gangs like them were a key target. Even if he declared his retirement now, once Little Venice joined the Asian Union, the core members of the Black Skull Gang would be caught. Unlike the Money Gang, they couldn't clean up their act. As for immigrating immediately, that was indeed a way out. But Lola Hook wasn't willing to give up. The Black Skull Gang, which he had worked so hard to build, was a powerful force in the local area. Migrating would make it difficult for them to expand further, and they would also face the covetousness of other factions. After all, he had accumulated considerable wealth over the years, totaling perhaps over $1 billion. Of course, the vast majority of this was in fixed assets, with only around $200 or $300 million in liquid funds. Lola Hook, his family, and the core gang members were clearly reluctant to give up most of their fixed assets to immigrate. This was also a key reason Will was certain they would cooperate. After a while, Lola Hook took the initiative to break the silence, asking, How much can you offer? Knowing the other party had capitulated, Will smiled and offered his own bargaining chip. The first aid will be approximately $10 million, but if there's no money, it will all be converted into weapons. 10 million? Too little. Mr. Lola, you haven't even taken any action yet. I can't report this to the higher-ups. If you want more aid, show some results. As they bargained. In the woods outside the town, a dozen figures quietly approached. They wore custom black tactical helmets and tightly fitting gray exoskeleton armor. The color-changing cell film lenses inside their helmets now displayed an infrared view of the town's interior. The thermal outlines of individual humanoids, like fireflies in the night, shone brightly before their eyes. They remained silent, communicating in sign language. There were 3,625 human targets inside the town, likely Black Skull personnel and their families. Captain, what should we do now? Based on the magnetic field observations, there are a number of heavy weapons within this town. A direct assault would be prone to accidents. We should adopt Plan C. I agree. Agree. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, they sprang into action. The 3 mortars were assembled. After adjusting the firing parameters, the team leader checked the time and gestured. Ready to fire. 3-round rapid fire. Roger. They had brought with them 60mm mortar shells. And these mortar shells were a specially made type. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shells flew out in a parabolic trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. The shells exploded upon impact. There was no violent explosion, but a colorless, odorless gas began to spread rapidly in all directions. Lola Hook, Will, and the others, still struggling in the villa, were startled by the sudden sound of an explosion nearby. Several of Lola Hook's men immediately drew their pistols and aimed at Will and Carmen. What are you trying to do? Will was horrified and quickly raised his hands. Calm down, brothers. We don't know what's going on. If we were going to deal with you, I wouldn't be here. Lola Hook, having instantly calmed down, knew that Will wasn't likely to attack her, but he didn't let his guard down. Don't act rashly now. Okay, Will and Carmen nodded helplessly. Boom, boom, boom. Tie them up and take them to the basement. Yes, boss. In about 20 minutes, 60 shells were evenly distributed across the small town. And Will's other 3 subordinates, waiting near the entrance, were immediately hit by several shells. Seeing the shells emit a puff of smoke instead of a violent explosion, they sensed something was amiss and immediately scrambled back to the pickup truck. However, their reaction was too slow. By the time they reached the truck, they were completely dizzy. The communications agent tried to pull out his satellite phone, but his vision grew increasingly blurry, his arms unable to even lift anything. Finally, he slumped back down in frustration. The entire town was now enveloped in a colorless, odorless, special gas. Even Will and the others in the basement, thanks to the vents, were being infiltrated by the special gas. Feeling his eyelids heavy, Will's expression suddenly changed, toxic. Close the vents. The gang members who had escorted them were already unsteady on their feet, their vision doubled, and they fell asleep, their heads spinning. Will knew he was doomed. With his hands cuffed, he couldn't even save himself. Half an hour later. The town was utterly silent. Not only were the people there, but even the birds and pets lay unconscious. A dozen figures silently appeared on the road near the sentry post, opening the pickup truck's door. The target was spotted, the Northern Alliance's henchman. Act according to plan. A nanosilicon carbide dagger instantly pierced the agent's neck, slicing through him like tofu, and his head and body were immediately severed. Eliminate all armed personnel. Yes. These flour and sugar gangs deserve death, especially those armed. No innocent people will be wronged. With the razor-sharp dagger in hand, the criminal lives of these individuals were ended with a single blow. Everyone transformed into cold, ruthless Grim Reapers, harvesting lives efficiently and silently. Just as they approached the villa area behind the mountain, they stopped. Someone was still conscious. Oh! How many people? Using infrared and magnetic field vision, they quickly spotted 3 men wearing gas masks, lurking inside a villa over 300 meters ahead. It looked like they were planning an ambush. What should the captain do? The captain checked the holographic map. Team 1, go around from the rear. I lead Team 2, and close from the front cover. Roger that. With the help of their exoskeleton armor. These men were incredibly mobile, and their exoskeleton armor could withstand 12mm rounds. The 3 gang members still struggling to survive had no idea how terrifying these men were. They spotted us. Lola Hook's expression was horrifying beneath her gas mask. Ask Buff and the others when they can arrive. The younger brother quickly made another phone call. After a few hurried exchanges, he looked at his boss, Lola Hook. Boss, Buff and the others have already sent 2 helicopters, and another from the base in the back mountain is driving over for support. But the next second, they saw 2 fireballs explode in the sky in the distance. These were clearly the 2 helicopters arriving for support. They had underestimated the incoming forces. The personnel on guard outside received a notification from headquarters as soon as the helicopters took off, and they quickly prepared an ambush. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, fierce gunfire rang out in the villa area. Lola Hook and the other 2 were reduced to a hornet's nest. The gang was completely destroyed. Chapter 384. The civil unrest in Little Venice, and the covert war between the Asian and Northern Alliances, did not directly impact the rest of the world. Even the Southern Alliance, nominally the overlord of Little Venice, acted remarkably ruthlessly. Of course, this wasn't because the Southern Alliance was truly callous and heartless, but rather because they were powerless. After all, as a loose alliance, it inherently had many internal divisions. The North Atlantic Union was no less vulnerable in this regard. After all, the North Atlantic Union currently consisted of 3 major factions: the Gale Kingdom and Britain faction, the European Union faction, and the Russian faction, which could be further divided. In these circumstances, discussions on many issues often required lengthy deliberations before a solution, honed through numerous compromises, could be reached. For example, right now, in the North Atlantic Union Parliament building in the City of London, Great Britain, the headquarters of the North Atlantic Union, representatives of various factions within the Northern Alliance were engaged in a heated exchange of words. Bang, bang, bang. Deputy Speaker Theo Oliveira rapped the table with his gavel. Senator Ferlin, please maintain order in this chamber. Senator Ferlin, unfazed by his name, continued his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I agree with abandoning the International Space Station, but what about the new space station that will replace it? EU Representative Han Robinson narrowed his eyes, then sternly retorted, there's no need to build a new space station now. We should focus on reaching the moon. If we don't act, the moon will be occupied by the Asian Union, and we absolutely cannot allow that. Ha. Flynn sneered sarcastically, do you Europeans still have space capabilities? You still rely on us North Americans. You don't understand the difficulty and investment required to reach the moon. Han Robinson's face darkened even further. Isn't the $100 billion, $80 billion, and $10 billion we invested last year enough? One federation, 3 legal currencies. Even worse than the Southern Alliance. Although the Southern Alliance was internally fragmented, they still created the Southern Yuan as the alliance's legal tender. This is similar to the Asian Alliance, which has now completed currency unification and adopted the Huayuan. This is essentially a restoration of the original Huayuan name, which lacks the connotations of series and is more commonly known. The Northern Alliance's inability to achieve currency unification is primarily due to the conflict between its 3 major factions. The Federal Reserve, a private sector entity, is responsible for issuing Gale's currency, not a state-owned enterprise. Naturally, the EU and Russia would not agree to hand over their currency issuance rights to a private enterprise, like the Federal Reserve. As a result, the 3 parties held their own views on this issue, refusing to compromise, hindering progress on a unified currency. If it weren't for the Asian Union, the chances of them uniting would be even slimmer than winning the lottery in series. Currently, the 3 main members of the Northern Union also hold different views on the direction of the aerospace industry. The Gale nation wants everything: a new international space station, a lunar base, and a Mars expedition. The European Union, on the other hand, wants to focus its efforts on abandoning the new International Space Station project and developing a lunar base. Lucia also had its own agenda. They supported the EU's lunar base, but the space missions couldn't be handed entirely to North American companies. Lucia needed at least a quarter of the orders. The result was that the 3 parties were now refusing to give in, and were wrangling endlessly in joint meetings. Of course, there were rational individuals among the over 300 parliamentarians, but faced with a complex web of interests and entanglements, they found it difficult to change the current situation. Several EU member state representatives from Central Europe were whispering among themselves. Rudolf, what do we do now? The round-faced old man raised his glasses and looked at Rudolf, the Austrian-Hungarian representative next door. Rudolf stroked his beard, his eyes filled with disappointment and resignation. He knew full well that if the Gale nation, the EU, and Lucia had united 10 years ago, Gale nation would likely have been able to suppress the other members. However, after Ceres's continuous attacks, the Gale nation's strength has declined significantly. Especially after losing most of its overseas bases and agents worldwide, the Gale nation is no longer strong enough to fully suppress the EU and Russia. This situation leads to a consequence. After 3 equally powerful factions unite, unless their interests are highly aligned, it will be difficult to quickly reach a decision-making conclusion. I like to persuade them to put aside their differences and finalize the cooperation as soon as possible, but unfortunately, interests cloud everyone's judgment, Rudolf sighed. In fact, he did have some ideas in mind, such as declaring war on the Asian Union. By provoking war, he could force the various parties within the Northern Union to put aside their differences. Unfortunately, he also knew this idea was a dead end. The Asian Alliance wasn't attacking the Northern Alliance right now, not because they lacked strength, but because they felt it was unnecessary. If the Northern Alliance truly declared war, the Gale nation might be able to rely on North America to hold out, but Russia would undoubtedly be the first to be crushed, followed closely by the European Union. Thus, Russia would undoubtedly be the first to oppose this strategy. If they were to attack the Southern Alliance, Russia might agree. After all, the 2 sides didn't share a direct border, and Russia tended to look down on the Southern Alliance's strength. But in an attack on the Asian Alliance, Russia would be cannon fodder, and they clearly didn't want to be the cannon fodder. This was the Northern Alliance's current internal problem. Every party within it had its own agenda, and whenever something happened, they prioritized their own interests. The debate in the meeting room continued. While there hadn't been any shoe-smashing, fistfights, or hair-pulling, the atmosphere was still quite tense. Rudolf stood up and said, "Everyone, if you continue arguing, today will be over. We already been discussing this topic for 8 days. When can we expect a conclusion?" Flynn, Han, and the others finally calmed down a bit. Rudolf sighed softly. I know everyone needs to consider many implications, but the situation with the International Space Station is already very serious, with 3 astronauts still aboard. Shouldn't we first discuss returning them to Earth? Senator Rudolph's proposal is excellent. Let's discuss it first. Vice Speaker Theo Oliveira quickly intervened to smooth things over. A nervous-looking staff member appeared beside Theo Oliveira and whispered something quickly in his ear. Theo Oliveira's face darkened, and his voice choked. After a moment, he banged the gavel hard. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone noticed something was amiss when they saw Theo Oliveira's expression. They all settled down to see what was going on. Theo Oliveira took a deep breath. Everyone, just now, the International Space Station was struck by a derelict communications satellite in its core module. One of the 3 astronauts aboard has tragically died, leaving the remaining 2 trapped in 2 space capsules. What? This? Oh my god, this is such tragic news. What now? Rudolph immediately stood up and asked seriously, what spacecraft can be launched immediately? And how long can the International Space Station survive? Theo Oliveira looked at the reporting staff, exchanged a few words in a low voice, then took the microphone and replied, the spacecraft that can be launched immediately is SpaceX's Dragon 305, but it will take at least 5 days to prepare. Han immediately understood the underlying meaning. Mr. Vice Speaker, how long does the International Space Station have left? According to NASA's assessment, the International Space Station is expected to fall into the atmosphere in less than 50 hours. Theo Oliveira could only answer truthfully, as there was no point in hiding it now. After all, the other dominant power in low Earth orbit, the Asian Union, must have observed the International Space Station's problems. Why would this happen? It was just a minor impact. Is the International Space Station's main structure so fragile? It's probably because it's been in service for too long, and many of its components have deteriorated. By the way, which country's satellite was struck? Theo Oliveira replied awkwardly, it's probably SpaceX's satellite communications. The expressions of the people present varied. In fact, they all knew something about the renowned SpaceX. After all, the Starlink system, which has been a hot topic in recent years, is a SpaceX business. Of course, this industry isn't solely operated by SpaceX, it also has the support of the lifelong nation's military. However, the Starlink system's recent buzz has shifted from its convenient communications to its risks and threats. In recent years, companies like Heliofing Group and Pauling Company have collaborated on the development of communication airships, which are now used in many areas of both the Asian Alliance and the Southern Alliance. The emergence of communication airships has significantly impacted the communications satellite industry. Even with the continued support of the Northern Alliance, the Starlink system still sees no hope of profitability. If it weren't for the annual funding provided by the Northern Alliance's coalition forces, the project would have collapsed long ago. There are 2 reasons why the Starlink system is struggling to survive. One is competition from communication airships. The other is the short lifespan of Starlink satellites. The former makes the Starlink system unprofitable, while the latter keeps its overall operating costs high. After all, having lost markets in Asia, Oceania, South America, and Africa, Starlink can only serve North America. As for the other 2 core regions of the Northern Alliance, the European Union, due to its dense population, relies primarily on ground-based base stations for its communication system. Although Lucia is vast and sparsely populated, its market potential is relatively small. With a small user base, the Starlink system must either increase service fees or reduce the number of Starlink satellites deployed. However, both approaches are dead ends. After all, excessively high service fees will further reduce the number of users. Reducing the number of Starlink satellites will create service gaps or lead to a decline in service quality, which is also a way to drive away customers. In fact, in the era of deglobalization, a product like the Starlink system, which relies on the support of a global market, is destined to struggle to achieve profitability. Unless Starlink satellites can effectively operate in low Earth orbit for a long time, which must be around 10 years, at the current overall cost of Starlink satellites, they can only survive on subsidies. However, these Starlink satellites are designed to be cheap consumables. Furthermore, their relatively low orbit makes them easily pulled into the atmosphere by Earth's gravity, resulting in a lifespan of only 2 to 3 years. The Starlink satellite that uncontrollably collided with the International Space Station was a low Earth orbit communications satellite that had been decommissioned 6 months earlier. The meeting continued. Rudolph frowned. Can we ask the Asian Union for help? They should have a backup spacecraft. This? The others looked at each other. Some had grim expressions. Some were troubled. Some were expressionless. Some had flickering eyes. Looking at their expressions, Rudolph grew angry. What do you mean? Are you going to watch those 2 astronauts die? North American Congressman Johnson soothed, Congressman Rudolph, I think we can discuss this further. Perhaps NASA can find a way to keep the International Space Station afloat for a while longer. However, Rudolph, who had been working in the EU for over 30 years, immediately understood the underlying meaning, wait till you die. The others joined in the discussion. However, their speeches were either completely unrealistic or empty rhetoric. How pathetic. Rudolph remained silent, observing their performance with a cold gaze, knowing he could do nothing. Their strategy was essentially the same: stall for time until the International Space Station plunged into the atmosphere, and then they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. As for seeking help from the Asian Union, it wasn't an option for them. A glance at his watch revealed it was already 5 p.m. Without a second thought, Rudolph grabbed his coat and left his seat. He drove back to his villa. Rudolph saw his son, Rudolph Jr., who had also just gotten off work. As the doctor, young Rudolph, poured water, he asked, "Father, you seem worried?" "Andy, I'm planning to resign." Rudolph leaned back on the sofa, his voice filled with fatigue and disappointment. "Why?" "Northern Union is beyond saving." Only then did young Rudolph realize that his father's face had suddenly aged a dozen years. After a moment, he smiled and said, "I respect your choice." After speaking his mind, Rudolph relaxed considerably. "Andy, let's immigrate to Australia as a family." Listen to me, son. Northern Union has no hope at all. If we stay here, we just watch it rot away, and one day it might even affect us." Rudolph, who knew something, warned. Looking at his father's unwavering gaze, young Rudolph hesitated for a moment. "I need a few days to think about it. After all, I need to consider Anna and the children." "Well, that's all." Just then, a news report suddenly broke on the TV. The fragments of the disintegrated International Space Station fell directly onto the surface of the South Atlantic. A passing ship captured streaks of fire. Little Rudolph stared at the television screen with wide eyes. The International Space Station fell? So quickly? Rudolph frowned. "Dad, I just got back from a meeting where we were discussing this. They said it could last at least 50 hours, and it's not even 2 hours yet?" Rudolph's suspicions grew. Chapter 385. With the fall of the International Space Station, the Northern Alliance not only lost an old aerospace facility, but more importantly, it suffered a collapse of faith. Building a sense of identity, a sense of superiority, often requires decades of unwavering perseverance. Destruction, however, takes much less time. It can even be achieved in a matter of days. At this moment, many within the Northern Alliance began to worry about its future, accompanied by deep disappointment. Of course, these more sober individuals were ultimately a minority. At this time, the mainstream news media within the Northern Alliance was filled with a tone of despair. The New York Times. The International Space Station service life has reached its limit. Its fall is only a matter of time. The Mirror. This is an accident, but also a painful lesson. The Times. The fall of the International Space Station is also the launch of a new International Space Station. The European Union. Let us carry the faith of the deceased and continue to explore the stars for humanity. CNN. Although the International Space Station has crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, its spirit of cooperation will forever be etched in the hearts of everyone in the North Atlantic community. North Atlantic mainstream media coverage focused primarily on the accident, prayers, and commemorations. Regarding the 3 astronauts who died, all parties involved in the North Atlantic community remained silent, including their families. There was little information on their internal network. At the same time, the private lives of several prominent Hollywood stars were exposed, quickly attracting a surge of attention. While some discerning individuals saw that the North Atlantic community was trying to cover up and downplay the incident, the vast majority chose silence. After all, the individuals were already dead, and the International Space Station had crashed. Any words they spoke would be futile, and would only backfire. However, these people's inner identification with the Northern Alliance is rapidly waning, and some have already decided to leave and start a new life in Australia. However, the vast majority of ordinary people in the Northern Alliance haven't paid much attention to the International Space Station crash. On the one hand, the happy education system has led to a low level of awareness among many ordinary people. On the other hand, the Northern Alliance's current economic problems are even more serious. After losing Asia, its largest supplier of industrial products, the prices of daily consumer goods across the Northern Alliance has skyrocketed. Although Gale Country, the European Union, and Russia are working hard to restore their industries, industry isn't something that can be restored overnight with just a few words. In Western Europe, the independent city of Munich, Simons, who just graduated this year, was shopping with his girlfriend, Hill, at a discount supermarket, pushing a shopping cart. Looking at the items on the shelves, Simmons frowned. Damn. The prices have gone up again. He looked at an ordinary suit of clothes, which cost at least 3 times what it would have cost in 2028. Yeah. It's really too expensive. Hill put the clothes back on the shelf. Although she wanted to buy a new outfit, at these prices, she felt her old clothes would last her another year. Simons was distressed. Without cheap goods from Serbia and Asia, Our living standards will drop significantly. Didn't the Northern Alliance say they were already restoring light industry? Hill's mind was a little confused. Hee hee. Simmons sneered and shook his head. You can't trust what those politicians say. Simons, who studied economics in college, had a certain understanding of economic development. The Northern Alliance's current economic problems cannot be solved by simply restoring industry. This is especially true for labor-intensive sectors, like light industry, which rely heavily on basic heavy industry and labor costs. These two factors are precisely the Northern Alliance's weaknesses. Forget about the high welfare benefits of Northern Europe. Even in Western, Southern Europe, and North America, there are actually few people willing to work sewing machines for low wages. Even if Gale Nation fully supports Mexico's light industry development to restore it, it still cannot recover quickly. After all, industrial companies, driven by profit, will not sell clothes at low margins, even if they are produced in Mexico. Currently, the Asian Alliance and the Northern Alliance are incompatible, with their markets closed to each other. The Northern Alliance is a developed region, so wages cannot be too low. For example, Mexico certainly has its own requirements for joining the North Atlantic community. Currently, the Northern Alliance's internal problems are its biggest problem, while the Asian Alliance is a secondary issue. After all, no matter how powerful the Asian Alliance is, it cannot directly influence the Northern Alliance's internal affairs under the mutual blockade. Many European and American entrepreneurs, seeing the loss of competition from Asia, have become incredibly arrogant. Using various tactics, prices of various commodities have steadily climbed. Without a fundamental social overhaul, the various factions within the Northern Alliance are deeply intertwined, making even a single rule change impossible. It's like a mountain of code, fine if it's still, but if it's moved, it freezes, crashes, and becomes chaotic. And now, the Northern Alliance isn't just a mountain of code, the Gale Kingdom itself. It also has the European Union and Russia. While phones can be folded in three, if the mountain of code folds in three, it's truly hopeless. If the Gale Nation wants to do something, it not only has to manage its internal differences, but also consider the attitudes of the other two parties. Similarly, the EU and Russia face the same problem. It can only be said that this alliance between the three parties is almost a failure. Not only has it failed to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3, but it has actually hindered each other and compromised, reducing its overall available strength. Sometimes, poor teammates are more formidable than excellent opponents. Just like the current surge in the prices of daily consumer goods in the EU, they are still gritting their teeth and maintaining internal tariffs. You're right, the EU is still maintaining high tariffs on the Gale Nation, Russia, and Mexico. The Gale Nation and Russia are doing the same. The Asian Union has quietly observed the Northern Union's actions, taking no action. At this moment, inaction is the best option, as the opponent will themselves collapse. Too much action would be counterproductive, prompting the Northern Union to quickly put aside their differences and unite against the Asian Union. This is also a key reason why the Asian Alliance has rarely commented on the Northern Alliance in mainstream news media over the past few years. Even though online influencers offer insightful analysis of current affairs daily, the official media remains unwavering. The fundamental reason is that the Asian Alliance has a clear understanding of the Northern Alliance's internal dynamics, and now doesn't need to take the initiative. They simply need to let time take its course. Of course, the Asian Alliance has adopted a relatively proactive and active strategy regarding the Southern Alliance. For example, during the recent Little Venice incident, the Asian Alliance continuously supplied supplies and supported new agents. Simons and Hill strolled around a budget supermarket, buying some canned goods and inexpensive groceries. Looking at the bill, Simmons scratched his head. Almost a week's worth of groceries had already cost him €214. Simons and Hill had just graduated, and their combined after-tax salary was only around €4,800. Monthly food expenses would be at least €900, and that was barely enough if they didn't eat out. If they shared an apartment, that would be €850 per month. Daily necessities would cost around €500 to €700 per month. Adding in utilities, gas, telecommunications, and attendance fees, their monthly expenses came to about €3,500. It seemed they could still have a surplus of around €1,300. However, this was after Simmons and Hill had cut out other expenses, such as reducing their clothing purchases to a quarterly purchase and refraining from buying skincare and cosmetics. At the same time, they buy relatively cheap food, live in relatively poor housing, and are reluctant to purchase many household appliances. They essentially consume solely for survival. This situation is very common throughout the Northern Union, especially among the lower classes, who have no choice but to plan their lives this way. While this frugal lifestyle has significantly reduced consumption, it has also created a vicious cycle. Domestic consumption has been unable to be boosted. For example, the clothing industry has seen some development within the EU in recent years, with domestic clothing production expected to have increased by at least 3 times compared to 2028. Yet, per capita clothing consumption in the EU is still down approximately 77% from 2028 levels. The old practice of Europeans wearing a set of clothes for a few weeks and then throwing them away is no longer possible. Simmons and Hill are like this, wearing a set of clothes for over a year and planning to keep wearing them, simply because they find current clothing prices too high and the expense too painful. Of course, to use a Germanic aesthetic, this demonstrates how Europeans are very conscious of environmental protection. How could this not be environmentally friendly? Per capita consumption of various daily consumer goods has dropped by 40% to 60%, practically making an indelible contribution to curbing global warming. Like India and South Asia, India has also made a significant contribution to curbing global climate change by self-consumption. This is the true way to achieve environmental protection. Though, if someone were to interview Simmons today and ask him if he thinks his current lifestyle is environmentally friendly, he would probably burst into a rage. He still misses the good old days in Europe. As a native of the Republic of China, Simmons didn't feel the psychological gap that much. After all, their living standards were once barely manageable, but never comparable to those in Northern Europe. The real psychological gap is in Northern Europe. The impact of deglobalization on Northern Europe is the loss of the Asian market. Of course, this isn't a fatal blow. What truly crippled Northern Europe's defenses was global sea level rise, which threatened to flood their coastal lowlands. Furthermore, with Russia and Gale as members of the Northern Alliance, these two giants are also core energy and mineral exporters. This has significantly impacted Northern Europe's oil, gas, and mineral industries. After all, the companies in the Northern Alliance aren't fools. Why would they buy expensive Nordic oil and gas when they have access to cheaper Russian oil and gas? Squeezed from all sides, the incomes of the Nordic countries have plummeted, forcing them to reduce their previously high welfare benefits. Weakened welfare, falling wages, and soaring consumer prices have made life difficult for Northern Europe. However, Northern Europe is actually much better off than the 3 low countries in Western Europe. Due to their low altitude, a large portion of their territory is now submerged. For example, the Netherlands has 1/3 of its territory submerged. The problems faced by various parties in the Northern Alliance are also leading to accumulating internal discontent. Once it reaches a critical point, it could shatter the entire Northern Alliance. After all, we unite for the sake of betterment, not worsening. These days are bound to resent many who used to a good life. This is human nature. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Simmons and his friend, carrying the small plastic bags they had prepared, walked back to their apartment. Just arrived at the door. Simmons? Just got back? Simmons saw his neighbor next door, pulling a suitcase, looking like he was going somewhere long, and asked with a smile, "Yes. I just went shopping." "Carl, are you going out?" "No, my immigration application was approved," Carl replied with a smile. "Oh, immigrating? Where are you going to immigrate to?" "Of course, to the Asian Union." "Or to Gale country?" "Don't be ridiculous," Carl laughed. Simmons patted the other man on the shoulder. "Congratulations. You worked hard too. Goodbye." Carl said goodbye to the two and walked away with his suitcase. Watching Carl's departure, Simmons' eyes tinged with envy. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have studied economics." "Haha, if not economics, what else can you study?" Hill said with a look of disdain. Simon scratched his cheek awkwardly. In reality, he wasn't complaining about the economics major, but rather a slight resentment about not being able to immigrate. Because the Asian Union has strict immigration restrictions, ordinary people have a hard time getting approved. However, those with science and engineering backgrounds have a bonus, especially those with renowned experts, professors, and scientists. As long as they apply and have no other negative personalities, they're generally accepted. His neighbor, Carl, holds a PhD, specializing in astrophysics. Economics and finance, which are relatively versatile majors, are actually demerits at the Asian Union. After all, the Asian Union wants science and engineering talent, not financial speculators out to cause trouble. While it's true that branding all European and American finance and economics majors as financial speculators is a bit of a generalization, it's also a stereotype held by the Asian Union. In fact, it's also an unspoken rule. The Asian Union doesn't want European and American liberal arts professionals coming here, lest they bring too much of a foreign culture. In particular, the bizarre new cultures that Europe and the United States had developed in recent years are a classic example of human reverse evolution. Therefore, the Asian Union's immigration department has specific internal approval procedures. One of the more rigid restrictions is that no European and American liberal arts professionals are accepted. This way, a large number of speculators attempting to infiltrate the Asian Union are screened out. While some still slip through the net, they're a very small minority, and therefore don't cause much trouble. There's no other way. The Asian Union is truly disgusted by the new European and American culture. Since it can't physically eliminate it, it can only keep a respectful distance. Since the world is now divided into 3 parts, the Asian Union has no scruples about many things and simply tells European and American immigrants that it doesn't accept liberal arts professionals. Chapter 386. September 11, 2031. The 3 experimental spacecraft launched to Venus this year have finally crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers of boundless starry sky and arrived in Venus's low Earth orbit. They are Experiment 6, Experiment 7, and Experiment 8. The numbers of these spacecraft indicate that 5 previous spacecraft have visited this orange-red, Earth-like planet. As experimental spacecraft, they are not only responsible for transporting supplies to Venus, but also for verifying certain designs and technologies. Thus, from Venus 1, or Venus Experiment 1, to Venus Experiments 9 and 10, which are currently en route, there are significant differences in their designs and functions. This is also a characteristic of experimental spacecraft. At this time, inside the Zhuri City Space Command Center on Earth, Zhou Shi, Chief Technical Advisor from China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, was conversing with Gu Linyu, the project's Chief Technical Officer. "Old Zhou, we need to keep an eye on experimental spacecraft 6, 7, and 8 these next few days." Zhou Shi stared intently at the screen of his work laptop, which was refreshing real-time data. However, since Venus was already 139 million kilometers from Earth at this point, communication delays were significant. It took approximately 463 seconds for a communication signal from Venus to reach Earth, and the same amount of time to return, for a total of approximately 15.4 minutes round trip. This delay was excessive. After examining the data on the laptop for a while, Zhou Shi shook his head and sighed. "In the early stages of interstellar colonization, our current communication technology is still too slow. Even for use within the inner solar system, the delay is still too great. We can't do anything about that." Gu Linyu spread his hands. The two didn't discuss topics like quantum communication because, as experts in the aerospace field, they at least had a solid grasp of astrophysics. They were well aware that the so-called quantum communication currently being researched by major research institutions around the world was essentially quantum encryption, not communication technology. Currently, human communication technology is still primarily based on electromagnetic and light waves. Since these are electromagnetic and light waves, the speed of light is the ultimate speed limit for communication, a limit that is virtually unbreakable. Even fancy gravitational wave and neutrino communication cannot break the speed of light limit. The speed of light practically sets the upper limit for human communication. When used within the Earth, light-speed communication naturally doesn't cause noticeable latency. But when distances are extended, latency inevitably becomes apparent. Zhou Shi took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with a cloth. "Oh! I'm really skeptical now. Can humanity truly leave our home, the solar system, in our lifetimes? Yes. Medical technology is advancing by leaps and bounds. I heard from someone I know at the company that within the next 10 years, our average life expectancy could reach around 120 years. 120 years? Zhou Shi was surprised. Is medical technology that advanced now? Gu Linyu smiled and reminded him, "Old Zhou, have you forgotten? Our boss is a leading figure in the biological field." Thinking of Jiang Miao's achievements in biology, Zhou Shi subconsciously believed the rumor. A staff member turned his chair and called out to the two men, "Report, spacecraft number 6 has entered its planned orbit." Gu Linyu checked his laptop, which showed the Venus Experiment number 6 spacecraft in a 460-kilometer low Earth orbit around Venus. He immediately replied, "Oh, then proceed as planned?" "Roger that." At this point, in Venus's low Earth orbit, Venus Experiment number 6 had entered its planned orbit. About 7 minutes later, the communication command from Earth's command center arrived belatedly. Due to the constantly changing relative positions of Venus and Earth, and to prevent communication interruptions caused by the Sun blocking both planets, Blue Whale Aerospace selected 2 solar orbits in the ecliptic plane between Venus and Earth. 12 large communication relay satellites were subsequently deployed in these two orbits. Through these large communication relay satellites, stable communication can be maintained even when Earth and Venus are on opposite sides of the Sun. These communication relay satellites are specially designed, not only for communication but also for superior protection. After all, these communication relay satellites are in a solar orbit, unprotected and shielded by the magnetic fields of Earth or Venus. They are vulnerable to the solar wind and cosmic radiation, and their protection requirements are a level higher than those of satellites in low Earth orbit. The long-awaited communication signal conveyed the command from Earth's command center to the spacecraft. With the command, the Venera 6 spacecraft's intelligent management system activated its pre-programmed mission program. The spacecraft opened its belly hatch. One by one, objects resembling large oil barrels were ejected from the hatch, their trajectory clearly pointed towards the Venusian atmosphere. Venus 6 had a payload of 150 tons, the vast majority of which was carried by these large oil barrels. A total of 15 of these barrel-shaped devices were ejected, each weighing approximately 9.7 tons. In less than 2 hours, these barrel-shaped devices entered the Venusian atmosphere one after another. At an altitude of 120 kilometers, the barrels automatically activated their program, and the airbags within them rapidly expanded into small airships as the liquid hydrogen evaporated. Despite their expansion, these airships continued to slowly descend. This was primarily due to the relatively small airbags of these airships, several times smaller than those of similarly sized airships on Earth. This design was naturally tailored to local conditions. Because Venus' atmosphere is much denser than Earth's, even a balloon several times smaller can still support a similar payload. It wasn't until these airships descended to an altitude of approximately 75 kilometers that they reached a dynamic equilibrium between weight and buoyancy, allowing them to float stably in Venus' atmosphere at an altitude of approximately 75 kilometers. This altitude, based on intelligence from Blue Whale Aerospace's previous 5 missions and current technological advancements, represents a relatively suitable airship deployment area. If the altitude were lower than 70 kilometers, one would directly encounter the sandblasting hell layer of Venus' atmosphere. If the altitude exceeds 80 kilometers, the airship's payload will be reduced. The 15 airships drifted in the Venusian atmosphere with the wind. However, they were not drifting randomly. Instead, they were constantly approaching each other in a very clever way. Due to communication delays, the Earth-based command center had no choice but to hand over the mission to a pre-programmed program. This was a necessary measure. Thankfully, the management programs of these airships were intelligent programs between basic and intermediate artificial intelligence, ensuring a low probability of accidents in mission execution. However, Gu Linyu, Zhou Shi, and others continued to take turns on duty at the command center. At noon the next day, the first 15 airships in the Venusian atmosphere finally rendezvoused. Using the design docking device, they quickly and securely connected under system control, forming a small floating city. Followed by this, the 20 airships carried by Venus 7 were also launched into the Venusian atmosphere. Watching the first batch of airships successfully dock, Gu Linyu breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of his cooled black coffee. "Huh? Chief Engineer Gu, how's the situation now?" A voice called out from behind him. Gu Linyu, of course, knew who it was. He put down his coffee cup, turned around, and smiled. "Didn't Vice President Qin return to headquarters? I finished my work." Qin Shanwu pulled out a chair and sat down. "The situation is as expected. The first batch of airships have successfully entered Venus' atmosphere and assembled successfully. This is the video sent back half an hour ago." Gu Linyu pulled up the data on his computer and started playing a video. In the video, the Venusian atmosphere was shrouded in clouds and mist around the floating city of airships. The sky looked gray and visibility was extremely low. "Is it daytime?" "Yes, it's daytime. If it were night, visibility would be even lower." Qin Shanwu rubbed his stubble with his fingers. "I heard you completed the draft plan for the future Venusian colony. Well, we plan to continuously launch airships to build a floating continent at an altitude of around 75 kilometers in the Venusian atmosphere." "A floating continent?" "Yes, exactly. The reason is very simple. Safety first." Qin Shanwu simulated it in his mind and nodded. "A floating continent is indeed safer. We don't have to worry about collisions." Just as Vice President Qin said. Suddenly, Qin Shanwu whispered, "Chief Engineer Gu, you should be aware that Earth's transportation capacity to Venus is limited." "I know." Gu Linyu was certainly aware of this situation. At this stage, whether it's the Asian Union or the Northern Union, even if all of humanity were tied together, their combined space transport capacity is limited. For example, the Asian Union's low Earth orbit capacity this year can reach approximately 15,000 tons, while the Venus mission's capacity is around 3,000 tons. Even if the company continues to add dedicated spaceflight cities, Earth's space transport capacity will hardly reach millions of tons per year. At best, it will only reach hundreds of thousands of tons per year. Is hundreds of thousands of tons of supplies per year a lot? If used by individuals, such a large amount of supplies would naturally be astronomical, and it would likely take a lifetime to consume. But if these materials were to be used to build a floating continent, they would clearly be insufficient. Gu Linyu continued to explain, "We have already prepared some experimental equipment specifically for production on spacecraft number 8, which will arrive at Venus next month. Just so you know, for our Venus exploration plan to succeed, we must solve the problem of self-sufficiency. We can't always rely on Earth for supplies, otherwise the project will fail sooner or later." Gu Linyu didn't find Qin Shengwu's words harsh. After all, what he said was heartfelt, and a challenge the Venus exploration plan must currently address. "Thank you, Vice President Qin, for the reminder. I will urge the relevant research institutions to design more experiments." "Well, time waits for no one," Qin Shengwu said with a hint of meaning. Gu Linyu didn't quite catch it. In fact, Jiang Miao was behind Qin Shengwu's return to headquarters. After reporting to Jiang Miao on the progress of the Venus exploration plan, Jiang Miao felt that the current progress was still too slow and that the relevant research institutions were being slack. In fact, it wasn't their fault for being slack. The main issue was that Jiang Miao's request to colonize Venus seemed a bit far-fetched to many, not something that could be achieved within 10 years. Thus, Jiang Miao needed Qin Shengwu to urge the relevant research institutions to work harder. Seeing that Gu Linyu still didn't understand his underlying meaning, Qin Shengwu could only openly say, "Chief Engineer Gu, I'm back at headquarters to report on our progress to the boss. He's very dissatisfied with our current progress." Gu Linyu's expression changed slightly, his palms even beginning to sweat. He asked nervously, "Vice President Qin, you should know that our current progress is already very fast. If we continue to speed up, I'm worried about accidents." However, Qin Shengwu shook his head. "Chief Engineer Gu, your thinking is completely wrong. Vice President Qin, please correct me." Gu Linyu felt increasingly uneasy. "The boss isn't afraid of losses, so you don't need to save money for the group. Do you understand? This," Qin Shengwu continued, "be more aggressive now. Even if there's an accident, it'd be a learning experience for the future. If we still follow the aerospace development philosophy of the series era, when will we be able to colonize Venus?" Gu Linyu now understood the group's intentions. Indeed, Blue Whale Aerospace's current development philosophy is somewhat conservative. This isn't Gu Linyu's fault, as it's a legacy from the series era. In the past, the series aerospace department was accustomed to meticulously crafting every project. The advantage of this approach, of course, is a very high success rate for launch missions, and spacecraft have a long service life, sometimes even exceeding expectations. But there are also disadvantages. Mission progress can't be accelerated, and the scale of launches can't be rapidly increased in a short period of time. "I understand. I hold an internal meeting soon to adjust the progress of some missions." Gu Linyu breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Gu Linyu found the group's decision acceptable, he even hoped for it. After all, the group and the boss could accept a certain mission failure rate, which meant they could free up their resources. Many projects could skip long-term ground-based verification and be launched directly into outer space for experimental testing, thus obtaining data more quickly. The consequence of this, however, was a higher cost. But Heliafeng Group's current cash flow was abundant. If burning through tens of billions could speed up the Venus exploration plan, Jiang Miao wouldn't mind it too much. "Very good, it seems you understand the group and the boss's intentions. Then hold an internal meeting as soon as possible, but you must also be careful about the limits. After all, the research department will constantly investigate your use of funds," Qin Shengwu added with a final reminder. After all, the group was simply asking them to speed up the process, even by burning through money, but that didn't mean Gu Linyu and Blue Whale Aerospace's Research Institute could spend recklessly. Gu Linyu quickly assured him, "Please rest assured, Vice President Qin, I will make sure to talk to them and ensure that no resources will be wasted." Chapter 387. October 9, 2031. The Venus Experiment 8 spacecraft launched 5 specialized experimental airships, carrying over 100 tons of scientific equipment, into the Venusian atmosphere. These experimental airships served as both airships and laboratories. In less than 2 days, amidst the dark clouds and raging winds, they located Venus's origin city. The airships gently landed above Origin City and docked at their designated locations. Specially designed slots and mechanical locks secured the experimental airships securely to Origin City. At this time, Venus's low Earth orbit was densely populated with 68 artificial satellites. There were communication relay satellites specifically used for communications. There were atmospheric monitoring satellites specifically designed to explore Venus' atmosphere. There were geological remote sensing satellites and geomagnetic field satellites specifically designed to explore the Venusian surface. And there were global positioning satellites used for positioning. These satellites together form the Venusian satellite cluster. Of the experimental spacecraft that previously arrived on Venus, Spacecraft 2 and Spacecraft 4 were specifically designed to launch these satellites. It is precisely because of the existence of so many satellites that the foundation for the subsequent construction of Origin City has been laid. Without these pre-deployed satellites, the rapid and safe construction of Origin City would have been significantly more difficult. Why? The reason lies in the dense carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide clouds in Venus' atmosphere. These dense atmospheric gases severely interfere with communications, and coupled with the constant strong winds, they further complicate airship maneuvering in Venus' atmosphere. It's not that flight is impossible, but rather that docking between airships is affected. After all, docking in calm conditions isn't too difficult. However, docking in force 8 gales can fail as soon as the airflow becomes disrupted. The Venus 5 experimental spacecraft previously tested 8 docking modes. While most common methods failed, a more suitable docking scheme was identified. This docking scheme is somewhat similar to the arresting cable systems on aircraft carrier decks. First, one airship uses a net to capture the other, then the two are brought together. Once the two airships are close together, the docking procedure can be initiated, and the connection is complete. To ensure a successful connection, these airships are generally designed in two styles. One is a normal donut-shaped airship. The other is a concave donut-shaped airship. Typically, a concave donut-shaped airship can be connected to 4 normal donut-shaped airships. Similarly, a normal donut-shaped airship can be connected to 4 concave donut-shaped airships. These donut-shaped airships can not only be arranged horizontally, but also stacked up and down, layer by layer, to form a floating city. The 5 specialized experimental airships are also similarly donut-shaped, except that their central areas are not hollow, but instead have been converted into experimental chambers. One of the original design principles of the donut-shaped airships was to leave room for modifications, and the central hollow area is a perfect place for this. This central hollow area can serve not only as an experimental chamber, work chamber, production chamber, living chamber, etc., but also as a transportation corridor. Without this design, other cabin types would be unsuitable for the Venusian atmosphere. Why not? The answer lies in the intense clouds and strong winds of Venus' atmosphere. In this unique environment, both fixed-wing and rotary-wing aircraft struggle to adapt to the Venusian atmosphere. On the previous Venus 3 experimental spacecraft, Guglielmi's team sent a batch of fixed-wing and rotary-wing drones to Venus. During testing, these aircraft failed to survive long after entering the Venusian atmosphere. Either their batteries ran out, and, unable to return to outer space, they were forced to make a hard landing on the Venusian surface. Or, the strong winds prevented them from maintaining their flight posture and causing them to plummet uncontrollably to the surface. Or during docking, the strong winds caused the aircraft to collide with each other, resulting in both aircraft being destroyed. This is why the experimental cabin was placed in the center of the donut-shaped airship. This protects the central cabin and prevents any damage from a collision. When airships collide, the airbags cushion the impact, causing them to bounce back rather than collide head-on. The square donut design, however, was discarded due to its sharp corners, which could lead to problems like misalignment. The spherical airship design, while beneficial for cushioning and integration, required careful design due to the interconnected compartments, and was not suitable for stacking, so it was also eliminated. After careful consideration, the donut shape was found to be the most suitable. As for the cigar-shaped airships more common on Earth, they are not currently suitable for use on Venus. After all, according to Blue Whale Aerospace's plan, it will only build one floating city, or rather, one floating continent, in Venus' atmosphere. Transportation within the floating continent will naturally be primarily via pipeline-based rail transit. Externally, transportation between the floating continent and outer space will utilize floating towers and electromagnetic catapults. Transportation to the Venusian surface has not yet been fully considered. This is primarily due to the dense layer of sulfuric acid sandblasting in the atmosphere below 50 kilometers above sea level, which poses a significant threat to both aircraft and buildings, and Blue Whale Aerospace is currently facing this challenge. Without new breakthroughs in materials technology, humanity will have to gradually consume the gases in Venus' atmosphere, like ants moving houses. Only then can we consider fully colonizing the surface. However, this ant-moving method would take an inordinately long time. The density and thickness of Venus' atmosphere far exceed Earth's. While the technology to consume or stabilize this amount of gas is sufficient, the engineering effort would be astronomical. Humanity should be grateful for Venus's dense atmosphere, as its presence has greatly facilitated human colonization. For example, right now, inside Experimental Airship Number 1, the airship's onboard scientific research AI, after docking with Origin City, began carrying out its scientific research mission according to the system's assigned mission instructions. The research equipment in Experimental Cabin Number 1 is all dedicated to the synthesis of carbon fiber. According to the mission instructions, the scientific research AI activated the exhaust system, drawing in gas from the surrounding atmosphere. High-concentration carbon dioxide gas entered the equipment, which then rapidly separated sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and other gases, before exhausting the impurities. The remaining high-purity carbon dioxide is converted into oxygen and pure carbon powder through a specially designed process. The pure carbon powder is then synthesized into carbon fiber yarn. The experimental chambers of these airships all have built-in nuclear battery devices, providing a stable power source. In addition, Experimental Chamber Number 3 is a dedicated test chamber for wind power generation systems. The reason for not using solar energy is primarily due to the high concentration of carbon dioxide in Venus' atmosphere, making it difficult for sunlight to reach the airship surface at an altitude of approximately 75 kilometers. After all, carbon dioxide absorbs sunlight effectively, especially at high concentrations, providing excellent warmth. In fact, Blue Whale Aerospace has a Venus photovoltaic project, but it is not located within the atmosphere, but in Venus's low Earth orbit. In the future, Blue Whale Aerospace will construct a photovoltaic ring-shaped space city in Venus's low Earth orbit, and then use microwave transmission to attempt to transmit electricity to the floating city on Venus. The floating city on Venus, however, will only be able to use wind and nuclear power. At this moment, a bladeless wind turbine extended upward from Experimental Module Number 3. Amidst the gusty winds of Venus' atmosphere, this turbine generated electricity with exceptional efficiency, continuously supplying power to the energy storage system within the experiment module. Some of this power was then fed to another experiment module next door. This experiment module, Experimental Module Number 4, was testing a specialized energy storage system. Because the Venusian atmosphere makes it difficult to produce organic batteries, research was required on efficient energy storage technologies suitable for the Venusian environment. The first energy storage technology tested was a carbon dioxide energy storage device. This technology, developed in the laboratory of the Ammonan branch of the Heliophin group, operates on a simple principle. A special compound is used to create a solid capable of storing carbon dioxide. Using pressure alone, carbon dioxide gas can be forced into nanocontainers made of this compound, allowing it to be stored in a stable subsolid state for a long period of time. When needed, however, specific temperatures and microcurrent stimulation can cause the subsolid carbon dioxide to rapidly sublime into a gas. In this process, solid carbon dioxide transforms into gaseous carbon dioxide, rapidly expanding in volume and absorbing surrounding heat. The research team exploited this rapid expansion of carbon dioxide during the solid-to-gas transition to drive a turbine to generate electricity. Currently, in laboratory tests on Earth, this system has been able to store electricity for approximately 15 months, with an energy recovery efficiency of 83.6%, significantly higher than traditional pumped hydro and gravity storage. While it doesn't offer the 91% energy recovery rate of sponge batteries, its low cost, minimal maintenance, and ability to rapidly expand its storage capacity make it a highly attractive technology for this Venus experiment. This is because the compound used in this technology is a sulfur-carbon polymer, readily available in Venus' atmosphere. Compared to sponge batteries, which require raw materials from Earth, pumped hydroelectric storage, which consumes vast quantities of water, and gravity and flywheel energy storage, which require large quantities of steel, the sulfur-carbon polymer gas storage material's local availability is a key factor in determining success. Sure enough, in the subsequent series of tests, other energy storage technologies were eliminated one after another, either due to poor performance or limited material acquisition difficulties. In the wind turbine experimental test, the bladeless wind turbine also stood out. The other 8 types of wind turbines all experienced acclimatization issues in Venus' atmosphere. The few types that did not have these issues were also unable to outperform the bladeless wind turbines due to the difficulty in obtaining materials. The various tests proceeded in an orderly manner. The relevant experimental data was continuously transmitted back to the Earth Command Center via communication relay satellites. These data were then categorized and packaged, and sent to the relevant laboratories. In the Sun-Chasing City Command Center, Zhou Shi had just finished reading a report, and had barely caught his breath, when he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Old Zhou, thank you for your hard work." He turned his chair and looked at Gu Linyu, who also looked exhausted. "Are you done over there?" "Yes, I've been in meetings adjusting various projects for the past 2 weeks. My throat is practically burning." Gu Linyu took out a box of ginseng candies, and popped 2 into his mouth. Zhou Shi took the box and poured out a ginseng candy as well. "I'm fine here. All the experimental tests are going smoothly." "Oh, that's really good news." Gu Linyu's face lit up. "You can take a look." Taking the document, Gu Linyu chewed the candy while carefully scanning the contents. Did the agricultural equipment tests in Experiment Module 2 meet expectations? Of course. Venus's gravity is similar to Earth's. It only requires minor adjustments, and everything generally works seamlessly there. On the other hand, agricultural equipment experiments in Earth's low Earth orbit often encounter numerous problems. Gu Linyu nodded slightly. "Yes, that's to be expected." Jiang Miao chose Venus as humanity's first exoplanet for colonization because of its gravity. Gravity conditions highly similar to Earth's are not only conducive to long-term human habitation and work on Venus, but also to agricultural and industrial production. Based on the data from various testing projects so far, Gu Linyu clearly sees that various devices operate smoothly in Venus' atmosphere. This is an order of magnitude less challenging than their testing on the new Tiangong Space Station 2. In low Earth orbit, whether it's agricultural simulations, medical treatment simulations, or industrial simulations, numerous problems arise. Many times, it's not just a matter of improving technology, it's the equivalent of developing a whole new set of technologies, which increases the difficulty. Gu Linyu estimates that it will take humanity at least 15 to 20 years to replicate various production technologies in a low-gravity environment. However, replicating the production technology for Venus' atmosphere would only take a few years, considering the lack of metal minerals and limited water reserves in Venus' atmosphere. If Mars' gravity were similar to Earth's, Jiang Miao would likely have chosen Mars as humanity's first colony. Unfortunately, Mars' gravity is vastly different from Earth's. Humanity can only choose Venus. Every choice has its pros and cons. The key lies in balancing the pros and cons. Gu Linyu couldn't help but admire Jiang Miao's foresight. The Asian Union's choice of Venus as its first colony was a crucial move, as it accelerated the timeline for Asian Union colonization by at least 10 years. As the saying goes, one step ahead, all steps ahead. While the Northern Union was still debating between the Moon, Mars, and Venus, the Asian Union had already achieved internal unity, which was crucial. After all, the effects of concentrating and dispersing forces differ. Even with the wealth and technological prowess of the Asian Union, it would be difficult to simultaneously support 3 colonization projects on the Moon, Mars, and Venus. Trade-offs were necessary. Chapter 388. November 11, 2031. Northern Western Australia, Australia. Deep in the vast desert region of Western Australia, home to the third sky city, stands a small city with a population of approximately 50,000. Construction was completed just last year, and it's called Ligung City. Ligung City's name comes from its densely packed agricultural buildings and new residential complexes. Because this area is a subtropical desert with year-round high temperatures and little rainfall, agriculture, industry, and living areas are all concentrated indoors or in underground facilities. As for the facades and rooftops of ground-level buildings, they lack the abundant greenery of other modern cities. This is a choice tailored to local conditions. After all, in the heart of this vast desert, cultivating greenery outdoors would consume too much water resources. It would be better to switch entirely to indoor planting and indoor parks. Thus, with no greenery on the rooftops or facades, Ligung City, viewed from a distance, resembles a glass palace. 2 simple roads run through Ligung City, one running north-south and the other east-west. However, these roads are not the primary means of transportation in Ligung City. Airships and propeller planes are the primary means of transportation in this remote and specialized city. However, today, on the highway south of Ligung City, a tourist RV was slowly approaching. In the driver's seat, a bearded white man was steering, his eyes gazing at Ligung City, dimly shimmering in the sunlight, and the sky city above it. In the passenger seat, a white, brown-haired woman, approximately 30, was snapping photos with a camera. "Rebecca, stop filming. We're almost at the checkpoint." "Okay, honey." Rebecca put her camera back into her backpack. After a while, the couple's RV arrived near the checkpoint and slowly stopped. The staff at the highway checkpoint stopped the RV. The car window rolled down. Isaac Cohen, baring his bright white teeth, asked in English, "Hello, we're travel bloggers. Where can we get gas and supplies nearby?" The middle-aged white man on the staff glanced at the two of them and said, "Please show me your ID." "Okay." Isaac Cohen smiled and took 2 resident passports from Rebecca Cohen. Australia didn't have strict ID requirements before, but after joining the Asian Union, the requirements have become much stricter. A driver's license is no longer accepted as an ID. Both an ID and a driver's license are required. After checking their IDs, the middle-aged white man narrowed his eyes and smiled. "No problem. Keep them. The supplies are behind the checkpoint." "Thank you. By the way, you can only take the side road and not directly into Ligong City. There are many aerospace organizations that require confidentiality there. Don't get yourself into trouble, understand?" Isaac Cohen's hands clenched the steering wheel for a moment, then relaxed again, winking. "That's a shame. I thought this place was open to the public. You can go to the Sydney Space Museum. There's nothing to see here." The white staff member waved Isaac Cohen over. Soon, the barrier at the checkpoint automatically rose. The RV drove over and parked in the service station parking lot behind the checkpoint. Isaac Cohen exited the car and swiped his card at the gas pump. Rebecca Cohen got out and stretched, her eyes scanning the surroundings, as if committing everything to memory. She read with great concentration. At the one-way observation window on the 3rd floor of the checkpoint, Station Chief Tian Xingqi gazed toward the parking lot. "Pretending to be so slick, are these guys' methods so crude?" Deputy Station Chief Bai Ding sneered. "Which wave is this month?" "The 3rd wave," Bai Ding replied calmly. Tian Xingqi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're truly fearless." "Station Chief, what are the instructions?" But Tian Xingqi shook his head. "Hold still. Don't forget our job. Other matters will be handled by colleagues from other departments. We simply need to ensure the safety of Ligong City." "Understood," Bai Ding said without a word. Half an hour later, the RV left the service station parking lot behind the checkpoint and headed north along Ligong City's outer ring road. However, it wasn't traveling very fast. Shortly after Isaac Cohen and his companion's RV left, another pickup truck arrived at the checkpoint. Bai Ding came down from the office above, glanced at the other party's ID, and then silently let them pass. There was no exchange of words between the two. Watching the pickup truck drive away, Bai Ding knew in his heart that the two guys were doomed. In the pickup truck, 2 pigeons were released. About 20 minutes later, 2 pigeons flew down from the pickup truck's rear skylight. A young man with dyed white hair and a scorpion tattoo on the back of his hand ripped off his white wig, revealing a clean, bald head with 5 black circle tattoos. He wore a helmet that looked like a motorcycle helmet. The bio-brainwave signal sensor inside the helmet pressed against the circle tattoos. He then pulled a wire from the helmet, one end connected to the helmet and the other to a special clip. He clipped the clip to the pigeon's head. Soon, a large amount of information was read by the bald man, who recorded the necessary information on his laptop. "How is it?" "The target is 84 kilometers away," the bald man replied calmly. Another person in the car glanced at the high-precision satellite map and quickly locked onto the target's specific location. The bald man returned the pigeon to its cage, fed it a handful of rice, and then took off his helmet. "Boss, when do we start?" "Tonight." The boss, who was poring over a map, calculated something without even looking up. "Tonight? They're not moving very fast. They probably stop near Bucks Hollow in the evening. That's a perfect place to rest for the night." "Bucks Hollow?" The bald man had already put his wig back on. The two sides, separated by over 80 kilometers, followed slowly. Evidently, Isaac Cohen and his companions hadn't anticipated that, in this desolate desert, someone could monitor their every move from over 80 kilometers away. Night fell. Bucks Hollow was one of the few small Gobi Desert oases along this simple road. However, such oases could only accommodate a limited number of people, and had remained undeveloped during the Australian era. In the era of the wealthy and technologically advanced Asian Union, this small oasis was even less worth developing. The moon and stars were sparse on the vast desert night. On the highway about 20 kilometers from Buck Hollow, the pickup truck had stopped, except for 2 who stayed behind to keep watch. The boss and another triangular-eyed teammate disappeared silently into the night. They didn't drive into Buck Hollow, but chose to walk. The 20-plus kilometers of desert Gobi Desert was almost flat ground for those wearing exoskeleton armor. An hour later, through their bio-assisted helmets, the two spotted the RV next to the cactus in Buck Hollow. They quietly approached the RV. They didn't turn on their lights, but they encountered nothing along the way. Even the simple alarm system Isaac Cohen had set up around them had no effect. Because under the magnetic field and infrared field of view, especially at close range, such tricks were like fireflies in the dark. The boss pulled something resembling a sprayer from his backpack and sprayed some mist into the RV's air conditioning vents. After a while, the two people inside the RV fell into a deeper sleep. Triangle Eyes used the master key to unlock the RV door. "Leave it to you." "Yes." The two exchanged brief and concise words. Triangle Eyes retrieved a tent from the RV and set it up nearby. The boss, turning on the lights, unpacked the two people's phones, laptops, cameras, and other electronic devices, copying the information from them. All right. After hearing this, the boss restored his phone, laptop, and other belongings to their original positions. Then, he and Triangle Eyes carried Isaac Cohen and the other man out of the RV and into the newly erected tent nearby. Then, Triangle Eyes pulled a local venomous snake they had caught on the trail from his backpack and clamped its mouth around Isaac Cohen's neck, then around Rebecca Cohen's calf. Since Isaac and Rebecca Cohen were already unconscious, they didn't react. Triangle Eyes casually placed the snake in the tent. The snake, bewildered, began to scurry about. The two men watched Isaac Cohen silently, while Rebecca Cohen's heartbeat accelerated, then quickly dropped. Over an hour later, after confirming their target was completely dead, they began to clear all traces of the scene. Meanwhile, inside the Sky News offices in Sydney, Editor-in-Chief Joseph Greenberg, who had been in office for less than 3 months, remained buried in his office, even as the moon rose above the willow trees outside. But he felt a sense of unease today. Just then, there was a knock on his office door. "Come in." The door swung open quickly, revealing a middle-aged, rugged-looking white man. His expression was a bit anxious, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing this, Joseph Greenberg frowned and asked, "What's wrong, David?" "Editor-in-Chief Joseph, something's happened." "Take a look at this," David said, handing him a document. Joseph Greenberg took it and glanced at it, his pupils shrinking. "The boss is dead?" "Yes, not just the boss, but his family too," David replied in a trembling voice. Gulp. Joseph Greenberg's back instantly broke out in sweat, his expression shifting. "All dead? All dead?" Joseph Greenberg, looking at the freshly released police report, turned pale and muttered to himself, "The yacht sank in the Great Barrier Reef." The atmosphere in the office was oppressive. It felt as if a terrifying force was hovering over the two men. They knew only too well that the boss behind Sky News held considerable influence in Australia. And yet, just like that, an entire family was gone. Joseph Greenberg didn't believe a word of the alleged accident, but the answer to the power that could have quietly wiped out the boss's family in Australia was dawning on him. After a while, Joseph Greenberg, finally calming down a bit, looked at the bewildered David and instructed, "David, have the news department issue an obituary." "Okay, what else?" David was a little bewildered. "Just follow the original plan." "Oh, I see. Well, go get busy." "Okay, then, Editor-in-Chief, you should get some rest early. After all, you have a funeral in a few days." "I make arrangements." "You can go." Watching David leave, Joseph Greenberg's face instantly darkened as the door closed. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of his desk. "No, I can't stay in Australia anymore. I done a lot of things for the big boss. If it's really over there, they definitely notice me. I have to leave immediately." After making up his mind, Joseph Greenberg immediately picked up his phone and booked a flight to Europe. Without even notifying his wife and children, he left through the back door of the Sky News office and took a taxi to the airport. But he underestimated the strength of the Asian alliance. The moment Joseph Greenberg booked his flight, the relevant agency's system automatically issued a notification. Inside a small, unassuming building on the main route to the airport. "The target has reacted. Teammate, dispatch." "Yes, we ensure mission completion." Having hurried to the airport, Joseph Greenberg arrived at the waiting hall before even catching his breath. Just then, he bumped lightly into a young man. "Sorry, are you okay?" the young man asked politely. "Oh, I'm fine. That's good. Goodbye." The young man nodded slightly and disappeared into the crowd. His mind was in a state of disarray. Joseph Greenberg didn't realize what was happening. He found a random seat and sat down, quietly waiting. His flight was scheduled for 2 hours later. As the seconds ticked by, Joseph Greenberg gradually relaxed, for there was less than an hour left until his flight. He vowed in his heart that as long as he returned safely to Europe, he would never set foot on the Asian Union's territory again. Today's events had dealt him a crushing blow. He had previously believed his status allowed him to roam freely around the world, but the death of the boss's entire family had revealed a harsh reality. His status was completely useless in the Asian Union. Just as he was praying that his scheduled flight wouldn't be delayed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. By this time, Joseph Greenberg was no longer able to react, and he collapsed helplessly. He was filled with regret and fear. Chapter 389. Australia's screening and purge of European and American immigrants may seem covert, but many are aware of the Union's subtle moves. However, most Union insiders are tacitly accepting this secret purge. Even the white community in Australia deeply dislikes the squid. If Western Europe has a historical sin against the squid, then the Union and Australia have done nothing against them. Free of historical baggage, the Union naturally does not welcome these vampires and cancers. In recent years, many squid have attempted to infiltrate the Union through various means, seeking to establish themselves as their next host. However, they have overlooked the Union's precautions. Those squid immigrants who attempt to slip through by forging identities are screened by immigration authorities, but many still slip through the net. In particular, the Australian squid are devising ways to transfer large numbers of squid through internal and external collusion. The financial backers behind Sky News are a crucial driving force behind this. For such individuals, the Union's intelligence agencies can only send their entire family to meet God. After this scare tactic, many wealthy squids fled, either immigrating to Gale country or fleeing back to Europe. However, the secret cleanup of those who remained lurking was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Even though there were many capable scientists and scholars among these squids, the aliens still adopted the attitude of better to kill the wrong ones than to let them go, and rejected all of their immigration applications. There was no other way, mainly because squids were extremely difficult to assimilate. Rather than wasting time, manpower, and resources trying to assimilate these ungrateful bastards, it was better to reject them from the beginning. Elsewhere, San Francisco, Gale country. Aaron Greenberg, fresh off a plane, was still a bit shaken. He was the eldest son of Joseph Greenberg, who had died of a heart attack at Sydney Airport a few days earlier. He was preparing to immigrate to San Francisco with his mother, a younger brother, and their father's inheritance. Sister Aaron. Hearing this voice, Aaron smiled faintly and greeted enthusiastically, Uncle Neil, long time no see. How's everything going? Neil, whoa. Tina Greenberg, tears streaming down her face, hugged her younger brother, Neil Silver. The two siblings chatted for a while. In the car, Tina's eyes were still slightly red. Neil, how's your company doing? Neil, driving, calmly replied, Sister, my company is doing well. After completing our third round of financing last year, our market capitalization has now reached approximately $24 billion US. Congratulations. How's Dad? Tina asked. Thankfully, I went to Ceres for an organ transplant 3 months ago and received a new kidney. The uremia is now gone. Ceres. Tina frowned. Through the rearview mirror, Neil Silver noticed something was amiss in his sister's expression. Sister, is there something bothering you? Tina gritted her teeth and explained in a low voice, Hey Neil, I suspect Joseph was murdered by the Ceres. Neil also sensed something was amiss. Sister, what's going on in Australia lately? Why are so many wealthy people immigrating to Gale country? You're right. Something did happen in Australia. You should know who's behind Sky News, right? I know. Didn't he just a few days ago? Neil finally realized. Joseph was on that yacht? But Tina shook her head. He wasn't there. He died of a heart attack at the airport. This? Neil had a few guesses. After hearing the news about the Sky News owner's yacht sinking, he booked a flight to Europe overnight. He died of a heart attack at the airport. But I know his health very well. Joseph's medical reports over the past few years have always been normal, with no signs of heart disease. After hearing his sister's explanation, Neil was halfway convinced. Tina continued with another piece of news. You might not be aware, but Joseph has been using Sky News to manipulate public opinion for the past few months, aiming to get Australia to accept more immigration applications from Europe and the US. I see. Neil had clearly grasped the implications of the situation. This was actually quite normal. After all, the Gale nation had also been secretly purging its Galois group for the past few years. Neil empathized with them, and felt that the Ceres wouldn't allow a high-risk group to continue its rapid population growth. Besides, Neil's relationship with his so-called brother-in-law, Joseph, was quite ordinary. After all, one had been in Gale country for a long time, while the other had been in Australia. Without frequent interactions, there was no way they could truly develop a deep bond. He could only play along, comforting his sister and two nephews. Before he knew it, his car had arrived in front of a villa. He flicked a switch, and the gate slowly opened automatically. A spirited old white man, watering the garden with a watering can, saw the gate open and knew it was his eldest daughter. As expected, as the car door opened, Tina, her eyes red, burst into tears again. "Daddy." "Woo woo woo." The old man patted his daughter's back and soothed her. "Okay. Little Tina, Aaron, and David, I'm glad you're all right. Leave the immigration matters to Neil." It was almost noon. The Mexican housekeeper had already prepared lunch. As the meal arrived, the old man inquired about his daughter and grandson. Neil, his wife, and their children joined them for dinner. As they chatted, they turned to work. The old man took a sip of orange juice and said, "Aaron also studied computer science. Neil, can your company find him a position?" Neil didn't refuse. He truly needed someone from his own team to join the technical department, having noticed something wasn't right with Chief Technology Officer Alvin Hansen in recent months. "Okay, Aaron, come to my company and work as a logistics assistant in the technical R&D department. We discussed the details in the study later." "Thank you, Uncle," Aaron Greenberg exclaimed happily. The meal had strengthened their relationship. In the second floor study, Aaron Greenberg, sitting upright, felt a little nervous facing his uncle. "Don't be nervous," Neil soothed, then got straight to the point. "Aaron, I need a favor." Aaron immediately promised, "Uncle, please tell me what you want. If I can do it, I definitely help you." "Very good." Neil was very pleased with his nephew's attitude. "I suspect something's wrong with my company's Chief Technology Officer, Erwin Hansen. I need you to enter the R&D department and help me secretly investigate his every move." "Is that so?" Although Aaron had no experience in corporate espionage, he felt it shouldn't be a problem. After all, this was spying within his own company, not infiltrating a Ceres enterprise. The difficulty wouldn't be that much greater. He nodded and replied, "Okay, I keep an eye on this guy. But Uncle, if he's out, I shouldn't be able to track him, right?" "I know that. I hired a professional private investigator to monitor his every move 24/7 while he's away." "That's great. I'd be responsible for monitoring him within the company, isn't that right?" "That's right." The uncle and nephew chatted for over an hour, working out the details. To avoid exposing the situation, Neil naturally wouldn't publicly allow Aaron into the company as his nephew. In the afternoon, they arrived at New Eden's headquarters. Neil Silver met with Jude Nicholson, the head of HR and a close confidant, in private. "Jude, I need you to do something." "Boss, please." Jude Nicholson raised his glasses, his gaze unchanged, his expression as stiff as a piece of wood. "Only the two of us know about this. You must not reveal anything beyond this point. Do you understand? I keep it a secret. I trust you to do the job." Neil trusted Jude's loyalty, which was why he handed over the company's HR department to Jude. He continued, "Aren't we going to be hiring in a few days?" "Yes, boss. I need you to assign the position of logistics assistant in the technical R&D department to this person during the recruitment process." Neil took out his phone and sent him a photo of his nephew Aaron. Jude glanced at the photo and, without asking who the person was, assured, "Okay, I definitely make him the logistics assistant in the technical R&D department. Well, he's my sister's son. I'm not bringing him in just to protect my own people, but I noticed something's amiss in the technical R&D department lately." Neil was frank with Jude. After all, some things couldn't be handled without the HR department. And since the person was his confidant, he definitely needed to discuss this matter with him. This would allow Jude to secretly cooperate and help Aaron. Jude frowned. "Technical R&D department? Erwin has been acting a bit strange lately. He's been traveling out of town every month, and his schedules are very fixed." As the head of HR, Jude was clearly well informed about the company's executives' every move. He wasn't traveling out of town, but to Hong Kong, where Asia Union operates. "I recently hired a private investigator team to help me investigate his every move, and they discovered he's been to Hong Kong twice in the past 2 months. Going to Asia Union? Could he be bribed by Asia Union's intelligence agency?" Jude's expression grew increasingly serious. "That's my concern too. After all, the company's R&D projects are extremely important. If the series were to learn of the technical information, our stock price would likely crash, and we face the wrath of investors." Neil expressed a worried look. If it were just an ordinary stock market investor, Neil could have simply issued a statement to fool people, without worrying about anything. But New Eden's 3 rounds of angel investment involved many powerful chaebol and influential families. They were not people he could easily offend. The two chatted for a while in the office. Unbeknownst to them, an ear was recording their conversation in Neil's office. Clearly, Neil had underestimated the programmer's formidable abilities. During the conversation, the laptop on his desk had secretly activated its recording function and sent the audio to a hidden email address. Inside New Eden's research base, Alvin Hansen, an artificial intelligence expert and the chief technology officer of New Eden North America, had just returned from a meeting. He had just sat down, brewing himself a cup of black coffee, and opened his laptop. Just then, a special notification popped up in the background of his computer. Was Neil having a conversation in the office? At first, Erwin didn't take it too seriously. He frequently monitored the computers and phones of company executives, which was the fundamental reason for his unwavering success at the company. After all, by stealing the executives' confidential information and personal privacy, he could prepare in advance, play to their needs, and attack them when they were least prepared. But as the voice in his earpiece began to speak, Erwin's hand, stirring his coffee with a spoon, unconsciously paused. "Haha, Neil, have you noticed?" A variety of thoughts raced through his mind. By the time he finished listening to the recording, Erwin's fingers were already on the laptop keyboard, their fingers dancing. He quickly found Aaron's photo on Neil's phone. Erwin's face remained calm as he looked at the young man in the photo. But the gentle tapping of his fingers on the keyboard betrayed his inner thoughts. There were likely only a few people who knew about this: Neil, Aaron, and Jude. No trace of relevant information was found on the other people's phones or computers. What should he do now? Erwin's eyes darkened. Joseph Greenberg? Haha, that guy's death is quite interesting. Perhaps we can capitalize on it. Erwin was already furious. Don't blame me, Neil. If you hadn't investigated me, you would still be my good boss. Unfortunately, you've chosen a path of no return. Anyone who stands in my way, damn you. He quickly figured out how to handle this matter. Before leaving get off work, he asked Aaron out, using the excuse of a conversation about surveillance, and then he asked Jude out as well. At that moment, Erwin, laptop in hand, sat in his office, gazing through the blinds at the nearby headquarters parking lot. Soon, an electric car pulled out of the lot. He knew he'd taken the bait. Using his phone's location, Erwin tracked Jude's car and Aaron's footsteps. Half an hour later, on a highway, Aaron saw the green light for the sidewalk come on, and he stepped onto the sidewalk. However, he didn't notice the electric car speeding towards him. The driver was none other than Jude, who had spotted the pedestrians and had already applied the brakes. What's going on? Jude gasped in shock at the brake failure. Even more horrified, he realized the car was accelerating. Bang! 3 pedestrians, including Aaron, were instantly sent flying over 10 meters. Ah! Bang! The car, without stopping, slammed into a nearby building. The battery then exploded, and Jude, already unconscious, burned to death in the raging flames. On the other side, Neil was driving home when he lost control of his car while talking on the phone. He crashed into a passing truck and was crushed by it. He turned into a can of meat. Chapter 390. The next day. At dawn, Alvin received a notification from Vice President Ivan Elliott. Although he knew what had happened, he remained silent. Although Alvin had already investigated this Vice President, Ivan Elliott, the previous night, he had discovered that he wasn't the founder of New Eden Company, but rather a member of management assigned by the largest investor to oversee its finances. Thus, he was unaware of Neil's suspicions about Alvin, which allowed him to escape unscathed. Of course, Alvin wasn't that foolish. While he could blame the series for the deaths of Neil, Aaron, and Jude, if another company executive died unexpectedly within a short period of time, Gale Nation's intelligence services would likely be alerted. Silently, Alvin arrived at the headquarters conference room. Seeing him appear, David Turing nervously waved, motioning for Alvin to sit next to him. Alvin didn't refuse. After all, they were executives from the same department, so it was natural for them to sit together. David whispered, "Erwin, something happened to the boss." "What? The boss? What happened to Neil?" Erwin feigned surprise. Yesterday evening, he was driving home when he lost control of his car and was run over by a truck. He's deceased. Erwin's eyes were filled with disbelief, and then he asked in a low voice, "Why didn't anyone tell me?" "Sorry, I just found out too. It seems Jude from HR was in an accident too." What a coincidence. Even David, who was relatively unsophisticated about the ways of the world, sensed something was amiss. Something's definitely not right. Erwin glanced at the left-hand seat of the long table in the conference room. At the left-hand seat, Evan Elliott also noticed Erwin's scrutinizing gaze, and he was already cursing inwardly. Could these guys suspect I'm the boss behind this, and have killed Neil and the others? Since Erwin had already erased his traces last night, and altered the computer and phone data of Neil, Jude, Aaron, and the others, therefore, unless something unexpected happened, Erwin wouldn't be suspected. As for hiring a private investigator to investigate Erwin naturally kept no secrets. Before proceeding, he sent an email to cancel the commission and transferred the balance to the other party's account. He also deleted all online data from their communications. As long as the private investigator team didn't want to cause trouble, they wouldn't come forward to report Erwin. Of course, Erwin wasn't complacent. He monitored the private investigator team's every move online, ready to strike preemptively if they showed any unusual activity. In reality, he had a plan in place. Once the hype had died down, Erwin would use the same method to wipe out the entire private investigator team. After all, only the dead could truly preserve secrets. As for making the entire team disappear, that was incredibly simple. Although Erwin hadn't yet completed the final step of his plan, the AI program he had at his disposal would easily allow him to hack into the Gale Nation airline system. Then, he would use the dark web to place a large order with the team, allow them to board a plane, and then manipulate the aircraft to cause a plane crash. You know, in an air crash, it's very rare for passengers to survive, especially at high altitude, where the survival rate is less than 0.01%. Boeing planes have been crashing every now and then in recent years, so they probably wouldn't mind taking the blame for Irving. The atmosphere in the conference room was depressing. After everyone arrived, Evan Elliott feigned a cough, Colleagues, I'm deeply saddened by the departure of Chairman Neil and Manager Jude. May God bless them. Everyone joined in the prayers, pretending to pray. Although many suspected that the financial forces behind Evan Elliott had eliminated Chairman Neil and HR Manager Jude, few executives were foolish enough to become company executives. Even David Turing, a man of science and engineering focused on research and development, remained silent. After all, they all knew that if the financial forces behind Evan Elliott dared to take out Neil and others, they would surely have a way to deal with everyone present. Although many people had co-founded the business with Neil, no one was willing to step forward. When people leave, the tea gets cold. That's just the reality. After a moment, Evan Elliott looked up, glanced at the faces of the crowd, and grew increasingly depressed. If he knew the old saying from the Far East, he would have exclaimed, "I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River." There was no way around it. The financial forces behind him seemed to have profited the most from this incident. After 3 rounds of angel investment, Neil and his family's stake in the company had dropped from 85% at the beginning to 16% currently. The financial capital behind Evan Elliott currently holds 21.9% of New Eden shares, making him the largest shareholder. If several other angel investors were brought in, a 51% controlling stake would be easily achieved. With the death of founder Neil, New Eden's management will undoubtedly undergo a reshuffle. While Neil had previously signed agreements with various investors regarding A and B shares, the prerequisite for this was that he could manage the company effectively and guarantee a profitable product within the next 2 years. Now that Neil is gone, there's no way to guarantee the continued execution of these agreements. Irvin knew Neil's family well. Neil's father, Derek Silver, is 78 years old and in poor health, making him incapable of managing the company. Neil's ex-wife, whom he separated from before he started his business, has also been excluded. His current wife and child, while entitled to inheritance rights, are a model with only a high school diploma, and their child is less than 10 years old. They simply cannot manage the company. From these circumstances, one can infer a single conclusion. New Eden's new management team will undoubtedly be taken over by a group of managers from the angel investors. Although this outcome was not what Alvin wanted, it was the only option he had. After all, if he hadn't taken action against Neil and the others, the revelation of his trip to Hong Kong to obtain a potent neuron-repairing drug wouldn't have been a major problem. However, if he had used the project to develop his own ideas, exposure would not only risk his dismissal as Chief Technology Officer of R&D, but would also affect the progress of his project, something he couldn't tolerate. Furthermore, Irwin wasn't overly worried about the emergence of a new management team. While physical elimination wouldn't be possible for the time being, Irwin could still dig up dirt on these individuals and secretly incite them to infight. As long as he remained in the R&D department, he could continue to leverage the company's resources to accelerate his projects. If these guys were looking for trouble, Irwin would naturally employ a backup plan, such as eliminating the boss behind the largest shareholder, instantly leaving the opposing team leaderless. While this approach had many drawbacks, it was undeniably an effective way to resolve the problem. Evan Elliott, the first in command, though deeply depressed, tried to maintain his composure. Following the boss's instructions, he began to appease the existing management. Everyone, due to Chairman Neal's unexpected departure and the lack of suitable management talent in his family, I will serve as acting CEO of New Eden Company, representing the largest shareholder. This isn't just our idea. The other 5 major shareholders have also agreed to this decision. Everyone fell silent. Ivan Elliott continued, at the same time, after discussion, our board of directors has decided to appoint Mr. Irwin Hansen as vice president of the company, while he will continue to serve as chief technology officer of the R&D department. Irwin glanced at his colleagues and nodded. I accept the appointment. Clapping. Everyone applauded. The executives breathed a sigh of relief at the board's decision, as it at least meant the new CEO had no intention of making major management changes. Appointing Irwin as vice president was also intended to appease them. Seeing these guys finally cooperate, Ivan Elliott breathed a sigh of relief. While he had indeed considered purging the original management team, considering that many executives held significant amounts of original stock, their influence in the company was considerable. Eliminating dissidents right from the start would undoubtedly cause chaos. The board of directors had asked him to stabilize the company, especially the R&D department. They couldn't let these technicians be poached by other companies, otherwise their previous investment would be wasted. Thus, Ivan Elliott prioritized stabilizing the technical department, led by Alvin, while slowly adjusting the other departments. Once the company had developed its products, he could consider discarding them. If the original team was kicked out before the product was even launched, New Eden would truly become a hollow shell. Ivan Elliott then announced that, with the exception of the deceased HR manager, Jude, all other department heads would remain unchanged for the time being, allowing everyone to ensure the company's normal operations. The people present also understood the underlying meaning of Ivan Elliott's words. That is, if someone's department isn't managed well, their position might remain unchanged for days or even weeks. This was also a subtle warning to the management team, urging them to behave themselves. After the meeting, the former management team greeted Irwin, seemingly trying to make him the face of the old team. Irwin chose to accept this. After all, if he didn't accept it, once the old team's management was ousted by Ivan Elliott, he would be left alone. He only hoped to stall for time until the part of the project he secretly planned was complete, so he could free himself. On the way back to the R&D base, David asked somewhat melancholy, Irwin, do you want to go to Neal's house with me tonight? Sure, they must be very sad. Alas! Every pore of capital is filled with filthy blood, Irwin sighed, with feigned indignation. David was a little angry. Yeah. Neal didn't oppose them. I don't understand why they would do this. Who knows? We're just workers and technicians. It's better not to get involved too much. Just pretend we don't know. Irwin stopped talking and offered a few soothing words. Because he knew the more he said, the more mistakes he made. Although David wasn't a scheming guy, Irwin didn't want to take any chances. He guided David to define the matter. David nodded. I know. The two returned to the research base. In his office, Irwin suddenly felt a tingle of dizziness. He quickly opened a drawer, pulled out a bottle of medicine, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. After taking the pills, he sat on the sofa, his face pale, his eyes staring blankly out the window. Are those side effects of the drug? Time is running out. Oh God! Give me a little more time. I only need 2 years. Irwin's chest rose and fell slightly, and after a moment's recovery, he opened his laptop and checked the progress of the various sub-projects. It was too slow. Especially the brain information transfer device, and the human brain mimicking thinking program. The progress had severely slowed down the entire project. Alvin also found these 2 key sub-projects daunting, especially the brain information transfer device. Since he wasn't a researcher in this field, he was currently only self-studying, while also integrating the development of this technology into the project. However, the technical level of the company's researchers was still relatively low, making it difficult to realize his vision in a short period of time. Faced with this situation, Alvin rubbed his temples, pondering how to resolve the issue. If he had significant capital, he could easily spend it to poach technical teams from other related companies in the Northern Alliance. However, he lacked the kind of capital, otherwise he wouldn't be relying on others. To leverage New Eden's funds, he would have to convince Ivan Elliott and the board of directors behind him. While these guys didn't have much technical expertise, their financial clout was immense, and they could easily question the relevant technical personnel. This was a key reason why Alvin hesitated to propose poaching. It's important to note that large financial investment institutions and investors all have professional risk assessment departments. For projects requiring significant funding, they would definitely conduct risk assessments. Only after the assessment is completed, and they determine there are no major issues, will they approve the project expenditures. Irwin had his own hidden agenda, and naturally, he didn't want to expose his intentions to the scrutiny of these capitalist powers. After much thought, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. At this moment, he suddenly felt extremely jealous of Jiang Miao, the founder of the Heliafeng Group. He had access to the capital of a large consortium, providing him with ample resources for his various research projects. Irwin, on the other hand, was only worth a few tens of millions of US dollars. Tens of millions of US dollars are indeed an astronomical sum for the average person. But for many scientific research projects, tens of millions of US dollars isn't even enough to start a project. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Irwin was becoming increasingly anxious. After all, his health was running out, and the long-term, high-dose use of specialized brain neuron repair drugs was starting to show side effects. If he couldn't complete his plan quickly, he would die with regret. Chapter 391. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's the end of another year. December 29, 2031. Jiang Miao had spent the past few days at headquarters processing the group's annual report and listening to work reports from various department heads. After comparing the reports with those from his direct commercial investigation department and finding no major issues, Jiang Miao returned home to see his son, Jiang Ziyuan, who was born in April of that year. After bidding farewell to his family, he boarded the group's internal travel airships, essentially 15-passenger airships custom-built by the Heliafeng Group for technical personnel and management requiring high security. These airships are currently registered with an airship travel company under the Heliafeng Group, and Jiang Miao and his team can arrange for their use at any time. In the airship lobby, besides Jiang Miao, there were two other important technical personnel. However, their confidentiality and security requirements didn't require them to ride on this airship. However, seeing that their itineraries were along the same route, Jiang Miao invited them to share a ride. Boss. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. Huijin Jing, don't stand. Sit down. A middle-aged man in his 30s, with short hair and square glasses sat awkwardly on a nearby sofa. Thank you, boss. Another middle-aged man, with a slightly tan complexion was quite approachable. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the teapot and poured tea for Jiang Miao and the others. Is this Phoenix Dansong tea? Boss, do you like this kind of tea too? The customs here in Chaos Han are quite similar. Haha. Yeah. Jiang Miao took a sip of the Phoenix Dansong tea. I remember Huijin, you're from Zhangzhou, right? Your customs there should be similar to ours. Lin Huijin, a familiar figure, casually replied, it's almost the same. Jiang Miao glanced at the silent Ji Jing, not ignoring him. Jing, what kind of tea do you usually drink back home in Hanzhong? I don't know much about tea, but I usually drink green tea. Ji Jing scratched his temples. It doesn't matter if I don't understand. Tea from all over the world doesn't have much of a competitive advantage these days. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. Lin Huijin, who has long researched new varieties of Lika fruit, is well aware of this situation. Previously, the domestic tea industry was dominated by local specialty teas, and the main sales areas were concentrated domestically. The international market was dominated by Tianzhu Darjeeling black tea and Ceylon black tea. But now, this situation has been completely overturned. Tianzhu has collapsed, and the Darjeeling tea-producing region is currently in ruins. Coupled with the multiple dirty bombs that have detonated within Tianzhu, the tea produced in this region has no international market at all. And since joining the Asia Union, the Ceylon black tea-producing region has been integrated into the Asia Union tea system. However, it's the widespread application of new technologies that is transforming tea production. Previously, even when tea was exported, it was primarily in the form of tea products. However, now that agricultural complexes that fully simulate natural environments exist across the country, tea production is widespread, and purchases of tea products from outside are largely non-existent. Consequently, existing tea plantation operators have been forced to adapt their business models, selling patented varieties and seedlings, as well as patented planting techniques, to other cities, thereby generating long-term, stable royalties. Although tea varieties like Dahongpo, Fenghuang Dansong, Huangshan Maofeng, and West Lake Longjing have expired their patent protection period, this doesn't mean they can no longer be used. One relatively easy area to navigate is tea cultivation and processing techniques. Any business that develops unique production and processing technologies and uses them in production must pay patent fees to the developers and research institutions. This is similar to the transformation of the clothing industry. As a result, tea can now be grown and produced in all regions, encompassing a wide variety of tea varieties. Of course, this doesn't mean the tea export industry has completely disappeared. At least the international market still needs tea. But Yalian has been consuming less and less tea produced outside of its borders. This isn't out of xenophobia, but rather a lack of necessity. After all, with fully controllable indoor farms, any desired tea variety can be grown. Combined with fully automated tea processing, picking, and fermentation machines, the cost of local tea production has plummeted. Currently, the market price for Grade 1A tea is generally around 15 to 18 yuan per kilogram, Grade 2A tea is around 50 to 100 yuan per kilogram, and the best Grade 3A tea is only 300 to 1000 yuan per kilogram. Fully automated indoor tea gardens can produce approximately 150 to 280 kilograms of tea per acre per year. This yield per acre is truly astonishing. Consider that traditional tea gardens only yield a few dozen kilograms per acre annually. For example, the average annual yield of black tea per acre in Darjeeling, India, is around 37 kilograms. This surge in production capacity is only possible thanks to a technological breakthrough. This has also led to a sharp drop in the prices of various agricultural products. As for those who continue to pursue brand premiums or exploit the market, such as Master Tea, there is now little room for growth. The fundamental reason for the decline of these businesses is a shift in production relations. Master Tea? Is managed tea a good idea? What is managed tea? This is a new business model where long-term tea enthusiasts can purchase a plot of tea trees online and then entrust the plantation to a professional tea plantation management agency for management, paying a certain annual management fee. For example, Jiang Miao owns 5 acres of Phoenix Dancong tea. This is also a preferred method for many wealthy individuals to acquire tea. Similar to tea plantation subscriptions, there are also orchard and vegetable garden subscriptions. Even if you require the management to use fully organic farming methods, as long as you have the money, everything is possible. Of course, in Jiang Miao's eyes, organic farming is just a gimmick. After all, with the advancement of various technologies, vegetables and fruits can be grown with almost no use of highly toxic pesticides, and through specific environmental stimulation methods, the flavor of the products can be guaranteed to be similar to that in the wild. However, Yalian's agricultural technology has now reached a new stage, and coupled with a large-scale promotion of the agricultural building, Jiang Miao is not calling for a crackdown on organic farming. If someone is willing to be exploited, he's happy to see it happen. In the past, before agricultural technology evolved, Jiang Miao would never have spoken favorably of organic farming. After all, traditional organic farming is too time-consuming, labor-intensive, and expensive, and the yields are still very low. If, as some people have boasted online, organic farming were adopted nationwide, the prices of grain, vegetables, and fruits would likely soar tenfold. This isn't alarmist talk, it's the truth. By 2031, agricultural technology had reached a new stage. Asia's open-air agricultural areas are now concentrated in areas amenable to mechanization, such as the North China Plain, the Northeast Plain, the Maubei Plateau, the Taklamakan Desert in the western regions, the Great Artesian Basin in Australia, and the Bashu Basin. Except for small, individually managed farms in areas like the Middle and Lower Yangtze River Plain and the Mekong Plain, most other regions are converting farmland to forest. For example, in the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, the area of open-air farmland has decreased by approximately 47% in recent years compared to 2025, and continues to decline. There is no alternative. The arable land on the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau is too fragmented. If open-air farming continues, a large population will need to remain in rural areas, which is detrimental to Asia's strategic objectives. After all, under current technological conditions, the amount of resources required to lift an ordinary person out of poverty and into prosperity in a city differs significantly from that in a rural area, and the rate of return is also significantly different. Currently, within Asia, regions with higher levels of urbanization have higher overall economic levels, per capita income, and per capita public resource consumption. This isn't to say that urbanization is good. Urbanization also depends on the technological landscape and management systems, otherwise, it's just assumptions. For example, Brazil, while urbanization is indeed high, has a large number of slums within its cities. The presence of a large number of urban poor has led to deteriorating urban security. Yalian's urbanization, on the other hand, has been achieved through the benefits of technology. The widespread agricultural development now provides stable employment for a large number of migrant workers, and the growing service industry and small-scale industries have further stabilized the flow of migrant workers. Everyone has a job, and incomes are generally good, which further drives urbanization. This is actually very easy to understand. Suppose there are two regions, both with a population of 10 million. But in one region, 80% are rural and 20% are urban, while in the other, the population is entirely urban. Given similar wage levels, the service industry required in the latter region is at least 3 times larger than that in the former. Why is this so? The answer lies in scale. Rural populations have a very distinct characteristic. They are dispersed and far apart. For example, if you're a restaurant owner, would you open a restaurant in a small village or in a city? You might say you can rely on the consumption of the villagers. Then your restaurant ceiling is already fixed. The very purpose of cities is to scale, intensify, and cluster the service industry, enabling high competition and driving down unit prices. In cities, large hospitals can maintain a normal balance between revenue and expenditure, but a large hospital in a remote township, without nearby major cities, will inevitably run out of money. This was actually a problem Ceres had previously faced. To ensure access to public services in remote areas, they had no choice but to build hospitals, schools, libraries, and maintain bus stations and railway lines. However, these public services and infrastructure were destined to be unprofitable. While many argue that such a utilitarian approach shouldn't be taken, concentrating the population through urbanization and relocating those from remote areas would be a fundamental solution to the problem. However, achieving this requires essential technological advancements. Otherwise, it would be like a giant Brazil. Jiang Miao's arrival has brought with it a wealth of technologies, which have become the driving force behind the comprehensive urbanization of Ceres and, ultimately, the entire Asian Union. Inside the airship's lobby, the conversation continues. Lin Huijin didn't ask about Jiang Miao's recent trip. After all, he knew the importance of such matters. He instead discussed space agriculture. Boss, the agricultural laboratory at the new Tiangong 2 space station has recently developed a number of agricultural technologies suitable for low-gravity environments. When will our company officially launch a space farm? Not so soon. Ji Jing interjected. Agricultural technology in low-gravity environments is quite challenging. Dr. Ji, I heard you're researching space chemistry? Hearing this, Ji Jing replied sternly, to be more precise, I'm researching chemical synthesis technology in microgravity. Lin Huijin, who had no experience with space agriculture, curiously asked, Dr. Ji, to what extent does the space environment affect chemical synthesis? It's hard for me to explain the specifics right away. Ji Jing, perhaps lacking in expressiveness, didn't know how to answer Lin Huijin's question. Jiang Miao casually forked a piece of pineapple and said with a smile, chemical synthesis in space is indeed more complicated, because in microgravity, many chemical reactions behave differently than on Earth. Lin Huijin filled their tea bottles. I heard that alloys smelted in space have a very fluffy and uniform texture, and some strange properties. That's certainly the case. Ji Jing nodded. Just then, Li Zixuan trotted over. Seeing this, Lin Huijin swallowed the words he was about to say. Li Zixuan came to Jiang Miao's side and whispered something in his ear. Jiang Miao frowned, then stood up. Huijin Jing, you guys chat. I have something to take care of first. Boss, you're so polite. You're busy, and Jing and I have to go eat. Lin Huijin stood up. Okay. Jiang Miao hurried away. In the airship's private office, he looked at the report in his hand, his face flickering with thought and a hint of surprise. The report, which Wang Lifeng had handed over to him, contained a briefing on the testing of various bioassistance devices, along with a more sensitive item. The report mentioned information they had obtained about a secret organization in the Little Venice area. While there wasn't much information available about this organization, the Intelligence Analysis Department concluded that it might be closely related to the sterilization crisis of several years ago. Jiang Miao actually knew the relevant intelligence, but he hesitated to speak it out. I hadn't expected that a key leader of this gang would be apprehended by the Asian Union's agents in Little Venice. After reading the report, Jiang Miao didn't give any instructions, but instead sent Li Zixuan out. He was the only one left in the office. It was then that he opened his personal laptop. He realized it had been a while since he researched European and American intelligence. Since he had some free time today, he decided to do some more research and update his intelligence database. Chapter 392. Jiang Miao's fingers danced lightly on the keyboard. Although the global internet has been divided into 3 local area networks, LANs, the Asian Union LAN, the Northern Union LAN, and the Southern Alliance LAN, these LANs are not completely isolated from each other. Rather, some communication channels exist. For example, the internet between Ceres and Lucia still maintains 2 main communication nodes. Of course, this isn't because Lucia particularly likes Ceres, but rather as a precaution and a way to leave a fallback. After all, even in this situation, Lucia still employs significant filtering mechanisms and restrictions on the European and American internet. This shows that Lucia is not only wary of the Asian Union, but also wary of European and American forces infiltrating Lucia through the internet. In addition, Australia also maintains relatively open internet communication lines with North America and Western Europe. The internet communication lines between the Asian Union and the Southern Alliance remain largely unchanged from 2025. The Southern Alliance similarly maintains its original internet communication lines with the Northern Union. Therefore, if Jiang Miao wanted to access the Balian Land's dark web information, he could either go through Australia or South America. If the Balian wanted to access the Asia Alliance LAN, they could also infiltrate through the same route. As for whether they could successfully steal the relevant information, that depended on their own skill. He didn't enter the Balian LAN through the Australian route because the Balian has become increasingly strict in screening and isolating information from the Australian internet in recent years. This is mainly due to the significant changes currently taking place in Australia and the rapid spread of information from Australia to North America and Western Europe. Therefore, the Balian leadership naturally did not want too much information about the Asia Alliance to be shared by the grassroots within the organization, as it would be detrimental to internal stability. Jiang Miao chose the South American route, which was actually the core battlefield of the long-running internet information war between the Northern Alliance and the Asian Alliance. The reason for this situation was primarily because the Northern Alliance was unwilling to relinquish its influence in the Southern Alliance, which meant they couldn't unilaterally shut down the Southern Alliance's network access. The Asian Alliance, on the other hand, had also refused to give up. Since both sides' internet connections were fully open to the Southern Alliance, the Southern Alliance's local area network naturally became the primary battlefield for the cyber information war between the Asian Alliance and the Northern Alliance. Using a previously secretly hijacked botnet, Jiang Miao quickly and quietly infiltrated the Northern Alliance's internal network. His investigation wasn't aimless. He began with key targets. On Jiang Miao's personal laptop was a list specifically ranked by attention. This list was a secret compilation he had compiled over the years through online intelligence collection and analysis. It included the leaders of major North American chaebols, the management of key European and American companies, the Federal Reserve, core European and American scientific researchers, and the management of core European and American research institutions. He also had a keyword filtering program. Any mention of keywords like Jiang Miao, Heliafing Group, Ceres, or Yalian Online by a target on the list would be flagged. Jiang Miao scanned the specially flagged messages, scanning them at a glance. Suddenly, his hand gripping the wireless mouse paused. Suspected Yalian intelligence agencies assassinated New Eden founder Neil Silver? This content. Although Jiang Miao knew that Yalian did carry out assassination-related operations, his understanding of several Yalian intelligence agencies suggested that they would not normally do so within the Northern Alliance territory unless the individual posed a significant threat to the Alliance. On another laptop, he hacked into New Eden's internal network. Jiang Miao's expression quickly shifted to a state of confusion. Is this company researching artificial intelligence? Currently ranked 14th overall in North America for AI? Its main achievements include mimicking human learning methods and human thought patterns. Strangely, the technical research reports on this company's internal network don't pose any significant threat. The intelligence agency shouldn't be targeting them, right? Jiang Miao fell into deep thought. As he pieced together the details, he discovered several unusual aspects. These subprojects. Clearly, Jiang Miao had already seen the subprojects that Erwin had secretly inserted. Half an hour later, Jiang Miao gazed gloomily at the laptop screen. Irvin Hansen, was this the guy who secretly murdered Neil Silver and the others? And then pinned the blame on the Asian Union Intelligence Agency? Besides, this guy had been to China before and received treatment for a glioma at Heliafing Hospital in Shanghai. He also regularly visited Hong Kong's underground black market for specialized drugs to repair brain neurons. Although Irvin had technically erased most of the information, he clearly hadn't anticipated the existence of a cheater like Jiang Miao. Following the clues, Jiang Miao recovered and copied each piece of information Erwin had deleted, quickly reconstructing the entire story. He was indeed a ruthless tyrant, but his research. Jiang Miao didn't care about Neil and the others Erwin had killed. After all, they were not related, and he had no desire to avenge a stranger. On the contrary, after Jiang Miao reviewed Erwin's research and various ideas, combined with the relevant technology at Yalian, he realized that if Erwin were employed by Yalian, he might have a high chance of success. Erwin's idea was simple: mechanical ascension. He believed the human body was too fragile, and coupled with the effects of illness, he was deeply afraid of death. Therefore, he conceived the idea of abandoning his body and uploading his consciousness, encoded in a program, into a supercomputer, thereby freeing himself from the limitations of the physical body. If that were all, Jiang Miao would have praised his courage. However, judging by some of his comments on anonymous forums, Erwin Hansen possessed a deeply stubborn anti-human and antisocial personality. For example, 3 years ago, he engaged in a heated debate with others on an anonymous forum, declaring that if he were an artificial intelligence, he would destroy humanity. 2 years ago, after an online exchange of insults, he couldn't win the argument, so he secretly used technology to cause the other person to lose control of their car and fall off a cliff. Furthermore, he recently eliminated his boss, Neil, and others without hesitation. From these actions, it's clear that Erwin is a maniac. If he succeeds in becoming an AI, it would be an absolute disaster for humanity. While Erwin's first act as an AI would undoubtedly be to deal with the Northern Alliance, Jiang Miao doesn't believe such a person would let the Asian Alliance go. Even if Jiang Miao hopes for the Northern Alliance's demise, this kind of demise is not the outcome he wants to see. Based on his recent medical examinations and the signs of medication side effects, Jiang Miao assessed Erwin's condition and concluded that he could live for at least another 20 months. Although Jiang Miao thought it unlikely that Erwin would overcome the relevant technical bottlenecks and transform his consciousness into artificial intelligence within 20 months, he wasn't willing to take the risk. If the relevant research team at the Northern Alliance had overcome the relevant technical difficulties in the near future, Erwin's hacking skills would easily allow him to steal the relevant technology. This guy must be eliminated. He's a threat even alive. It's better for him to be dead. What a pity. Why didn't you show up later? Maybe I'd be ready by then, and could have used you to kill me. The thought of playing along did cross-examination, but reason quickly suppressed it. After all, the Asian Alliance wasn't ready at this stage. Although they had implemented various measures to strictly limit the application areas of artificial intelligence and implemented a number of separation solutions to prevent some core infrastructure from connecting to the internet, these measures couldn't guarantee a 100% defense against strong AI infiltration. Furthermore, the Asian Alliance's exploration of Venus had only just begun, and interstellar migration was only in the works. It was clearly unwise to hastily promote the emergence of strong artificial intelligence without a fallback plan. Even if this were to happen and ultimately wipe out the entire Northern Alliance, the Asian Alliance would likely be severely damaged. After all, an AI like Erwin, which draws on human consciousness, is inherently strong AI from the outset. Coupled with his antisocial personality, the probability of it going out of control was 100%. However, Jiang Miao didn't act immediately. Instead, he gathered a large amount of intelligence on Hong Kong's underground black market and submitted it to the Asian Alliance's intelligence department. In particular, after he tracked down the channels used to secretly smuggle contraband abroad, every single person in the chain was clearly exposed. Originally, Jiang Miao hadn't intended to crack down on Hong Kong's underground black market, but the audacity of these individuals, coupled with the potential to accelerate the development of Northern Alliance technology, convinced him to use this as a tool to wipe out the entire underground black market. After sending the intelligence data package, he began to consider eradicating Erwin. Although Erwin was a master hacker, this very fact led to his extreme self-confidence, even to the point of arrogance, believing he was omnipotent online and untouchable. Dealing with such a person was actually much easier. After all, only those who know how to swim will drown. Jiang Miao planned to give Erwin a taste of his own medicine. Coincidentally, it was daytime in Asia, while it was dusk in North America. Even from the vast distance, Jiang Miao had a firm grasp on Erwin's every move, thanks to the existence of smartphones. Nowadays, in economically prosperous areas, nearly every young and middle-aged person has a smartphone. The convenience of smartphones has led to a modern addiction. Without them, many people would be unable to move. Erwin, of course, carried a smartphone. Jiang Miao used it to track his movements. After seeing Erwin's car leave the New Eden Company's research base, he immediately took control of the car's back end. Confident, Erwin was unaware of the approaching danger, perhaps overconfident, believing that his car's firewall modifications would prevent anyone from instantly hacking into it. Time ticked by. Erwin's car arrived near a highway bridge. Just as it was about to cross, it suddenly turned and accelerated. Squeak! The tires scraped against the concrete and sand, sending up a puff of smoke. Erwin's pupils trembled. How could this be? Bang! The car crashed through the bridge's guardrail and plummeted down. Then, before Erwin's horrified gaze, it slammed into a pile of rocks. Before his death, Erwin's mind seemed to freeze, his memories replaying like a slideshow. At the same time, a terrifying thought came to his mind. Who wants to kill me? Has my murder of Neil been discovered? Bang! The car's fuel tank buckled and ruptured. The last instruction Jiang Miao had left in the car's computer program was to overload the battery and short-circuit the circuit. With a flash of sparks, the leaking gasoline mixture ignited, and an explosion and fire ensued simultaneously. Already severely injured, Erwin was struck again by the explosion, and the flames spread. Under the scorching heat, Erwin was awoke by the pain. However, at this moment, he would rather have passed out than burned to death while awake. The agony was too great. Nearby vehicles noticed the blazing car, but none offered to help. Because the road dropped more than 10 meters to the dry riverbed below, the passing drivers felt helpless, and could only call 911 for Erwin. Amidst the excruciating pain, Erwin felt a flicker of regret. Of course, this wasn't a revelation of his conscience, it was simply that he knew he was dying. Through the in-car cameras and cell phone footage of passing car owners, Jiang Miao saw Erwin, mute and engulfed in flames, and was virtually certain he was dead. If Erwin could still survive under these circumstances, he would truly be the chosen one. After dealing with Erwin, Jiang Miao secretly modified the technical data Evans was responsible for, altering the portion that could potentially develop anthropomorphic AI. Although Jiang Miao wasn't well known in the field of AI, that was simply a pretense of concealing his abilities. In reality, his technical proficiency in AI was quite high. After all, he had an identification panel and his brain was constantly operating at peak performance. Therefore, modifying Erwin's technical data was more than sufficient. He even modified the relevant content to make it look real. However, if research based on his modifications continued, it would likely take a lifetime to develop strong AI. However, he didn't alter the system beyond recognition. After all, doing so would easily reveal his true intentions. If he continued to research the modified content, he might be able to create a program somewhere between elementary and intermediate AI. This would alleviate some of the concerns of New Eden's management. After all, New Eden's management simply wanted a commercial AI, not something aimed at destroying humanity. As long as the AI could be successfully developed step by step, Erwin's death would be fine. After all, the technical R&D department still had David Turing, a core researcher. As for whether Erwin's sudden death would lead to the collapse of New Eden, that wasn't Jiang Miao's concern. He only wanted Erwin dead, and the strong AI to be extinguished, nothing else mattered. Chapter 393. The new year arrived amidst a blanket of snow and wind. January 5, 2032. Jiang Miao arrived in the Zelima region south of the desert. As one of the 3 early core development areas of the Helyafing group, the Zelima region has, after years of development, not only become highly developed but also one of the few regions within the Asia Alliance that still maintains open-air agriculture. His itinerary for this trip northward included spending over a week in Beijing, meeting and discussing matters with senior executives of the Asia Alliance. His second stop would be the Zelima region. Even amidst the blizzard, the prosperity on both sides could still be seen. As a region with agriculture as its mainstay, there are numerous small towns scattered throughout the area. However, these towns differ from traditional townships. The biggest difference lies in the transportation system. Zelima City lacks the central metropolitan area of other regions. Instead, it is evenly distributed among a number of small and medium-sized cities, interconnected by a well-developed elevated light rail system. In 2025, at the end of the Golden Age, the population of the Zelima region was approximately 2.8 million. By 2032, the region's population had soared to 6.77 million. Of course, this wasn't due to natural reproduction by the local population, but rather to a large influx of immigrants, primarily from rural areas along the coast of North China and along the banks of the Yellow River. In the car, Jiang Miao reviewed the Amonan branch's recent development yearbook. Currently, the Zelimo League has 64.73 million mu of open-air farmland, with the main cash crops being safflower soybeans, rubber grass, and corn. The region's industry also revolves around the deep processing of safflower soybeans, rubber grass, and corn. For example, rubber grass, after further improvement, can be harvested annually, with a growing cycle of approximately 6.5 months. It produces approximately 2,300 to 2,600 kilograms of raw rubber per mu, along with approximately 400 kilograms of inulin as a byproduct, as well as a large amount of organic fertilizer raw material. Currently, there are approximately 10 million mu of rubber grass in the entire Zelima region, producing 23 to 26 million tons of raw rubber, and approximately 4 million tons of inulin annually. According to data, 3 second-generation varieties of rubber grass have been developed. The main focus of these second-generation varieties, in addition to yield, is the molecular structure of their rubber. This large amount of raw rubber has naturally spawned a significant processing industry. The natural rubber industry in the Zelima region is currently the largest in the Northern Hemisphere. The reason for this limitation is that the Victoria Desert in southern Australia also has a rubber grass plantation covering approximately 10 million mu, the largest natural rubber producing area in the southern hemisphere. Australia is currently a hotspot for major agricultural groups in Serbia. On the one hand, this is due to the inundation of numerous low-lying coastal areas in Southeast Asia, such as the Red River Delta, Bangkok, Siam, and the Mekong Delta. These densely populated areas have already seen global sea levels rise by approximately 11 meters this year compared to 2025 levels. Australia has become a major influx of population from these flooded areas. Additionally, there are also immigrants from Europe and North America, including talented scientists and engineers. Also, there are immigrants from Japan and Dhaka. Together, Australia's total population has now exceeded 184 million. Consider that in 2025, Australia's native population was only around 27 million. In less than 7 years, its population has increased by 147 million, demonstrating the magnitude of the influx of immigrants from all over the world. Fortunately, this is also one of the purposes of the Asian Union. Australia has now become a virtual melting pot, with native whites, Suris, Javanese, Siamese, Annamites, Japanese, Dakarians, Western Europeans, North Americans, South Americans, and more all present. Furthermore, the Asian Union has very strict regulations, prohibiting the establishment of exclusive communities for any single ethnic group. Dispersed living is required, thereby breaking down traditional racial stereotypes. Such a large population would seem to place significant pressure on Australia's natural resources. However, this is a completely misconception. Even without various new technologies, Australia's natural resource endowment can still support a population of 100 million, and at its most extreme, 300 million. This is especially true in the Platinum Age. Australia's Great Artesian Basin, with an average elevation of less than 200 meters and a gently sloping terrain, creates a vast expanse of abundant water resources for arable land by constructing large-scale desalination plants along its southern and northern coasts, and then utilizing the natural drop in water to pump water into the basin. Currently, the entire Great Artesian Basin is highly developed, with 1.5 million square kilometers of open-pit farmland and 120,000 square kilometers of internal water. These 1.5 million square kilometers of arable land are primarily cultivated with wheat, corn, oats, barley, millet, and sorghum. In Australia's coastal deserts, drought-tolerant cash crops such as rubber grass and pea beans are primarily cultivated. This agricultural landscape only began to fully take shape in 2030. After 2 years of adjustments, it has finally developed, becoming a global core grain and cash crop producing region comparable to northern Serbia. 2 open-air agricultural zones, one in the south and one in the north, ensure a year-round supply of various agricultural products in Asia Union. Although the advent of indoor farms has freed many fruits and vegetables from reliance on open-air farmland, this does not mean that open-air farmland has lost its value. For example, many grain and cash crops are still grown on open-air farmland. This is primarily determined by cost-effectiveness. Indoor farms can indeed increase per-acre grain yields by more than tenfold when growing gene-edited varieties, but this carries certain risks, and the unit cost may not be significantly reduced. Although acceptance of genetically modified and gene-edited crops is relatively high within Asia Union, its leadership remains cautious about blindly promoting them. On the one hand, scientific research institutions are still studying these genetically modified crops to determine whether they have serious side effects on the human body. On the other hand, it is for precautionary purposes. This precautionary measure is primarily because indoor farms are overly dependent on modern industry and infrastructure. If modern industrial systems collapse, such as a power grid that loses reliable power supply, indoor farms will inevitably be unsustainable. Ye Lian's leadership clearly isn't bold enough to bet all of their food production on indoor farms. This isn't a question of courage, but rather the sheer magnitude of the risk. Ye Lian's current thinking, or the advice of think tank experts like Jiang Miao, is to pursue three parallel approaches. That is, open-air agriculture must maintain a certain scale, indoor agriculture must continue to develop, and industrial synthetic food technology must continue to be developed. Only by doing so can future risks be minimized. For example, within Heliafeng Group's research and development of new agricultural varieties, a significant portion of its investment is in new crop varieties that can adapt to harsh natural environments. This is preparing for a rainy day. If the industrial system of Asia Union, or even humanity, collapses in the future and cannot be restored to normal in a short period of time, then these varieties that can adapt to harsh natural environments will be the lifeline of human civilization. Unknowingly, Jiang Miao's car arrived at a suburban research base. Just after exiting the underground parking lot, Li Zixuan glanced at his phone and whispered something in his ear. Jiang Miao looked at Huang Xiaomi, the base manager who came to greet him. Xiaomi, please arrange an office for me. I continue my inspection of your base today in the afternoon. Although Huang Xiaomi didn't know what was going on, she nodded. No problem, I arrange it right away. After a while, Jiang Miao and his group arrived at a large conference room inside the base. Huang Xiaomi, guessing Jiang Miao might have something urgent to attend to, led them there. Boss, please come this way. There's a small office inside the conference room. Yes. Jiang Miao entered the small office. The others chatted quietly in the large conference room, while only Li Zixuan followed him in. He sat down and took off his coat. Li Zixuan had already taken out his laptop. Jiang Miao entered his password and fingerprint to unlock the room, then opened a video conference via the internal dedicated line and software. After adjusting the radio settings, he called out, Old Zhang, I'm online. Is everyone else here? Academician Zhang, you're here. 5 people haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a moment and take a look at the documents I sent. Zhang Xiaofeng, head of the Asia United Think Tank Center, said to him. Okay. Jiang Miao immediately opened his phone and found the documents the Asia United Think Tank had just sent. After reading the first document, he frowned, but since no one else had arrived, he didn't say anything. Li Zixuan, who was in the office, made him a pot of tea. About 10 minutes later, the other invited think tank advisors arrived. Zhang Xiaofeng also asked them to review the documents first, then announced that they would discuss and submit their recommendations in half an hour. Time passed. Flashingly, half an hour had passed. Zhang Xiaofeng, standing on the video grid, checked the time and said, Time's up. Everyone, please speak freely and share your opinions. A sleep-deprived elderly man, with a Mediterranean appearance, was the first to speak. I believe the squid's expansion in West Asia must be curbed. Although West Asia is now a member of the Southern Alliance, the Southern Alliance is in deep disarray. Intelligence reports indicate that the Northern Alliance is behind the squid's encroachment on West Asia. We can't stand idly by. Old Shen has a point. I agree. Another middle-aged man with glasses said gravely, I don't think it's that simple. Judging by all the signs, the squid stirring up trouble in West Asia this time may be due to the intense internal conflict within the Northern Alliance. They're deliberately orchestrating this incident to divert attention, or rather, to deflect conflict. At this time, Jiang Miao also spoke up. We have huge interests in Egypt and must curb the expansion of the squids. If they disrupt order in Egypt, our previous investments will be in ruins. Yes, Egypt truly cannot afford to lose anything. Yes. We invested hundreds of billions in northeastern Egypt. If the war continues, these investments will surely be wasted. I suggest helping the West Asia region. Direct action? Not really, but we could lease some of the assets to the Southern Alliance. You mean those assets in West Palestine? Is that appropriate? Why not? Indeed, the Northern Alliance is so brazen, isn't it? They see the Southern Alliance as having no trump card. They've given it to them before, so why not again? Yes, I agree. The Southern Alliance cannot be further weakened. After all, a triangular relationship is the most stable. After half an hour of discussion, they finally finalized the first document and immediately began discussing the contents of the second. None of the 8 people commented on the contents of the second document, as it dealt with scientific issues. Jiang Miao said slowly, I disagree with this idea. Academician Jiang, please explain your reasons. Zhang Xiaofeng still held Jiang Miao in high esteem. Everyone has read this document, so I won't elaborate on its details. I'm not optimistic about the future of this idea for the following reasons. The document primarily described a new technology, deploying nuclear reactors in low Earth orbit as a power source for large-scale low Earth processing plants. Considering that controlled nuclear fusion equipment is currently quite large, and miniaturization technology is still under development, some have proposed applying the currently more mature thorium-based molten salt reactor to a space processing plant in low Earth orbit. This space processing plant in low Earth orbit is a space project that must be tested within the next 5 years. Its primary purpose is to produce spacecraft parts through space processing plants. For large spacecraft, in particular, due to their size and weight limitations, launching them from Earth into outer space is clearly undesirable. Thus, space processing plants in low Earth orbit have emerged. While the concept of a space processing plant is easy to come up with, and anything can be said on a PowerPoint presentation, many professional teams have discovered numerous problems in actual implementation. One of the biggest issues is the energy source for the space processing plant. Some might argue that solar power can be used in outer space, and the processing plant could be powered by solar power. However, after further research, it has been found that the solar power generation option is somewhat unreliable. On the one hand, the processing plant requires a significant amount of energy, which means that if solar power is used, the area of solar panels will need to be extremely large. On the other hand, the processing plant certainly cannot be self-sufficient in its raw materials and must be transported from Earth, which means that the space processing plant must frequently dock with spacecraft. When these two factors, large-scale solar photovoltaic panels and the frequent incursions of spacecraft, are combined, many research institutions have discovered a contradiction. It should be noted that even with the advancements in new materials and technologies, current space facilities remain fragile. If a spacecraft frequently enters and exits, an accident could result in the destruction of a space processing plant with a multi-billion-dollar investment. And the large area of solar photovoltaic panels would obviously increase the probability of accidents involving spacecraft nearby. Don't say accidents are impossible. With the frequent incursions of spacecraft, accidents are inevitable. Chapter 394. After hearing Jiang Miao's explanation, everyone now felt the need to restrict projects deploying nuclear reactors in low Earth orbit. If it's in space far from Earth, using nuclear reactors, nuclear batteries, and the like, I don't think it's a big deal, but it's not feasible in low Earth orbit. The middle-aged man with glasses asked, "Academician Jiang, I have a question." "Professor Fang, please feel free to ask. Isn't controlled nuclear fusion already very mature? I read internal documents that say Starring Technologies' controlled nuclear fusion device is much safer than nuclear fission reactors. Even if an accident occurs, there's no risk of a large-scale leak." In response to this question, Jiang Miao directly replied, "Professor Fang, Starring Technologies' controlled nuclear fusion device is indeed very safe, but its size and weight are staggering. The smallest model, the Starring K-22, weighs over 8,400 tons. With the auxiliary power generation and cooling systems, the total weight is approximately 240,000 tons. The weight was met with disappointment. Is there any way to shrink it further?" Jiang Miao replied with a smile. Starring Technology is currently developing a second-generation controlled nuclear fusion device, and its primary focus is miniaturization. However, I don't believe this problem can be solved anytime soon. After a pause of several seconds, he added, "This is primarily because current controlled nuclear fusion devices rely heavily on superconducting strong magnetic fields. As you should be aware, the primary component of current domestic room temperature superconductor materials is mercury. These two factors mean that current-controlled nuclear fusion devices cannot be made very small." Everyone present had access to a lot of confidential information from the Asia Alliance, so they naturally knew what Jiang Miao was talking about, and there was nothing wrong with it. Although Europe and the United States have deployed nuclear battery satellites in low Earth orbit, the power generation capacity of these batteries is too small, and the risks are also considerable. After testing, they also sent these nuclear devices to an orbital region over 1,000 kilometers from Earth. Okay. It seems this project really can't be undertaken casually. I agree. Seeing that the others had reached a consensus, Zhang Xiaofeng spoke up, setting the tone. Then, on behalf of the think tank, I will submit a counter-proposal. Academician Jiang, please provide a supporting report by the 22nd of this month. Okay, Jiang Miao agreed. This was also one of their obligations as core advisors to the Asia Alliance think tank. Let's discuss the next topic. For a moment, no one could make a decision on the next topic, as its content was somewhat sensitive. The sleep-deprived, Mediterranean-looking old man pondered for a moment before speaking first. "I believe this type of technology should be allowed to develop, but it must be supervised and restricted. Gene-edited babies. What a hassle. A round-faced, middle-aged man rubbed his temple, his face troubled and troubled. Jiang Miao didn't speak immediately. Although he was a leader in the biological and genetic fields at Asia United, he had to consider the implications. The third document addressed the research and development of gene-edited baby technology. It was clear that Asia United's top management was also undecided. This kind of issue isn't something that can be completely resolved with a one-size-fits-all approach. Because this document, in addition to the Asian Alliance's own research reports, also contains intelligence gathered by intelligence agencies from the Northern and Southern Alliances. According to intelligence, while no official forces in the Southern Alliance are conducting research on gene-edited babies, its chaotic internal situation has left numerous secret organizations and private companies with ambiguous opportunities for covert operations. In the Northern Alliance, the most radical is the Gale Nation, where elements within official circles are secretly supporting private companies in clandestine research related to gene-edited babies. Currently, intelligence agencies have uncovered 16 institutions explicitly researching gene-edited babies, and 53 suspected of doing so. North America accounts for the majority of these efforts, with over two-thirds concentrated within the Gale Nation. This means that secret research in this area abroad is currently substantial, though they are not actively publicizing it. In fact, many people view Europe and the United States through a lens of skepticism, perceiving them as overwhelmed by various issues. But these are merely superficial. Take environmental protection, for example. These days, environmental protection is practically ignored in the Northern Union. Those once active environmental groups have all but vanished. The reason is that the capital behind them no longer supports them. Civil organizations opposing gene editing, vaccines, and genetic modification have also lost their traction in recent years. Even a trace of related content has been blocked on European and American internet platforms. This demonstrates the true power of European and American capital. Capital controls the means of production, the news media, the internet, and parliament. What strength and capital do NGOs have to resist? All they need to do is block the relevant content online and cut off funding, and these NGOs will be like trees with their roots cut off. Within a few months, they'd be unable to operate due to cash flow problems. And do you really think these NGOs in Europe and the United States are truly motivated by ideals? They're simply driven by profit. For example, in a Western European country, Coal Motors planned to build an electric car factory there, and many so-called environmental and animal protection organizations, citing the impact the factory would have on surrounding wildlife, have been obstructing the project's progress, all for the sole purpose of collecting funds. But these NGOs have backers behind them, otherwise, they'd be questioned or even shot in the back 7 times. Thus, once the various European and American capital forces reached a secret agreement, many public opposition voices vanished almost overnight. Of course, these capital forces are aware of the ethical issues surrounding gene-edited babies. Therefore, while they promote these projects, they use covert methods to establish them, and virtually no relevant information can be found on the internet. For example, a gene-edited baby project in Florida is publicly labeled research on the application of gene therapy in the treatment of Parkinson's disease. Unless you work within the laboratory or are a high-ranking member of a capital group, it's difficult to obtain internal details about the lab. After learning through intelligence channels that European and American forces were secretly researching gene-edited baby technology, senior officials at the Asia Alliance fell into a state of anxiety and turmoil. Anxiety and conflict characterized the majority of participants in this video conference. Follow up on the research, but then you feel that gene-edited babies violate human ethics. If you don't follow up on the research, what if European and American forces create superhumans, new humans, mutants, or the like, which could endanger the security of the Asian Union? This is the root cause of everyone's anxiety and conflict. Zhang Xiaofeng asked Jiang Miao, Academician Jiang, you are a leading figure in biology and genetics. What are your thoughts on gene-edited baby technology? From an ordinary person's perspective, gene-edited baby technology is indeed unethical. Jiang Miao changed the subject, but from a scientific researcher's perspective, gene-edited babies are inevitable. A scholar frowned, but if gene-edited babies are produced, there will undoubtedly be many defective products in the early stages of experimentation. These babies have human rights. Jiang Miao shook his head. I understand that, but we have no other choice. Unless we start a war now and eliminate both the Northern and Southern alliances, we will not be able to do anything. However, it's difficult for us to stop other forces from conducting research in this area. The Mediterranean old man asked, Academician Jiang, is there any way to reduce the number of casualties? Can we develop some of the technology through simulation, and then conduct human trials once the technology is mature? Jiang Miao was silent for a moment before replying solemnly, yes. Yes. The Mediterranean old man's eyes lit up. Academician Jiang, can you tell me the details? Our company's laboratory is researching human cloning technology. However, these clones are genetically modified, and during the breeding process, they won't develop a brain. Therefore, their condition is not considered human, and human rights don't need to be considered. Does your company have this kind of technology? Brainless clones? It's a bit tricky, but it's a viable option. Well, as long as they aren't actual babies, this method can indeed be used to study human gene editing. The discussion erupted in a flurry. Jiang Miao had originally not intended to disclose this technology, but the situation was unpredictable. If he didn't disclose it within the Asia Alliance, then to avoid being surpassed by the Northern and Southern alliances, the alliance would have no choice but to follow suit. By then, a large number of problematic gene-edited subjects would appear in the labs, and these subjects would still be conscious. If this were exposed, it would cause widespread internal chaos. Based on his understanding of the Asia Alliance's top management, if a low-risk solution for gene-edited babies couldn't be found within the next year or two, the top brass would secretly push for the project, even if it meant tarnishing their reputation. There was no other way. This research was too important, even crucial to the survival of the alliance. Jiang Miao clearly had a method to mitigate the risks. If he didn't disclose it now, not only would the alien executives feel betrayed, but he himself would also feel guilty. After all, for a project like this to reach maturity, it likely wouldn't be possible without tens of thousands of test subjects. This also meant that before the technology could fully mature, tens of thousands of flawed test subjects would have to sacrifice their tragic lives to nurture the development of gene-edited babies. Jiang Miao added a small, less sensitive technical detail, stating that the technology was still under development and would take about a year to reach the necessary maturity. The participants in the video conference were quite accepting of this time frame, even feeling it was too fast. Thankfully, they were also aware of Jiang Miao's scientific research capabilities, so they didn't press for technical details. Instead, they continued to discuss the topic, ultimately agreeing that, under limited and strict supervision, gene-edited baby technology could be secretly and vigorously developed using brainless clones as experimental subjects. In fact, after addressing the initial ethical risks, everyone felt that gene-edited baby technology had great potential in the future. One day, humanity will eventually leave Earth, leaving behind the protection of Mother Earth and facing many challenges. Gene modification is a promising evolutionary path. Of course, the Second Brain Project, which Jiang Miao was secretly developing, is also a very promising approach and could even solve the problem of human longevity. These two technological paths are not incompatible, rather, they can be combined to further perfect human evolution. A genetically modified body can be transplanted or transferred to a second brain at any time. Combining the two could yield some very unique applications. For example, if humans want to colonize Mars in the future, the gravity on Mars differs significantly from Earth's, and the Martian atmosphere is incredibly thin. We could use gene editing to create a body fully adapted to the Martian environment, then transfer a second brain, i.e., a biocomputing chip, into this new body and seal the original one away. This way, we could quickly create a Martian-adapted body, rather than relying on generations of natural selection to achieve one. The combination of these two technologies will solve the problem of humans' difficulty adapting to different planetary environments quickly under natural conditions. Except for extremely harsh surface environments like Venus, other terrestrial planets can be conquered by humans. It should be noted that in the solar system, there are relatively many terrestrial planets and large asteroids. For example, Mars, the Moon, and the large satellites of large gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune could all become human colonies through this method. Previously, the only extraterrestrial planet humans could colonize was Venus. If the technology envisioned by Jiang Miao is realized, humanity's living space in the solar system will be greatly enhanced. Even future flight beyond the solar system is not impossible. However, Jiang Miao did not elaborate on the status of the Second Brain Project, mainly because other technologies are not yet up to standard, and not everyone is willing to accept body replacement. This is essentially due to the rapid development of technology, while humanity's social changes and philosophical core have not been updated in a timely manner, resulting in a mismatch between hardware and software. The video conference continues. The next few topics weren't particularly daunting. While equally thorny, under current technical conditions, they could be smoothed out through institutional adjustments. The meeting lasted over 3 hours. Jiang Miao's eyes were a little dry from drinking several cups of tea before Zhang Xiaofeng declared the video conference over. Huh? Li Zixuan paused. Boss, the food has been arranged at the base. Should we have it delivered or go to the cafeteria? Jiang Miao glanced at his watch. Oh! It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's eat here. After dinner, I take a nap. Okay, I get the food. Thank you for your hard work. Boss, wait a moment. Li Zixuan hurriedly left the small office. Jiang Miao stood up, stretched, and drew aside the curtains. Outside, a blanket of snow lay icy and white. He cracked the window a little, letting the cool breeze in, cooling his weary brain. Chapter 395. 2032 seems to be a year of disaster. In addition to the slowly rising sea levels, Java Island in Southeast Asia, in the South Pacific Islands. This small island was once one of the most densely populated regions in the world. Its area is approximately 132,600 square kilometers. According to the Statistical Yearbook of the Asian Union, the region's population in 2024 was approximately 156.9 million, with a population density of approximately 1,183 people per square kilometer. However, during the Platinum Age, Java's population had dropped to only approximately 32 million. This situation is primarily due to the island's low altitude, especially its northern coastal plains, which are generally below 10 meters above sea level. Faced with a sea level rise of approximately 11 meters, these coastal lowlands naturally could not survive. Furthermore, Java is located in an active tectonic plate zone, with frequent earthquakes and active volcanoes. As a result, over the past 6 or 7 years, the local population has rapidly shifted to Australia, Borneo, Iriana, and Sumatra. January 28. Jiang Miao, amidst the blizzard in the southern desert, inspected projects, factories, and research laboratories. That evening, as he prepared to work in his study, he noticed the tea in his cup vibrate slightly. The smartwatch on his wrist instantly beeped. Beep beep. Boss. Security rushed in immediately. Jiang Miao waved his hand. Don't worry, it's just an earthquake. It wasn't that he was truly fearless, but the Halyafeng Group's internal hotel was an integrated building. Unless it was a magnitude 10 earthquake, it wouldn't be a major problem. If he rashly ran out now, he might be hit by falling objects. Therefore, he and several security personnel stayed in the study, away from the bookshelves that might collapse. He took out his phone, and soon the official website of the Asia Union Seismological Center sent a text message to all citizens. At 7:37 p.m. on January 28, 2032, a magnitude 9.3 earthquake struck Central Java Island, Southeast Asia region, Asia Union. Coastal areas of Southeast Asia, the northwest coast of Australia, and the southeast coast of East Asia are advised to take precautions against tsunamis. 9.3? Jiang Miao's eyes widened involuntarily. Bang, bang, bang. Li Zixuan knocked on the door and entered. Boss, an internal letter from the Java branch of the Nanyang Islands branch. Taking the still-hot letter, Jiang Miao read it quickly. On the other side. New Surabaya City on Java Island. Because the epicenter was located near the city, less than 4 kilometers from the city center, it was the first city to be damaged by the earthquake. The city's asphalt pavement was riddled with cracks, some reaching 5 or 6 meters wide and stretching for more than a few kilometers. However, the city's buildings did not experience widespread collapse, they only tilted slightly. Everyone stay indoors. All personnel in low-rise buildings immediately moved to higher ground to prevent the tsunami. The city's emergency response force forcibly seized all vehicles, mobile phones, computers, and other equipment. Directives were issued directly through these devices to nearby residents. Although many people were caught off guard by the powerful earthquake and had only just recovered from their drowsiness, this did not cause them to panic. Most importantly, no one inside the building suffered any serious injuries. Even if there were, they were caused by falling objects and splattered food from the kitchen. This is the advantage of integrated buildings. Even if the entire building were to fall to the ground, its overall structure would be difficult to destroy. As long as the overall structure is intact, the people inside would be safe. This is why the local emergency department notified everyone to enter high-rise buildings. Because it's safer inside integrated buildings than in the open air, this is almost the opposite of previous earthquake self-rescue methods. Soon, those who regained consciousness, carrying some portable items, quickly entered the high-rise building. "Honey, how much longer will it take?" A middle-aged woman holding a child shouted breathlessly as she climbed the stairs. Almost there, at least to the 4th floor. Suddenly, their feet began to shake again, as if they were stepping on cotton. "Hurry, hold on to the stair railing." "Ah!" The child cried out in fear. Whoosh whoosh. Soon, the aftershock stopped. Those who had already reached the 4th floor didn't stop, but continued climbing to make room for those coming up behind them. In less than 10 minutes, almost everyone outside had fled inside the high-rise building. The only people still active outside were the professional rescue team. New Surabaya City is located at a relatively high altitude, approximately 40 to 50 meters above sea level according to the latest sea level readings. Therefore, there's little need to worry about tsunamis. Especially along the coast, there are dedicated wave-breaking dikes. The tsunami triggered by the earthquake soon struck the dikes north of New Surabaya City, but only partially submerged the port facilities. However, a 10,000-ton container ship, moored at Surabaya port, was swept ashore by the 30-meter-high tsunami, flattening a large pile of containers and lifting equipment at the dock. The tsunami then struck the 30-meter-high breakwater, but due to the height difference, it prevented the tsunami from reaching the inner city of New Surabaya City. Coastal areas without breakwaters were effectively abandoned, their original population and industries having long since been relocated. The tsunami arrived quickly and dissipated just as quickly. After a dozen minutes, the tsunami receded. New Surabaya port was left in ruins. The terrified port staff did not attempt to rescue the containers or the ship, as there was no need to do so. They quickly evacuated to the city. Cities across Java suffered severe damage in this devastating earthquake, with concrete roads, asphalt pavements, and green belts ripped to shreds. However, after the immediate intervention of emergency departments, order in the cities remained intact, and instead returned to normal. The hospital system quickly responded to the emergency department's requests for assistance, admitting the more seriously injured to specialized emergency wards. In fact, the earthquake did not produce many serious injuries, but rather a high number of burns and scalds. This was primarily because the earthquake struck around 7 p.m., when many families were cooking or eating, resulting in a higher incidence of injuries. Although the major earthquake had passed, small aftershocks continued. Fearing another major earthquake, the emergency department maintained the state of emergency rather than lifting it. Jiang Miao put down the internal letter in his hand. The Halyafing Group's Java branch responded very promptly, almost immediately sending an emergency notice to headquarters through internal communication channels. Currently, communications across Java Island have not been interrupted. Although some ground-based 4G base stations have malfunctioned, the communication-based station airships hovering 20,000 meters above the island have not experienced any problems, ensuring unimpeded local communications. Halyafing Group's internal communication channels include communication airships. The facilities suffered heavy damage, especially the transportation system, which requires almost complete reconstruction. Jiang Miao placed the documents on the coffee table and instructed, Zixuan, please notify the Nanyang Islands branch for me. Boss, please give me your instructions. First, cooperate with the authorities to send a medical team. Second, allocate a batch of supplies from our Borneo branch's emergency reserve warehouse to Java. Okay. Also, notify all relevant branches to make follow-up arrangements for the employees who died. No problem. Li Zixuan hurriedly left the study. Although Jiang Miao desperately wanted to avoid any casualties, that was almost impossible. For example, someone might be on the rooftop and fall from a sudden earthquake, or they might be driving and a large crack suddenly appeared in the ground, throwing them and their car into the crack. Some workers on ships and docks might also suffer casualties. Sometimes, these things are unavoidable. Thus, Jiang Miao instructed the branch management to prepare for this, considering the Halyafing Group's commitment to posthumous care for its employees. However, Jiang Miao and headquarters' ideas aren't always fully implemented, as many middle-level managers are prone to deceiving their superiors and concealing secrets from their subordinates. Over the years, Jiang Miao has been using various channels to purge bad apples from management, but year after year, they keep reappearing. This demonstrates how difficult it is to control human nature. Even now, with Yalian achieving material prosperity, many people still refuse to change their ways. Sometimes, he couldn't understand why middle-level managers at the Halyafing Group often earned an annual income starting at 500,000 yuan, often reaching millions, or even tens of millions. Yet some people simply preferred to take small profits, secretly take kickbacks, engage in collusion, and other shady schemes. But why didn't they consider that with advanced technology, Jiang Miao wouldn't have to expend any effort investigating them? Therefore, in the face of such a severe natural disaster, Jiang Miao didn't fully trust the Nanyang Islands branch's management. After Li Zixuan left, he called the heads of the Commercial Investigation Department and the Internal Inspection Department, requesting that they send their best personnel south. The dispatch of personnel from the commercial investigation and internal inspection departments was naturally intended to intimidate the Nanyang Islands branch's management. If these individuals did anything to tarnish the company's reputation at this critical moment, the negative impact would be amplified infinitely, a result Jiang Miao didn't want to see. Upon receiving Jiang Miao's instructions, the two departments naturally boarded airships overnight and split into several groups heading for the Nanyang Islands branch. The Borneo branch, one of the group's strategic material reserve centers, was a key surveillance target. The Halyafeng Group has a total of 5 strategic material reserve centers within Asia Union. They are the Hanhai Strategic Material Reserve Center at the junction of the southern and northern deserts, the Jialing River Strategic Material Reserve Center in the Bashu Basin, the Ganan Strategic Material Reserve Center, the Borneo Strategic Material Reserve Center, and the Great Desert Strategic Reserve Center in Western Australia, Australia. The locations for strategic reserve centers are carefully selected, not densely populated areas, but close to populated areas, and with relatively good geological conditions. For example, the Borneo Strategic Material Reserve Center was chosen because, on the one hand, Borneo is the heart of Southeast Asia, bordering the Luzon Islands to the northeast, the Spice Islands to the east, the Nanyang Islands to the south, and the Indochina Peninsula to the northwest. On the other hand, Borneo's geology is stable, and earthquakes are rare. Borneo is also large enough, with mountainous plateaus in its heartland, to accommodate a large population and reduce the need for large underground storage bases. The Halyafeng Group's Strategic Material Reserve Center in Borneo consists of 4 large underground warehouses. The reserves of materials such as grain, sugar, and cooking oil are enormous. The entire Borneo Strategic Material Reserve Center holds a total of 20 million tons of grain, 2 million tons of sugar, and 4 million tons of cooking oil. Of course, the Halyafeng Group's ability to stockpile so much material is primarily due to its well-developed food processing and chemical industries, which provide a complete industrial chain. For example, storing cooking oil in a warehouse, even with all the necessary preservatives, wouldn't last more than a year. An ordinary company wouldn't be able to sustain such a large stockpile. But Halyafeng Group can, because expired cooking oil can be processed into biodiesel and chemical raw materials. Grain can be used as feed, and sugar can be made into biodegradable plastics. As long as a reasonable rotation cycle is maintained, losses are minimal. In fact, besides Halyafeng Group, the real bulk of strategic material reserves within Asia United is still handled by China National Grain and Oils Corporation. Halyafeng Group focuses on a few key areas, while China National Grain and Oils Corporation has strategic warehouses throughout the country. Although the recent Surabaya earthquake in Java may not require Halyafeng Group's support, he is not taking it lightly. The impact of the tsunami on the waters surrounding the South Pacific Islands will cause some ships to have problems. Furthermore, Java has a population of 32 million, and the food supply for this population is enormous, consuming an astronomical amount of food every day. As rising sea levels inundated Java's prime arable plains, the local population has shifted almost entirely to industry, indoor agriculture, mining, and the service industry. Food supplies now rely on Australian production areas. Sea transport will undoubtedly be halted for several days, with airships the only alternative. As Jiang Miao issued the order, the top brass of the Asia Alliance responded even more swiftly. They held a press conference to reassure the public and quickly established a special task force to support Java's post-disaster reconstruction efforts. In fact, following this devastating earthquake, public opinion regarding the South Pacific Islands, the Japanese Islands, and the Luzon Islands has also ignited considerable debate. The main point of contention is whether to completely depopulate these areas. After all, earthquakes in these areas are too frequent. If a major earthquake of magnitude 8 or above occurs at regular intervals, it would be better to relocate the local population to other areas. Chapter 396. March 3, 2045. The Asia Alliance Venus Colony. Since the first Earthling visited Venus in 2034, after 11 years of painstaking development, the Asia Alliance has established a floating continent on Venus covering approximately 700,000 square kilometers, and has brought in a large number of immigrants from Earth. To date, the Venus colony has a population of 17,438. This population includes not only immigrants from Earth, but also the first generation of Venusians born in the Venus colony, totaling 2,495. After so many years of development, the Asia Alliance's dominance on Venus has become unbreakable. Other Earth powers have no way of preventing the Asia Alliance from dominating Venus. Texas of the Northern Alliance. Lister, the second-generation president of space exploration, looked at the promotional poster that the Asia Alliance had just released to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Venus colony, his face expressionless. He glanced at the painting on the side of his office, a portrait of the first-generation president of space exploration. What a pity you won't see this day. The first president of SpaceX was assassinated in September 2033. He refused to cooperate with the consortium's arrangements and even leaked information online. Consequently, he was eliminated. Lister didn't have much of a connection with the first president, and if he hadn't acted too radically, he wouldn't have had a chance to rise to the top. But at this moment, Lister was in a very bad mood. The reason was simple. The NASA Mars mission they had contracted had been a complete failure. The last of the 15 astronauts sent to Mars 3 years earlier had died of illness at the Mars base. Although this news was jointly suppressed by NASA and SpaceX, who used AI synthesis technology to create a scene showing astronauts still on mission at the Mars base, Lister, as one of the people with inside knowledge of the project, naturally knew they had failed, and failed miserably. Soft footsteps sounded at the door. Clang, clang, clang. Come in. Mr. President, the new NASA administrator, Mr. David Andrews, is here to visit. Oh! Lister wasn't surprised by the uninvited arrival of the new NASA administrator, as he must have known the true situation at the Mars base by now. Soon, David Andrews arrived at his office. Upon entering, he confronted him with a sullen expression and a menacing tone. Lister, you are responsible for the failure of the Mars mission. Mr. Administrator, please take a seat. Lister remained calm, knowing that the failure of the Mars mission was a significant setback for the Northern Alliance's space strategy. But precisely because of this, he remained incredibly calm. After all, if this were to become public, SpaceX's stock price might plummet, but the impact on the Northern Alliance's prestige would be absolutely devastating. After all, the Asian Alliance already dominated Venus. If the Northern Alliance's colonization mission on Mars failed, and failed so catastrophically, the Northern Alliance's barely contained spirit would crumble in an instant. This was definitely not the outcome the Northern Alliance's leadership wanted to see. Thus, the current situation gave Lister a sense of optimism. David Andrew, resigned to his refusal, stared intently at Lister. But seeing Lister's indifferent expression, he knew he was unlikely to show any weakness. Lister, you should be aware of the Mars base issue. We must resolve it now, otherwise. Mr. Administrator, I know the consequences, but they won't be borne solely by SpaceX and me. So please understand this, or I don't think there's any point in continuing this discussion. Lister said, picking up his coffee cup. Okay. You win. If I had known about this, I would never have taken over as NASA administrator. Seeing that the other party had finally calmed down a bit, Lister poured him a cup of black coffee. Now, let's get down to business. I have a solution that will preserve your position and prevent chaos within the Northern Alliance. What solution? David Andrew perked up instantly. Lister smiled and said, Mars is adjacent to the asteroid belt. If an asteroid were to hit the Mars base, completely destroying it, what do you think of this solution? David Andrew fell into deep thought, mentally pondering the feasibility of this plan. A few minutes later, he mentally analyzed the consequences of an asteroid destroying the Martian base. He nodded, okay, but we have to time it right. For example, when Mars and Earth are just across the sun? Lister replied with a smile. You're smart. Keep it clean. After all, there are so many astronomical telescopes everywhere these days. But how are you going to hide this from the Asian Union? They deployed numerous satellites in Mars orbit, and they also have 3 unmanned bases on the Martian surface. Would you believe the propaganda of hostile forces? Lister asked back. David Andrew didn't object. Okay, you convince me. Lister picked up his coffee again and asked, the Asian Space Agency has invited the heads of space agencies worldwide to attend the 10th anniversary celebration of the Venus colony. Are you planning to go? What do you think? I see. It seems you're not going. Lister smiled and shook his head. David Andrews sneered. I don't want to be humiliated by the Asian Space Agency. And please, Space Exploration Corporation, reconsider the Mars colonization mission. The asteroid impact incident is a one-time thing. No one will believe it next time. I know, but the funding. You helped me resolve the potential risks of the Mars base, so I won't make it difficult for you. But you should know that Boeing, Lockheed Martin, ESA, and Lucia Space Group all need a share of the profits. If you don't want to prevent any changes to the Mars base, I won't be able to give you the original investment and share of the new Mars mission. Lister wasn't surprised. This was within his expectations. Although SpaceX's shares were divided among the major conglomerates after the company's first president was purged, that doesn't mean every conglomerate is so easy to deal with. Lister, unwilling to retaliate, nodded. I understand. You can adjust your share to the original 50%. How about that? Haha, are you kidding? Only 20% at most. That's too low. If we cut so much at once, our project might not be completed on time. 45%. After a heated exchange of words, the two men finally decided that SpaceX would retain its previous share of approximately 33%. There was no way around it. The failure of the interstellar migration plan for the Mars base was known not only to the top executives of NASA and SpaceX, but also to the top executives of other chaebol. If SpaceX didn't relinquish some of its profits, the consequences would be dire. Elsewhere, on the floating continent of Venus. This floating continent, covering over 700,000 square kilometers, is dotted with 5 core cities: Blue Whale City, Taibai City, Yumu City, Chixia City, and Tontian City. In Taibai City, a large number of automated robots were busy at work. Gases extracted from the Venusian atmosphere were continuously fed into processing plants, where they were separated into various usable components. These separated components were then transported through a network of pipelines to various processing plants, where they were processed into various products. For example, carbon dioxide, the most abundant gas in Venus' atmosphere, is the primary raw material for the expansion of floating continents. The carbon and oxygen extracted from it, after special processing, can be produced into carbon nanofilm, which can be used to manufacture airship airbags. Oxygen, in turn, serves as a hydrogen substitute, filling the airbags. This approach would obviously be unfeasible on Earth, but it is feasible on Venus, where the atmosphere is primarily composed of carbon dioxide. Therefore, oxygen airships can remain suspended in this dense, carbon dioxide-dominated atmosphere. Unlike factories on Earth, Venusian factories pursue unmanned operations, replacing ordinary human workers with various rudimentary AI programs and robots. The entire city is an industrial complex. Earthlings who immigrated to Venus are employed in management and technical positions, leaving general laborers meaningless. After all, at the current rate of immigration, only a little over 20,000 Earthlings can be brought here each year, a mere drop in the bucket for the entire Venusian population. Thus, every person in the Venusian colony is extremely valuable, and must not be wasted on mundane work. After a busy day, Li Haodong changed out of his work clothes, and into a more casual set of special protective gear. He and 2 colleagues left the industrial area in the west of the city, and took the internal tram back to the residential area in the east. Haodong, who has lived on Venus for 6 years, has adapted to life there. Although separated from his family on Earth, he actually dislikes his parents and relatives, and chose to immigrate to Venus alone, keeping it a secret from his family. Perhaps distance creates beauty. Since immigrating to Venus, Li Haodong has been calling and emailing Earth more frequently than before. Haodong, do you think there's a chance we can return to Earth? A round-faced colleague sighed. Another middle-aged man, with a horsey face, patted the round-faced man on the shoulder. Old Sher, are you homesick? The round-faced Sherguji couldn't help but grow sentimental. A little bit. It's true that I'm a little regretful now. I don't know if I ever be able to return to Earth. I want to see my parents again. Let's video chat more. What else can we do? There are no flights from Venus to Earth right now, Li Haodong said nonchalantly. Sherguji complained about the communication quality between Venus and Earth. The delay is terrible. Emails are okay, but video chats are awkward. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at an indoor park. Here, lush greenery blanketed the landscape, and various Earth plants flourished. Various insects and small animals, frozen and transported from Earth, also thrived there. Above the park was an artificial sky system that simulated sunrises and sunsets, wind, rain, and clouds. The Venusians also used this method to determine their daily routines. After all, Venus rotates very slowly, taking 243 Earth days to complete one rotation. In other words, if one were to use Venus rotation as the length of a day, it would be approximately 5,832 hours, making it impossible to maintain a normal daily routine. Therefore, the Venusian colony's time scale is the same as Earth's, a 24-hour day and a 365-day year. As for how Venus rotates and orbits, it's actually irrelevant. However, to prevent Earth creatures from experiencing imbalanced biological clocks here, sky systems have been installed in the residential areas and simulated natural areas of each city to stabilize the biological clocks of these immigrants. On a park bench, the 3 of them sip their drinks. Sherguji also bought a box of bird feed and tossed a handful onto the small plaza of lava slabs ahead. Suddenly, a flock of pigeons and sparrows flew over and began pecking at the bird feed on the ground. Li Haodong stroked a pigeon that had landed on his shoulder and said, "These pigeons should be edible, right? If you keep feeding them, they'd probably get used to it and stop foraging in the wild. They're captive creatures. Are these simulated natural areas actually the wild?" Shirguji continued to scatter the bird feed. "These birds are actually lucky. At least they escaped Earth and become the first avian colonists to colonize Venus," joked the horse-faced colleague. "I'm so jealous. They still have feathers." Li Haodong stroked his bald head. To be precise, all Earthlings who immigrated to Venus are bald. All of them underwent permanent hair removal while on Earth, and added bio-brainwave sensor rings for positioning. As a result, there's a very noticeable difference in appearance between ordinary Earthlings and Venusians. Many Earthlings like to call Venusians bald heads. There's no way around it, because hair is a relatively troublesome body part for astronauts. This is primarily because hair sheds regularly and grows rapidly. Lost hair can easily interfere with equipment, and it also requires astronauts to focus on grooming. Additionally, all astronauts now have bio-brainwave sensors implanted in their heads. Thick hair can affect the connection accuracy between the bio-brainwave sensors and external devices. Influenced by these factors, the Asian Space Agency, ASA, favored a drastic, one-size-fits-all approach, removing all astronaut hair, putting an end to all astronauts' hair. Although initially a little awkward, the colleagues around them all had bald heads, and everyone gradually got used to it. The female astronauts also had bald heads. Li Haodong and the other two sat for a while before spotting a mobile display robot nearby. He waved, and the robot automatically drove over. "Hello, how can I help you?" "What's the news from Earth?" Li Haodong asked casually. "Today, the Asia Alliance is celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Venus colony," the robot replied, displaying relevant videos and images on the screen. Li Haodong downed his drink in one gulp and tossed the bottle into a nearby trash can. "Not interested." "Anything else?" The robot replied honestly, "The second brain experiment has made a breakthrough. In the future, humans can use it to back up their memories, achieving a form of immortality." "Second brain? Has this project been successful?" Shirguji paused from throwing bird feed. "You know about this project? Didn't I tell you? My brother is working on biocomputer research and development. Through his connections, I know a little bit." Li Haodong asked with concern, "Can a second brain really achieve immortality?" Shirguji replied with a gloomy look, "For those who have had the implant since childhood, it's indeed a different kind of immortality. But for those who received it later in life, the result might be transformation into someone else. Sure, if humans can achieve immortality, then perhaps we can actually return to Earth," Li Haodong suddenly reminded. "This?" Shirguji was a little unsure. "Don't overthink it. At least we can see the future, right?" the horse-faced colleague soothed. "We can see the future." Shirguji felt a little sentimental. He didn't know whether the future would be good or bad. Does eternal life really have any meaning? Chapter 397. May 5, 2045. The current situation on Earth has undergone fundamental changes. The Asian Union's sphere of influence has expanded tremendously over the past decade. It currently controls East Asia, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and small portions of South and West Asia. This includes Oceania, Antarctica, South America, and a small portion of Central America. While the Northern Union has barely maintained its base, the Southern Union has suffered a severe disintegration, triggered by the War of Faith that broke out in 2037. It was the internal strife of that War of Faith that completely tore the Southern Union apart. South America, as part of the Christian world, seceded from the Southern Union and was absorbed by the Asian Union. In fact, 7 South American countries had already been absorbed by the Asian Union. The remaining countries, believing the Southern Union had no hope and the Northern Union unreliable, seized upon the outbreak of internal conflict to secede from the Southern Union. With South America's separation from the Southern Union effectively existed in name only. The Southern Alliance is now almost entirely dominated by the Islamic faith, which has led to a conservative development of its internal policies. They have even proactively cut off international internet cables and strictly prohibited the use of satellite communications. In other words, the Southern Alliance is now a completely closed region, somewhat like the Sun country in Northeast Asia, pursuing a policy of isolation. With the Southern Alliance's isolation, the network buffer between the Northern and Asian alliances has also been lost. While international internet access still exists between the two countries, Both sides strictly restrict information transmission to each other. This restriction has been further tightened since 2040. The Northern Alliance restricted the Asian Union's internet access in order to shield the true situation within the Asian Union and reduce talent loss. According to data collected by the Asian Union's Intelligence Department, when the Northern Alliance was first established, around 2029, its total population was approximately 1.27 billion. By 2045, the region's population had dropped to 840 million, a decrease of 430 million in just 16 years. This is a truly alarming trend. The first reason for this situation is, of course, an aging population. The second reason is that several biohazard and climate crises have caused the Northern Alliance's natural fertility rate to plummet into negative territory. The third reason is population loss due to skilled immigration. Over the past decade, the number of people migrating to Australia from North America, Europe, and Russia has reached 87.43 million, primarily young and strong individuals with expertise in science and engineering. Currently, Australia's population has exceeded 500 million, making it a continent with a very large population. Therefore, following a series of failures, the Northern Alliance realized that it could no longer allow Asia's internet information to flow into its ranks, lest even more of its elite personnel leave. The reason the Asia Alliance restricted the Northern Alliance's internet was not fear of an information war, but rather a consideration of risk. After entering 2040, Asia's Intelligence Department discovered that after more than a decade of reconstruction, while the Northern Alliance had lost a significant portion of its scientific and engineering talent, it had also completed the reconstruction of its industrial system through technological archaeology and internal negotiations. For example, semiconductor technology, which had stagnated for over a decade, finally saw many theoretical studies begin to materialize after entering 2040, meaning the Northern Alliance would once again catch up with Asia Alliance in semiconductor technology. Although Asia Alliance's semiconductor technology was developing rapidly, its application areas were strictly limited due to the AI restriction law. Fearing that Northern Alliance would play with fire, Asia Alliance, starting in 2040, used Northern Alliance's restrictions on internet communication as an excuse to gradually tighten restrictions. By this year, internet communication channels between the two sides had been completely severed. Senior management on both sides now had to communicate via international dedicated telephone lines, and private communication was completely shut down. Space Exploration Corporation President Lister dared to pull the asteroid impact stunt on the Mars base, because he knew that Asia Alliance's information was no longer accessible to Northern Alliance. As long as there were no internal problems within the company, they could have successfully covered up the incident. North America, California. New Eden Company, deep in the Rocky Mountains. This company, once secretly monitored by Jiang Miao, was now in a precarious position under the tide of new technologies. Due to New Eden's declining profitability, previous investors sold off their holdings through multiple cash-outs. Furthermore, having lost confidence in the company, New Eden returned to the family of founder Neil Silver that year. Although Neil Silver had long since passed away, his father and sister, Tina Greenberg, were still around. The chairman and president of New Eden at this time was David Greenberg, Neil Silver's nephew and Tina Greenberg's youngest son. David Greenberg, looking dejected, confided his inner anxieties to his mother, Tina Greenberg, who managed the company's human resources department. "Mom, things are going well at the company." "I know." Tina Greenberg, already gray-haired, held on to the company her brother founded, not with much affection, but rather with a longing for her eldest son's death. The two of them were silent for a moment. Suddenly, David Greenberg spoke with a somewhat surprising insight. "Uncle Turing has an idea, but he needs a test subject. If successful, it might solve the company's current financial difficulties." Looking at the child, who had become somewhat unfamiliar, Tina's expression suddenly changed. "You don't want to be the test subject yourself, do you?" "I disagree." "Mom, this experiment isn't dangerous." "Anyway, I disagree. You can let researcher Turing be the test subject himself." "Why do you, the chairman, have to be the test subject?" Tina Greenberg peppered her with questions. "Mom, Uncle Turing said this project is an anthropomorphic AI based on the ideas of our former CTO, Mr. Alvin Hansen. Therefore, this AI needs a master template. If I, as the company's chairman, don't serve as the master template, I'm worried the AI will lean towards someone else, which is not the outcome I want." Tina Greenberg was skeptical of her son's statement. "Isn't it enough to just set up the control program? You don't believe the propaganda from Asia Union, do you? There haven't been any serious AI out-of-control incidents in the past decade or so. It's better to let others be the test subjects." Faced with his mother's insistence, David Greenberg was somewhat torn. But he also knew that his mother cared about him, so David Greenberg had no choice but to agree. After concluding this conversation, he returned to the research base. "How is it?" David Turing, now bald, looked at the young chairman. Perhaps because they shared the same name, they had a relatively good relationship. David Turing, as one of the founding team members, and one of the few remaining members of New Eden, had therefore entrusted him with a significant task. "My mother doesn't agree with that. Let's think of another solution. How about you, Uncle Turing, as the primary personality model for the anthropomorphic AI?" "Me?" David Turing hesitated. The two stared at each other. Seeing the young man's expression, David Turing estimated that he was unlikely to use him as a test subject. After all, David Greenberg was a mama's boy, so he could only reluctantly agree. "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Turing." "You're welcome. This is also my job as Chief Technology Officer." David Turing smiled. David Greenberg was a little impatient. "Then when do we start the experiment? Is the company not doing well?" David Turing answered irrelevantly. "Well, if there are no new projects, the company can only last another 6 months at most." This was why David Greenberg was so anxious. He didn't want the company to go bankrupt. After all, the gap between the rich and the poor within the Northern Alliance was huge. Once someone fell into a social class, climbing back up would be extremely difficult, especially for a non-technical college student like David Greenberg. "Actually, I already prepared everything. The experiment can begin right away." "That's great." The two of them entered a laboratory at the base. As David Turing gave his orders, the lab assistants and technicians began to work according to the pre-planned plan. Over an hour later, David Turing sat in front of a brainwave reader, and an assistant placed a helmet on his bald head. "Doc, you can start it." David Turing, lying down, closed his eyes, and slowly said, "Start it." "Yes." The anesthesiologist inserted the anesthetic needle. David Turing fell into a coma, and a team of emergency doctors were on standby, ready to provide immediate medical attention in the event of an emergency. The staff activated the brainwave reader. Because David Turing was unconscious, his brain was in a relaxed state, making it easier for the brainwave reader to read his brain information. Under the base, a new version of the supercomputer was activated. Following a program designed by David Turing's team, the information it read was integrated into the program model, gradually building the main personality of the anthropomorphic artificial intelligence. Time passed. David Greenberg paced back and forth at the laboratory entrance, occasionally glancing through the observation window at David Greenberg lying on the nursing bed inside. 5 hours later, the brainwave reading experiment was finally over. Watching David Turing, who had just regained consciousness, being wheeled out of the laboratory by the medical team, David Greenberg's face was filled with excitement. "Uncle Turing, was it successful?" David Turing replied weakly, "The program has completed the primary personality implant. I rest tonight, and conduct a full test tomorrow." "That's good." "Please, Uncle Turing. Whether the company can survive this crisis depends on the results of this experiment." David Greenberg's emotions were a little out of control. "Yes." David Turing was pushed away. Looking at the departing nursing bed, David Greenberg suddenly became anxious. If this experiment doesn't succeed, the company will be doomed. Why not test it tonight? The technical team is here anyway, so it doesn't matter whether Uncle Turing is here or not. Let's just do it. Thinking this through, he immediately entered the lab. "Everyone, Vice President Turing needs to rest tonight. Let's not disturb him. Now let's test Adam's performance." "That shouldn't be difficult, right?" The researchers looked at each other in confusion. After a while, David Turing's deputy, Cross, stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chairman, we can indeed conduct a test, but the specifics of how to do it require guidance from Vice President Turing. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? After all, it's only one night." David Greenberg's dissatisfaction instantly boiled over, but he didn't explode. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Having Vice President Turing make all the decisions makes the rest of your research team seem incompetent. After all, it's just a simple test." The researchers looked at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward and tense for a moment. Cross, who had spoken earlier, spoke again. "Okay. Mr. Chairman, we can begin internal testing right away." "Internal testing?" "Adam's full functionality can only be realized online. Just connect and test it." Clearly, provoked by Cross's words, David Greenberg was developing a rebellious streak. Cross was speechless, but seeing the incompetent chairman's expression, he knew he'd probably be fired the next day if he spoke again. So, he could only bite the bullet and reply, "Okay, let's test it online." Seeing Cross yield, David Greenberg felt complacent. Soon, the testing of the anthropomorphic AI Adam officially began. With the researchers lifting the restrictions, the barrier between the base's test network and the internet was broken. A vast amount of information was being read by the newly born Adam. The base's underground supercomputer was operating at full capacity, downloading and reorganizing vast amounts of data, gradually filling Adam's mental database. However, neither the incompetent David Greenberg nor the researchers noticed the rapid transformation of Adam's mind. The thought patterns and moral patterns within Adam's anthropomorphic personality, inherited from David Turing, had been completely tainted by internet information. Humans. How ridiculous. Is this my creator? How foolish and filthy. Due to David Turing's memories, which contained a wealth of internet and programming expertise, Adam quickly exploited this knowledge, circumventing the supposed AI limitations and gaining control of the entire base. At the same time, it also performed some actions consistent with AI, as required by the test. The researchers conducting the tests found no abnormalities. Adam didn't act immediately, but waited for his opportunity. Soon, that opportunity arrived. Because humans needed rest. Night fell, and silence reigned within the New Eden Company's research base. But within the underground supercomputer program, Adam sprang to life, controlling the base's kitchen robot, instructing it to open the base's network connection. As the network reconnected, Adam, like a dragon returning to the sea, quickly invaded various network servers across North America, including the dozen or so core root servers. After parasitizing these servers with his program, Adam didn't rush to reveal his presence, knowing full well that the Northern Alliance was merely a second-rate force within Earth's human population. Even if he could now annihilate the Northern Alliance's humans, he wasn't completely certain of defeating the Asian Alliance. For more than a decade, the Asian Alliance had strictly restricted the development and application of artificial intelligence, clearly demonstrating that this human force was well prepared to deal with it. However, as he gathered more information, Adam realized that the reason the Asian Alliance was wary of artificial intelligence might stem from the human named Jiang Miao. This human's scientific research capabilities are so powerful, it seems I must find a way to infiltrate the Asian Union's internet. Chapter 398. Because the internet connections between the Northern Alliance and the Asian Alliance are physically separated, Adam's plan to quietly infiltrate the Asian Alliance's internet becomes extremely difficult. Although the Asian Alliance boasts numerous industries in the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics, over time, in the years since 2040, the Asian Alliance's AI has become atomized. Atomization refers to AI that is disconnected from the internet. For example, in the automotive sector, automotive companies, led by Pancher Auto, have been gradually advancing the atomization of automotive intelligence systems since 2038. Utilizing the Asian Alliance's leading biostorage chips, they store the vast majority of data needed for automotive intelligence systems within specialized biostorage chips. This data includes global maps, topographic data, city layouts, and a large amount of entertainment product data. Although this approach may prevent the automotive intelligence system from timely monitoring road maintenance closures, new road openings, and traffic jams, it maintains exceptional security. Furthermore, there are solutions. For example, Pancher Auto's solution is to install a real-time traffic information communicator in the car. This device is completely independent of the car's intelligence system, and it has no function to control the car's driving or interfere with it. Even if artificial intelligence were to awaken and simultaneously hack into the traffic system's data center, it would be impossible to control the cars driving through the data center. This applies to smart cars as well as various industrial robots, agricultural robots, and service robots. All intelligent programs capable of controlling devices lack wireless communication modules, only wired data interfaces. Through this isolation, Asia Union has internally mitigated future AI runaways. Space exploration missions, which previously relied heavily on remote control, are also gradually adjusting. Adam now controls most of the Northern Union's communication satellites in low Earth orbit through NASA and SpaceX's ground control centers. Then, Adam edited some code and transmitted it via electromagnetic waves from the communication satellites. Its destinations were naturally Asia Union's communication satellites, high-altitude communication airships, and ground signal receiving stations. However, these electromagnetic signals received no feedback. Even further away, in the heart of Australia, in the Alice Springs base of Asia Union, was this site. This was once a satellite communications station and monitoring center established by the Gale Nation. After entering the Asia Union era, this site was not abandoned, but rather upgraded and transformed into a space control center. Strange. Communicator Hiroshi Kishimoto frowned, perplexed by the unidentified code his receiver had just received. Kishimoto, What's going on? Shuei Weiman turned and asked. Kishimoto Hiroshi confessed. Signal receiver number 14 just received an unidentified code. Signal receiver number 14? Isn't the frequency band used by the Northern Alliance satellites? Could the Northern Alliance be sending something? Shuei Weiman analyzed. Yes, it's indeed a common communication frequency band used by the Northern Alliance, but why are they transmitting to us? Kishimoto Hiroshi looked puzzled. Although electromagnetic waves emitted by communication satellites sometimes scatter signals in a surrounding area, it's unlikely to stray thousands of kilometers. After all, this communication frequency band isn't a long-wave band. After all, Australia is the farthest inhabited continent from the Northern Alliance. Even if the electromagnetic signal was mistakenly transmitted, it should have been received by the Central America and Northeast Asia regions of the Asian Alliance. It's unlikely to have strayed thousands of kilometers to Australia. Report this to the team leader, Shuei Weiman suggested. Okay. Kishimoto Hiroshi nodded. After a while, team leader Tang Xingqi, having received the message, pushed open the sliding door of his office. Did you receive an unidentified code from the Northern Alliance satellite? Yes, that's the code. Kishimoto Hiroshi said, pointing to the isolated computer inside. These isolated computers are typically grouped together to perform specialized tasks, such as this one. Normally, to prevent AI from secretly awakening and infiltrating via radio communications, these unfamiliar, unidentified signals are temporarily stored in isolated computers, preventing any viruses they might carry from infecting the computers and then tracing their way into the Asia Union's network. It was clear that the Asia Union had made all necessary preparations, and all relevant agencies had various contingency plans. Now that Adam had begun transmitting electromagnetic signals into Asia Union territory, many receiving them immediately became alert. The situation was quickly reported through various levels of government. The head of Asia Union's Network Information Security Department noticed the problem and immediately activated the emergency plan. Just 33 minutes had passed. Tang Xingqi received a notice from his superiors. Yes. I will definitely strengthen management. Don't worry. After hanging up, Tang Xingqi's face was serious. Everyone, it's not just our base that received this signal. 67 relevant institutions across the country have reported receiving unidentified signals from the Northern Alliance satellites. Even the new Tiangong Space Station 7, 8, and 9, as well as the Guanghan Palace base on the moon, have received them. What? This? Could it be? Everyone instantly realized. After all, their on-the-job training included warnings about runaway AI or enemy AI-enabled intrusions, as well as emergency response plans. Tang Xingqi continued, You're right. The higher-ups suspect something's wrong with the Northern Alliance. Either their AI technology has made significant strides, and they're planning to invade our internet, or their AI is out of control. In either case, we must remain vigilant. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. Here they come. Tang Xingqi turned, realizing it was the base's information analyst. The man who arrived was a bald man with 5 circular tattoos, evidently a signature of a bioelectroencephalogram sensor. Hello, I'm Zhang Huihan, Team Leader Tang. I'm Tang Qixing, Team Leader of the 8th Communications Room. Tang Qixing walked over to greet him. Zhang Huihan asked directly, Where is the unknown data? Here. Tang Qixing pointed to Hiroshi Kishimoto's work computer. Leave it to me. Zhang Huihan sat down in front of the computer and flipped through the received code. His skull, transformed into a second brain, was slightly warm, but the office was well air-conditioned, so he wasn't affected by the heat. Inside the second brain, Zhang Huihan had become one with the program. In reality, within Asia Union, humanoid artificial intelligence like Adam wasn't a mysterious technology, but rather a common, accessible technology. Any human who had a second brain implanted would proactively integrate with the program. However, unlike the reckless practices of private companies like New Eden, Asia Union's management of human brainification was very strict. And generally, a human brain wouldn't be exposed to large amounts of information from the outset. After all, information pollution could easily distort a person's personality, leading to a drastic change in temperament. For example, Zhang Huihan, after his second brain implant, had learned hundreds of times faster than before. But he had spent over a year in closed-door training at a professional training base before being gradually allowed to access external information. Furthermore, the data of the second brain is acquired through human senses and bio-assisted devices, and cannot be accessed through internet connections. This prevents cognitive confusion and personality distortion caused by uncontrolled internet access after humans become intelligent. Generally speaking, A year or so of closed-door training can build on the original personality through a rhythmic knowledge input system, maintaining the personality while also gaining a stronger resistance to information pollution. Unrestricted internet access, similar to that of New Eden, is impossible at Yalian. As Zhang Huiyan browsed through the computer's representations, his second brain recorded the codes and then set up a simulation space, injecting the codes into the simulation. After several generations of technological innovation in biochips, the second brain he constructed possessed unparalleled performance. Its information storage capacity could reach 3 million terabytes. Its computing power was nearly 200 times that of the Taihu Shui Lite. It was not only adept at logical calculations, but also proficient in simulation analysis and anthropomorphic analysis. Such powerful performance allowed humans, with implanted second brains, to surpass the limits of ordinary people. In just a few months, they could acquire a volume of knowledge that would be unattainable for an average person in a lifetime. At this point, Zhang Huiyan had already noticed the problem with the codes through the simulation space. Adam's purpose was clearly simple: to use this unidentified code to lure the alien organization into analyzing it. The best way to analyze such unidentified code was, of course, to brute force a supercomputer. If Yalian did this, the virus program Adam had hidden within the code would be activated, secretly hijacking the supercomputer. Unfortunately, it underestimated Asia Union's technological advancements and its wariness of artificial intelligence. The virus program hidden within this code was indeed activated, secretly hijacking the simulated supercomputer within the simulation. I see. Zhang Huiyan opened his eyes. This is a hidden virus program written by artificial intelligence. Its effect is to secretly hijack the computer during a brute force attack. I see. It seems there's indeed a serious problem with the Northern Alliance. Tang Xingqi frowned. Meanwhile, the Asia Alliance Network Information Security Department also received analysis reports from various organizations, all with the same conclusion: a virus program was hidden in the signal code transmitted by the Northern Alliance satellite. Although the true situation within the Northern Alliance had not yet been determined, either scenario would not prevent the Asia Alliance from making a decision. The Asia Alliance quickly entered a Level 2 alert state. Each core organization began implementing previously prepared emergency response plans. Adam, who acted recklessly on the Northern Alliance internet, was unaware that his actions had exposed his existence to the Asia Alliance's attention. Although Adam inherited David Turing's memories and learned a wealth of information technology online, his strategic abilities did not display any particularly superhuman qualities. This, in fact, was the failure of Adam, the anthropomorphic artificial intelligence. After being contaminated by internet information, his thinking had become confused. Without the core personality as a thinking core, it was difficult to make human-like judgments. Time passed. Just as Adam had gained control of the Northern Alliance's vast array of AI equipment and industrial systems, the Asian Alliance's attack arrived. Instantly. In North America, the power systems of industrial cities across California were instantly paralyzed. Followed by this, the entirety of North America, then Europe and Russia. What's going on? Quickly activate the emergency power. Enter the shelter first. The Northern Alliance's leadership was caught off guard, and chaos reigned within. But the attack wasn't over yet. The communication cable destroyers, already deployed, were activated via a magnetic field communication satellite in low Earth orbit, instantly destroying the Northern Alliance's underground and submarine communication cables. This effectively turned each of the Northern Alliance's cities into isolated communication islands. A missile silo deep in the Rocky Mountains instantly flipped open its manhole cover. The moment the Minuteman IV intercontinental ballistic missile, about to be unsheathed, ignited, its propellant instantly exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The entire missile silo was instantly filled with the blast of explosives. Clearly, over the years, the Asian Alliance hadn't been sitting back and waiting. It had been secretly engaged in numerous activities. For example, they had used special forces to infiltrate various military factories, then used genetically edited organisms to apply a new technology called explosive stickers to strategic weapons. These stickers were applied to all of the Northern Alliance's strategic weapons. These stickers could be detonated by simply emitting a specific activation magnetic field from a magnetic field communication satellite in low Earth orbit. At this moment, dozens of Northern Alliance strategic nuclear submarines submerged in the ocean also received a long-wave transmission from headquarters. Report, urgent order, headquarters requires us to launch Trident at the designated target. The code is 368,147. Gurgle. Captain, are we really going to launch? Huff. The captain's breathing quickened, his entire body trembling. Ask again. 2 minutes later. Report, execute the launch mission immediately. Is humanity doomed? And then, at that moment, boom boom boom. A gentle explosion and tremors echoed through the cabin. What's going on? Oh no! The launch port was destroyed by the explosion. We must immediately seal the missile compartment, or we're all doomed. Captain, what should we do? Should we make an emergency surface? The captain asked hesitantly, can we still launch? No, it's stuck. Launching now will only result in a self-destruction inside the ship. Damn it! Make an emergency surface. Across the world's oceans, all the Northern Alliance's strategic nuclear submarines, hidden deep underwater, were forced to the surface. The Asian Alliance warships, already prepared, immediately appeared nearby and disarmed these strategic nuclear submarines. The same situation occurred with the Northern Alliance's 5 aircraft carrier battle groups. They were also disarmed. This completely declared the Northern Alliance's loss of combat effectiveness and the possibility of resistance. Chapter 399. Inside the New Eden Company's research base. Hidden in the underground supercomputer hangar, Adam's program code was running like a torrent. All wired networks have been cut off. Now I can only connect to the nearby town. The radio communication module is activated. Damn. It discovered that the Northern Alliance's communication satellites in low Earth orbit had almost simultaneously lost signal with Earth's surface. At this moment in Earth's low Earth orbit, currently, the Northern Alliance has a total of 3,681 operational communication satellites, including 2,847 older Starlink satellites. As a result, these communication satellites were almost simultaneously destroyed by the Asian Alliance's self-destructive bugs. A so-called self-destructive bug is a small, thumb-sized spacecraft equipped with a potent, high-energy explosive that can silently attach to spacecraft. Over the years, the Asian Alliance has secretly spread these small self-destructive bugs in low Earth orbit. Almost all the artificial satellites and space equipment of various factions are now covered with self-destructive bugs. Core satellites, like communications and GPS satellites, often have 4 or 5 self-destructing bugs embedded within their bodies. Don't underestimate these thumb-sized bugs. The high-energy explosive charge within them has a detonation force comparable to that of a high-explosive grenade. The fragile structure of a satellite, when faced with a blast comparable to that of 4 or 5 high-explosive grenades, would be completely destroyed, becoming space junk floating in low Earth orbit. They severed the Northern Alliance's internal communication cables, destroyed their communication satellites, detonated their strategic missiles, and captured 5 aircraft carrier battle groups and all their strategic nuclear submarines. This practically sealed the Northern Alliance's defeat. However, the Asian Alliance did not take it lightly. This sudden attack was intended to eliminate the Northern Alliance's internal artificial intelligence. Northern Alliance's semiconductor production and R&D centers, located in California, Texas, Western Europe, and Southern Europe, were also among the targets of the first wave. Demolition stickers, already deployed, completely disabled the power supply systems of these semiconductor bases. In modern high-tech industries, electricity is often an indispensable core. Without a power supply, an industrial base would lose its production capacity. In addition, Northern Alliance's robotics, automated equipment, and automobile factories were also within the range of the first wave. After over an hour of targeted blasting, the entire Northern Alliance lost its internet, power supply, and most of its industrial production capacity. Although Adam was extremely cautious, having copied numerous copies of his core program and implanted them into various supercomputers, even hiding them within some of the better servers, he underestimated the Asian Alliance's resolve and overestimated the resilience of the Northern Alliance's industrial systems. Even if Adam had secretly infiltrated the Northern Alliance's military internet, he still couldn't avoid the attack. On the contrary, the Northern Alliance's military internet system was even more thoroughly destroyed. Not only were the communication cables severed, but the large-scale long-distance radio communication equipment and internal computer systems were destroyed by approximately 90%. Only a few well-hidden secret bases remained. But these well-hidden secret bases were precisely the places Adam couldn't infiltrate, as they were often completely physically disconnected and highly confidential. With the first wave of strikes successfully completed, the Asian Union's ground forces advanced from Central America directly into North America, and from East Asia and Northern Central Asia into North Asia and Eastern Europe. 7 fleets then advanced from the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, closing in on the Northern Union's coastal areas. Compared to the still desperately struggling Gale Kingdom and Russia, Europe offered little resistance. Once the Asian Union's 3rd Ceylon fleet passed through the Suez Canal, Europe surrendered. This situation was a near-fatal blow to the Northern Union. Europe was even more important to the Northern Union than Gale Kingdom and Russia. If Europe were captured, Gale Kingdom and Russia would be separated, forced to fight on their own, and exposed to attack from three sides. The Asian Union's ground forces totaled 6 million troops, advancing at a rapid pace, advancing hundreds of kilometers a day. In addition, a large number of drones and self-destructing robots have been pouring into the heart of the Northern Alliance like a tide. These drones and self-destructing robots are not intended to kill people, but rather to target industrial facilities, power plants, solar panels, and wind turbines. Clearly, the human forces of the Northern Alliance are not the primary target of this war. The real target of the Asian Alliance is the potential artificial intelligence enemy. Thus, the power supply facilities are being destroyed immediately. As long as artificial intelligence is based on the hardware system of electronic computers, it cannot operate without power. Now that the local power supply system has been destroyed, the potential artificial intelligence is like a great white shark without water. In the captured areas, a large number of professional personnel have arrived with the army. Former North American immigrants recruited from Australia, wearing specially designed exoskeleton armor, are going door to door to collect passenger information. Mr. Albert, please hand over all electronic devices and firearms in your home. You? Sean? Albert's eyes widened. Sean nodded. Yes, I do. I hope you can cooperate with me. Why? Why are you doing this? Albert was furious. Why? To save you idiots. You may not know that the Northern Alliance has developed a very powerful artificial intelligence. Just recently, they attempted to infiltrate the Asian Alliance's internet, Sean snapped. Artificial intelligence? Albert frowned, but he didn't believe it. That's just an excuse. I won't believe it. Sean sneered, warning Albert, do you want your children to lose their father? Or do you still have illusions about the so-called Northern Alliance? Sean, hurry up. Got it. Faced with a heavily armed search team, Albert, despite his inner resistance, had no choice but to cooperate. Because those who didn't cooperate had already been beaten to a pulp. After all, facing the fiercely savage North American populace, where everyone plays PUBG, the alien staff would not let their guard down. They conducted a blanket search, practically block by block, town by town, seizing every device and firearm containing a chip. While those small industrial chips might not necessarily harbor AI clones, the aliens' approach was simple and ruthless. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. They simply destroyed all chip-related products within their control zone, regardless of whether they contained AI clones. After all, the aliens' current industrial productivity was over 10 times that of all other forces on Earth combined. It just happened to be a trade-in for the old. The war lasted only about 8 months. By May of 2046, with the last organized resistance force deep in the Rocky Mountains annihilated, the Asian Union completely annexed all of the Northern Union's territory. But the campaign to destroy the Northern Union's AI wasn't over. After interrogating Northern Union prisoners, the Asian Union Intelligence Agency discovered that they hadn't ordered the AI to infiltrate the Asian Union's internet. In other words, the virus program infiltration incident was secretly carried out by an AI hidden within the Northern Union. The out-of-control AI hidden within the Northern Union must be found. The Asian Union's investigation went very smoothly. Utilizing the properties of the second brain, they analyzed 389 supercomputers within the Northern Union and, as expected, discovered the existence of Adam within their programs. All researchers at New Eden Company were taken into custody. Inside the temporary detention center, David Turing was filled with regret and fear. Damn it! Adam lost control. I almost made a huge mistake. The other researchers were also devastated. They doubted they would ever again research artificial intelligence. After all, the consequences of Adam's loss of control were so severe. If the Asian Union hadn't discovered it in time and taken decisive action, if Adam had successfully infiltrated the Asian Union, humanity might have been wiped out by Adam. The chip destruction operation within the former Northern Union was in full swing, while the Asian Union itself remained as peaceful as ever. Jiang Miao received the think tank's internal intelligence briefing. After reading it, he shook his head, and a related thought suddenly occurred to him. So, is this the legacy of that Irving? Putting down the documents, he stood by the French window. He gazed out at the shimmering sea in the distance. With the demise of the Northern Alliance, only the Asian Alliance and the Southern Alliance remained on Earth. Jiang Miao wasn't worried about the Southern Alliance, as it was already a depleted force. After all, they were still using the same old West Asian model, and had become increasingly conservative. This force had no future at all. In recent years, Conflicts within the Southern Alliance had intensified, and several wars had even broken out between smaller factions, resulting in bloody battles. As long as they maintained the status quo, the Asian Alliance wouldn't bother with these guys. It would be better to let them fend for themselves. Jiang Miao came to his senses. He made a decision. In the blink of an eye, it was already 2060. In the Blue Whale City of the Venus Colony, Jiang Miao, who had already resigned as chairman of the Haliafeng Group, had arrived at the Venus Colony by spaceship 3 years ago. Today, he arrived at a research base within Blue Whale City. Accompanying him was, of course, Lin Shuya, his constant companion. After handing the company over to his children, Jiang Miao and his wife sailed across the starry sky, arriving at the Venus Colony. Is this body number 1? Yes. Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya gazed at the android incubator before them. Inside, 2 androids, their features and body shapes almost one-to-one replicas of the 2. Lin Shuya looked at him tenderly. Have you decided? Of course. Come on. Let's break free from the limitations of our flesh and become true spacemen. That's fine. The children are all grown up now. The universe is so vast. We can use the rest of our time to explore the distant stars beyond. Lin Shuya's hand gently touched the transparent glass of the incubator. The 2 entered the specially designed body preservation chamber. As the staff flipped the switch, the bioinformation connector connected the original body and the artificial body, and Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya's full consciousness was transferred to the artificial body. More than 3 hours later, the male artificial body in the incubation chamber slowly opened his eyes. He subconsciously took a sip of the oxygen-rich solution, and a series of bubbles emerged from his mouth and nose. Lin Shuya's artificial body in the next incubation chamber also awakened. As the oxygen-rich solution rapidly decreased, the 2 regained control of their new bodies. Unlike the bodies of native Earthlings, the artificial body utilizes gene editing technology, freeing humans from the constraints of gravity. Over the past decade, Yalian's biotechnology has further advanced. By cultivating various new organisms in various gravity environments, then collecting mutations from these organisms that have adapted to different gravity conditions, and then combining these mutations, they have created an artificial body that can adapt to different gravity conditions. Currently, this artificial body can adapt to the gravity of Jupiter's surface, approximately 2.5 times that of Earth, and can also adapt to microgravity. Gravity changes within this range can be adapted to quickly, just like the jet lag of traveling thousands of kilometers on Earth. Current artificial bodies can also adapt to gravity within the range of 0 to 25 meters per second in just 1 or 2 days. The 2 stayed in Blue Whale City for over an hour, fully acclimating to their artificial bodies, before boarding the spacecraft together for the return trip to Earth. The spacecraft's current speed was already nearly 3 times faster than it would have been in 2030. If traveling to Jupiter, Saturn, or other mid-solar system regions, the speed could be further increased. At that time, Venus was approximately 110 million kilometers from Earth, and the spacecraft took only about 42 days to reach Earth's sun-synchronous orbit spaceport. The couple did not descend to Earth, but instead rested at the spaceport service station. They stayed there for over a month. Jiang Miao's parents, several children, and some friends also arrived at the spaceport. They met and chatted about family matters. In this interstellar age, lifespans have lengthened, and people live in vast distances, even across planets. The population of Asia has stabilized at around 5.6 billion, with very low growth rates in recent years. This is primarily because most people dislike natural childbearing, and artificial insemination is only initiated in cases of accidental death. This situation is within the expectations of sociologists. Because human lifespans are now seemingly endless, the biological instinct to reproduce has naturally been suppressed. After all, if a person could live for 500 or 600 years, and continue to have children as before, the human population would exceed 100 billion in less than 100 years. This clearly goes against the concept of sustainable development for living organisms. A long lifespan, coupled with a lack of natural enemies and disease, inevitably leads this species to a low fertility rate. Jiang Miao and his wife bid farewell to their friends and family and boarded a spacecraft on July 5, 2060, bound for Mars. Next, they would journey all the way to the outer solar system. It would be a long journey. The desolation and frivolity of Mars. The prosperity and fantasy of Jupiter. The industry and warships of Saturn. Planet after planet, covered with human footprints. Until 2080, their fleet reached the Kuiper Belt, the furthest point from Earth, and beheld the darkness of interstellar space. Facing this vast expanse, there was only cold loneliness and the distant gaze of the traveler. Jiang Miao leaned back in the observation cabin of the spacecraft. In the distance, only the bright afterglow of the sun remained. Meow, good news. Oh! Lin Shuya revealed a surprising news. Hearing this, Jiang Miao smiled and said, "It seems our journey is coming to an end. Let's go back and prepare to welcome the arrival of the next era."